Chapter 241 Learn. Apogee. After finishing the conversation with Blanca, Carl recited this word. During the conversation, he and Blanca had already determined the two prostheses they needed. One is the latest violent prosthesis of military technology, and the other is the Sion Weston named by Blanca as the Apogee. The violent type is prepared for Jack. The violent type of military technology is the best and most expensive violent type on the market. When Jack's adaptation period of the prosthesis is over, he can try to install it. As for the Sion Weston called the Apogee, Carl has not decided whether to use it for the people in the team. Can Oliver withstand this newly developed prosthesis? In Carl's team, Oliver is a sniper, so most of the prostheses installed are auxiliary sniping prostheses. Although these prostheses do not conflict with Sion Weston, they still put a heavy burden on the body. Carl is not sure whether Oliver can withstand this latest type of Sion Weston, which drove a tough lieutenant crazy in the past test machine. Oliver also said that his combat prosthesis has been installed almost completely. The next plan is to install some prostheses that can assist in battlefield treatment to ensure that the injured members of the team can get help as soon as possible. In this case, facing the problem of installing prostheses that will obviously increase the burden. Carl shook his head slightly. He can't make a decision for his friend just because of worry. When the prosthesis arrives, let Lao Wei take a look first. It will be up to Oliver to decide whether to install it. If he wants to install it, he must be prepared to ensure that when Oliver can't bear it, he can subdue him and anesthetize him as soon as possible, and then disassemble the prosthesis. Thinking of this, Carl suddenly thought of V. Speaking of which, V prosthesis modification is very low. It may be because he runs around in the bad land. V has no sophisticated prosthesis except basic prosthesis. When he arrives in Ninth City, he should prepare a welcome gift with Jack and others. Judging from V tone, he is ready to work as a mercenary. As for mercenaries, the best choices for gifts are guns and prosthesis. Carl has no shortage of guns. And as for prosthesis, there are also some types of prosthesis. However, if he wants a prosthesis that can quickly enhance his strength, he will ask Oliver and V to see who will use the prosthesis. Carl has a natural trust in V. This trust makes him subconsciously believe that the prosthesis that Oliver cannot bear can be easily borne by V, who has not undergone major modifications. This strange trust came back to Carl a little bit after he thought about it. No. According to reason, V, who has not yet determined his adaptability to prosthesis, accepted the transformation of the obviously high-load prosthesis of the prosthesis, the Apogee, right away. Why do I think it is normal? Ding. While Carl was thinking about V, his message came again. Messages kept coming all day long. Coming before going to bed. And coming again after. As a mercenary, I am really popular. I thought it was another unknown middleman who sent me a message asking if I wanted to take the job. But after a closer look, it turned out to be Man, who I hadn't contacted for a long time. Man and the Brown team had been hiding from the limelight for a month to avoid unnecessary involvement in the killing of the Arasaka ninja on Carl's commission. Are they back? Thinking about their affairs, Carl opened the message and found that in addition to Man's words of safety, there was also a transfer of euros. Transfer of euros? Carl, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly send me money? Man, this is the money from selling Mutuo at David Academy. It's your part as agreed to by you. He got a new number for the other identity to avoid exposing the problem of two identities. That number wanted to add you, but you automatically blocked it. So he asked me to pass it on. Carl, oh, because there were too many people looking for me. I set it up to block those who were unable to break through the basic defense. I didn't expect David's number to be blocked. He had another number. Wasn't he going to use it for open communication and transactions? Man, it was Lucy's reminder that I knew that if I used the original number to communicate, someone might find out the contact. So I got another number for the mercenary identity. You keep the money first. Carl, okay. I take it. What is David's new number? I check it out. What should David be called now, and what should be the label? I write it down. Looking at the 12,000 euros in his account, Carl felt that he had to decide that David's business was doing well, and the students in the academy were really rich. David wanted to give him more of the share in the past, but Carl told David that it would be 50-50. That is to say, David could earn 24,000 euros just by selling Mutuo. This income is already top-notch in Ninth City. Maybe some senior employees in large companies can't compare. Selling movies can make so much money. No wonder the black super dream in Night City is hard to stop. Ding. While Carl was thinking about related things, he received a new message from Man. Man, the number has been sent. You can see it through. If you call him, David is still David. Still the same name. After all, if you don't call him by his full name, David name is too common. Even if you call him by his full name, it is very common. The surname Martinez is also very common. This kid's name is really not special. After he changed his appearance, he asked us to call him that. It's not special. Carl thought about it, and it was true. He had seen the surname Martinez no less than 10 times in various commissions. For example, Jack's ex-girlfriend was surnamed Martinez. What's more, the name David. There may be more than 20 people named David in the super skyscraper where Carl lives. Carl flipped through the block numbers and found David number sent by Man. After opening the permission to receive external communications, Carl sent a message to David. David, you have to learn the basics of hacking. The defenses I set up are only entry level. With so many hackers in your team, don't you learn a few tricks? David on the other side was obviously a little embarrassed during the conversation. I was busy practicing shooting and exercising my muscles. Learn from Man. Right. It's right to learn from him. But there are so many hackers in your team, and so many teachers to learn from. You'd better learn more comprehensively. Carl thought about David's grades and felt that it would be a pity if he just learned from Man. With this learning ability, he should learn a few more tricks and become a generalist. Yes, I will pay attention. When David replied to Carl, he always felt like a junior being taught a lesson by a senior, even though they were in the same class in school. Thinking of school, David remembered something and sent a message to Carl. Carl, are you free recently? Carl, I just got some free time. What's up? David, some faculty members in the school seem to have recently set their sights on your former identity case. They think it's you who's instructing me behind the scenes. They've been investigating things about you, and they seem to be planning to find you to take over the mutual-related business. So I was thinking, if you're free, can we lure them out? Faculty members set their sights on the mutual business? Carl looked carefully, and didn't seem to find it strange. Thinking about David's monthly income, it's not surprising that the faculty members would feel jealous. If they set their sights on me, then they're obviously looking for death. But in dealing with this matter, Carl wants to see how David has improved. Carl, what are you going to do after you lure them out? David, get rid of them. Get rid of them. The words are not long, but they satisfy Carl. Although you haven't learned hacker knowledge, it seems that you have learned mercenary work very quickly. In Night City, David has already understood the best way to resolve disputes. Chapter 242 Strange Woman. Hey, David. Good morning. Looking at the yellow-haired young man who was walking slowly from a distance and wiping the blood on his hands, Carl, who had woken up in the morning and was drinking synthetic milk on the street corner, greeted him. Did you get rid of the person? Very smoothly. David, who now looks like a yellow-haired young man, nodded. They all thought that I didn't find out about their tracking, and thought that I was just a student. So it was easy to take me to the place and kill me. No traces were left on the road? Lucy is helping me watch. Lucy. Carl thought for a while. That shouldn't be a problem. As for Lucy Level, Carl had a little competition with her when he first met her. Generally speaking, she is an excellent hacker, although not as good as T-Bug. I haven't seen you for a month. You look different now, Carl said, taking a closer look at David now. You are wearing a bulletproof vest and then installing subcutaneous armor under your skin. And the gun on your back is Ajax? You look like an elite mercenary. Looking at David now, no one would associate him with David, the good student in the academy. The difference between the two in appearance and temperament is too big. How to say it? David, the mercenary now, looks confident, and people can think that he must be very good at fighting just from his appearance. Looks like an elite mercenary now. However, David's expression did not last long. After hearing Carl praise, he soon showed a shy look that did not match his appearance. He touched the back of his head with his hand. I feel that I am still far from Carl and the others. Be confident. Be confident, Carl said. A little strange. Isn't it Tuesday today? Is it okay for you to come out early in the morning? You killed that group of people. You should go back. Although there is no surveillance, and Lucy is helping you deal with the subsequent troubles. But you are away for such a long time during school. It should also arouse suspicion. Right? I asked for leave today. David was obviously prepared for this. He was no longer the young David he used to be. He was very organized. I should not be in the academy today. I deliberately sent a message to the number they were already monitoring, asking for a transaction with you, and lured them out to the number that was already monitored. Carl suddenly realized, no wonder you insisted on using another number to send me messages, and also specially made another number. It turns out that the original number was monitored. Man thought you were just doing it for the confidentiality of your identity. I thought of this idea because of Lucy reminder. In fact, it was indeed the same as what Man said at the beginning. For the confidentiality of your identity. But I thought of using it halfway. My other number was deliberately known to them and monitored by them. So I made some arrangements with it. You have a good brain. With such a flexible mind. It is no wonder that David can be ranked among the top in the college that relies on financial resources. So this matter is over? I came out because of David's request, but found that I didn't need to seduce him at all. I just sent a few messages to expose my location. And David solved all the problems. This kind of thoughtfulness and ease made Carl have nothing to do on this day off. Carl's initial plan was that when David returned to school, he would deal with a group of people. But David didn't need to return to school. And he dealt with a group of people. Carl just drank milk and watched the whole process end. So what else could he do? Was it a waste? Listening to Carl saying that the matter was over. David nodded. But he obviously knew that Carl was very idle. After all, the news that Carl's team was resting was no secret. So he invited Carl. Want to go to the next life to sit down? Man and the others are staying over there. Want to have a drink? I was idle anyway. When the other members of the team were resting, Carl really had nothing to do. He could go meet the people of Man's team and have a meal. Carl still remembered that he owed Man's team and Brown's team a treat. He had made an appointment when he was doing the task of solving the ninja. But he didn't have time because they went out to avoid the limelight. Although he originally thought of going to the Wild Wolf bar to treat. It would be fine in the next life. I went there today to treat them. With this in mind, Carl and David walked and talked, and arrived at the afterlife under the curious gazes of passers-by, who occasionally looked over at David, because he was fully armed. Emmerich, the bodyguard at the door, was an old acquaintance. When he saw Carl, he had already made way in advance. And the bodyguards, who were secretly holding guns to deal with the troublemakers, also lowered their guns. Good morning. KK. Are you free? It's a rare day off. Carl motioned David to go in first. And he chatted with Emmerich. It's your boss in the next life. Rog, who is chirping like a sparrow. We should have rested a few days ago. But after completing the task, she sent another job and insisted that we rush to help her. Didn't it just finish yesterday? Emmerich had a weird expression on his face, as if he wanted to laugh but didn't. After his face changed, he said, Our boss is here today. It's okay. I'm not saying anything bad. It's better than those mercenaries secretly calling her a bitch. Carl waved his hand. Then I go in first. If you're thirsty, I buy you a drink when you change shifts. Then I be there on time. Carl nodded and walked into the next life. As soon as he entered, he saw a familiar person sitting next to him. Hey, old captain. Are you meeting with the mercenaries to assign tasks? Hearing someone calling his nickname, the old captain turned around and saw that it was Carl, and complained directly, It's because you want to rest. I, the middleman who works so hard, have a lot more work because you want to rest. You know, whether it was originally intended for you to do it, or because you showed up and started to make trouble because of your rest. Someone has to deal with it. There are a lot of jobs. I got up early in the morning and have been busy until now. And I have given away a lot of stacks of money. Why? Are we born to work for you? Taking turns all year round. And not even having a few days off. Carl, complaining about the old captain. He laughed and cursed. You have done so many tasks. You really don't treat people as outsiders. What a bullshit middleman. If you have the ability, pull up your pants and take your gun. Get out. I'm afraid that my gun will scare you. I find your annoying father to nag next time. We are chatting now. Do what you need to do. Okay. Okay. Most of the middlemen who have cooperated with him so far are serious and methodical. Carl has only seen one middleman like the old captain who calls him brother and father. But it must be said that because of this attitude, Carl's team has done the most tasks for the old captain in the past month. And they are also the most harmonious. In short, it is definitely much better than Faraday, who is also in the Santo Domingo area. I don't know if it is because of Oliver influence. In the middleman business, Carl, who has habitually regarded Faraday as the lower limit, walked into the bar, and then saw Man and others drinking at the bar. They also saw Carl. And when they were about to say hello, a loud voice spread throughout the Lichung bar. After all this back and forth, the partner you introduced to me is from the Luan Dao Society. If I hadn't happened to meet another wanderer in the previous job and knew his identity, I'm afraid I wouldn't know when he would have tricked me. Is this how you let me do things? An angry female voice sounded in some of the private rooms in the bar. Carl looked in the direction of the voice, and found that it was a woman with yellowish skin, a black high bun, and mixed Indian and white features, who was yelling at Roger. Someone yelled at Roger. What happened? Chapter 243, We All Work for Others. For this sudden uproar, the mercenaries in the Lichung bar all stopped what they were doing and looked towards that place. Noisy in the Lichung bar has become the norm, and it cannot be said to be rare. But there are definitely quite a few mercenaries and middlemen who quarrel because of disagreements. If it was just this kind of noise, it would not attract the attention of everyone in the bar. The reason why they all cast their eyes was simple. The object of the woman's quarrel was Rog. Who is this guy who quarreled with Rog? I don't know. But I remember the last one was found dead in a flower bed on the street not long after. While the mercenaries were drinking and watching the show, Carl sat next to Man, motioned to the bartender Claire to serve him something, and asked, what happened? A former wanderer girl came to the city to find a job, and ended up having a conflict with Rog. Claire took the drink. As a bartender in the next life, she obviously knew about the big and small things that happened in the next life. She served Carl a prepared Long Island iced tea. After the cocktail, she explained in detail, her name is Panem, because she was transporting goods for Rog. Rog introduced her to a partner some time ago. As a result, when she was on a mission at the end of the year last month, she accidentally met a wanderer. The partner wanted to rob the wanderer, who looked well equipped. As a result, she found out that the partner was actually a member of the Random Sword Society, and they fell out on the spot. After shooting her partner in the head, she had been wanting to ask Rog for an explanation. As a result, Rog had been busy for some time, and he was free today. Didn't she just happen to meet him? No. She rushed over immediately when she saw him. I was busy for some time and didn't meet him. I met him today and asked for an explanation. Carl thought about the Rog mission that kept his team busy until yesterday. As a result, Rog hasn't appeared once in the next life in the past month. As the queen of the next life, she is really busy. After knowing the general situation, Carl was not interested in watching the fun. Although watching the fun seems to be a certain kind of human nature, it is unnecessary to watch the fun that is already destined to happen when you know Rog's methods. Carl picked up the Long Island iced tea and took a look. He remembered that this kind of cocktail called tea actually did not contain any tea, but only added cola, which made the color look like tea. Then the alcohol content of the original formula was at least 40 degrees or more. Translated, if only the alcohol content is counted, it is within the range of being able to light a fire. Although this wine is drunk cold with ice cubes, it is called iced tea after all. Carl picked it up and took a sip. It was his first time to drink Long Island iced tea. The alcohol didn't feel strong when he took it to his mouth. Generally speaking, it was okay. In the past, when he went out with Jack and the others, Carl usually didn't drink, because at least one person in the team had to be sober. But today with Man and the others, it didn't matter if he had a drink. Drinking Long Island iced tea and chatting with Man. The noise subsided after a while. Carl watched the former wanderer named Panem pass by them angrily, and rushed out of the afterlife. It seems that Rog won again. Compared with the old witch, the little girl is still a little young. Having said that, Carl can also see that the woman named Panem is not young. The little girl in his mind is only compared to Rog. Just thinking about it, Carl found that Rog came over and sat next to him. A glass of Johnny's silver hand. After asking Claire for his own drink, Roger held the glass with 5 fingers and shook it in front of him, while staring at the liquid in the glass. He chatted with Carl without turning his head. KK, you are free now. Come and sit down? Yes. After completing the urgent work you insisted on us doing. Carl complained without hesitation. If it weren't for your work, we could have rested a few days ago. Forget it. Roger took a sip of wine. put the glass on the bar, and waved his free hand indifferently. This is good for all of us. Good for all? Carl didn't quite understand what he said. The work that their team had to work overtime to complete was to get rid of an Arasaka employee, which was good for everything. Carl did think that it might involve Haruko. But regarding this matter and cooperation, only Kenichi Shiro himself and Haruko knew about it in the entire Night City. Even the bodyguard Chion was kept in the dark. Although Rog had connections, Carl didn't think that she knew about things involving Arasaka top management. Sure enough, what Rog said next was not about Haruko. But she also said a word that surprised Carl. Pigeon. Her voice was very soft. But it was enough for Carl to hear clearly. If you just hear the word pigeon, you won't have too many associations, because it is simply the name of a bird. But if it involves Arasaka, then this word is very interesting. Carl's hand on the wine glass paused slightly, and then continued to drink slowly, as if nothing had happened. Man, who was originally chatting with Carl next to him, turned his head and chatted with David when he saw Rog coming. If he wanted to talk about some detailed private things, it would be now. I am familiar with this word, Carl answered tentatively, and then found that Claire had already served other guests. And Rog, with his finger seemingly unintentionally placed on the bar, drew the letters of a name. The name spelled out by this trajectory is Michiko. It's not just you who's busy. I've also been very busy this month. After saying this, Rog finished Johnny Silverhand in one gulp, raised his glass to signal Carl, and stood up. It's all hard work to work for others. After saying this, Rog left, and Carl had already thought a lot in his mind. For example, he suddenly understood why Rog, as the main person in the attack on Arasaka many years ago, could now stay in the city safely as the Queen of Rebirth and the Legend of Night City. It turned out that someone in Arasaka had protected her, and this person turned out to be Michiko. The Michiko who rose rapidly after the Arasaka attack and became the leader of the third pigeon faction of Arasaka. We all work for others, which is good for us. Carl thought of his part-time job, the bodyguard of the dangerous girl. Rog, is he considering himself as someone who works for Michiko? Chapter 244 Bald Middle-Aged Man. I've made you spend a lot of money today. Carl. It's okay. After all, we agreed before that I would treat you once. I just fulfilled the promise. At night, walking on the walkway under the Night City overpass, Carl responded to Man's thanks beside him. What's more, today Next Life has a discount for me. 30% off. It doesn't cost anything at all. Are you trying to save money for me? I didn't drink much. I almost filled the bar with bottles of wine. And I haven't drunk much. Don't compare Jack's alcohol tolerance with mine. He has an adjustable prosthesis. So of course, it doesn't matter how much he drinks. But I've reached my limit. As Man said. He suddenly realized something because he thought of Jack. Carl, what do you think about me getting a violent type when I go back? Although I wanted to get a Sion Weston some time ago. After thinking about it, it turns out that Jack combination is more suitable for me. I think both are fine. Carl looked at Man's body shape and said, but now you have enough prostheses, right? Do you have hand tremors? If you feel overloaded, I suggest you see a professional prosthetist to prevent you from being unable to bear the burden. I have the phone number of a familiar prosthetist here. If you need it, I can contact you. Don't worry. We are all in this business. I am sure. Man pressed his right hand on the projectile launch system installed in his left hand. My current condition is better than ever before. What can go wrong with a brand new prosthesis? Prostheses are not brand new and will not have problems. The burden is still the same. But old, second-hand, and unadjusted ones are more likely to cause problems. Carl did not say much about Man's confidence. After all, from the appearance, Man did not have the performance of being unable to bear the burden as Laowei said. His eyes were not blurred, and his hands did not shake unconsciously. He looked quite normal. Around Carl and Man who were chatting, Man's team members were walking. David, Lucy, Sasha, Dolio, Rebecca, Chiwei, Pira, all of them were present in the chat between Carl and Man. Except for David, Dolio and Sasha, who was grateful to Carl for saving his life in the past. Everyone else was actually very quiet. The main reason was that, except for David, Dolio and Sasha, the rest of Man's team had only had contact with Carl in accepting and doing tasks. The only joint task cooperation was the trip to Tanaka. They were not very familiar with Carl. In fact, If they did not know that Man and his team were Carl friends, most of the other people in the team would still have some fear of Carl. Not to mention Lucy, who was pointed at by Carl team at gunpoint when they first met on the subway. Chiwei, as a hacker, often visited various companies with lax security records, and she saw a lot of performance of Carl team in them. Those fragmented encounters and hostile files are actually quite simple to sum up, with only 2 results. Retreat, live, don't retreat. All will be destroyed. From the gang members hired by the company on the street to the agents and security teams sent by the company, there is no difference. Chiwei looked at the black-haired young man walking beside her with a smile on his face. She actually couldn't see how much threat he had. In fact, because Man would talk about his relationship with Carl in the past missions, she had a sense of normality about him. However, the recorded facts reminded her in her heart that this black-haired young man was the top mercenary in Night City. As long as he wanted, even if her entire team faced him, there would only be 2 results. Fortunately, Carl and Man were friends, so there was no need to worry about him suddenly going crazy and becoming an enemy, although this feeling was ridiculous, and she might even be despised by herself. Chiwei felt a sense of relaxation when she knew Carl's strength and felt the kindness he showed. A sense of relaxation that could be assured as long as she didn't do anything in her mercenary career where she could betray at any time. Drip, 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 drip. When Chiwei was thinking whether she should talk to Carl and get to know him, the sound of liquid dripping and colliding could be clearly heard not far away. When the people walking by looked over, they found that it was a bald middle-aged man wearing a coat on the outside and nothing on the inside, standing on the container and peeing in the iron bucket under the container, wearing only a coat, keeping an almost naked appearance. It was normal to show the body and organs and pee on the street. If he hadn't been standing at a relatively high position, no one would have cared at all, because it was too common. But because he stood so high, he urinated slowly and long, and the sound of urine dripping was annoying. So Pyrrha and the team stopped when he walked to the side and shouted at the bald middle-aged man, "Hey, what's wrong with you? Idiot peeing in the street." Pyrrha was a more active person. When the rest of Man's team took a look and prepared to leave, as if they didn't see him, he came to the side of the container where the bald middle-aged man was, raised his modified golden slender fingers, and hit the container under the bald middle-aged man's feet. "Damn guy. Do you hear me? I'm talking to you." Faced with Pyrrha's performance, the bald middle-aged man didn't even move his hands, let alone turn his eyes away. He still stared at the liquid trajectory leaving his body with a dull face, as if he saw something incredible from it. External things couldn't interfere with him at all. Ignore him. Dolio glanced at the bald middle-aged man. From his appearance, he thought he was a madman who had taken too many drugs. He didn't care much about him. He continued to move forward and asked Pyrrha to continue walking. Pyrrha looked back at Carl, who was walking in the team. After thinking about it, he felt that there were people outside the team, so he shouldn't get involved too much with passers-by. He was ready to leave. But just when Pyrrha was about to ignore the bald middle-aged man who urinated everywhere, his eyes accidentally saw something from the bald middle-aged man's open windbreaker. Wow! What kind of prosthesis is this? It looks very powerful. As a technical expert, Pyrrha was immediately attracted by the prosthesis on the bald middle-aged man, which was different from the ones on the market. He climbed into the container and approached the bald middle-aged man. His attitude suddenly became kind. "My friend, your prosthesis is really different. I think you use it often." Pyrrha stared at the bald middle-aged man's lower body, showing a subtle expression, half clenched his hands, and moved up and down. This is. Just when he was halfway through his words, Man, who was watching in the team, suddenly fixed his eyes. He noticed that the right hand of the bald middle-aged man was detached from the handle below, and that right hand was changing. Man was very familiar with that change, because the same prosthesis was installed in his left hand. Projectile launch system. As Man wanted to make a move, but it was too late. The projectile launch system of the bald middle-aged man's right hand was transformed and pressed against the unprepared jaw of Pyrrha. Then, he pulled the trigger. Chapter 245. There is no reason not to meet. Feeling the projectile launch system against his jaw, Pyrrha's eyes were a little dazed. He had heard before that before death, time would be very slow, and people could look back on their lives in an instant. But when he really encountered death, Pyrrha felt time seemed to have slowed down. But looking back on his life in an instant, it seemed that there was no such thing. All he felt was the heat flow gradually coming from the cold machinery below. The heat coming out of the launch tube was passing from his jaw to his brain. It was so hot. It was so hot. And in the heat, the wind came, feeling his body, as if it was swept away by the wind. When Pyrrha's consciousness continued and he came to his senses, he was already under the container. Plop. Feeling his body falling to the ground in a bent posture. His elbow hit the ground hard. And after a trance, Pyrrha's first feeling was pain. The waist hurt, as if he had been kicked by someone. Then, there was a feeling of confusion. I'm not dead? The projectile launch system was pressed against my jaw. And I'm not dead? Boom. Until then, because there was no target, the projectile fired into the sky just exploded. When the explosion sounded in the ears of everyone present, man's body just took a step forward. Pila. Little. David reminder was only halfway through. But things. It's over. Behind the bald middle-aged man who pressed the projectile launch system. His eyes were filled with confusion and madness. And he was obviously suffering from cyberpsychosis. Carl was already standing there. Zhongyi gun was aimed at the back of the bald middle-aged man's head. Carl's eyes were calm. Let me ask you. Are you still sane? Woo! The bald middle-aged man's body turned along with the projectile launch system in his hand. Okay. I understand. The trigger was pulled. Bang. Amid the crisp sound of firing, a bullet hole appeared between the eyebrows of the bald middle-aged man who had just turned around. With the impact, his body shook and fell backwards into the barrel under the container. We have to inform Mr. Johnson. This guy is probably a cyber psychopath on the run. After muttering, Carl smiled at him lying on the ground in front of Pyrrha's stunned eyes. That smile was the same as before. Are you okay? Pyrrha? Probably? Pyrrha listened to Carl's question and subconsciously touched his body. He found that there was really no missing limbs. At most, his waist was kicked and it really hurt. In the future, be more careful when facing inexplicably neurotic guys. After Carl reminded him, he jumped off the container and landed in front of Man and the others. Looking at Carl who fell in front of him, Man's eyes were a bit complicated. In addition to gratitude, there was also some disbelief. Grateful because he saved Pyrrha's life. Unbelievable because Man knew that Carl was strong and had prepared that Carl would be much stronger than him. But he didn't expect Carl to be so strong now. Remember that job? He and Carl were mercenaries of the same level. How come 2 months have passed, and now he can't even see Carl's tail? He thought he had a new prosthesis in the past 2 months. And he worked hard to train. Not to mention catching up with Carl. At least he could keep up with Carl's tail. But now he saw that if they really fought, he was afraid that he would be killed by Carl in one encounter. Remember Carl said that he had been in the industry for a short time. And he made such rapid progress. While sighing, Man thanked Carl. Carl. Pyrrha was saved by you this time. Thank you. It's a small matter. Not thinking it was a big deal. Carl waved his hand casually to indicate that he didn't care. Then took out his mobile phone and called Johnson. Intending to ask Johnson to send someone to see if the person he killed was a cyber psychopath on the run. Saving people under extreme circumstances and killing a cyber psychopath by the way. Is it a small matter? Except for Rebecca, who went to her brother Pyrrha and kicked and scolded him. Everyone else here heard Carl's light-hearted words. And for this sentence, they basically showed the same expression as Man, who didn't know what to say. Maybe they are too short-sighted. Maybe this is really just a small matter for Carl. What kind of work does Carl's team usually do? I stop here today. Carl shook his phone at Man. Someone from NCPD will come over later. I need to communicate with him. After all, he is dead, and I have to verify his identity. I won't go to the next bar with you to continue drinking. We get together next time when we have time. Well, we meet again next time when we're free. Feeling that his brain was still being impacted by Carl's strength. Everyone in Man's team was still a little dazed when they left. It felt like they were just following Carl's words. After walking a few steps, David seemed to have reacted and waved to Carl. Next time, call Jack and Oliver. I buy you a drink. Just one drink. David? Listening to David's words, Man calmed down, smiled, put his arm around David's shoulders, and followed David to shout to Carl. I haven't thanked you properly for Sasha matter and Pyrrha's matter this time. Carl. Next time the mission is over, I buy you all you can drink. Remember to come. I don't want to drink all you can drink, but I will definitely come. I notified Jack and the others. And then I introduce you to the other people in my team. Waved goodbye. Although it was a bit regretful that the evening rest that was supposed to continue today was over. But Carl didn't care too much. Even if this accident didn't happen and everything was stable, he would take the initiative to say goodbye to Man and leave first. Because, while sending a message to Johnson, he also received a message from Mr. Johnson. The content was not much, but it was enough to interrupt Carl's rest. After the treatment, Andy was a little dull, but he recovered a lot, and he wanted to see you. Andy? Hearing this name that he hadn't heard for a long time, Carl recalled everything about him. He was familiar with Mr. Johnson, a mercenary who went to Cloud Top alone for his sister. When Carl accepted the commission of the middleman Regina and Mr. Johnson to find him, he almost had a conflict with the terrorist mobile team that wanted to capture him as a member. Now that he has recovered, does he want to see me? There is no reason not to meet. Chapter 246 Big Shot. Mr. Johnson. It's been a while since we last met. How have you been? Carl? I'm doing the same work as always. Nothing different. Carl stood at the foot of the H8 super skyscraper in Westbrook District, talking to Mr. Johnson who was waiting, while looking up at the building that was no different from where he lived. He suddenly realized something. Come to think of it, Mr. Johnson, you also live in an apartment. What else? Johnson glanced at Carl, who looked very surprised, and understood what this kid was thinking. You don't think I live in a single-family villa or a high-rise mansion, do you? Not to that extent. But I think that since I'm the sheriff, I should be able to live in a more spacious place. This is already a very cost-effective place. Johnson always thought that Carl must have been born in a powerful family, but he became a mercenary because of something he encountered. Now his guess has been confirmed. Live in a more spacious place. Listen, is this what people say? You know, those who can live in such a place are considered to be well-known figures in Night City. It needs to be more spacious. How much do you earn a month? No. Carl. This kid seems to be able to earn much more money than me in a month. As a sheriff, Johnson can earn about 300,000 euros a year, which is 25,000 euros a month, if you don't count the money from corruption and bribery. But he has to use this money for many things. For example, paying rent, daily food and drink, purchasing necessary equipment for himself and his subordinates, and giving part of the money as pensions to the families of some former subordinates who died. Such consumption makes him spend all the money soon after receiving it every month, so that he lives very poorly. Even buying a 2,000 euro Ajax, he has to hesitate for a long time. Compared with him, Carl's income made Mr. Johnson more and more autistic. The gap between people was too big, which made him silent. Not realizing that Mr. Johnson had become autistic, Carl thought about Andy. Andy used to have his own residence, but after attacking the Tiger Claws and being on the gang wanted list, he couldn't go back to his original home. So after Regina judged that Andy was mentally normal, he now temporarily lived in Mr. Johnson's home, which was the room in the H8 apartment building in front of him. Now, he was waiting for Carl. After taking the elevator with Mr. Johnson and going all the way to the 14th floor, Carl found that although H8 looked exactly the same as H10 where he lived from the outside, there were still some differences inside. For example, this floor is. Carl looked at the children running in the corridor and was a little surprised. Children running in the corridor? If it was in Carl's era, he would never be the slightest bit strange. But this era, the residents of the super skyscrapers come from all corners of the world, so it's not strange to see any people in them. Don't parents living in apartment buildings worry about their children? This is not a place like Haywood and Santo Domingo, where the street atmosphere is strong and children are watched by neighbors or gang members. Instead, it is a place where tenants may change at any time. It is the first stop for outsiders to enter Night City. Is it really good if there is no protection for this place? To say something that may be a bit alarmist, if someone wants to do something to these children, it only takes him 10 seconds to pull out his gun and clear the corridor. There is no place to hide in this straight place. Noticing Carl's curious eyes looking at the children around him, Mr. Johnson, who knew what Carl was thinking, had recovered from the depression of income. He motioned Carl to look at some places in the corridor. Look over there. Carl. Carl looked at the place indicated by Mr. Johnson and found a familiar young man leaning against a very good position beside the corridor, staring at the children and the people going up and down the stairs. Carl blinked and recognized the familiar young man. The other party was Mr. Johnson's subordinate. Carl had seen him in the team led by Mr. Johnson. I see. Carl understood immediately. Are all the people living on this floor the families of police officers? More than this floor. But it's almost like this. Let the people who are not working take turns to look after the children, which can be regarded as replacing the robots to take care of the children. Mr. Johnson was talking about the childcare robots developed in this era. After all, I am still more old-fashioned. I always feel that I can't trust machines with everything. That's the reason. Carl now understands why he feels that this floor is different. Because if you think about it carefully, this floor is just a small street, and it is no different from the spontaneously united neighbors in Haywood and St. Domingo. Even the shelter personnel have only changed from a gang to another gang. Now I understand why Andy can stay here without being known by others. He grew up like this before. Mr. Johnson looked at the children running in the corridor, his face showing nostalgia, but he moved out later. But he is still one of our people after all. We can't just take care of him. And even if the Tiger Claw gang knew, they wouldn't dare to blatantly attack the NCPD family area. Right? The only thing that can deter a gang, besides force and the company, is another gang. Now it seems that Mr. Johnson's gang called NCPD is still quite deterrent. Carl noticed that the police officer saw him and took the initiative to nod and say hello to him. The other party saw Carl, smiled, and nodded and said hello. Neither party spoke, but the words had been exchanged. Let's go. The fourth room from the left is it. Let's go in. Mr. Johnson unlocked the door with his artificial eye scan and took Carl into his suite. Many children, who noticed the two of them entering, had already gathered around the guard police officer, who was wearing a casual uniform and a bulletproof vest underneath. Brother Boot? Who is the person who followed Uncle Johnson to see Brother Andy? Him? Feeling the bulletproof vest on his body and the gun on his waist, Boot smiled at the children. He is now a big shot in Night City, belonging to us. Big shot? Some children didn't quite understand and looked back at the black-haired young man who disappeared between the closed doors, and found it difficult to understand. But we haven't seen that brother in any Super Dream movie, because he is a real big shot. Butter just said so. Chapter 247. I'm not willing to give up. The place where Johnson lives is not much different from the apartment where Carl lives. If you want to find a difference, it is that in contrast. There is a bed where the sofa is placed in Carl's apartment, and Andy sits next to the bed, silently watching Carl and Johnson walk in. Andy. After Johnson approached him under Andy's calm gaze, he reached out and introduced Carl to Andy. He is Carl. I know. Andy looked at Carl and nodded slightly. I saw him at that time. After listening to Andy's words, the expression on Johnson's face froze. So, the memory of that time is still there? Looking at the expression on Johnson's face, Andy smiled at him. I just can't accept the fact and dare not believe it. I still remember the memory of that time very clearly. As he said so, Andy stood up and stretched out his hand to Carl. Last time, I troubled you. Carl looked at Andy's hands that were obviously mechanical, and stretched out his hand to hold his right hand a little embarrassedly. I should apologize. Sorry. Because the matter was urgent last time. I broke your hands first. You are saving my life. I can still distinguish such things. Andy shook his hand, and then let go. Walked to the cabinet next to the bed. Took a bottle of wine and gestured to Carl. Would you like to drink some? Mr. Johnson's collection. Of course. There is no reason to refuse. Johnson looked at Carl and Andy, and naturally took their own wine, and sat on the table next to the bed, and began to pour the wine, with a complicated expression on his face. Are you drinking my wine in front of me? Although he said so, Johnson still sat down at the table, took the 3 cups placed beside the table, and placed them in front of everyone. Pour some for me. I have always been reluctant to drink it. Looking at the wine that was obviously Mr. Johnson's collection, but not clear, and with a lot of impurities poured into the small cup in front of him. Carl took a sip after filling his own cup. The feeling of entering the mouth is very complicated. If you have to say it, there is a feeling of spiciness, bitterness and cheapness. It's hard to drink. Although I don't know why Mr. Johnson's collection of wine is such a hard-to-drink wine. Carl drank the wine in the small cup one sip after another. While Carl was drinking the wine, Johnson and Andy were also drinking the wine one sip at a time. No one spoke, as if wine tasting at this time was more important than anything else. Huh? After everyone finished the wine in the glass, Andy exhaled. Then, he looked at Carl. I want to ask you to do something. Yes. Carl hummed lightly, indicating that he had heard it, and said, my price is not low. 198,405 euros. Andy looked at Carl and reported a number. My former middleman has cut off contact with me because I offended the Tiger Claw gang. He is unwilling to help me collect information about the Tiger Claw gang and even plans to sell me out. Other middlemen are also unwilling to offend the Tiger Claw gang for no reason because of me. An attacker. So, I want to use this money to get information about the Tiger Claw gang top leaders from you. Get information. Just get the information. Just get the information. Andy's words were unusually calm, for me. This kind of thing has to be done by myself. I am a mercenary after all. And mercenaries have to speak with guns. It's not difficult. Knowing that Andy was serious, Carl didn't say much about it. He thought about the people he knew and said, I have a way to help you get the information of the top leaders of the Tiger Claw gang. But you now? Carl looked at Andy. Without any concealment in his words, you can't break through their security at all. Although the top leaders of the Tiger Claw gang did not rely on force like the Animal gang, they could also sit in high positions simply by relying on strategies and ruthlessness. But the Tiger Claw gang ninjas and gang members around them were not vegetarians. Andy's strength was very outstanding. In that state, Carl had given a high evaluation of his combat quality. In Carl's mind, he was definitely a top mercenary, and man should not be inferior to him. But it was still not enough. Andy's strength is comparable to man's, but he doesn't have a team like man. And his original hand prosthesis was damaged in the battle with Carl. It is unclear whether the new prosthesis can reach the original level. Just relying on the prosthesis on Andy's body, he went to the top leaders of the Tiger Claw alone. Which is to die. Faced with Carl's straightforward words without any concealment, Andy just said, but I have to do it this way. As a mercenary, how could he not know the danger of this? Would he not be able to see his own strength clearly? However, he is now. I have to do this. As a brother and a powerful mercenary. If Andy cannot take revenge on the person who killed his sister, what is the point of recovering? He regained his sanity for revenge. And his sanity will not stop until the revenge is completed. Are you willing? Carl did not make any more comments on Andy's revenge on the Tiger Claw gang in his current state. He just said so, and repeated the words he just said, are you willing? Willing? Listening to what Carl said, Andy's eyes flashed with confusion. Willing? What does it mean? Are you willing to rely on your current state? Just go over and kill a high-ranking member of the Tiger Claw gang and die. And watch the remaining high-ranking members who killed your sister in front of your corpse, staring at your corpse and laughing wantonly, and then continue to kidnap girls like your sister? Carl's words made Andy's pupils widen. This sentence, like a sharp blade, pierced his heart, which should have been filled with anger. Is he willing? Is he willing to kill an enemy who killed his sister, and watch countless girls like his sister become sex dolls in the clouds? Of course. Hoo-hoo. Andy took a deep breath. He obviously did not move at all, but he seemed to have run tens of thousands of meters. And he was so tired that he could only breathe. His arm unconsciously supported his forehead, supporting him, as if he did not do so, his head would not be able to bear it, and would fall heavily on the table. Are you willing? He muttered this sentence, but he had the answer in his heart. There was a kind of vitality in Andy's eyes, a kind of vitality that can be called sober. I am not willing. He answered Carl in this way. Chapter 248 Director. Wakako. Do you have any information about the top leaders of the Tiger Claw gang? Top leaders of the Tiger Claw gang? Wakako, who was on the communication line, heard Carl request. And her first reaction was, did any of them offend you? I think there is no need for the middleman to ask about the reasons for the client's mission. Right? Carl did not mean to explain to Wakako. But Wakako had already heard something. It seems that I have to pity those who have offended you. But Carl, you should know one thing very well. I am also involved with the Tiger Claw gang, and this price may not be too cheap. Don't worry. The people I need are not the top leaders related to you. I know the rules. The people I want should be considered your enemies. I want all the names of the top leaders of the Tiger Claw gang who manage Hintang. From Hintang. After all, Wakako was a famous middleman and local snake in the Westbrook district. After listening to the list that Carl wanted, she quickly connected it with some of the intelligence she knew in the past, and knew what he was going to do. Is it about the kidnapping to Hintang? Carl didn't need to say anything. He already understood, and didn't feel any danger from this matter. He even knew that he could benefit from it. Wakako continued, their list is not difficult to get. But you have to pay extra for their whereabouts. You are really careful with your calculations. Carl had to admire Wakako's thick skin. You already know that this matter is beneficial to you. Do you still want more money? It's a small business. If the real client is you, Carl, I will naturally not ask for more. Considering our good cooperation, this money is nothing. But? Wakako spoke slowly, if I'm not mistaken. The real client you helped to ask. The person is the mercenary, who just recovered from his injury not long ago, and planned to buy the information from me alone. Then the money cannot be discounted. Even if I buy it for him? If you don't ask? He doesn't even have the qualifications to buy information from me. The guy who is going to die with the things has poor confidentiality. If other people know that I sold this information, my shop will not be able to run well. So I buy it. Is it a guarantee? Selling information to a mercenary who is alone and will die. And selling information to KK, after all, is different. Isn't it? Okay. My underwear has been seen through. What else can I do? This group of well-known middlemen in the region are indeed all shrewd people. They know to what extent things should be done, and what extent things should be done. Carl looked at the money Andy had put on his side and asked, how much do you need? 50,000 euros. Not a cent less. But also, not a cent more. 50,000 euros. To buy the life-threatening intelligence and whereabouts of the Tiger Claw gang high-level officials in Hinting is definitely not expensive. Obviously, Wakako still made a certain discount in this regard. And the part of the money that Carl had that belonged to Andy was more than enough. When can I get it? Not long. Wakako said not long. And Carl, who had cooperated with her on several missions, could understand the time. In other words, about 2 to 3 days? The money has been sent. And you can send the information to this number when the time comes. Don't worry. I know the rules. Wakako received the money and hung up the phone after leaving this sentence. And Carl looked at the remaining 148,405 euros in hiring fees. After thinking about it, he kept 405 euros and sent the remaining 148,000 euros to Mr. Johnson. Johnson, ? Carl, take him to the prosthetic doctor. I give you an address. Have you heard of Dr. Victor in Watson? Take Andy there to get a new prosthetic. Johnson, no. Didn't Andy give you all this money as a reward for buying intelligence? Carl, I've already received the reward. Carl looked at the new income in his account and said, this money is my investment in Andy. After he finishes dealing with the Tiger Claw gang, I want him to join your team. Mr. Johnson. Johnson, my team? Why? Carl, I want to place some of the people I invested in NCPD. Johnson, hey. What are you talking about? If you say this in front of the sheriff, I can arrest you. What do you mean by placing your people? Are you treating NCPD as a gang lair? Carl, it's the same now. Looking at Carl's words, Johnson wanted to refute, but he couldn't. Johnson, so, in addition to being a mercenary, you are also planning to be a gang leader? Carl, that's not the case. Carl thought about it and sent a message. I just put some people in the biggest gang in the city to prepare for future contributions. To put it nicely, Mr. Johnson, you can regard this as some kind of personnel bribery. Bribery of personnel. Johnson, Carl, what are you going to do? Carl, I just thought of a sentence. Johnson, one sentence? Carl, policemen still need good people to be good. Mr. Johnson replied after a long time, good people? There are no good people in Night City. Then try to become the chief slowly and become a good person. Mr. Johnson, Night City is an independent city, and its laws happen to be different from those of the new United States. That is, in the laws of Night City, the chief of NCPD can be elected from the lower level instead of being appointed by the mayor. The reason is that NCPD has now become an independent agency in essence and only listens to the mayor, but not the announcement. But more of the reason is that the major companies are playing games in it and are unwilling to let the mayor control more power. Each state in the new United States has its own police agency. And as an independent city-state, Night City, because the area it manages is both a city and a small country, its police positions are mixed with the regulations of various countries. And the positions that are finally clearly divided are 5 levels. Ordinary police officers. Then police officers in charge of ordinary police officers and streets. And then the sheriff, who manages a team. Above the sheriff is a captain who manages 2 to 3 teams, and the captain of the police station in the region. And then the deputy chief and the chief. Although Mr. Johnson has only been the chief of police for 3 months. Who says he can't move up? At least Carl has great confidence in Mr. Johnson. And Mr. Johnson, regarding Carl's words about making him the chief, stared at the words for a long time. So long that he himself didn't know what he was thinking. But his heart, the heart in his chest, the heart that was slowly illuminated, began to beat before he could think it through. In his heart, he gave a faster answer than him. This answer made him answer Carl involuntarily. Then I will try my best with your bribe. He became a policeman at the age of 18. Worked as a patrol officer for 16 years. And wasted 11 years as a police officer. Now he plans to start working hard in his middle age because of a young man's words. It sounds like a joke. But Mr. Johnson, be prepared to give it a try. After all, even if it is a joke, it is worth making people laugh. Chapter 249 Private Work. The second day of the team's rest. Carl opened his eyes on the bed. There was no emergency communication. He got out of bed and walked to wash up. Carl looked at the messages that were sent during his sleep, which were not particularly urgent. The first message he looked at was the message from Oliver and his friends showing off their photos. The next batch. The message from the middleman. Nothing new. Just told himself that if he was going to end his rest, he should remember to contact them first. The next batch. The messages from other friends he knew. There were no new ones either. After washing up, Carl, who had also read the messages, had nothing to do. Didn't I realize that I was so free when I was doing the task? What to do today? Go out for a good meal. And then come back to watch Mutuo for a day? But the recent Mutuo movies are nothing good. And I have learned almost all the skills I should learn. Most of the Mutuo movies that are constantly launching new seasons are just a sequel, relying on the popularity of the first season to sell there. The quality is completely inferior to the original. And I don't feel anything after the experience. Although JK is a very annoying guy. It has to be admitted that his Super Dream movies are indeed top-notch in Night City. Without him, there are not many interesting Super Dream movie editors in this city. After thinking for a while, Carl looked at the names of several people in the communication and sent messages to them respectively. Mr. Kenichi Shiro. What are you doing recently? Do you need me to help you with anything? Blanca. How is the prosthetic deployment going? When can I receive it? Do you have any new commissions? Are there any people in the company that you are not happy with? Kenichi Shiro. No need. I will contact you if there is something. Don't send messages if there is nothing. The line is not safe. Blanca. It will probably take about a week or 2. As for the commission, I talk about it when I return to Night City. I just left for Seattle. How come you actually took the initiative to send me a message? It's really rare. Do you miss me? Carl glanced at the message from Kenichi Shiro on his phone and replied to Blanca. No. I just have nothing to do. Didn't your team take a break recently? You ended the break the next day. I originally wanted to watch a dream movie and have a good meal to spend the day. But there are no good dream movies recently. And eating doesn't take much time. So I want to. I just do some private work while my teammates are resting. Don't you want to find a middleman? Blanca, who was on the hovercraft, looked at Carl's message, glanced at the secretary opposite her, and after confirming the itinerary from her, continued to send messages to Carl. They will definitely welcome you to end your rest early. The middleman's work must be done by the team together. After all, it's hard to say when it will be tricked. It's safer to have teammates. But if it's your private work, I can be a little relieved. Be a little relieved for yourself seeing this. Blanca was stunned. Is this what Carl can say? Is there anything wrong with the communication line? Is it really Carl opposite him? Blanca urgently contacted his subordinates in Night City and let them confirm that the person he was communicating with was indeed Carl. He was a little surprised and sent a message. You trust me? Aren't you afraid that I will sell you out now? Blanca has never forgotten the question that Carl asked her at the beginning. That is, whether he would kill her because of her betrayal in the end. Such a Carl would actually say that he trusts her now. Biological monitoring. I am not dreaming. Blanca could not help but ask again. I am the company dog that you said can sell people for profit. Then I trust your vision. Blanca looked at the text sent by Carl. I will not be sold until you sell me for a good price. Right? Your vision should not be as bad as Faraday. Faraday. It was Blanca who introduced this street middleman who had close ties with their military technology to Carl. However, Faraday broke off the cooperation with Carl's team in order to covet the short-term money of 1 or 2 tasks. After that, he became a joke in the middleman circle. What Carl meant by this was that he did not think Blanca would become such a joke. He believed that even if Blanca really wanted to sell herself, she would sell it at a price that would make her heart beat. And it was Carmen's words that he believed that Blanca would sell herself for a good price if she really sold herself. Which made Blanca silent. Trust your own eyes. Betray your trust? So openly. So undisguised. This is Carl's style. It is a unique style that can only be seen in him. It is like the sun in the sky. Unique. People like you are really dazzling. Blanca's eyes moved slightly. Just think of it as being happy to be praised by you. If you want to kill time, I do have an internal task that I originally wanted to assign to my subordinates. Let me explain first. Because it was not originally intended to be a commission. I will not pay you for this job. But you are allowed to take a few things from the task. Take things? Carl had already gone downstairs and was eating tomato sauce pasta at the food stall. After swallowing a mouthful of noodles covered with tomato sauce. Feeling the chewy noodles made a pure wheat breaking between his lips and teeth. Carl sent a message and replied, "Is it a commission for transportation and escort? Do you remember my past position?" Carl still remembered Blanca's past position. Transportation? Yes. I have been promoted now, and I am in charge of another aspect. But the people who stayed in the original position are my subordinates. Recently, we have been cooperating with the Wanderers in the Badlands to secretly intercept Arasaka goods. If you are interested, I can arrange for you to meet my subordinates and go to the Badlands. Recently, we have been secretly intercepting Arasaka goods. Aren't you afraid that Arasaka will find out? What is it that makes you take such risks and keep doing this? It's just some equipment. And I'm not sure how Arasaka will transport it. The goods in the Badlands are just a route that happens to be managed by my subordinates. The real main personnel are all watching the sea. So are you interested? Carl thought about it. I'm interested. I'm free after all. Then you really can't be free. I sent her the number. I've already told her. Contact her in detail. She's one of the best people under me. She might be promoted someday. Remember to help me evaluate her loyalty. I talk about the reward later. Blanca sent a communication code, along with a name and introduction. Meredith Stout, Director of Military Technology Transportation Department. The Director of Military Technology is also called the Director of Arasaka. But the position is actually a higher position than ordinary employees. It is a real middle-level position. In comparison, it is probably the position of Arasaka Section Chief. This position is only one level lower than Blanca. In Arasaka, this is already a position where you can think of committing a crime. Chapter 250 Combat Uniform. KK. Meredith Stout called Carl's name in the mercenary industry. Looked at him. And controlled her calm expression. You are late. I am late by 1 minute and 22 seconds. Sorry. Something happened on the way here. It took me some time to get another taxi. Standing in the wilderness of the Badlands. Carl looked at Meredith and the dozen or so military technology agents around her and apologized sincerely. As a mercenary on a mission, being late for a mission is a big mistake. So he should apologize. Something happened on the way. Meredith looked at Carl, who actually apologized to them and looked quite easy to talk to. Not like a famous mercenary at all. And just received the latest intelligence from the inside of military technology. A gang gunfight broke out in the city center, involving 14 members of the Whirlpool Gang and the Tiger Claw Gang, affecting more than 30 civilians and 4 vehicles, because they attacked the mercenary KK who was passing by in an armed taxi during the retreat. All members died, and no one survived. When Meredith received this message, the other military technology agents following her also received this latest intelligence. They looked at this information, then looked at Carl who was smiling and embarrassed in front of them, and silently suppressed the relaxed mood that was originally somewhat relaxed, and incidentally, regained the fear that arose because of the name of KK. The expression on her face almost changed because of the message she received. But in the end, considering her identity, she tried her best to control her expression and nodded slightly, as if she understood Carl's apology, since it was an accident. Let it go. Then, as if nothing had happened, she turned around and gestured to Carl about the vehicle behind them. Have you seen this kind of car? Carl followed Meredith's gesture and looked behind them. The 4 parked freight trucks. After a little identification, roughly recognized the model. He was not as proficient in vehicles as Jack and the others, but he was more or less affected. As long as it was not a modified car, it was not difficult for him to recognize it. Is it the latest model of freight truck under Villefort? I remember the name is Columbus V340F freight truck? Yes. It is the most economical and popular model of Villefort. Meredith said, "This is the car we will take next. Use this freight truck to intercept goods in the wilderness?" Carl was a little confused. There is no problem with such a transport truck running in the Badland. But would it be a little inappropriate to use it to intercept goods? This car is used to approach. Meredith explained. The real responsible person is the Wanderer tribe. We are just used to approach the transport team and set up communication jammers. Carl understood. In other words, we have to disguise ourselves as a car that is also running goods in the Badland. And when we get close to a certain distance, we will activate the device to interfere with the communication of the Arasaka transport team, and then let the Wanderers drive other cars to take action and make up for it in case of accidents. Meredith said. Her people had opened the cargo trunks of 4 cars and got in a group of people. Do you want to sit in the driver's seat with me? Or in the trunk? The trunk of this truck is quite spacious. It was originally a place to store a lot of goods. After a little modification by Meredith and her subordinates, it has become a small troop carrier. It is naturally no problem to accommodate Carl. However, Carl looked at the standard 2-seater car and didn't plan to squeeze into the trunk after all. I just sit in the co-pilot. Then you and I will share a car. Meredith originally planned to sit in the co-pilot and let her subordinates drive. But since Carl planned to sit in the front, the person responsible for driving the vehicle naturally had to be her. The others looked at their fearful expressions. If Carl coughed, they might shake their hands and overturn the vehicle. Move that thing over here. At Meredith's signal, the military technology agent moved 2 large boxes from the Columbus in the front and placed them next to Carl and Meredith. Let's make a disguise. We are still too obvious. Is this a combat uniform? Carl looked at the things revealed in the open box and saw something from the heavy protection and logo. Why is it Arasaka clothes? Judging from the style, it is used by elite soldiers in Night City. How could you get this? This style of clothes was drawn by Arasaka designers in Night City and submitted to the company. When it was still waiting for the review by the superiors, the entire design was already on the table of our company's special operations department. The spies of your 2 companies are really amazing. Carl had to admire the ability of Arasaka and military technology, who were always at loggerheads, to trip each other up. It's true that your enemy knows you best. He thought of a joke. How do you resist Arasaka corporate rule? Find military technology. So how do you resist military technology? Find Arasaka. In silence, Carl checked his clothes and put on a full set of clothes with a helmet after making sure there were no hidden grenades or traps stuffed inside. The clothes of Arasaka elite soldiers have bulletproof inserts. And the fabric is also made of special protective fibers, together with the bulletproof vest that Carl was wearing. The multi-layer protection gave Carl a very thick sense of security. Although Carl knew that this kind of protection could only protect against ordinary kinetic pistols at best, and could not stop the bullets of the Nikomata sniper rifle, even if they were not charged. But in his habitual thinking, the concept that heavy armor equals high protection still made Carl inexplicably feel that he was invulnerable. And this sense of invulnerability did not last long, because soon Carl felt a sense of restraint and sluggishness due to the weight of the clothes. The feeling was not very strong. For ordinary people, it was probably the feeling of wearing a diving suit. This combat suit was incredibly lightweight. But for Carl, this little sluggishness was enough to determine whether he could quickly eliminate the enemy. Carl soon understood the reason for this sluggishness. The flesh was not enough, and his speed was dragged down by the body. After getting dressed and sitting in the co-pilot seat, Carl had already thought about his next prosthesis. He had to consider leg prosthesis. Maybe the bones and joints of the legs could be replaced with arms like. Chapter 251 Carjacking begins. The target is expected to pass the road section in 5 minutes. Listening to the headset communication on the combat uniform, Carl half lay on the co-pilot seat and waited quietly. The camouflaged cargo truck of military technology is parked on the back of a hillside beside the Badlands Highway, less than 200 meters away from the highway. This distance ensures that the camouflaged truck of military technology can approach immediately after the arrival of Arasaka truck. The people of military technology are very familiar with the process of robbing goods. Carl has never been exposed to this and does not understand it. So he is quite quiet and does not say a word in the communication. But he did listen to the communication throughout the whole process. And the overall chat gave him the feeling that the people of military technology. No wonder they are military uniforms. Even the small talk before the start of the action is meticulous. And they only talk about the mission when they open their mouths. And don't say a word more. Listening to their communication. It is really very obvious to distinguish it from the communication of gangs. Is this the so-called difference between regular army and street people? When Carl was doing missions, he and T-Bug had eavesdropped on the communication of the gang mission targets many times. In their channels. Apart from dirty words, they just talked about where to go, or who to kill. There was not even a half sentence of useful information in 10 sentences. In comparison, Carl really liked the chat style of the military technology channel. Carl didn't know that when he was sighing at the regular military quality of military technology in his heart. Meredith, who was sitting in the driver's seat beside him, and holding the steering wheel tightly, was cursing in his heart. Usually, they relied on the fact that they were seconded from the Special Operations Department, and were not from the same department as me. And they were talkative. Why are they all mute today? Aren't they very talkative? Why don't they talk? Meredith really wanted to rush out of the car to take off their helmets, to see if the people inside were still the same group. Just because KK came to sit in the car next to him. They were all so cowardly. And he wouldn't eat people. Click. Carl, who was sitting next to her, watched as Meredith's hands tightened and tightened. And she was about to break the steering wheel. He wanted to remind her. But after thinking about it, he didn't say anything. It's better not to talk about things you don't understand. Maybe they are like the car driven by Mr. Johnson. And they start the car with some buttons hidden in the steering wheel. They are professionals who have robbed several times. So it's not surprising that they have some special modifications. The silent atmosphere did not last long. After the Arasaka convoy detected approached, the military technology vehicle started. The one-way glass slowly rose. And in the dust blown by the wind, the freight truck drove on the road. And soon, the traces of Arasaka vehicles appeared in the distance. Arasaka freight truck drove very fast. And the military technology camouflage vehicle deliberately slowed down its speed. And soon caught up with the military technology car from behind. Carl observed the Arasaka transport team that passed by quickly, and did not have any vigilance against their freight trucks. He probably understood why they were so bold and confident. On the surface, the military tech camouflage vehicle is just an ordinary Columbus. Although this type of vehicle is economical, and suitable for the middle and lower classes to run goods. It has no protection and combat capabilities. Compared with the modified trucks and escorting armored vehicles of the Arasaka transport team. It is not a threat at all. Since there is no threat, there is naturally no need to be vigilant. This is not a particularly rare type of vehicle. The Arasaka transport team has been driving on the road for so long. If every Columbus is vigilant, their scheduled arrival time will be delayed. At that time, the people above will blame it. And everyone will have their wages and performance deducted. Calculating the psychology of the Arasaka transport team. Meredith's face gradually turned cold after watching two heavy trucks and an escorting armored vehicle passing by. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. Meredith, who kept calculating the scheduled ambush distance in his heart, waited for the best time. Start the blasting device. Following Meredith's order, the remote-controlled mines and induction mines that had been arranged in advance were detonated almost at the same time. With the explosion that resounded throughout the highway, the heavy truck driving in the front was hit by the explosion from bottom to top, and the body of the truck instantly overturned. The truck modified by Arasaka cannot be completely destroyed by ordinary mines, but it can still destroy the armor and make it overturn. Amid the screams of fear from the Arasaka driver in the truck, the heavy truck hit the road heavily, and the driver of the second truck that followed the first truck and kept a certain distance from the leading truck immediately braked urgently. But the weight of the truck itself plus inertia still made him unable to control the vehicle. After the first vehicle overturned, the second truck hit its rear heavily. Many drivers in Arasaka Freight have gang pasts. They always like to pursue speed and modification. So the so-called safe distance between their vehicles can't actually make evasive braking in an emergency. As someone in the military technology department of Arasaka mortal enemy, Meredith knew Arasaka nature very well. While explaining to Carl why the trucks that kept their distance could not make emergency evasion, she began to command in the communication, let the group of vagrants who receive money wait. Let us start the communication shielding first. And when the time comes, they can take away all the vehicles except the goods inside. Command. They have already started. listening to the voice in the communication. Meredith, who was originally leaning towards Carl and talking to Carl, immediately turned her head to look in the direction of the Arasaka convoy that was ambushed. As the subordinate said in the communication, the more than 20 vagrants who were ambushing there had already picked up their messy guns and attacked the Arasaka convoy. This group of vagrants, you really can't expect them to understand how to listen to orders. They started to do things on their own after only cooperating a few times. A bunch of idiots, Meredith cursed. But his hands moved quickly and immediately started the communication interference. Originally, Meredith planned to wait a few seconds to ensure the detonation of the remote mine. But now it seems that he has to go straight in. Send the identification features to those stupid homeless people. Don't let them attack us together. Keep an eye on the armored vehicle. Don't let it run. Paralyze it. And then shoot down the Arasaka bastards coming down from it. After turning and braking, and stopping the Columbus with low protection, Meredith rushed out of the car wearing an Arasaka soldier uniform and holding a Kanto Classic. It's an Arasaka uniform. A homeless person. And it's Kanto goods. The disguise is clear for you. With a sigh in his heart, Carl also got out of the car with the Classic he brought. Mission target. All the Arasaka escorts were killed. Chapter 252 Apple. Carl got off the car with the Classic, but found that there seemed to be no need for him to participate. The group looked like night wanderers, or the so-called evil Land Vortex gang, although they did not follow orders this time. Their combat effectiveness was still up to standard when there were many people. With the help of the military technology personnel, the total number of people beating the Arasaka transport team might not be more than 10 people, which was more than enough. With a personnel gap of nearly 4 times, and being ambushed, the Arasaka personnel were beaten so badly that they could not raise their heads almost as soon as the firefight started. Seeing this scene, Carl silently put the chip he took out of his pocket back. The chip is an intelligent auxiliary chip, which is used to match the Classic in Carl hand for intelligent aiming, which is regarded as a substitute for not installing an intelligent connection prosthesis. In fact, Carl's shooting skills do not need this kind of intelligent auxiliary chip. But as the saying goes, if it can aim automatically, who would bother to calibrate it by themselves? This Classic is Carl's lazy gun. But today, even the lazy gun is not used. No wonder Blanca finally let him come over after thinking about it. This job really doesn't need to be done by himself. It doesn't matter whether he is there or not. Thinking of the reward, Blanca proposed that he could pick 2 things to go. Carl probably understood. So, she just felt that she was idle anyway. So why not come here to find a reason to make some money from the company's affairs? If Man Brown and others knew that he was on a job and got things by relying on relationships. Considering his reputation among mercenaries, Carl put on his helmet more firmly, completely covering his face. This outfit is getting more and more attractive. He wants to see what kind of goods Arasaka transports. Hijacking a car is not the first time. Not to mention that the team led by Meredith has robbed Arasaka transport team more than once or twice. They have been doing it before, but it has only become more frequent recently. Surrounded by the military technology personnel, the Arasaka escorts, who could not send out distress signals, identify the enemy, or leave any code words, die quickly. The battle was over within 4 minutes. During the whole process, no one was injured except for an unlucky wanderer who rushed too fast and was shot in the chest and killed on the spot. The car was hijacked, and the group of wanderers directly surrounded the armored vehicle and began to search for bodies. This job was profitable. There were euros as rewards, and they could drive away an armored vehicle. Moreover, the truck seemed to be able to be repaired and driven away. If they worked alone, they would not be able to get such a good thing without the death of 20 or 30 people. The wanderers searched for bodies next to the armored vehicle, but no one thought of searching the truck before the military technology team came. With a good foundation of trust, they could cooperate more. This group of wanderers had already made too much money in the cooperation with military technology. There was no need to do something that would destroy future cooperation for the benefit of one trip. They are night ghosts. Carl stood beside Meredith, watching Meredith's subordinates talking to the leading wanderer, and confirmed his previous guess. I saw the mark on them. It's just a gang formed around Night City by the Luan Dao Society that was driven out of the tribe. I can't remember the name, Meredith said indifferently, with the same arrogant tone. But she was obviously a little happy that this job could be successfully completed. When she spoke, the corners of her mouth curled up unconsciously. The people above said that you will pick 2 first, and we will take the rest back. You have to see which truck it is first, and you have to be faster. Otherwise the Arasaka staff may react. Meredith pointed to the trucks in front and behind, one overturned and the other with a dented front end, and asked Carl what he thought. She had no objection to Carl picking things without doing anything. This was not a problem with Carl's reputation there, but a simple problem of task reward. She knew very well that if something happened, for example, there was a senior agent or ninja among the Arasaka personnel in this freight transport, then the attackers would suffer, and perhaps all the personnel would die. At that time, Carl would be their most reliable insurance. It was obviously worth exchanging 2 items in the cargo for an insurance. Okay. Carl had no opinion on his reward. He chose to look at the second truck first, and as the truck's cargo box opened, a pile of sealed and well-packaged wooden boxes appeared in front of Carl. At Meredith's signal, a military technician wearing Arasaka soldier's uniform came over, scanned it with a special scanning eye, and after confirming that there was no trap in it, he went over to open a box. The things that appeared inside made the people present stunned for a moment. No one thought that the things in the box would be this. Apples. Meredith frowned at the fruit in the box, and signaled the unpacker to open another box, and found that it was still apples. Strange, Meredith muttered. Fresh fruits are very precious and expensive in Night City. But according to Arasaka freight situation, shouldn't such things be transported by ship? Why use vehicles? Moreover, Arasaka transported apples. Christmas Eve and Christmas are over. Real fruits nowadays can't be sold at the highest price in the market. Right? Meredith looked at Carl, walked to another truck, and asked his subordinates to open the overturned cargo box. As the cargo box was opened, a box of goods was shaken out of the cargo box due to the shaking problem. After being opened by the military technology personnel, the goods that appeared in front of everyone were no different from the previous cargo box. It's still apples. Why? When Meredith began to think carefully about the possible reasons behind Arasaka transportation of apples, Carl was quite happy and had already picked up the box. It must be said that this kind of goods is more pleasing to Carl than any weapons and equipment. Carl has already taken a batch of weapons from Mr. Kenichi Shiro. Ordinary weapons are really not very useful. Compared with this, it is obviously more pleasant to be able to carry 2 boxes of apples back. When Carl looked at the boxes left and right, trying to tell from the outside which box has better apples, he saw a mark on the box. Mark? Carl looked at the other boxes left and right, and saw the same mark in the same place on each box. This mark looks like a claw that firmly grasps a corner of the box. Chapter 253 Unknown Enemy. What does this mark represent? Carl identified this mark as a claw. If it is really regarded as a claw, then from the appearance, it looks like some creature stretched out its palm and firmly grasped a corner of the box. If it is a hand, then Carl would move the other side. Sure enough, he saw the same mark at the other corner corresponding to this mark. The claws grabbed the 2 corners of the box, as if holding it up. If you look at it from this posture, the body with the hand stretched out should be on the other side. Carl moved his feet again, and stood on the back of the box under the curious eyes of other military technology members who were busy. But Carl could not see any pattern in this place. Did he guess wrong? No. Carl walked to the other side of the box, stretched out his hands, and opened the apples and plastic foam board in the box. On the other side, corresponding to the inside of the claw mark, he saw a pattern with white edges and black bottom, and the overall shape was like a ball of black flames. In the flames on the black background, there is a white skeleton pattern. This white skeleton does not look like a human bone, but rather like a lizard skull with its mouth open, and a section of the spine is connected to the rear end. This mark? Carl always feels familiar. Has he seen this style of pattern somewhere before? After contacting Arasaka, Carl remembered where he had seen it. Tiger Claw Gang. The alternative biker gang in the Tiger Claw Gang who likes to modify motorcycles likes to put this style of stickers on their cars. From this point of view, this group of freight personnel are really from the Tiger Claw Gang, and their past style of doing things has continued to their work. No. This kind of internal box. Are these people who deliver goods to Arasaka qualified to open it? Shouldn't it be sealed over there, and then ask them to move it up? It's the people who load the goods over there, who are very stylish, and put their own stickers in the box. It doesn't seem like the problem has not been solved. But the more I think about it, Buzz, just as Carl stood up and prepared to put this matter behind him temporarily, and started to move the vehicle with the military technology that had almost been sorted out. A warning buzzing sound came from inside his combat uniform. Carl didn't quite understand what this warning sound meant, but he could see clearly that when the warning sounded, the bodies of the military technology personnel around him were instinctively tensed. It seems that something terrible has happened. An unknown vehicle is approaching quickly. Warning again. An unknown vehicle is approaching quickly. In the distance, on the hillside where the vehicle was originally hidden, the personnel in charge of security desperately issued a warning in the communication, and then accompanied by a gunshot that resounded through the wilderness. The third warning sound stopped abruptly before it came out, and turned into an electric current. The reconnaissance post has been silent. In this operation, the word silence means that the life signal has disappeared. It was at this time that Carl saw the rolling smoke and dust beyond the horizon. From the distance of the rapid approach, a person's line of sight looking at the horizon can see about 4.5 kilometers of scenery. But in the Badlands of Night City, which are full of hills and slopes, this range must be reduced by more than half. Adding the speed of approach, it is roughly calculated that the gunman who eliminated the reconnaissance sentry should have shot at a distance of about 700 to 800 meters. On a moving vehicle, he eliminated a fixed target. If it weren't for the combination of prosthetics and artificial eyes to lock, the sniper's shooting skills would be good. Get ready for battle. As Meredith shouted, Carl dodged behind the overturned truck. This kind of body that is difficult to destroy by ordinary minds is obviously the best cover now, when it is not clear what kind of firepower the enemy has. It is always right to choose the thickest one to hide. There were more than 30 people in total, including the military technology personnel and the wanderers, who reacted and hurriedly hid with their guns in their hands. It was obviously impossible for so many people to squeeze behind two trucks and an armored vehicle. Many people who were close to Columbus hid directly behind the Columbus truck. As the gunshots continued, the protection of the Columbus truck was easily torn through. When the vehicle began to burn and catch fire due to the alcohol fuel, those who hid behind the Columbus truck had to abandon the bunker and try to find a new place to hide in the gunshots. But the result of these people was that they disappeared in the explosion of the vehicle along with the gunshots. Alcohol is extracted from wheat. It is a fuel that replaces oil in this era. It is a biofuel similar to alcohol. While this fuel is widely used in various vehicles and equipment, it also brings an inevitable defect. That is, this fuel can be easily ignited, and the speed and rapidity of its spread of fire are much more fierce than oil. In other words, if the vehicle's protection is too weak and the fuel tank is hit, the speed at which the vehicle catches fire and is scrapped will be faster than people imagine. Looking at the military technicians, who were lucky enough to avoid the explosion, rolling on the ground, and blocking the flames with their combat uniforms, Carl noticed that the wanderers who hid behind Columbus with them, compared with the military technicians, who could still roll on the ground and use sand and dust to put out the fire, the wanderers who had little protection on their bodies had been blown away and burned into charcoal in the flames. Ordinary wanderers had neither combat uniforms nor fireproof coatings under their skin, so it was only natural that such a result would occur. However, this group of people had already made preparations, facing an enemy that opened fire crazily right from the start, and did not seem like someone who could negotiate, and considering that there was no place to run in the surrounding wilderness. These night wanderers, who should have been afraid of the enemy, were also aroused to be fierce. Aiming at the sniper rifle, several nightwalkers poked their heads out from behind the intact Columbus, holding the guns they had just looted from the Arasaka escorts, and began to fire at the vehicles in the distance. However, at such a distance, coupled with the unfamiliarity with the weapons, the bullets splashed from their guns only added a line of noise to the wind in the Badlands. The steady sound of the sniper rifle had never changed. From the corner of his eye, he noticed that another nightwalker's head had exploded. But in his heart, Carl was estimating the distance. The other party was obviously planning to wipe them out, and had no intention of staying far away and slowly grinding them down with the sniper. So he didn't need to be particularly anxious. Just wait until they arrived. What is the distance now? That sniper rifle sounds like a kinetic weapon. In this case, Carl picked up the metal fragments belonging to the truck on the ground, wiped them to ensure its surface gloss, and used the reflection to look at the flame-light spots that lit up when the sniper rifle fired in the distance. The light emitted by the gunpowder was quite blurry in the reflection of the metal piece. But Carl still judged that he couldn't judge. Carl silently dropped the metal piece, just as if he had never picked it up. He couldn't understand and couldn't judge the distance. Most of the Super Dream movies in Night City are indoor battles, or outdoor close-range battles. How to use the reflection to see the distance of the blurry light spots clearly. He has never learned this. Chapter 254. Can I do it? Have you determined the identity of the other party? What did the intelligence department say? Can't they see it clearly with a satellite? Meredith called her subordinates in the Night City Military Technology Headquarters. Just now, she asked her subordinates to submit an application to the intelligence department to use satellites to view the enemy. But until now, the relevant images have not been transmitted. No, Director. The intelligence department is still reviewing it. Still reviewing? I'm almost dead. Those bastards. Meredith cursed. And she was really clear in her heart. This was definitely a reason for the intelligence department to deliberately delay a task to solve the Arasaka freight. Did the Arasaka personnel solve it? Solved. So you were attacked by an unknown object. And you still want support and help? Sorry. There is no such thing in the military technology company. This is no longer within the scope of assistance against Arasaka. In her heart, Meredith kept greeting the family of the bastards in the intelligence department. But she couldn't help but turn her head to look at Carl, who was wearing a helmet and whose expression could not be seen clearly. Standing behind another truck. The enemy was coming aggressively, and it was obvious that they were not easy to deal with, although she didn't know why they had troubled her. The opponent's combat power was obviously higher than hers. In this case, she could only count on Carl, a mercenary with a resounding reputation in Night City. KK. Is he really as strong as the rumors say? Let me see it. The vehicles approaching from a distance gradually became clearer as the distance approached. There were a total of 5 vehicles coming, each of which was an armored vehicle, and the military technology on them was seen by the prosthetic eyes, and the pupils shrank sharply. 30mm machine gun. This firepower is enough to be put on ACPA as a common weapon for those drivers. These were only the basic weapons carried by 4 of them. On the last armored vehicle, the military technology personnel saw something even bigger. The terrifying thing made the military technology personnel, who risked his life to check its scream in the channel before he died, vehicle-mounted rockets. With a gunshot, the military technology personnel, who risked his life to check it, had his head shattered and scattered. But the channel was instantly silent because of his shouting before his death. What is this? In addition to machine guns, there are also vehicle-mounted rockets? Is this the stuff from the Central American War? What's the point of using a sniper rifle with this stuff? If they had fired it earlier, would they still be alive? Are precision-guided module rockets not better than kinetic sniper rifle bullets? While the military technology personnel and the Wanderers were in disbelief, Carl calmly confirmed a guess. That is, this batch of goods is not right. Normally, if a battle is to be fought with such firepower, there is no need to get close. Just fire directly from a distance. In that case, except for Carl, no one here can escape. Even if they consider capturing someone alive for interrogation, they can start to suppress them with machine guns at this distance. But until now, Carl has only heard the sound of sniper rifles. Does this mean that there are some reasons that prevent them from using rockets and machine guns? Thinking about it carefully, it seems that only the people behind the Columbus were attacked by sniper rifles from beginning to end. This is certainly because bullets cannot penetrate the armor of heavy trucks. But Carl clearly saw several brave Wanderers sticking their heads out and firing at the armored vehicles in the distance from behind the truck. None of them were shot in the head, like the tribesmen behind Columbus. It's like the sniper is concerned about the heavy truck, for fear of damaging something on the heavy truck side. But the military technology people have already scanned the cargo in the heavy truck. They are just apples. Apples can't be worth spending so much effort. Right? Carl still couldn't answer the question, but he just needed to know that the other party was afraid to use machine guns and rockets. When he heard about machine guns and rockets, Carl was still thinking about how he would withstand the machine guns and shoot to destroy the rockets while approaching the armored convoy. Now he didn't need to think about it. The other party was afraid and must have a close-range firefight. And that was Carl's expertise. It seems that there is no need to reveal his identity. He reconnected the helmet that he was going to remove to the connection port of the combat uniform, and activated the internal view of Carl through the environmental detection attached to the helmet to judge the most suitable time to attack. Bang! At the moment when a Columbus was destroyed, and the sound of dense rifle fire sounded, Carl waited for this time. He listened to the sound and judged the distance. 250 meters. They actually approached to this distance on their own initiative. No matter what the attackers were worried about, this distance was enough. You have no chance to escape. Prepare to fight back. Carl's calm voice sounded in the dead communication channel, and he naturally took over the command. The remaining combat personnel behind the truck use the cover to conduct free shooting, and the personnel behind the Columbus vehicle throw smoke bombs and evacuate to the cargo box of the number 2 unturned truck under the cover of smoke. That is your temporary shelter. Don't worry about the enemies strafing. I will cover you. Hearing Carl's voice, the military technology people were a little surprised, but no one spoke out to object. However, the leader of the Wanderers who accessed the communication channel after the battle began directly questioned, "Who are you?" Your voice. You are not the leader who cooperates with us. Do you want to control us? I am the leader now. With the sound of a gunshot, there was a bullet hole on the ground next to the leader of the Wanderers hiding behind Columbus, which made the leader of the Wanderers tremble violently. The leader just used the identification code in the channel to determine where the person who spoke was. The person clearly didn't look at him, and the gun in his hand was also pointed at the ground. When did the bullet come from? Now. You have 4 seconds to move. Carl's voice continued to sound in the channel, and his voice was still so calm. After 4 seconds. If you don't intend to follow my instructions and move, then? While the Wanderers were thinking about the first half of Carl's words, Carl's second half of the words, accompanied by that calm tone, had reached everyone's ears. Then, I will kill those who don't obey me and interfere with the battle first, and then kill the opposite side. Although he spoke in such an unusually calm tone, the chill and oppression in his words made everyone who heard Carl's words feel like they were falling into an ice cave. They all heard it. This is serious. And the person who spoke can do it. Chapter 255. A desperate dog will jump over the wall. If you don't obey orders, you will die. Carl's words were simple and clear. But at this moment, they stabilized the overall situation. The Wanderers faced the people around them, who didn't know why they obeyed the helmeted man's command, and began to point their guns at the military technology members on their side. Between death now and fighting for life, they chose the latter. We will obey your command. This was the answer of the Wanderers. The Wanderers did not think about simply fighting with the military technology people to see if they could defect to the other side. But the other side's performance was obviously aimed at annihilating them. If they betrayed, they would die. And if they didn't betray and obeyed orders, they could still have a little hope of survival. Normal people would choose the latter. Of course, there is a third option. That is, a disagreement aroused blood and fought on both sides, killing the task entrusting party and the attacker together. But if they really had this determination and ability, they would not be able to become night-wandering ghosts. What are you struggling for? The people behind the Columbus truck are not without clients. They are all on the same boat. If they die, they will die together. Throw smoke bombs. In the eyes of the attackers, white fog suddenly surged behind the remaining Columbus trucks. And with the white fog came gunshots from the direction of the trucks. Use gunshots to cover the transfer of the people behind the trucks? The attackers quickly guessed this possibility and responded immediately. Turn on thermal imaging. Some smoke bombs can interfere with the work of common thermal imagers on the market. But it is obvious that the attackers did not use common ones on the market. After they turned on the thermal imagers on their heads, they clearly saw the people running and transferring in the smoke. There is no need to conduct intensive sweeps in the smoke. With the thermal imagers, the group of people trying to transfer are like naked and skinned rabbits, waiting to become their mobile targets. According to the positioning of the hackers in the channel, the 4 attackers have already selected their targets in the smoke, facing the people who are about to move to the side of the truck in the camera. The 4 attackers have already aimed. Just when the attackers were about to pull the trigger, a strange, creepy and calm voice came from their headset channel. Found it. The voice seemed to be announcing something. Before the 4 attackers realized it, the screams of the team hacker had resounded across the channel. I've been hacked. How can I? Ah! Along with the shrill and terrifying screams, the 4 attackers who aimed their guns felt that their operating system located in the brain stem began to heat up. The prosthesis was overheated. Impossible. Their current protection IC. But all of them were interrupted by thinking. For people whose brains were scalded fell to the armored vehicle that served as a shelter with a plop. Disconnect. The team hacker is dead. And someone is invading us through the team hacker's access connection. In the roar of the attacker captain, the attackers who had not yet suffered any harm cut off the access rights they had given to the team hacker. But how could the target that had already been targeted end just because it was cut off? My artificial eyes are closed. I can't see anything. My arm is out of control. It's broken. It's terrible. Who are you? Why are you around me? Bang. The captain of the attackers put away his gun and killed a team member who seemed to have lost his memory and pointed his gun at him. Prosthetic overheating. Restarting the artificial eye. Prosthetic failure. And memory erasure that interferes with the hippocampus. On the other side, there is actually a hacker who can use the invasion so skillfully. What kind of enemy is he facing? The real identity of the attackers is Arasaka Company personnel. But unlike the traditional Arasaka personnel in America, who are loyal to Michiko Arasaka, this group of attackers are loyal to the real head of Arasaka. And their mission this time is to hide their identities and recover the goods secretly transported by another faction of Arasaka. But they did not expect an accident. According to the intelligence, the Arasaka freight personnel on the opposite side should not be elite. So why can there be such a level of hackers among them? The captain of the attackers felt bad in his heart. If you think about it carefully, the people on the other side are also very special. They are all dressed like elite soldiers. This is far beyond the scope of freight. Did they realize that we would come to rob the goods? So they made preparations in advance? Despicable villains. They actually used such dishonorable means. The captain of the attacker wanted to use the machine guns and rockets on the armored vehicle. But when he thought of the words of the adult, he gritted his teeth and gave up the idea. Even if you die, you can't hurt the goods in there. Your family is looking forward to your results. Let's fight. If the goods are destroyed, we will die. We can't destroy the goods no matter what. In this case, we can only fight hard. Restart the armored vehicle. Don't worry about possible casualties. Let's rush over and take down these rebels for you. The casualties in close combat will be terrible. But in this current situation where there is not much time, we can't care so much. After the rebels used the truck as a cover, their biggest deterrent weapon has lost its effect. Using deterrent weapons to make them panic and flee in all directions for pursuit is the best result expected at the beginning. If this result doesn't work, then slowly engage in fire. Rely on snipers and hackers to kill. Use warm water to boil frogs. And slowly encircle them on the premise of preventing them from jumping off the wall and blowing up the truck to die together. This is the second alternative plan. However, after the hacker died, the sniper lost the cooperation of the hacker and lost the ability to locate the target. The second plan also failed. In this case, facing the enemy's hacker attack, they can only try to fight with the prosthesis at close range. Show your sharp blade. The stimulant was successfully injected. The heart began to speed up. The body temperature began to rise. And the consciousness began to be fanatical. For honor. The armored vehicle restarted and began to roar again. What did you do? Why did they suddenly give up the advantageous distance and rush over? Meredith's unbelievable voice sounded in the voice. She couldn't understand. And couldn't understand why the other party was stupid enough not to use machine guns. Why the other party didn't use rockets. Why the other party didn't keep an advantageous distance to attack. And why the other party rushed over recklessly. She really didn't understand. Did Carl do anything? He just directed people to use smoke bombs to move. Did he do anything? Chapter 256A Move Away. Whether Meredith could understand or not, the attackers would not slow down at all. With the approaching engine sound, Carl gave his last instruction before entering the battle. Get rid of them. The data invasion ended, and consciousness took over the body. As he exhaled slightly, time slowed down as Carl wished. During the slow time, Carl picked up the classic and walked out of the truck. During this time, he was not the only one taking action. Carl looked at the group of attackers who jumped off the approaching armored vehicle and rushed over waving their mantis knives, and raised his submachine gun. The smart lock chip has been connected, and the target has been confirmed. The bullets in the classic were ejected as Carl pulled the trigger. During the slow time, the bullets flying in the dust were so clear even with their tail flames. Carl dropped the classic. The bullets that guided the target in the smart lock no longer needed to be calibrated by Carl. The next weapon he needed to pick up was the blade. A flying knife flew out of Carl's hand. In the slow time, the attackers who ran over on the ground had grim faces. The sharp blades of the mantis knives in their hands were aimed at Carl's fatal parts. There were 3 people besieging Carl. The sharp blade stabbed Carl's kidneys and chest from both sides and the front. If Carl didn't want to be torn apart by 6 sharp blades, he could only retreat. But time was enough. The fierce eyes of the 3 attackers were still frozen on their faces. But the time that Sion Weston gave them had reached the limit. Next, it was Carl time. You are 1 step behind. Carl stretched out his hands and grabbed the 2 mantis knives. He used his left and right hands to alternately force the mantis knives stabbing from 2 directions into the chests of the attackers on the opposite side, and then continued to rush forward without blinking. Time continued to flow. In front of Carl, there was another mantis knife that went straight to his chest. There was no escape. But as time passed, the flying knife flew to the back of the person in front of Carl in midair, and the EMP interference in it was activated. The range is 4 meters. And now the knife is exactly 4 meters behind the attacker. No difference. With the electromagnetic pulse vibration, the attacker in front of Carl almost lost consciousness in an instant. Mantis knife, Sion Weston, an enemy with such a classic combination. The prosthetic transformation on his body is destined to be impossible to retain consciousness under the electromagnetic pulse. Sleep peacefully. Carl dodged the mantis blade sideways, opened his palm, and grasped the face of the attacker in front of him with 5 fingers. Palm closed. Crack. Puff. Along with the sound of 2 sharp blades piercing the body behind him. The sound of bones breaking came from under Carl's palm. Kill 3 people. Crack. 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 The smart bullet locked onto the target, bypassed the front of the armored vehicle, penetrated into the vehicle through the window where the attacker jumped out, and hit the driver. When Carl loosened his hand and put down the body, the armored vehicle without the driver began to lose control. After twisting and driving in a strange forward trajectory, it passed by Carl and hit the side of the heavy truck hard. 1 was eliminated. There were 5 armored vehicles in total. And now, there were 4 left. In the dust raised by the vehicle, Carl straightened his helmet, and then stepped into the smoke. The dust raised by the bullets and vehicles was his best hiding place at this moment. Walking through the hail of bullets, Carl was grateful in his heart. He was grateful that he was wearing combat uniforms. Otherwise, in such a place where the smoke and dust would not dissipate for a long time, his clothes would probably be stained with a layer of mud color. The military technology people and the Wanderers have launched a counterattack, facing the enemies rushing to their faces. They still know how to fight, although many people were torn into pieces by the attackers' mantis knives at the moment of fighting. The guns in their hands still left bullet holes on several attackers. In terms of numbers, the combined number of military technology and Wanderers, even if they suffered losses, is still more than the attackers. In the close-range exchange of fire, this personnel advantage makes the death toll gradually approach. The leader of the attackers watched the life signals of his team members being interrupted continuously, and his teeth under the helmet were already clenched together. These people were all brought up by him, and they could all be regarded as his iron subordinates. Today, they have to exchange with a group of unidentified freight personnel in the company. This is really a loss. Where is the hacker? It was him who forced him to come here. Where is he? The leader of the attackers did not rush to participate in the close combat. His artificial eyes scanned the battlefield left and right, trying to find the hacker he must kill. This kind of hacker who can instantly hack into their team's communication must be someone with professional equipment, and may even be hiding somewhere to control the equipment. The leader of the attackers does not think that the other party can complete such a hacking attack by just using the access warehouse. The hacker of his own team only resisted for less than a second before being solved, and at that moment, the hacker actually had time to hack into other members of his team. That kind of ability can definitely be achieved with a complete set of hacking equipment. In this kind of battlefield, the leader of the attackers targeted the only armored vehicle that did not belong to their side, where a complete set of hacking equipment could be placed. The armored vehicle was parked next to the truck. Because of the fear of accidentally injuring the truck, it had not been taken care of by the attacker's snipers. So in theory, it was possible for one person to lie down safely in it. If the hacker was lying in the equipment arranged in the armored vehicle to hack, it seemed to explain why he had not seen any hacker-like figures in such a chaotic situation. Is he hiding here? The leader of the attackers activated Sion Weston, rushed to the side of the armored vehicle, and raised his right hand. On his right hand, a strange-looking mantis knife popped out. This mantis knife was not like an ordinary mantis knife, which was shaped like a sharp blade. Instead, from the appearance, the blade was covered with serrations. As the leader of the attackers manipulated it, the serrated blade of the mantis knife began to rotate. It was like a chainsaw popped out from his arm. The face of the leader of the attackers under the helmet was cold, and he waved his right hand. Under the serrated blade, the iron plate of the armored vehicle was like butter cut by a hot knife, and the gap was easily torn open. The attacker wanted to stab forward and directly stab the mantis knife into the body of the vehicle, but found that there was no one in the armored vehicle. Not here. The pupils of the leader of the attackers shrank, and behind him, there was a faint sound of footsteps. Another one is solved. Shongyep pressed against the back of the helmet. Bang. Chapter 257 Diamond-shaped wooden block. This mantis knife is really special. Carl stared at the serrated mantis knife on the corpse's hand on the ground. He didn't expect that someone would transform the mantis knife into this kind of electric saw. This kind of sharp blade next to the wrist rotates like a saw, which always feels a bit familiar. Carl thought of the anime he watched in the past, in which an ultimate creature used a hand-derived weapon similar to this. It's pretty cool to think about it. The hand turned into an electric saw, cutting objects along the trajectory of the hand. Bang, bang, bang. Listening to the sound, Carl turned his head slightly. Now the situation on the field is quite clear. In Carl continuous killing, the military technology personnel, who have a great advantage in personnel, are besieging the few remaining attackers together with the Wanderers. Although the remaining attackers were still resisting with their subcutaneous armor and weapons. After their commanders and elite personnel in the team were all cleared by Carl, they were soon divided and surrounded by military technology, which still had organizational capabilities. Quite an efficient way of fighting. Carl evaluated the battle commanded by Meredith, and had already rated this subordinate of Blanca in his heart. Carl had never forgotten the personal commission from Blanca in this mission. Blanca mentioned it when she asked him to contact her subordinates, asking Carl to judge Meredith's loyalty and ability. Carl couldn't understand her loyalty, but he could see her ability clearly. For companies like military technology and Arasaka, being able to command personnel well in battle is definitely an outstanding talent. If nothing unexpected happens, Meredith will be promoted sooner or later and reach the same position as Blanca. It's just a matter of time. Overall, the evaluation is 8 points. A very qualified company dog. And the place that suits her better is not the freight department, but the special operations department. Carl turned around and walked more than 10 steps, picking up the classics he had dropped on the ground. When he turned back, the last attacker was also cleared. These attackers obviously trusted their close combat capabilities too much. If there was no Carl among the people they were facing, and there were military technology agents, they could have wiped out all the people here with the subcutaneous armor that almost everyone had. But it was a pity that this place had Carl and military technology agents. These people are better than the military technology people, but not much better. In Carl evaluation, it is no problem to solve the military technology agents in a one-on-one duel. But don't count on 1-on-2 or 1-on-3. What's more, now it is not 1-on-2 or 1-on-3, but 1-on-5 or even more. After the last attacker was dealt with, Meredith came over with a frown. The first sentence he said made Carl raise his eyebrows slightly. These guys seem to be from Arasaka. Arasaka? Carl patted his clothes, revealing the Arasaka mark on his clothes under the dust. Arasaka people attacked Arasaka. Could it be that they knew we were the attackers? But the escorting personnel should not be able to send a signal. I don't know the reason. Meredith said so, but his words were extremely firm. But I will never mistake Arasaka operatives. Their actions and their combat methods all reveal that they are personnel who have walked out of Arasaka professional collective training. The Arasaka aura in their bones cannot be concealed. If someone from military technology says this, I believe it. The one who knows you best is often your enemy. When a military technology person says that the other party is an Arasaka person, the gold content of this statement is not low. Carl was about to say something when he heard a rustling sound in his headset. This sound, like communication interference, was not only heard in Carl's headset, but also in the headsets of every person present. Oh no! Feeling this special interference sound, Meredith's face changed. She turned her head abruptly and looked into the distance. Above the clouds on the horizon, the sky had changed. The storm is coming. Storm? Meredith explained to Carl. It is a strong storm scheduled to arrive today. According to the scheduled time, it will arrive after we deliver the goods of Arasaka, and it can also effectively cover the traces of our actions. But we didn't expect to be attacked by another wave of Arasaka personnel. So it was delayed. In other words, we have to evacuate quickly. This is a Category 3 hurricane. If we are caught up by this storm, even if we are sitting in the car, we will be swept up to the sky. After Meredith finished speaking, she hurriedly ran over and shouted to command her staff. A Category 3 hurricane can easily blow away houses in the wilderness. If they are unlucky enough to encounter such a natural disaster, they'd better pray that they can die quickly. Otherwise, the various debris involved in the hurricane can grind the people in it into blood and flesh together with their bones. Hearing that it was a Category 3 hurricane, Carl also took action. He didn't want to be like Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz, who was taken to Oz by the hurricane to meet the lion, the tin, and the scarecrow. The busy staff didn't care about the goods anymore, except for some vagrants who were really not afraid of death and kept stuffing equipment into their cars. The other staff started the car and threw out anything that would increase the weight, and even kicked the bodies of colleagues who fell to the side. They were going to have a life-and-death race with the hurricane. Those who slowed down would die. It was really a race with the god of death. At this time, who would care about those colleagues who competed with them in the company? Maybe the company would be happy if they didn't take their colleagues' bodies back, so that they could find excuses for missing people and not pay compensation. When the staff took action for their lives, Carl walked to the pile of apples rolling on the ground. He felt sorry that these fruits would be swept away by the storm and could not be taken away in boxes. He planned to at least put a few in his pocket. Just when he picked up an apple, something rolled down in the pile of apples. What is it? A diamond-shaped wooden block rolled out of the broken apple box, attracting Carl's attention. Without thinking too much, Carl picked up the wooden block and the surrounding apples, took the apples, and ran towards the place where the military technology vehicle was. No matter what it is, it's time to go now. 3 minutes after the convoy left, the storm swept this place and swept away everything. Chapter 258. Thank you very much for your assistance this time. It is not our style to let you go for nothing. We will provide you with relevant compensation later. After being chased back to Night City by the storm, Meredith apologized to Carl before he left. However, Carl just nodded slightly and took off his combat uniform and left in the convoy. The agreement was that Carl could take a few things from this job. Carl actually took a few apples. But this obviously could not be considered as the commission of this wilderness mission. After all, there were too many accidents in this mission, which was beyond the scope of ordinary interception missions. Carl did not say whether he wanted it or not, but the person concerned had to give it. This was the sincerity of the commission. No one would have a conflict with a mercenary of Carl level because of a little bit of profit. In the eyes of the calculating corporate dogs, it was a very unworthy loss-making business. Carl returned home with a bag full of apples, flipped through the mobile phone communication that was interrupted by the hurricane, and saw some new messages. There was nothing special to be concerned about, just ordinary small talk. Perhaps the only thing to be concerned about was the message sent by Mr. Johnson, who said that a factional struggle had occurred within the Tiger Claw gang this morning, and Andy had found the trace of a high-ranking member of the Tiger Claw gang and had begun tracking him. Hope everything is safe. Thinking of this, Carl put the 7 apples he brought back into the refrigerator in the room, thought about it, and took out another one, walked to the bathroom, and began to wash the apple. Although the water in the Watson district of Night City is not much better than the seriously polluted Santo Domingo district, it is still okay to wash away the sand and dust. Next, he walked to the vending machine, bought a bottle of pure water, and walked to the sink again to rinse it one last time. It was not easy to get fresh fruit, but it was better not to eat it with the polluted water droplets left on it. Carl remembered that he had read a book before, that there was a waxy protective film on the outside of the apple, and polluted water could not actually penetrate it, but it was always better to be on the safe side. Oh, I have to do a final test before eating. Carl walked to the armory and looked around, and found a chip from the compartment. Food analysis chip. The same type that Chio used for poison testing. Carl bought it after Chio recommended it. After inserting the chip into a scanning table with a flat bottom, Carl placed the apple on it, and then the scanning table began to scan. After a few breaths, the scan was over, and the 4 corners of the scanning head lit up, and then a palm-sized screen popped up from the bottom, showing the relevant scan data. Carl took a quick look at the scan results, and there was no problem. It seems that there is nothing wrong with this batch of apples. So, the reason why the group of attackers who were also Arasaka attacked Arasaka was because of this? Carl took out the diamond-shaped wooden block he had brought back. He didn't think this thing was just a coincidence. This kind of thing mixed in a pile of apples. It should have been stuck to the wooden box. Although Carl didn't know if every wooden box had it. But he was sure that it was definitely not ordinary. The reason is simple. This kind of diamond-shaped wood block is placed inside the box. And when apples collide with it, there will be a concave surface, which should never exist for transportation, because apples with concave surfaces are easily eroded by bacteria and rot faster than intact apples. And a rotten apple will emit more ethylene than ordinary apples, so that other apples around it will mature faster. And overripe apples will also produce ethylene, which will then cause a chain reaction and ruin a box of apples. This is also why rotten fruits should be picked out as soon as possible when seen in a pile of fruits. Thanks to this little family knowledge known in the past, Carl can judge that this defect that should not exist in the transportation industry is intentional. In the past, it can explain the design communication error. But in this era when fresh fruits are quite precious, if a design company that creates this kind of design that will damage the company's property is really so stupid, it will not be able to survive in today's society. Carl looked over and over at this redundant design that belongs to the inside of the box in his hand, searching the knowledge reserves in his brain, trying to find something that fits this diamond-shaped wood block from everything he knew in the past. But he searched through all his memories and couldn't find anything that fits the thing in front of him. Because from the outside, this is a block of wood that feels a bit thick and heavy. Carl put the block of wood on the table, chewed the sweet and sour apple, frowned and thought. Let's assume first. Assume that the group of attackers from Arasaka are targeting this block of wood that has escaped military technology scanning because of its wooden shell. Then what is the meaning of this block of wood? Is there a different one in each box? Can they be assembled into a Gundam? Wooden Gundam? But even if there is one in each box, it is not big enough to assemble. Even if I want to collect them all, I am not sure where the remaining wood blocks that may exist in the bad land have flown to. Then there is only one possibility. Putting the bitten apple aside, Carl stretched out his hands and carefully pinched the two corners of the diamond-shaped wood block. Open it and see if there is anything inside it. Crack. The texture of the wood block is not hard. It is better to say that it began to break as soon as Carl exerted a little force. Hollow. Carl watched the 5 cm thick diamond-shaped wood block being opened by himself, revealing a layer of tin foil. Tin foil? This unique handicraft product originally produced in Shaoxing and used to worship ghosts and gods, mostly used for sealing in today's world. Carl remembered that this thing has good heat insulation. Are you afraid of the high-temperature environment that may exist in the bad land? Carl continued to carefully pinch a corner of the tinfoil, tearing the whole piece of tinfoil into pieces and opening it. Inside the tinfoil package, there was a small sculpture. It was a small sculpture, and it was hard to tell what it looked like. It just looked like a bird, without even claws. Only 2 pairs of wings and a beak. And the material was also wooden. It was wooden again. A Russian nesting doll. Right? Carl took out the sculpture, crushed it, and found that the last thing in the broken wooden sculpture was a piece of paper. A piece of paper. It was really rare. Nowadays, most people use chips to carry information. And reading paper books is something that only wanderers in the bad land would do. Carl opened the mysterious and hidden note for a long time, and finally revealed the shape of the note, and then found that there was only one sentence written inside. The location has been found out. This paper records part of the location, where the item is located. 142 degrees 10 minutes east longitude, 27 degrees 45 minutes north latitude. Chapter 259 Meeting on the Rooftop. 142 degrees 10 minutes east longitude, 27 degrees 45 minutes north latitude. What is this location? Carl checked and found that this location is the Ogasawara Islands, which belongs to Tokyo. The Ogasawara Islands are subtropical islands, which were quite suitable for sea bathing and diving in the past. But now they are private islands of Arasaka Company. Judging from the content of this note, someone in Arasaka found out that something is in the Ogasawara Islands. So they used this vehicle to transport it and inform certain people? Then maybe the matter was leaked, and they were attacked by other Arasaka people halfway. What is it that is so important that it actually uses this ancient way to transmit information? But Carl has no way of knowing what it is. The diamond-shaped wooden block he obtained can now be confirmed as part of the information transmission. Then, there should be the same diamond-shaped wooden blocks in other boxes. But these wooden blocks have been swept away to unknown places by the strong hurricane on the bad land. The content recorded in it has also disappeared with the wind. However, the content is unknown. But the clues are still there. Who commissioned the Arasaka freight? Who handled it? Where it was finally delivered? And who delivered it? These things can be found as long as you are willing to find out. Coincidentally, what Carl lacks is curiosity and the internal relationship of Arasaka. And he also intends to ask the internal personnel of Arasaka about this thing. Carl is not going to communicate with military technology about this kind of thing that they will definitely be interested in. Because as a mercenary, Carl has the right to trade the things he got in the mission. Although this thing was obtained in the mission of military technology, it is not within the scope of the employer mission. If it is within the scope of the mission, Carl will definitely hand it over to military technology. But if it is not, then Carl will have to deal with it himself. In other words, Carl got something that the employer did not ask for, or even did not know that it was needed. And he took the initiative to hand it in. That would be too stupid. This analogy is, there is a river. Someone commissioned Carl to carry a bag of flour across it. Carl carried the flour across. And on the way, he picked up a piece of gold in the river. Is this gold related to the task? Of course it is. If no one commissioned him, Carl would not have failed to pick up the gold from the river. But does this gold need to be handed over to the client? Ding. The call made by Carl was quickly connected. From the other end of the phone, a middle-aged man's voice with a tired tone came. Hello. Carl. Why are you calling at this time? I got something. Let me explain first. I got it during the mission, so I won't reveal any information about the employer. I can only say that I got something by chance. This thing was secretly transported by some personnel using quite old methods. I think you will be very interested. Mr. Kenichi Shiro. Something obtained during the mission. Kenichi Shiro listened to Carl's words, and his eyes flashed with data and intelligence. He looked for intelligence information about Carl. You took an armed taxi in the city center in the morning. And then, Kenichi Shiro saw something from the intelligence. You reappeared under the surveillance of Night City just an hour ago. And at that time, a strong hurricane happened to blow outside the city. In the hurricane. That's it. In the intelligence, there was no need for Carl to explain. Just hearing the information that Carl had a mission, Kenichi Shiro deduced the general situation through the intelligence. You got something outside, didn't you? Kenichi Shiro realized the importance of the matter, and deliberately did not mention any words related to the Badlands or goods during the conversation. He only used a way that Carl could understand to communicate, indicating that he had understood. Almost. But our communication should not be safe. So let's not talk about the details. Are you interested in meeting Mr. Kenichi Shiro? Very interested. Kenichi Shiro had deduced the matter through some details. And he also saw something different from the convoy that disappeared in the strong hurricane. The convoy was nominally under the jurisdiction of the Transportation Department of Night City Arasaka, but its overall procedures did not specify the relevant transportation receiving personnel. If Kenichi Shiro had not thought of the missing freight truck because of Carl's words and went to check it, he would not even be able to find the relevant records. How could Kenichi Shiro not be interested in this? In the previous board cleanup, Kenichi Shiro obtained the permission of Arasaka Michiko and took the position of vice president, which was just one step away from him. He originally thought that the internal situation should be cleaned up so that at least the information could flow smoothly. Now it seems that there are still too many other people. And he, the newly appointed vice president, is still quite insufficient in some aspects. Then we meet later. Hearing that Kenichi Shiro was interested, Carl hid the paper in the lining of his clothes and hung up the phone. Carl actually memorized the content on the paper at a glance. But the paper itself might have some secret codes and hidden words. And the way the paper was made could also slightly infer its source. Generally speaking, it couldn't be burned as garbage. Carl had to bring this thing to Kenichi Shiro in its original form. Carl and Kenichi Shiro didn't agree on a meeting place during the call. But it wasn't a big deal. Because if Mr. Kenichi Shiro was interested, he would only come from one place. Carl walked out the door and took the elevator to the top floor of his super skyscraper. Ordinary super skyscraper top floors, including the rooftops, are rented out to those who can't live in the North Oak district, but think that their status is high enough and should not be on the same level as ordinary residents. These people are often high-ranking members of the gang. They will not choose the Shunbrin district or the Charter Hill. For them, looking down at the people below from the top of the towering super skyscraper is also a wonderful enjoyment and experience. But there are no such people in Carl building. The reason is quite simple. During a mission, the person on the top floor of the building where Carl lived happened to be the target of Carl team. So after Carl and Oliver finished their meal, they went upstairs, and then nothing happened. After that, the building has been empty until now, and no gang leader has dared to live in it. Chapter 260. Even if it was Carl. Carl walked out of the door and took the elevator up. But he felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong. There was no one in the elevator, and it ran smoothly. But after entering the elevator, he always felt a sense of being watched, as if he had been staring at Carl. Is it an illusion? Carl did not find a surveillance camera in the elevator, but he believed in his feelings. This is not an illusion. He was being stared at. Is it so fast? As expected. I have to tell Mr. Kenichi Shiro when I meet him to see if he can use the same high standard precautions as Haruko in his communication with me. It was less than a minute of chatting, and the content was not clearly stated, but it was still noticed by some people. Or, those people who were watching him by unknown means were originally the agents arranged around him by those people. But they were activated at this time? Carl didn't know what was going on, but he was very clear about one thing. This group of people were not afraid of Mr. Kenichi Shiro, who was the vice president. They were no longer ordinary traitors and must be dealt with. Tick. When Carl's elevator reached the 44th floor, he heard a very slight ticking sound while ascending the elevator. This ticking sound was very similar to the sound of a clock swinging. But in this city where old-fashioned clocks are rarely used, this ticking sound only symbolizes one thing. Time bomb. It's calculated. Carl looked at the time bomb that had just risen to the floor and appeared at the door of the elevator room. And the time had reached 0. His face changed a little. This elevator is broken. According to the property efficiency of this building, it will take many days to repair it. The elevator in the super skyscraper where Carl is located is not fully enclosed. From the outside, it looks more like an iron cage. Now, Carl is imprisoned in this iron cage and can only watch the time bomb outside the iron cage explode. Bang. The explosion sounded along with fragments and flames and swept towards Carl, engulfing him in it. Crack. Bang. With the sound of the elevator wire rope breaking, the twisted elevator room fell rapidly downwards, falling from the 44th floor. This twisted iron cage elevator will turn everything inside into a pile of squeezed scrap metal. No one can survive from here. Not even Carl, the top mercenary in Night City. The communication of the personnel responsible for intercepting the goods in the Bad Land has been interrupted. Carl may have obtained something. The matter cannot be exposed and cannot be known to anyone except us. On the 44th floor, an Arasaka agent who personally supervised all this had a grim expression. Prepare for secondary verification. Go downstairs and destroy the body. Humph. The famous mercenary KK. It seems that he is just like this. Imprisoned in a cage. He is just a pigeon that can't flap its wings and fly. Beside this Arasaka agent, there is a surveillance team of 10 people, and the leader of the surveillance is very happy about the smooth development. He couldn't help but reveal a trace of contempt on his face. If we had known that he was so easy to kill, we should have acted earlier. In this way, other people inside Arasaka Tower might have a chance to escape because of the failure of Adam's heavy hammer to clean up in time. Keep the necessary vigilance. Agent Arasaka did not show any contempt like his colleagues around him. The other party was transferred from other places in America by various means after the cleanup of Arasaka Tower because of the lack of personnel. His understanding of Carl was just through some videos. He had never met Carl in person and did not know much about Carl horror. Although he also did not think that Carl could survive such an explosion and elevator fall. In his heart, the commanding Arasaka agent still had some respect for Carl for the strong. This respect prevented him from feeling contempt. This mercenary named KK, if confronted head-on, is a terrifying existence that might be able to kill them all within 10 minutes. Today's explosion was only based on their deliberate planning and their advanced preparation. There is nothing to look down on. More importantly, it is to verify the death. Kenichi Shiro will soon react to Carl's death. They have to go downstairs quickly to ensure that Carl will not leave even a little bit of debris. Go downstairs for the second verification. Sigh. We have to walk another distance. The leader of the monitor combat team shrugged his shoulders and led his team to the elevator shaft. My team members, and I will jump down one floor at a time using the elevator shaft. You can walk down slowly. Listening to the words of the combat team leader, The agent frowned, but said nothing, because in terms of rank, he and the other party are at the same level, and even some of the other party's unimportant positions are higher than his. In Arasaka, if there is no subjugation, then even if it is just a little higher, it can overwhelm all words. Of course, not saying anything does not mean that the agent is not dissatisfied with the leader of the combat team. The other party has a very good resume. He has completed 24 combat missions in South America, 14 important rescue operations, 8 times to prevent other companies from invading, and 1 group annihilation war. He is considered to be an excellent combatant who ranks among the top in the South American region. He usually thinks that he is no worse than some people who are praised to the sky. Now that KK has been easily solved, it has further boosted the other party's arrogance. If this continues, the other party may not take their superior seriously. He has to report this matter back. Just as the agent was thinking this, he was gently patted on the back. Almost instinctively, the agent turned his head, and when he turned his head halfway, he suddenly realized the people on this floor had long been cleared out by various means. In the past month, there were only their people on this floor. The stairs were blocked in advance before the battle. Now that everyone has gone to the elevator in front, who can pat his shoulder? The answer is Carl. No one can survive a falling and twisting elevator. Not even Carl. This is true if we exclude characters like Adam Hammer, and add a constraint that Carl cannot tear open the iron cage guardrail. It is indeed true. Who could expect that the iron used in this elevator that is always out of service and of poor quality is good iron that is strong and will not twist? Right? You are spying on me. Carl smiled at the horrified faces of the Arasaka agents and the unbelievable eyes of the combat team members who suddenly turned back. Really? I tried too hard to escape under extreme conditions, and now my nerves are aching. This pain must be returned. Chapter 261 Biology and Machinery. KK. After exchanging glances, the members of the combat team raised their authentic kinetic assault rifles without hesitation in front of Carl, who was behind Agent Arasaka. 10 assault rifles fired at the same time, instantly covering Agent Arasaka and Carl behind him. When Agent Arasaka stared with his eyes wide open and his body was torn into pieces of flesh and blood by the powerful kinetic bullets, Carl had already left behind him and pulled out the gun from his waist. The sound of Zhongyi gunshots resounded in the corridor. But the combat team members, who had long known that Carl usually only carried kinetic pistols when he went out, were already prepared for Carl counterattack. Sensing the danger of the synaptic accelerator activated, each of the 10 combat teams evaded Zhongyi bullets with a very sensitive movement, and then dropped the authentic, took out various melee weapons, and surrounded Carl from 2 directions. To deal with an enemy like Carl, siege from multiple directions is always the best choice. Carl's eyes quickly scanned the people surrounding him from both sides, but he found that their speed of advancement was quite particular. The people on both sides were approaching at almost the same speed, which cut off Carl's possibility of dealing with them one by one. Moreover, looking at the bulging muscles and red face of the man in the lead, it was obvious that he had activated the violent prosthesis. For this kind of enemy that has activated the violent type, all the pain of its flesh will be forgotten by the adrenaline rushing up, and its flesh's ability to withstand injuries will also increase significantly. In combination, the subcutaneous armor that must have is the best meat shield. You can't wait for them to complete the encirclement. Even if you can't deal with one group of people and then deal with another group, you have to find a target first. Carl chose the 5 people rushing over from the left, and at the same time, his hand moved slightly, and a knife went to the right. A knife? The man on the right rushed to the front, and was the first person to cover his teammates' attacks. Facing the knife flying in front of him, his brain, which was under the influence of violent type, did not feel any threat. So this little doubt disappeared in his mind in an instant. The members selected to be the meat shields of the combat team were at least nearly 2 meters tall, with tight muscles and subcutaneous armor thickness not much different from that of armored vehicles. There was nothing to be afraid of as long as a knife that was only the length of a palm was not sharp enough to penetrate this layer of protection and hit the fatal part at the same time. The knife did not cause any harm to him, as the combat member thought. The blade, which was only 10 centimeters long, was blocked by flesh and blood after deeply piercing the right chest. In addition to cutting off half of the synthetic lung lobe of this combat teammate, it did not cause more physical damage. But this was exactly what Carl wanted. When Carl threw out the knife, he deliberately didn't use much force. Otherwise his arm combined with the power of the knife would be enough to pierce through the leading combat team member, and pierce into the chest of the next few combat team members. The effective distance is 5 meters. While muttering in his heart, he didn't care about the situation of the personnel on the other side behind him. Carl met the enemy in front of him, and a single molecular line had been drawn between his hands. Buzz! The light flashing from Carl's hand gently surrounded the throat of the enemy in front of him. When Carl released his left hand, he exerted a little force with his right hand, and soon, a head was separated from the body. He grabbed the head wearing a helmet and bleeding from the edge. When Carl used his free left hand to hold a wakizashi that was stabbing forward, he threw away the helmet that his right hand had just grabbed the edge of. The blood gushing out of the broken helmets accurately fell on the heads of the remaining personnel. Although these combat team members all had artificial eyes, just like the glass of a vehicle needs wipers, they still need to blink when facing liquids, just like ordinary eyes. At the moment, they blinked unconsciously. The knife behind Carl activated. In the electromagnetic pulse, the 5 combat team members behind Carl, who had been modified to a high degree, were disturbed at the same time and paused. This pause coincided with the moment when the remaining 4 people in front of Carl blinked unconsciously. In other words, at this moment, only Carl could see things clearly and act freely. For a mercenary of Carl level, there are too many things that can be done in this short time. Time, as Carl wished, slowed down in perception. In such a time, Carl loosened the wakizashi held in his left hand, and while withdrawing slowly, he took out a grenade from his waist. A grenade that Carl asked the owner of the weapon store to modify, which would be activated the moment it was used. The name of this grenade is the Deep Cutting Personnel Anti-Personnel Grenade. It is a special grenade that will emit cutting lasers in all directions after being thrown. It is expensive, but it is not unfair to use it to deal with Arasaka combat personnel. Z-Buzz! The crimson laser spread out like a shower, and then began to move and cut. In the laser cutting with a killing range of about 4 meters, the bodies of the 4 combatants on the left were divided into pieces of unknown objects with burn marks. Before these scattered bodies fell to the ground, Carl had turned around. Now in front of him were 5 combat members, who had temporarily lost their ability to resist due to electromagnetic pulses. When Carl looked at those people, he was a little surprised to find that one of them had recovered his artificial eye, and was looking at him in horror. Although the various prostheses on the body had not yet functioned again, the recovery of the artificial eye alone was enough to surprise Carl. Is the recovery speed so fast? Carl had heard that some hovercrafts on the market now have special technologies that can resist EMP to some extent. For example, Kong Tao used an ordinary hovercraft to demonstrate how to temporarily abandon the defense system and restart the body stability program when it was hit by EMP during the press conference. However, Carl always thought that it was only a hovercraft experiment. He didn't expect that he could see a similar situation on humans. Could it be that the muscles and organs of biotechnology were used to construct a half-mechanical and half-flesh structure? Confused and puzzled, but after being curious, Carl was willing to explore the reason. He waved a single molecule line in the fearful and regretful eyes of the combat captain. In the flying head, Carl pulled out the knife from the head of the person next to him with his left hand and confirmed it with his right hand. Sure enough, it was a new product combined with biotechnology. A structure that combined machinery and flesh. I always thought that this technology was only used by those powerful people who tried to prolong their lives. Chapter 262, Floating Car and Pickup. You are so slow. Mr. Kenichi Shiro, standing on the roof, watching the floating car slowly descend. Carl wiped the dried blood on his face, smiled, and greeted Kenichi Shiro. Carl. Kenichi Shiro called Carl name and got off the hovercraft. Looking at Carl now, he frowned. Did you encounter an attack while coming up? I guess so. I don't need to tell you who it was. You can guess it. Mr. Kenichi Shiro. Carl checked other parts of his body and made sure that there was no more blood on him. He said, these guys blew up the elevator directly. The whole building was in a commotion. Before anyone came to check, I notified Mr. Johnson and others, and then climbed up from the elevator. Carl originally wanted to take the stairs, but the accessible stairs were blocked. It would take some time to move those things. Carl was too lazy to spend that effort, so he jumped directly from the elevator shaft and climbed up using the strength of his arms, because he felt that his legs were not strong enough. He had to think about getting a leg prosthesis later. It seems that these people have been here for a while. Kenichi Shiro frowned. I will check the identities of these people and transfer their personnel later. So Carl, where is the stuff this time? Remember to give a fair price. Carl took out a crumpled note from his pocket and handed it to Kenichi Shiro. Among the things I got, there is only this piece of paper. Nothing else. Paper? Kenichi Shiro took the paper and flipped through it, and then seemed to see something. His face changed, and he looked up at Carl. In addition to this piece of paper, do you see any other marks? Is there any connection? Carl didn't understand, but still described the shape of the diamond-shaped wooden block and the appearance of the bird statue in it, and finally added a description of the claw marks and patterns he saw. There is a connection. Hearing Carl's description, Kenichi Shiro's face became more solemn. And then he told Carl the reason. Do you know what that pattern and bird statue symbolize? Bird statue and pattern. Carl thought about the three factions in Arasaka, and then thought about the bird whose specific appearance could not be seen. Is this a covert means of communication for which faction? If it is just a simple bird shape, it is still impossible to confirm who it is. But if it is that pattern, Kenichi Shiro looked serious. That is a pattern that the street gangs in Tokyo, Japan like to use very much. After a person founded a group called Steel Dragon, more than 70% of the members of that group would put such a logo on their motorcycles, symbolizing the dragon resisting from the flames. Steel Dragon. Hearing the name, Carl instantly understood whose thing it was. Arasaka Nobuyuki, the rebellious son of the Arasaka family, the leader of the Hawk faction, and now the only male heir of Arasaka. Then it seems that the people who wanted to rob the Eagles and prevented him from meeting Mr. Kenichi Shiro should be from that faction. I had heard that the father and son were not getting along. It turned out that there were many struggles within the company. However, Carl was also curious. The paper was originally collected. What was recorded in it that made the people of that faction take such action regardless of being exposed? Kenichi Shiro saw Carl's doubts, but he didn't know what this thing represented. Maybe I have to discuss it with the lady when I go back. And I have to check whether there are any secret codes written on this note by other means. Kenichi Shiro put away the note. No one dared to attack the airship directly in Night City. He could use the airship to quickly return to Arasaka Tower. Once in Arasaka Tower, no matter what conspiracy or calculation there was, it would have to be put on the scene. Then I go back first. If you have anything to ask later. Before Kenichi Shiro finished speaking, Carl raised his hand like a student who finally got the chance to ask questions in class. I really have something to ask. Mr. Kenichi Shiro. Really? Kenichi Shiro turned halfway and turned back again. He looked at Carl. Is it a reward? I won't give you less. It's not such a small matter. Carl stared at Kenichi Shiro hovercraft, his eyes full of amazement. Mr. Kenichi Shiro. Is this the hovercraft produced by Rayfield? Kenichi Shiro followed Carl's line of sight and looked at his own hovercraft. Although he was a little curious about why Carl, who had never shown interest in cars, suddenly asked about cars. This was not a question that could not be answered. Durandal, a four-seater hovercraft produced by Rayfield in 2017, is considered an older model. Recently, it is said that a model called Holy Sword will be launched. What? Are you interested? Carl looked at the floating car that was reflecting a crystal-like light in the sun, nodded and said, I wonder if I can borrow this car from you, Mr. Kenichi Shiro, for a few days tomorrow. What do you want to borrow the car for? It's not a big deal for a man to borrow a car from another man if they have a good relationship. But Kenichi Shiro was more suspicious of Carl borrowing of the car. What happened to him today? Not only was he interested in cars, he also asked to borrow one. With his wealth, it shouldn't be difficult for him to buy an ordinary floating car. Or did he fall in love with luxury goods? If his hobbies have changed, then maybe he can use luxury goods to restrict his behavior. While Kenichi Shiro was thinking, Carl answered the reason. A friend of mine is coming to the city from outside. According to the speed of his car, he may need to stop and repair on the road, plus the time to find supplies. And it may take him 10 days or half a month to come. The cars produced by Rayfield Company are all top luxury cars and sports cars. I was thinking if I could borrow this car to pick up my friend in the Badland. Go pick up a friend? Kenichi Shiro's mind flashed through Carl's network of relationships. And then he found a rather unfamiliar and ordinary name, Vincent. An ordinary wanderer codenamed V. You really make friends with everyone. Listening to Kenichi Shiro's words, which clearly showed contempt for V identity, Carl didn't say anything, but just smiled and asked again, "Is it okay, Mr. Kenichi Shiro? I lend it to you for 10 days. And remember to park it back when the time comes. Thank you very much. Although it's okay to pick up a friend in an ordinary car, and true friends won't be disgusted at all. But picking up a friend in a luxury car can always give him some face in front of others." Chapter 263, Floating Car. Awesome. Standing in the car body, pulling the open door, Oliver looked down at the land on the bad land, and couldn't help shouting, "Be careful, Oliver. You're falling." Although Jack was standing at the open door of the floating car like Oliver, he didn't seem as excited as Oliver. Or in other words, he didn't seem as excited as Oliver on the surface. He held the upper door frame of the hovercraft with one hand, leaned out halfway, and looked at the ground more than 60 meters away from him. This feeling of looking down from a high place and everything becoming smaller is too awesome. That is to say, even if you look down from a high building in the city, you don't have this feeling. Oliver looked at the night city in the distant sky and waved, "Goodbye, Night City. You all be careful. It's time to close the hatch and start accelerating when you have seen enough." Sitting in his seat, Carl, who did not look down from the open car door like Oliver and Jack, felt the stability of the hovercraft and looked at the artificial intelligence control panel inside the hovercraft. The Durandal hovercraft that Mr. Kenichi Shiro lent him was a hovercraft equipped with a turbofan vector engine. Because it was positioned as a comfortable luxury car, its speed was not as fast as those streamlined military hovercrafts that were specially used to transport soldiers, similar to low-altitude fighters. However, its speed was not slow either. When it was started at full speed, it could reach 400 miles per hour. 400 miles per hour, in Carl era, was comparable to the speed of a small passenger plane. At this speed, how long will it take us to CV? After watching for a few minutes, Jack sat opposite Carl and asked the key question, "How far away was the last contact with us?" "Look at the automatic route planning on the control panel. It's all there," Carl answered Jack while taking out a bottle of drink from the refrigerator on the right side of the car. After a few glances, he found that it was real orange juice. It was worthy of being Mr. Kenichi Shiro car. Real orange juice. It was luxurious to think about it. Carl drank the sweet and sour cold orange juice, watching Jack leaning over to look at the control panel. Suddenly he remembered something and turned to Oliver, who was still looking at the scenery, and asked, "Speaking of which, Oliver, this hovercraft seems to be able to be switched to manual control. Do you want to try it? Driving a hovercraft? Aren't you afraid that I crash it?" Having said that, Oliver was still interested in Carl's words. He sat back in his seat and looked at Carl opposite him and asked, "How do you control this thing?" "Jack," Carl called out and turned sideways in his seat. Staring at Jack on the control panel, press the manual assistance control on the screen and switch out that function for Oliver to experience. "Do you want to connect it? It will be needed in a moment." "But Jack, you can just press it." "Okay." Jack pressed the manual assistance control on the control panel, and with an extremely slight mechanical sound of movement, an oval column rose in the middle of the seats on both sides. And on the column, there were several glowing access ports. "Try it?" Under Carl's inquiring eyes, Oliver pulled out the connection line from his wrist and connected it to the column. "Control has been transferred." Amid the mechanical sounds in the car, Oliver's eyes lit up, emitting a faint blue light, and data flowed in his eyes. "How does it feel?" "Try it first." Oliver said so, and tried to control the door to close. And he just thought about it, and the door that was originally open began to close. The lights in the car came on, and the crystal ball technology similar to the sword in the stone was placed in the window, showing the scenery outside. "It feels wonderful," Oliver said. "It's like this floating car has become an extension of my body. I want it to turn right and move forward. Then try to fly it first." T-Bug's voice sounded, and she, who did not follow the other 3 people in the team out of the city, connected the voice with the ball lying in the car. "If it works, let me try it with the ball connection layer. It's rare." "T-Bug, I thought you were not interested in vehicles." Jack sat up straight and said to the ball, which stood up from the ground, "No, I just want to get familiar with the program of the hovercraft. Maybe I will have the opportunity to use it to invade the hovercraft in the future. I haven't tried this yet." T-Bug said so, controlling the ball to extend its claws and gently pat Oliver's leg. "Try to accelerate to the destination." "Oliver, try it again," Oliver said, and the hovercraft slowly began to turn. The strong hurricane just passed Night City not far away. Don't rush me. You don't want me to lose the direction later. Speed up and rush to find the strong hurricane. After saying this, Carl was about to say something. But suddenly the hovercraft shook, and the orange juice in his hand almost fell out. Huh? Before Carl could react, a strong inertia pressed his body down on the seat. Ah! Jack's pupils suddenly dilated. But like Carl, he was pressed down on the seat by inertia before he could say anything. The vehicle did not move forward or backward. And at the moment Oliver started to accelerate, it was rising rapidly upwards. The height on the control panel was soaring. 100 meters, 200 meters, 400 meters, 800 meters. Oliver, are you driving this thing like a helicopter? Ordinary helicopters don't rise so fast. I've started it. Carl questioning only got Oliver response of suddenly excited words for some reason. And then the upward trend suddenly stopped. Carl felt his body shaken and almost jumped off the seat. Start to accelerate. With these words, Carl, who had just recovered from the ascent, noticed that the speed of the hovercraft suddenly increased, and his body was thrown to the side near the door due to inertia. Looking at the rapidly changing and blurry scenery outside the window, Carl and Jack's faces twisted. Oops. They forgot that Oliver is a speeding maniac. Usually, he only showed road rage in the city due to road restrictions. But now he has a wide world to speed. And this restraint has been. Damn Santo Domingo driver. Carl is now only glad that in order to prevent accidents, he prepared a parachute early. Chapter 264B situation. I can't get in touch with him. On the highway outside Pickens County, in the midwestern part of Colorado, V wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked up at the sun hanging high in the sky. He found that the sun in February was also very hot. It has been 4 days since V left the tribe. Not long ago, Carl and his friends sent a message to V, saying that they would come to pick him up and asked him to send a location. V had just sent the location when the contact was cut off. He didn't even know whether the location was sent successfully. Should he continue to move forward and see if he can meet Carl and his friends on the road? Or should he continue to stay according to the location that he didn't know whether it was sent successfully? He hasn't decided what to do yet. But no matter what he does, he has something he has to do now. Turning his head to look at the Thunder Viper lying on the side of the road, V sighed deeply. The car broke down again. There was only an abandoned town around, and there were no maintenance personnel. I don't know what car Carl and the others drove to pick me up. Will it be Hera? If it is the modified Hera, it should take another 5 or 6 days for them to arrive. During this time, V searched his pockets and took out only a synthetic energy bar. This was his only food. If he wanted to survive for 5 days with this thing, he had to find a way to survive first. V grew up in the Badlands. Although he was driven out of the tribe because of a conflict with the leader and didn't bring anything with him, it was not a problem to find food and water in the wilderness with the only things he had now. Find parts that can repair the car. And food. V, who had determined his next course of action, took out the car cover from the trunk of the car. After covering his car, he took the Copperhead assault rifle and walked back to the abandoned town he had passed by. There might be something left in this abandoned town, and maybe he could find alcohol, fuel, and things to repair the car. After walking back along the road for almost an hour, V, feeling the sweat dripping down his cheeks, finally walked back to the abandoned town. There are not many houses in this town. Only about 10 single-story bungalows. V started searching from the periphery. After turning over 4 houses, he finally found some cereal that had been expired for an unknown period of time in a place that looked like a town store. After opening the cereal inside and confirming that there was nothing wrong with the smell and appearance, V hid the cereal in the lining of his clothes. When he was about to look for other things, he heard the exhaust sound approaching from a distance. There was a vehicle approaching. He took out the cereal he had just hidden and put it in its original position as soon as possible. After preventing the possibility of noise due to squeezing of clothes, V slowly picked up the Copperhead snake and walked to the place where the floor-to-ceiling window of the store was originally. But now there was only a hole. He turned half of his body and looked towards the place where the sound came from outside. There are not many wanderer tribes around here. As he watched, 3 cars drove over from a distance. When he saw a logo on those cars, the hand holding the Copperhead tightened unconsciously. The Luan Dao Society. V recognized the logo on the car. It was the unique symbol of a nearby Luan Dao Society. This group of people who called themselves the Angry Gang were considered the most notorious among the Landau society. There was no unity among the companions. They could form a tribe purely because the leader could bring them enough benefits. The reason why this gang could survive in Colorado until now was just because they were good at fighting. Being good at fighting in the Badland is enough to survive. The car slowly stopped in the town, and then 9 people got off the car. V watched them whisper a few words, and then dispersed to search the town. Damn. This group of Landau society also came to search for supplies. Encountering the Landau society is not just a matter of meeting each other, and smiling and saying hello. This group of people never cares about robbing. And if the target is one person, it's even better. Seeing the 9 people of the Landau society disperse and maintain a team of 3 to explore the 3 houses around, V's heart sank. The direction of one team is a house that V has just searched. According to the experience of people who survive in the wilderness, they will soon find that the house has been searched. And then, they will soon realize that there are people around. This car will leave tire marks when driving in the Badland, especially in this abandoned town. And the absence of tire marks means that the person who just searched is in the house. We can't wait for them to find out and become alert. We have to take action first. This group of knives is very good at fighting. But V is not a vegetarian either. Just a month ago, he had a meat feast at Carl House in Night City. Holding the copperhead snake in his hand, V went out from the back door of the house where he was. Slowly walked through the blind spot of the night ghost, and touched the house he had searched before. When V walked to the house, one of the 3 night ghosts searching this area happened to be turning over rubble outside the house, trying to see if he could find any iron parts or something like that. Looking at the night ghost with his back to him, V remained silent and slowly approached. Then suddenly raised his hand and used the copperhead snake in his hand to replace his arm to clamp the neck of the night ghost from behind. The nightwalker who was attacked suddenly wanted to resist at the first moment, but V's action was quite agile. The next moment, when he couldn't make a sound because of his neck being stuck, his body also pressed closely from behind. And then, Ka slowly put down the nightwalker, who died of cervical dislocation, without letting his body fall on the rubble and causing a noise. V's face was calm. V killed someone for the first time when he was 16 years old, and the opponent he faced was also a nightwalker. Now, simply dealing with the enemy will not cause any fluctuations in his mood. The first enemy was easy to deal with, but the remaining enemies were not so easy. There were 2 people in the searched house, and they were crowded in that small room. Killing one person would inevitably alert the second person. That means the stealth is over. Hey, come and take a look. There seems to be traces of someone turning over here. At the moment, when a nightwalker in the room called his companions to come over, V flashed into the house from the back door, without waiting for the 2 nightwalkers to react. The copper-headed snake in V's hand began to hiss. Chapter 265 Meeting. I didn't see V. Oliver looked out through the camera of the hovercraft connected to his vision, and didn't see the figure at the agreed location. Is it because we came too early and V didn't arrive at the place? But V's location was right here at that time? Jack opened the car door manually and looked at the desolate land. But he didn't see any shadow that might be V. Could it be because of data interference and positioning errors? I remember V said that his positioning system was secretly stolen by the Rangers tribe on a small company's satellite. It's not surprising that a small company's satellite has any accidents. T-Bug guessed and said, if it's that kind of problem, then we may have to wait for V to calibrate first and then contact us. I don't know if his Rangers tribe has closed his outsider permissions. If the situation is not good, we may have to wait for V to find a nearby signal tower and call us. Can we only wait for V to contact us? What should we do then? Find a place to land first? Oliver asked Carl for his opinion, and Carl rolled his eyes at him. Otherwise, do you want to drive fast for a while? According to the last communication, I don't know the correct location. There is not much ethanol fuel in the hovercraft. Oliver, you drive too crazy. If you continue to control the accelerator and rush at full speed, we may run out of fuel and crash in the Badland halfway. Isn't it because there may be a supply point on the road? A hovercraft is rare, and ethanol fuel is not uncommon. At worst, we can find a broken down car on the road and smash it open, and use the remaining ethanol in those cars. Why do you think those cars broke down? Carl was a little speechless and complained. When he was about to say something else, Jack's voice came. Wait a minute. I saw a car covered with a car cover parked on the side of the road. Judging from the bumpy shape, It seems to be V's car. V's car? Hearing Jack say that, Oliver used the hovercraft to scan the road conditions. And then he saw the car covered with a car cover on the side of the road as Jack said. Abandoned vehicles are not covered with car covers. I land first. Oliver, who was already quite skilled in controlling the hovercraft, slowly let the hovercraft in the sky descend and approach the parked vehicle. When it was still 4 meters from the ground, Jack said hello and jumped down directly. After a brief pause on the ground, he quickly walked to the vehicle covered with car covers, lifted the car cover and looked at it for a few times. Then shouted to his companions in the car, "Yes, it's V's car. His Viper. This car was parked next to us during the days when we modified the car. I will never make a mistake. Is it V's car?" Carl heard Jack shouting and was a little confused. From this point of view, the positioning is correct. V is waiting for them here. But why is only the car here? Where is V? What is the matter with the car being here, but not the person? Switch to intelligent control. After Oliver handed over the control authority to the intelligent control system, he also jumped down. He did not look at the car like Jack did, but checked the surroundings. Then, he found a series of footprints in the wilderness, walking towards the distance. The scan of the artificial eye quickly allowed him to compare with the data stored in his memory. These footprints are V's shoes. When we finished the work, V took the money to go to the clothing store, and I gave him a pair of shoes. So I remember the shoe print. Listening to Oliver's words, Carl did not jump off the airborne car. He stood on the airborne car and looked into the distance along the footprints pointed by Oliver, and then saw something like a building in the sky. Could it be that V went to search for supplies? Telling this possibility to Jack and Oliver on the ground, Carl called the two to get up again, ready to follow the footprints and go to the distant buildings to have a look. Jack and Oliver had just boarded the landing airborne car again, and there was a constant sound of gunfire in the distance. In the open wilderness, the sound spread far away, and the direction from which the sound came was, "It is the direction that V might go." After several people looked at each other, the hatch closed. Jack and Carl sat firmly in their seats, and then looked at Oliver. "No need to say more. Keep racing. Don't worry. I'm not sure about other things, but you watch out for racing." The restarted hovercraft took only 2 seconds from hovering to full speed. Feeling the scenery changing rapidly, the town about 5 kilometers away appeared in front of several people in a short time. And looking down through the window of the hovercraft, several people in the car saw what was happening in the town. "V is fighting with someone," Oliver shouted and opened the car door. "Then we're just in time." Jack picked up the Saratoga, stood by the open car door, and looked down from 20 meters in the air. The members of the Wandau Society, who had just been fighting with V, noticed the sound of the engine in the air. When they looked up from behind the cover, they were surprised to find that a strong man was standing on the open-air vehicle, pointing a submachine gun at them. Ah! In the wilderness, in a broken town, encountering an air vehicle? Ah! Before he could recover from this too bizarre thing, the submachine gun in Jack's hand began to sweep at low altitude, looking down from a high place. Every Wandau Society hiding behind the cover was like a set target, and there was no possibility of error. With just a splash of a magazine, all the Wandau Society members below fell to the ground. Now I understand why the invention of the airplane is groundbreaking. Carl, who wanted to take action but found that he didn't need to do it at all, stood by the open car door, looking at the town below, and then saw V staring at them in amazement behind a store. "Hey, V, we're here to pick you up." Waving his hands happily, Carl happily greeted his friends, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. "Long time no see. Guys." V looked at Carl, who was smiling in the car, and Jack, who was waving and greeting beside him. In a daze, wondering if he was dreaming. He thought his friends were coming to pick him up by car. And they did come to pick him up by car. But who knew it was a hovercraft? To be honest, V had never ridden a hovercraft in his life, let alone robbed one. Looking at the slowly descending hovercraft, and the few friends who jumped out of the car and happily rushed to greet him, the depression from being kicked out of the tribe disappeared unconsciously. Chapter 266 Fame or? Awesome. V, how come you are the same as Oliver? Looking at V standing at the open car door and looking down and starting to yell. Carl complained about this rather childish behavior. "You know nothing. This is called ambition. Come on. V, do you want to try to control it? I give you the authority." Oliver was quite happy to see V's reaction exactly the same as his. As a car lover, he enthusiastically invited V to try to drive the hovercraft. As for his words, Carl could only say, ambition is not described in this way. Carl's little entanglement about Chinese idioms was not taken seriously by the excited people. V listened to Oliver's words, turned around and sat down next to Carl, staring at the cylinder in the middle of the vehicle, and asked Oliver, is the connection here? I disconnect first. You try to connect. I tell you, it's guaranteed to be fun. Pay attention to the fuel. Looking at it like seeing a new toy. You play with it, and then I play with it. Playing. The two of them took control. Carl remembered something and looked at V, speaking of which. V, is your car broken? I saw you parked it on the side of the road. There's something wrong with the engine. An old problem. After all, I assembled the car. Thinking of his own car. The excitement about being able to control the hovercraft eased a little, but now, I don't know how to deal with it. V was talking about Carl and his friends driving a hovercraft to pick him up. Originally, V thought that Carl and his friends would drive a normal car to pick him up, so he could still drive his car to Night City. And maybe he could still use it at that time. But in this situation, sitting in this fast hovercraft, V couldn't let Carl and his friends wait for him to fix the car and accompany him to Night City slowly. It's a small matter. Jack thought of a way to deal with this. You assembled all the parts of your car by yourself. You must know how to disassemble it. Although it is not worth much, it is still a car you assembled by yourself. And it has some commemorative feeling. We will disassemble your car later and move the parts up. Some scrap parts will be discarded, and the usable ones will be used again. Then go back to Night City to buy a good one and assemble it again. And it will be done. I think this idea is good. When you go to Night City, you can also have your own car to drive. Oliver agreed with Jack's idea. I will introduce you to a parts store. I know the boss there and can give you a discount. Do you want to disassemble the car and put it in here and move it back? V looked at the luxurious decoration inside the floating car, and then thought about his own car, and had an indescribable feeling. Using a luxury car to transport garbage? Will this car get dirty? When V came up, he already knew that the car was borrowed by Carl. So he was a little worried that if the interior was dirty, Carl would have to pay for it. Don't worry about it. Carl waved his hand indifferently. Kenichi Shiro had explained when he gave him the car that day that as long as he didn't drive it to the top of the military technology building and crash it, so that the military technology people could read the data about his whereabouts in the car, Carl could do whatever he wanted. Anyway, Kenichi Shiro had a whole floor for such a car, and a special parking lot. Compared to the damage of the vehicle, what Carl cared more about was actually the time. When handing over the car, Kenichi Shiro emphasized again that it had to be returned within 10 days. The first time might have been just a casual remark, but it was said twice, so there was another meaning in it. Mr. Kenichi Shiro was obviously not a person who cared about cars, so the 10 days meant that there might be places in the city that needed you within 10 days. So remember to pick them up within 10 days. What will happen in 10 days? Carl thought in the slowly descending hovercraft. At this time in Night City, Man's team, which had stopped hiding and started taking jobs again, received a call from a middleman who had not been in contact for a long time. Faraday? Hearing the calm voice of the middle-aged man on the other side of the communication, Man's brows instinctively frowned, but he still kept his normal attitude and asked, "What do you want to see me for?" "I have a job here. Ready to give it to you." There is a job for Faraday. Now in the middleman's circle of Night City, Faraday's reputation is not very good. Although his original reputation in the circle is not much better. A mercenary team that is qualified to entrust a team as famous as Carl team. But because of greed for money, Carl team is unwilling to take the job on the scene. And then the middleman who makes the two sides no longer cooperate, in this case, will always make the mercenaries who receive the job from Faraday feel nervous. How dare you take on a job from a middleman who doesn't even cooperate with the Carl team and no longer accepts jobs? It was probably this kind of thinking that gradually weakened the connection between Man and Faraday. Unexpectedly, Faraday came to Man just as he started to accept jobs again. Although Man was a little scared of Faraday's job, there was no big problem in the relationship between the two sides. For the sake of past friendship, Man hesitated and asked, "What kind of job is it?" Man had an idea that if the job was not right, he would just refuse it. Faraday on the other end of the communication did not seem to hear Man's hesitation. he said slowly. Remember the job you got from Carl? Cyborg. Man almost instantly realized what Faraday was talking about. The incident was no longer a secret because of the involvement of Arasaka personnel. What Faraday meant by saying this now was whether the military technology personnel behind Faraday had obtained more detailed information about Arasaka Cyborg. This job is not easy. Man knows that this kind of job involving the struggle between two companies is not easy. At the beginning, there was no intelligence, and almost everything went smoothly. But in the end, an accident occurred, which attracted the special operations personnel of Arasaka. If it weren't for Carl and the others, it would be difficult for him to get out. Now it is such a job again. And unlike before, Arasaka has all their intelligence. In this case, he has to do such a task again. Man wanted to refuse in his heart, but Faraday words made his refusal stay in his throat. You want to be a legend in Night City, right, man? So, how far are you from Carl now? How far are you from Carl? Faraday continued. Even Carl is not a legend in Night City now. Are you willing to be an ordinary mercenary for the rest of your life? If this deal is successful, your reputation will resound throughout Night City. Legend hearing this extremely tempting word that almost every mercenary is pursuing like a moth to a flame. Man swallowed his saliva and was about to say something. But Faraday only left a sentence and then hung up the phone. Think about it carefully. Man, think about why you want to be a mercenary. Think about the achievements of Carl, who debuted later than you. Whether they are famous or unknown. You choose. I will wait for your answer in the next few days. The communication ended. Staring at the black communication interface, Man remained silent. Faraday words were a trap, deliberately luring him into the trap. Man knew. But which famous mercenary can say that he doesn't want to be Morgan's Black Hand? Chapter 267. Preparing to move. What? You gave me this car? After parking the floating car on the top floor of the apartment building, Carl called Mr. Kenichi Shiro, wanting to ask where to return the car, but was told that he could just come back and the car would be given to him. He was a little confused. So, he really just used the so-called return deadline as a reminder to come back. You gave me the car and didn't plan to take it back, right? Faced with Carl daze, Kenichi Shiro's answer was bland. You'd better buy the top floor suite, so that if something happens, you can get there quickly with the floating car. The efficiency of the car on the ground is still too low. Oh, Carl replied, and when he was about to say something else, he found that the call was hung up. Mr. Kenichi Shiro seemed very busy. After knowing that Carl had returned, he returned to his work. A wealthy boss. Carl muttered to himself, then went downstairs to find Jack and Oliver, who were still looking for a house for V. We have to tell them about the hovercraft being turned into a team action vehicle. The people who were originally discussing which house to rent were shocked when Carl came over to tell them about the hovercraft. The house they were originally discussing now had an answer. Let's just rent both floors of the top floor. One floor will be used as a living area, where we can make a kitchen and put some entertainment pool tables and the like. And one floor will be used as our living place. The space of a whole floor is enough for us to divide into several rooms. And renting 2 floors at a time can also come with a rooftop to park the hovercraft. Oliver's suggestion was agreed by Carl and Jack. The team usually gathers together. Compared with a group of people gathering in an apartment room, there is no space to toss around. Obviously, a whole floor is more comfortable. What's more, a team living together on 2 floors is also worthy of their current level. And in terms of safety, it can also be guaranteed. Renting the whole floor, it won't be expensive, right? V was a little worried about the price of renting a house. He knew from Oliver in advance that one room in this apartment building costs 1,000 euros a month. Can he afford the price of a 2-story luxury apartment plus a rooftop helipad? Don't worry, V. After you do a few missions together, you will find that rent is not a problem. And if everyone shares the cost, this money should not be a big deal. Wait a minute, Jack. Check the price of renting 2 floors and the helipad. I asked T-Bug if he wants to live with me. Carl has no idea about money now. Probably because he has too much savings. He just got a second-hand hovercraft from Kenichi Shiro for nothing, which can easily break 10 million euros if sold. Compared with the rent, he cares more about the opinion of T-Bug, the last team member who is not here. T-Bug is a hacker. For hackers, the safety of the environment is obviously the most important. After all, they cannot fight against hackers online. In reality, The method of destroying hackers' bodies is a standard trick for some people. If T-Bug can move in and live with them, there is basically no need to worry about safety. Me? T-Bug thought about it. Although she is saving money now, and plans to save enough money to buy a quiet island to live out her retirement life in silence. If she shares the rent with Carl, the cost seems to be acceptable. The efficiency of making money with Carl is too high, according to T-Bug's estimation. At this rate, she will be able to retire and spend the rest of her life comfortably in a few years. In these few years of making money, paying a small part of the money to ensure the safety of her savings seems to be no problem. The only thing that makes T-Bug slightly concerned is that she is a woman after all, living in the same apartment with a group of men. Even if there are rooms separated, will it be a bit inconvenient? Not very convenient. But if it is these guys, count me in. 2. Thinking of these people's personalities, T-Bug felt that there was nothing to hesitate about, and accepted her companion's suggestion to share the house. Although he didn't know them very well, she had seen the personalities of the other people in the past few months. Oliver, for one, was always talking about his sister, always saying that he was very glorious in the past, and charmed countless people. But according to T-Bug, bragging might account for 90%. And Jack, with Misty around, there was no need to worry. Next, Carl, compared to Oliver, who occasionally used Mutuo to vent his desires. T-Bug could only say that Carl's desires were really shallow. Dating with the senior staff of military technology on Christmas Eve, Carl actually brought back food and thought about eating with him, and didn't bring any extra food. In this regard, T-Bug was very happy from the perspective of a companion. But from a female perspective, this Carl was half useless. If it were a smarter street kid, this kind of person, who could get close to a senior military technology officer, would definitely be a chance to hook up with a rich man. Even if the hope was slim, there would be many people willing to get close to him. But he just wanted to eat. If Carl was really not interested in this aspect, then it can only be said that this guy was very skilled and relaxed in dealing with women, and knew how to grasp the right degree. Looking at the enthusiasm of the various messages he received every day, compared with the boasting Oliver, maybe Carl was a playboy to some extent? At the moment when T-Bug's thoughts gradually drifted away, V hesitated for a while, thinking about the remuneration he and Carl had received for the work, and agreed to Oliver's suggestion. V now only has a basic concept of the speed at which Carl team makes money, and he is not sure how much he can earn. But he cherishes his friends. Carl and other city friends are like the only tribal family members in Night City, this Badland, to V, so he does not plan to be alone when his friends are together. Family should be with family. Moreover, I heard that there were many rooms, and they separated the personal space like tents in the wild. Those 2 floors were the camp of the tribe. You can understand it by thinking in reverse. The moving plan agreed by the whole team was implemented quickly. After canceling the renewal of Oliver and Carl room next month, Carl and his friends asked about the monthly price of the top 2 floors. I don't know if it was because these 2 floors had not been rented out, and because of Carl's reputation, the house manager there said a very affordable price when he heard that Carl and his friends were renting. It only cost 30,000 euros a month, which is 6,000 euros per person, which is enough to afford. Chapter 268 Prosthetics. On the afternoon when Carl team decided to rent a house, they came to Victor Clinic. Old Victor, as always, was watching his boxing match that he never seemed to get tired of. Hey, Old Victor. After several people greeted Old Victor, who turned around after hearing the noise, Carl asked about the purpose of their visit today. Had the prosthetics arrived? If you are asking about military technology goods, they arrived yesterday. Old Victor turned his chair to face Carl. Why do you guys always feel that you guys treat my place as a prosthetic warehouse recently? You throw everything to me. Although I am not a garbage collector, I am not a luxury store either. Well, isn't it that your skills are worth trusting? Old Victor? Carl said with a smile. You can't let us go to find those unreputable prosthetic doctors in the whole Night City. You have the best skills. Old Victor. We have good ones. Why should we look for bad ones? Just consider it as I accept your compliment. Lao Wei shook his head helplessly, and saw V walking at the end of the group. He smiled kindly, and said hello to V alone. Long time no see. V, are you going to start working in the city? Well, long time no see. Lao Wei. I am going to work with Carl and the others. Then Carl said there was some team welfare. He disliked my prosthesis and asked me to install the prosthesis here. V rubbed the back of his head and said to Lao Wei a little embarrassedly. His words made Lao Wei raise his eyebrows and glanced at Carl. Don't listen to Carl nonsense. Prosthesis is something that you don't need to install if you can. But this. After saying this, Lao Wei shook his head again. But this is also clear to you guys who are rushing to be mercenaries. Without prostheses, you may have to lie down on a street corner and wait for death tomorrow. Forget it. Just lie there and wait for a while. V. You haven't installed prostheses here before. Right? There are many prostheses that your team has surplus and have low rejection. You can choose first and connect them for testing. I will see how you can adapt to it. When V was lying on the operating chair obediently, Jack also found a place in the clinic and waited. I also want to install a new violent type today. Don't forget me. Lao Wei. Remember? I can't forget. This afternoon is full of surgeries for you too. And I have no free time. Listening to Old Wei complaints as he started to move, Carl said a little embarrassedly, Old Wei. I'm actually planning to get a prosthesis today. A leg one. I've recently found that I'm a little slow in my movements. So I want to strengthen it. And you? Old Wei temporarily stopped his movements, glanced at Carl, and then nodded slightly. That's fine. At most I continue to be busy in the evening. Then I buy you dinner later. Old Wei. What do you like to eat? I ask Misty later, and buy it all together. Oliver, the only one who didn't plan to have a prosthetic transformation today, leaned against the door of the clinic to prevent all unnecessary guests and interference. He was going to take on the task of buying dinner as well. I'm not picky. Just something that's easy to eat. Okay. Then I see if there's any pizza or hot dogs nearby that are easy to eat with one hand. By the way, do we have a hot dog shop number called Old William's Hot Dog Stand? Listening to Oliver's words, Jack had some impression. It was the job we did with the scavengers. Right? I remember he advertised that it was 80% real meat. And €10 was enough for a family. Maybe you can try it. To be safe. Don't believe his bragging. It's enough for the whole family. How about buying 6? I don't want hot dogs. Carl raised his hand. I can't accept the so-called real meat hot dogs. Just give me pizza. I can still accept the amount of meat in pizza now. The locust one is fine. I surprisingly think that one is okay. Extra spicy Italian sausage pizza. Right? My favorite. If you order this, give me one too. Jack obviously knew what Carl was talking about when he said pizza, and couldn't help but complain. The locusts stuck on the pizza as meat are so delicious. If I were to ask you to swallow them in big mouthfuls, you would just swallow them in big mouthfuls. Every time you eat them. You eat them slowly, as if your throat is sticky. Now you can swallow them in big mouthfuls. Okay. I have made progress. Not everyone has such a big mouthful like you. Jack. While Carl and Jack were yelling, Victor had already connected to V and did a basic test. And then Victor's expression changed a little. V noticed the change in Victor's expression and asked curiously, What's wrong? Victor? Is there something wrong with my prosthesis? The prosthesis is fine. Except that the installation method is a bit rough. The details are a bit rough. And the parts are a bit rotten. And the things are a bit old. There is nothing else serious. Old V shook his head to indicate that it was not the prosthesis that was wrong. And then said, I just found that your adaptability to the prosthesis seemed to be unexpectedly good during the test. Although this is just a test and does not represent what it will be like when the prosthesis is actually installed. There are only 2 people in the entire Night City who have such adaptability. Listening to Old V words, Carl and the others cast their eyes over. And V then asked too, It seems that I am quite special. Is it good or bad? Old V. From the perspective of the flesh, it may not be particularly good. Because this means that you can install replacement prostheses on it at will. And it will be the same as the original body. With no difference at all. But from your perspective, it's not bad. Which means that as long as you want, you can install as many as you want. Some awesome. Hope to become the Big Brother's prosthesis immediately. Old V. Is this a good or bad thing? V didn't quite understand what Old V said. And after sighing, Old V said bluntly, For the mercenary business you are going to do, it can't be better. Is it so awesome? V obviously also knows the value of being able to install prosthesis at will. Could it be that he is the same as Adam Heavy Hammer? To be honest, as a doctor, sometimes I really don't want to see you too. People who can install prosthesis at will are just like mechanical parts. If this goes on, I always feel that you can't tell whether you are human or machine. 2. You? V listened to what old V said, looked in the direction of old V's eyes, and understood who the so-called other person was. In Night City, besides myself, is there anyone else with such adaptability? Carl? Chapter 269, Top Floor. The day after the prosthetic transformation, Carl, who had packed up and was ready to move, was about to move his box full of weapons. V, who had spent the night at his place, hurried over and moved the things for him. Carl, let me do the moving today. Didn't old V tell you not to exercise too much these 2 days? I feel fine. How can moving things be called exercise? He said so, but seeing V pick up a box full of weapons, Carl didn't intend to reach out and take it back from V. He still felt a little uncomfortable with his legs now. The new prosthesis that Carl installed at old V place yesterday is called Strengthened Tendon. Strengthened Tendon, biomechanical connective tissue that provides support for leg muscles. This prosthesis will not replace the original flesh and bones, but will assist the original flesh and blood like a support. So Carl did not feel that his legs were empty. If we were to say what this transformation brings to Carl, it would probably be that his legs are extra strong. In comparison, it is like a door that could not be opened with his feet before, but can now be easily kicked open. Carl also jumped slightly on the spot, feeling that his legs are quite light. And it is not just that. Carl remembered that Lao Wei had said that when the reinforced tendon is installed, it will be accompanied by an air turbine. The principle of this turbine is similar to that of the ram air turbine of an airplane. It uses the airflow when it jumps up to drive the operation. It stores enough compressed air in it, and then when necessary, the user who jumps in the air can launch a compressed air downward and use the reaction force to perform a double jump. Although Carl is not very proficient in the double jump because it has just been installed not long ago, he has already called the owner of the Mutuo store to pay attention to the relevant Mutuo. When the time comes, he can learn how to use it from Mutuo. After feeling the jump, Carl asked about V prosthetics. Come to think of it, you said I had a prosthetic. Didn't you also have one? V, how do you feel? Can you adapt? If not, ask Oliver and Jack to come and move it. I'm in good health. V held the weapon box in one hand and took the box of pots and pans from the side with the other hand. Stacking the 2 boxes together, I'd rather say I've never felt so good. I'm full of strength. You install Krenzikov, intelligent control, and Sion Weston at once? And there was no big problem. You're exaggerating. Carl was amazed at V performance, although he didn't know if he could install so many at once. If you want to say it's really exaggerated, it's the prosthesis I took apart originally. I didn't expect that so much sand had entered the key parts inside, and it was so aged. Thinking about it carefully, I have to admire how I used that kind of operating system before. Listening to the answer, Carl remembered the bloody scene when it was taken apart, and the gravel solidified in the black blood. It really felt that this aspect was a bit too exaggerated. V, this guy, has such a prosthesis, but there is nothing wrong with it. It really makes people doubt his prosthesis adaptability. Is it because his body is used to it in this way? However, Carl still reminded V, who seemed to have no problems now. The Sion Weston you installed is the latest operating system developed by military technology. If you are not used to it, you must tell us immediately. We must go to Old Wei to help you remove it. Let someone who has never installed Sion Weston use the latest cutting-edge technology right away. Now I think that I should have persuaded you with Old Wei at that time and let you try other things first. V acted quite indifferent to Carl's words. Should it be said that the Wanderers have simple ideas or something? V's answer made Carl speechless. The latest model means the best. The best things must also be the best in terms of adaptability. There is nothing to worry about. The Wanderer tribe should have taught you this. Or you have never learned this aspect at all. Don't you understand that some research and developments are made to enhance certain aspects at the expense of other aspects? V, this guy, really dares to install anything on his body, Carl said, looking at V's expression. He knew that his words were not heard by him at all. There is one more daring person in the team. This team is almost becoming a reckless team. Anyway, if something really goes wrong, now with the modified Hera and the hovercraft, V can be quickly sent to Old Wei. Carl followed V, who was holding a stack of boxes, out of the door, holding a bag of frozen food that he had just taken out of the refrigerator. and looked back at this house on the 4th floor that had accompanied him for nearly 4 months. The house now looks the same as it did 4 months ago. It is waiting and welcoming the next tenant of Night City to enter. Just like Night City, it always stands there. Even if it suffers a blow, it is always there, waiting for generations to come and go, witnessing generations of legends or glory, or the end. No matter what, it is here, coming and going, still unchanged. But people are about to move forward, going to a higher place, waiting with V in the elevator that had been repaired during the time to the Badlands. Carl watched the elevator's brilliance going down, and looked at the distant buildings that were constantly passing by his sight as he rose. He suddenly thought of this sentence. Idiots always like to climb mountains. He didn't know where he remembered this sentence from, but he was deeply impressed and couldn't forget it. So why do idiots like to climb mountains? Maybe it's just because the mountain standing high above, over there, is there, high above. The elevator reached the top floor. This floor has a dedicated floor elevator and related elevators that are blocked. But because it has not yet been put into use, the public elevator can still reach this floor. The elevator door opened. Greeting Carl and V were the busy Jack, Oliver, and T-Bug. They all came earlier than Carl and V, and at this time, they were busy preparing for their future home. Home? Thinking of this word in his mind, Carl walked out of the elevator and stepped onto the top floor as several people greeted him. Chapter 270 Cyber Psycho Carl. Hey, Carl. I heard that you guys started taking jobs again recently. To be exact, it was 7 o'clock this morning, which is 2 minutes ago. Listening to the words from the old captain on the other end of the phone, Carl lay on a sofa chair purchased on the large flat and said lazily, "Didn't I send you all a notice of reopening? Why don't you just hear about it? Just look at the message board. I saw it and came to you immediately. Then why do you say you heard about it? Do you know what it means to show that you have intelligence, ability, and language? That's the basics of the industry." Although he didn't know whether the basics of the industry mentioned by the old captain referred to his car sales business or the middleman business, Carl understood only one thing. "So, you heard that we are taking jobs again and plan to find me to work?" "It's not that easy." The old captain answer was a little beyond Carl's expectation. "It's only 2 minutes. How can I find a job suitable for you so quickly? I'm not the middleman in charge of the entire Santo Domingo area. Besides, your team has added a new member. Right? I heard you say it's called V. You know, Carl, with more people, you have to think more about some tasks." Hearing the old captain mention V, Carl raised his eyebrows. His eyes slightly slanted, looking at V in the kitchen, who said he would make them a special breakfast of the Badlands, and asked, "Why? Do you dislike our new member and worry that he will ruin things?" "If you are worried about the strength, I can guarantee that it is definitely not a problem to easily knock down a dozen gang members. I remember that you don't have many mercenaries of this ability now." No. How can I? I despise the ability of your team members. Everyone knows that those who can be recognized by your team members are all top personnel in the industry. Although he seems to be a wanderer, I have not heard of his name in the city, but I think it will not take long for him to become famous throughout Night City. I am just considering the reward. Do you understand the reward?" The old captain said, "There are not many mercenary teams in Night City that can compare with your team now. You have to pay a lot of money that matches your status. If there is one more person, you have to consider more money. Otherwise, I will lose face if I tell others. And it will also ruin my reputation as a middleman. When the time comes, people in the underworld will say that I am the next Faraday. Then my career that has just started will be over." Listening to the old captain casual words, Carl smiled. It was really fun to talk to him. "Didn't you also a public? Sigu? Why do you look down on Faraday, who works hard for the company now? Everyone was stupid when they were young. Forget it. Let's not talk too much. The purpose of my calling today is to beg you to leave me a share of the mission, so that I won't be like the patrol officers of NCPD, going around in circles and not catching up with my turn. Okay. Remember? Stop yelling. Contact me when there is work. Okay. Contact me when there is work." After hanging up the old captain phone, Carl soon received communication requests from the priest, Keiko, and other middlemen. As the leader of the team, Carl had to deal with the greetings of the middlemen while his partners were eating the special Badland breakfast. When he finally finished all the greetings and sat at the dining table, he saw what the so-called Badland breakfast was. Skewer? From the perspective of Night City's food, it was unexpectedly ordinary. In the Badlands, we can occasionally catch some lizards at night, and then grill them during the day and sprinkle some seasoning for breakfast. However, there are no lizards in the city, so I used the pork you put in the refrigerator. Carl. The lizards in the Badlands hide during the day and come out at night. So we catch lizards at night and grill them during the day. Carl thought that the normal activities of the Wilderness Wanderers tribe were basically mostly at night, when the sun was not very strong, which happened to be in line with the activity time of lizards. Although the pork grilled skewers were made of frozen and improperly handled pork when killed. It must be said that for Carl, who has gradually adapted to the diet of Night City, it is indeed a delicacy. After eating 4 large skewers, plus a piece of white bread and a glass of orange juice taken from the hovercraft, Carl's breakfast was over. And then he discussed the work to be done with others at the dining table. In addition to the old captain, the other middlemen still found some tasks for Carl to choose from, although the rewards were not much. As the first task as a member of the team, they were all quite suitable. In a fair way, Carl set all the work to others and prepared to discuss what to do. Talking about things that are usually discussed in the channel at a dining table gave Carl a feeling of talking about things over a meal in the past era, which was quite strange. In the discussion of the mission, Carl did not participate much. It is better to say that for a bunch of small jobs. Except for V, who was thinking hard and analyzing the rewards, dangers and troubles of each mission. Other team members did not care too much. These jobs may be rare and important jobs that need to be taken seriously in ordinary mercenary teams. But for them, they are really nothing. So they gave the jobs to V, who just joined to choose. V looked left and right, and finally chose a job assigned by the priest. Destroy Mutuo Black Workshop. Some people have not been very clean recently, so they have to give a little warning. This is a job with reasonable rewards and detailed information, including the address. All that is left is for Carl and a few others to kill those people. Then it is decided to be this job. Carl saw that everyone had no objection, so he decided to do this job. After sending a message to the priest to express his willingness to do it, the priest sent the attachments and deposit. Carl did not care about the deposit that was distributed as soon as he got it, and read the relevant attachments, and his expression became more and more complicated. Jack and Oliver were also in a complicated situation. They looked at the attachment sent in the chat channel and glanced at Carl. The reason was simple. The attachments of this Mutuo Black Workshop involved Carl, and it could even be said that they were closely related. Maybe the priest found this and sent this job to them, because the content of this job was that a group of people used the presence of Carl in the Mutuo movie as a gimmick, and created a person who looked like Carl. He played the role of the murderer in the Black Mutuo, and together with the Black Mutuo that Carl had appeared in before, they continued to pirate and distribute the Cyber Psycho Carl collection. Chapter 271 Sudden Fire. Buzz. Sitting in the modified car, listening to the sound of the engine, Carl was still reading the relevant information of this mission. Cyber Psycho series. Carl and the terrorist mobile team. Carl and Arasaka agent. Carl and the Wanderer. Carl and the Scavenger. Carl expression twisted slightly. I admit all of these. Even if the title is Cyber Psycho, I can barely forgive it, because I did these things. But what are the titles behind it? Listening to Carl's words, V looked at the subsequent Mutuo titles and the intelligence. Carl and the Sex Dolls One Night. Carl One Day Tour in Hentang. Carl and the 2.3 meter tall animal gang Strawman's Night Story. These are all counted. And the more latter. V just took a look and felt that his eyes were stimulated. Thinking this way, it seems that I can understand why Carl can forgive Cyber Psycho. Compared with the things behind, the things with the name of Cyber Psycho in the front are really not worth mentioning. V thought about the scene of a man with a face like his own, having sex with something. No one will be left alive. Jack, who was in the co-pilot seat, comforted Carl, who was shot innocently and was used as material just because of his reputation. I will definitely make the next batch of people who dare to do such things think about the price of this matter. If it's just borrowing Carl's face and reputation, Carl probably won't be so angry. If the material is like this, then it's another matter. Oliver drove Hera through the morning traffic and slowly headed towards the target point in the Haywood area. The overall target situation was detected while T-Bug, who looked weird, was eating breakfast. There are 9 people in the Mutuo Black Workshop. They used to be scavengers, but later found that selling pirated Black Mutuo was more profitable. So they abandoned their old business and chose a pervert in the team to have plastic surgery to look like Carl. They began to shoot various black mutuo with Carl name and face in their own black workshop, and made a small fortune from it. Now they have improved from the original shoddy production to using special equipment for debugging. I heard that their best-selling pirated discs, if not pirated and black mutuo, are not included in the rankings, can be in the top 10 of the most popular mutuo list in Night City this month. In the communication, T-Bug's voice, which was obviously holding back some laughter, sounded, Carl, do you want to guess what their most popular mutuo is? I don't want to know. T-Bug, it's better to say, is it necessary to discuss me so much? It's too much. No. Carl, don't worry. It's not some weird mutuo. T-Bug's words became a little more serious. Their best-selling one is the pirated version of your mutuo with the former New America lieutenant. I also checked the relevant records. It was made by the now-deceased black mutuo producer J.K. Because of you, Jack and Oliver, the black mutuo seems to have a sense of team gathering, and it sells much better than ordinary mutuo. Because of J.K.'s death, there are all kinds of pirated copies everywhere, and they are the best pirated ones. Then I have to praise them, right? It's the James Norris one, because there are many people, so it sells well. The terrorist squad should have all the members appearing. Then mutuo didn't fight after all. Otherwise it would definitely be the top with the terrorist squad, the NCPD, the hunted cyber psycho, and all of you appearing. T-Bug said, but I'm telling you this to remind you that when you've solved the piracy problem, you can trace the source of the film. After JK died, a new director and editor have come out to eat the cake of Black Super Dream. I go back and find him and teach him a lesson. Don't sell low-level, editable film sources to anyone. Go and warn him through the network cable. Right? I think it's okay. Otherwise, there will be another batch after solving one. Oliver was driving the car and saw that the navigation showed less than 2 kilometers away. He was about to ask Carl and the others to prepare, when the 2 cars in front of them suddenly collided with each other. No. It should be said that the truck on the left directly hit the car on the right. The car hit by the truck was obviously made of unusual materials, although it was hit directly by the truck. Only a not very obvious groove appeared on the surface. However, the heavy impact of the truck was still unavoidable. The car that was hit in the middle almost lost control instantly and began to tilt to the side. The front of the car also hit the jar beside the road uncontrollably. Oliver stepped on the brakes instantly, because the road here was not wide to begin with the truck that had already come over obliquely blocking it. The road in front of Hera was already blocked. What is this? Wendy didn't quite understand what was going on. The other 3 people in the car were sitting in the car and watching everything calmly. It's probably a robbery of goods or people. This kind of collision is not aimed at killing people, Oliver said. And in the scenery, they looked out through the car window. The next development was similar to what Oliver said. The cargo box of the truck was opened, and several people wearing bulletproof vests jumped out of it. They got off the truck together with the driver and the person in the co-pilot seat, holding various guns in their hands, and surrounded the blocked car. Guess what it is? Or make a bet. Whoever loses will treat us tonight. Oliver turned his head and said to several companions. And Jack was quite interested. What do you mean? Do you want people or goods? I think it's people. Jack answered without hesitation. Then I want the goods. Okay. It's settled. Whoever loses will treat us. After Oliver's words, the agreement was made. I was thinking of asking for both money and goods, but you've already made your decision. So let's just leave it at that. T-Bug had wanted to join in the treat, but it seemed like there was no chance. Just wait. The people are coming out, Jack said indifferently, watching the group of gunmen drag a man down from the car, holding their guns and making the man in a suit kneel on the ground. And then, it seems we all lost. After the group hijacked the man in suits and put them on the truck bed, they took something from the car and put it on the truck bed. Then let's treat the 2 of us together. Oliver didn't think anything of it, but just as he was about to wait for the group of people to restart the car so that he could go over, a red light from the cargo box that opened in their direction made him frown. The red light flickered. How come it looked like a bomb before it exploded? Something's wrong. Be careful. As soon as Oliver's words of warning fell, a ball of fire lit up in the truck in front of Hera. And then when the sound reached the ears of Carl and others, it expanded rapidly. The people in the car were almost unable to make any resistance and were engulfed by the flames. And the ball of fire continued to expand, not only causing the cargo box to twist and break outward, but the fire also swept towards Hera where Carl and others were along the open truck mouth. These guys who are holding people hostage. They can't be holding a bomb. Oliver cursed angrily. And in an emergency, he activated the Sion Weston. Chapter 272 box. After starting the Sion Weston, Oliver got out of the car immediately and watched the aftermath of the explosion sweeping towards Hera. This car, which had just been modified not long ago, was very precious to him and could not be damaged by a fight on the roadside. 3 other people who had their own methods got out of the car with him. During the slow time, the few people looked at each other, and there was no need to say more. Jack, who had started the violent mode, came to the front of the car, with his back to the fire from the explosion, and then tensed his muscles and lifted the heavy front of the car with his arms, while Carl, who came to the rear of the car, lifted the rear of the car with both hands. With the help of Oliver and V on both sides, the 4 people forcibly lifted the car to move the position and brought the car to the aisle on the side. If someone saw the scene, the 4 people carrying the car would look funny. But even after Carl and his team safely moved Hera, passers-by were still focused on the roar and fire of the explosion. And no one paid attention to the car that suddenly appeared in the aisle. Boom! In the violent explosion, the truck full of people was torn into pieces, and the surrounding land was almost immediately engulfed in flames as the methanol fuel in the vehicle was splashed everywhere. Even the residents of Night City, who are already accustomed to ordinary firearms, will still run when faced with an explosion. After all, in the generation of my grandfather more than 50 years ago, people who couldn't run fast in this area of Haywood near the city center all died in the nuclear explosion. What is going on? Jack, who had put down the front of Hera and barely escaped the range of the explosion, scratched his curly hair and complained, "What are the people in Night City like these days? How can they not even hijack a car? Maybe it's not the problem of this group of people hijacking the car, but they didn't think that the person had a bomb hidden on him." Carl, who was sitting in the back seat, understood it. He clearly saw the whole process of the flashing red light and explosion under the clothes of the hostage-suited person in order to prevent being hijacked. Even the means of self-destruction were prepared, and he was so obedient in front. "I guess we didn't expect this. Now this road is blocked." Oliver sighed. "I have to reverse Hera out. The sidewalk here is really not wide. If it were the Civic Center, the sidewalk would be very wide, and you could drive up there without any problem. Haywood is close enough to the city center." While Jack was talking, V approached the fire scene and looked inside. This action caught Carl's attention. "What's wrong?" "V, did you see anything? I saw some intact guns inside. Maybe they can be repaired and used again." It was not the first or second time that V had seen vehicles explode in the Badlands. With his experience, he only needed to see the impact of the explosion on the vehicle. According to his estimation, the people on the outermost side and the front driver's seat might be dead, but the gun should not have any problems. They could be repaired and used again. "Do you want to pick up a gun and repair it?" Carl came over, although they rarely picked up guns now, and they were all thrown to Mr. Johnson and others to deal with. If V was interested, it would be okay to pick up a few guns and let V, who had good skills, modify them himself. "It's this fire. Should we rush into the fire? Is it too dangerous?" "No. I just use Sion Weston, and I feel like I can go faster." "Faster?" Carl didn't realize what V was talking about, and saw V figure begin to blur, and he rushed directly into the sea of fire. So fast. Even from Carl's point of view, V's speed of action was too fast. Is this the apogee? It is indeed the latest military technology research and development, and the latest Sion Weston has not yet been used internally. Carl watched the flames twist and deform because of V figure, and before the broken flames closed together, V had already rushed out again with several weapons. His footsteps stopped in front of Carl. The standing V had no changes compared to before rushing into the sea of fire, except that he had a few more weapons on his body. His face was not ruddy. His heartbeat was not faster, and even his breathing was not faster. Activating Sion Weston seemed to have no effect on V at all. "Now I understand how strong our adaptability is." Carl said something that V didn't understand, and turned around, starting the Sion Weston twice in a few seconds, and the experimental machine horizon was unbearable for a former new American lieutenant. This thing can only be used 4 times at most. And he didn't blush or breathe heavily after finishing it. As if nothing happened. Even the heartbeat judged from his own perspective didn't speed up at all. This adaptability is too exaggerated. Others have to take a deep breath after sprinting for 2 steps. By the way, Carl, I saw something else. After holding the gun and putting the damaged or intact guns into the trunk, V touched his pocket and took out a palm-sized object and handed it to Carl. I just saw this thing flashing and thought it might be something precious. So I took it out. In addition to the 7 guns, you also took something out of your pocket. Your speed is really amazing. V. Oliver closed the lid of the trunk of the car, came over, and stared at the metal product on V's palm that was slightly distorted due to the explosion. What is this? Let me see. Carl took the metal block that was still a little warm, looked at it, and finally checked all the knowledge in his mind. And finally came to a conclusion. Storage box. The storage box made of special metal can withstand a certain degree of explosion-proof and waterproof and fireproof functions. Kendachi owns the copyright of this design. Kendachi? Carl remembered that it was a company located in Edo that specialized in producing melee weapons and special chips. It originated from a blacksmith family in the 16th century and was known as a time-honored brand with a 500-year-old handcraft heritage. Could it be that this twisted piece of metal was from that company? According to the information, this was a storage box that was resistant to explosions and burning. No wonder it was only slightly twisted and deformed. After getting back in the car, Carl told his companions what he knew while trying to open the box. Then, with the strength of his hands, the already twisted box was forcibly opened. And inside, it was a complete chip without any damage. Chapter 273 New Police Officer. What is inside this chip? Thinking about this question, Carl was too curious to pay much attention to the cleaning operation, when his thoughts were interrupted by a hand on his shoulder. The 9 former scavengers who had stolen Mutuo were already lying on the ground. What are you thinking about? I thought you would rush to clean up these guys who mess with Mutuo. But you seem to be distracted all the time? V, who was patting Carl's shoulder, glanced at the body on the ground with disbelief written on his face. In the dim light, it looked a bit like Carl. He said, "Is it because of the chip? If you are really curious, why not just plug it in and see what's inside?" That's too risky. V, diverting his attention from thinking. Carl shook his head. Let's wait until we get back and use the equipment to check. That way it's safer. Is that so? V, who had always plugged in chips when he saw them during his wandering career, didn't quite understand why Carl was so cautious, but he still kept in mind the fact that his companions were careful. Unknown chips cannot be inserted into the chip slots at random. I have called Mr. Johnson and others, and I have also told them about these pirated Mutuo. They will properly destroy the unnecessary parts. So, is this order settled? Jack walked over and looked at the body. This order is settled. Carl looked at the priest, who had already transferred the money in the communication. According to the time he transferred the money, it was probably when Carl and others just entered the building. Do you know that these guys can't run away? After sending a message to the priest that the matter was done, Carl turned his head and looked at V and asked, "How does it feel to be a member of the team for the first time to go on a formal mission?" V, you killed 7 people by yourself today. It feels like cleaning up the camp of the Wandao Society. V thought for a while and replied, maybe. It's even easier? It seems that this kind of small work is really nothing to you. Carl nodded slightly. V's combat capability is not bad. There are not many wanderers who can drive a broken car alone across the bad land. In addition, after arriving in the city, he replaced the old operating system that was covered with gravel and blood, and installed prosthetics such as Apogee Sangbiston. Now V combat capability is caught up with Jack and Oliver. In fact, from Carl's point of view, it is impossible to tell the difference between the two. We can go back and let V try the training chip. Speaking of the training chip, Carl remembered the basic combat capability comparison standard he thought in the training chip. That is, Mr. Johnson. I wonder how many Mr. Johnsons V can beat. Standing on the first floor, watching Mr. Johnson coming down from the police car and walking quickly. Such an impolite comparison flashed through Carl's mind. Carl, haven't seen you for a while? I never thought that Mr. Johnson, who was comparing himself in Carl's head, seemed to be in a good mood today. When he came over, he actually greeted Carl. It's been a long time since we last met. It's been a while since I last saw Mr. Johnson. Carl was about to say something when he suddenly noticed a young police officer in police uniform, with the brim of his police hat pressed down, approaching them slowly. Watching his approaching steps, Carl recognized who he was. He couldn't help but smile and greeted him. Andy, I haven't seen you for a while. It seems that you have dealt with those bastards. Mr. Johnson helped me. The brim of his hat was slightly raised, and Andy's face appeared from under the police hat. Now he had a smile on his face, with the help of the police investigation and pretending to receive bribes. Mr. Johnson gave me the opportunity to sneak into the store during the chaos and deal with those bastards. How many have you dealt with in total? 4. Those involved in trafficking. I have. I didn't let any of them go. And I personally sank the leader to the bottom of the river. Haven't you been exposed? If you have been exposed. Speaking of this, Andy turned his head and looked at Johnson. And Johnson said, the middleman you bought the intelligence from. She helped us a lot in the future. And also covered up the tracks. Wakako helped? Carl was a little surprised. When he first connected, Wakako was willing to sell the intelligence only for his face. As a result, when Carl and his friends left Night City for the Badlands, Wakako actually helped in the future. But Carl soon figured it out. At the beginning, Andy was just a half-wasted, single mercenary. And he was naturally not the same as he is now. A useless mercenary and a mercenary who has the help of NCPD and is capable of killing his own enemies in the Tiger Claw gang are obviously two different concepts. The former may implicate himself by helping in times of need, while the latter is icing on the cake. But he has to accept this favor. This group of middlemen deserves to be famous in a district. They are really unwilling to take any loss and unwilling to make less profit. Carl, who understood the meaning behind this, shook his head, and then faced Andy, but did not say anything. He just patted his shoulder and walked past his Mr. Johnson, leaving only one sentence, help me to be an insider. Andy, I am still waiting for you to collude with me and find a chance to pull down Mr. Johnson, who became the director. I haven't become the director yet, but you are thinking about getting me down. Right, brat. Mr. Johnson turned his head helplessly and looked at Carl, who was sitting in the car. Did he notice that there was one more person in their team? Is that the new member named V that Carl mentioned? It seems that not only we are changing, but they are also changing. Johnson thought about the first time he met Carl. Carl dared to face the situation of cyberpsychosis alone, and then looked at the current team. It took 4 months from obscurity to fame in Night City. I really don't know how far he will grow next. The king of Night City? Or Mr. Johnson pressed the brim of his police hat and walked towards the building, following Andy. This is your first time. Get used to it, he said. Maybe it won't be long before you have to do this kind of thing. Sheriff, in Night City, is already the highest position, and you can lead the team everywhere. And Mr. Johnson's recent achievements are enough for him to get something and talk to the people above about a higher position. Chapter 274 Weapon Template. How's the chip reading going? T-Bug? Carl, holding the last glass of orange juice taken out of the hovercraft, stood next to T-Bug, who was sitting on the sofa, and looked at the data flow in the device in front of T-Bug. As the only two people in the team who knew hacker knowledge, Carl's hacker expertise was obviously focused on combat invasion. He also knew a little about these specialized chip cracking, but he was too lazy to spend time on it. So he just threw it to T-Bug when he came back. She had no complaints about going out to help and coming back to crack the T-Bug of the chip. But the chip's built-in defense IC exceeded her expectations. After cracking it for a full 10 minutes, she finally found some clues. After hearing Carl's words, she said, "It's harder than I thought. I don't know what's hidden inside. The IC defense for confidentiality is very complicated. It's aimed at destroying the data inside if someone cracks it. Can you understand that a defense IC is not to prevent cracking, but to damage internal information?" "I understand." Carl nodded. "So how long will it take?" 5 minutes? 4. Oh! Carl understood immediately. So it's almost cracked. And I'm going to talk about the difficulty to highlight my strength. That's it. There's no need to show off like that. T-Bug, everyone in our team knows that you are the most awesome hacker in the entire Night City mercenary circle. If you don't tell me, how can you? A lazy guy. Know how much effort I put in, T-Bug said unhappily. Now, except for V, who just joined the team. Everyone in the team knew Carl's character. He was really lazy except for necessary things. This time-consuming and laborious task was thrown to her when he came back, which made her feel like Jack and Oliver, who helped Carl cook. Well, don't worry about it. Hey, V, Jack, Oliver, come and see. T-Bug has been cracked. The one that you memorized all the way because you were interested, and hurriedly threw it to T-Bug to crack when you came back? Jack said, biting a piece of pizza in his mouth, and walked over. After a while, Oliver and V, who were also eating, also walked over. The three of them looked at the constantly changing data stream, but they couldn't understand it. T-Bug, can you project the detailed information? Seeing the confusion on the faces of the three people, Carl spoke, and T-Bug nodded and changed the display mode of the chip content. After the picture and text were displayed in front of V and the other two, V and the other three finally understood what the content of the chip was. This looks like a weapon introduction. Jack stared at the samurai sword in the projection and said, I remember that the source of this chip is a Japanese company. Is it some kind of product promotion chip? I guess this may be more powerful than you think. Jack. After all, V knows technology. He took a quick look at the projected content and knew that this was definitely not a promotional chip. But, this looks like a series of weapon manufacturing templates? Is it a weapon manufacturing template? This thing is incredible. Oliver clicked his tongue. I remember that this thing may be a chip from Kendachi. And Kendek. HI is a company that specializes in manufacturing melee weapons and special chips. We won't get the internal production template of Kendachi. Right? How much can this thing sell for? I don't know how much it can sell for. But this thing may not be as powerful as Oliver thinks. This is not a complete set. Or at least not a complete set in this chip. I took a quick look and there are probably only 4 weapon templates. V looked at it and said, Neurotoxin knife, electric shock samurai sword, serrated samurai sword, and thermal energy samurai sword? It's worthy of being a Japanese company. For templates, 3 samurai swords. Carl lost interest after solving the puzzle. So the content of the chip is this. Carl thought there was something special. Although Kendachi's melee weapons are famous for their quality and sophistication, it is good to get its manufacturing templates so that you can make related weapons yourself. But where can you find the specialized equipment to make such weapons? Making sophisticated weapons is not like making them casually with templates. Without relevant equipment to make the parameters of various components meet, the things made are fine for ordinary weapons. At most, they will break and fall out of your hand during combat. For precision weapons like this, which have both electric shock and thermal energy, I am afraid that if they are damaged, the holder will be killed first. Moreover, Carl does not need such weapons. He already has a knife and a single molecular line for close combat. And even under the night is a knife that can be used as an emergency weapon. Carrying too many weapons on him will affect his own actions. Carl is not interested. But V and the others are very interested. Especially V. After reading the relevant data of the samurai sword, his eyes are shining. V originally wanted to install a close combat prosthesis. He was hesitating between the gorilla arm and the mantis sword before. It was just that he did not make further modifications because he considered the possible bearing and adaptation problems after installing the Horizon. But now there is a weapon template that can be used right in front of him. How can he not be tempted? V looked at his savings and felt that in terms of money, it should be no problem to buy the relevant materials and make a sword. But V also thought of the same thing as Carl. That is, the equipment-related restrictions. This kind of fine product is obviously not something that can be made by hand. But what about the equipment? Is there a place in Night City that provides professional equipment and allows customers to forge knives by themselves? T-Bug, do you have any connections? Can you contact the relevant factory? Oliver was very interested in the neurotoxin knife. As a sniper, having a close-fitting knife can obviously provide a secondary guarantee for safety. So he asked T-Bug, who was better than any of them, and was popular in the mercenary world before joining the team in Night City. I'm a hacker, not a knife forger, T-Bug said, but looked at Carl and gave a suggestion. We keep this thing and only use it ourselves. It's better to resell it and let those who are interested in buying it give us a few samples of the production. Carl has a relationship with a Japanese company. Japanese companies know the most about samurai swords. Hearing what T-Bug said, V and the other two looked at Carl. And what could Carl say when he listened? Team voting. Fair and just. You have 4 votes, Carl said, taking out the chip inserted in the device. Besides, This thing was originally picked up by V. Now if we sell it, we can share the money and get weapons. I have nothing to object to. It's just a matter of finding someone to sell things. Carl called the busy Mr. Kenichi Shiro. The reason he disturbed him again was because the only person he knew and could contact in that company was Mr. Kenichi Shiro. Now it's 5 votes. Chapter 275 New Commission. You should know that I am not your cooperation specialist in the company. Of course I know. And you also know that I am very busy. I know that too. No. Sitting at the restaurant where they had agreed to meet, Kenichi Shiro looked at Carl, who was eating spaghetti with a fork in front of him. His eyes cold. If you knew, you wouldn't bother me for such a small matter. It was just the template drawings of 4 melee weapons. But he actually contacted him. What does Carl think of himself? For transactions, I am on your side. And there is no one else to contact. After swallowing a forkful of spaghetti with tomato meat sauce without caring, Carl said, this is what you asked. Mr. Kenichi Shiro. In the whole Arasaka, Carl only knows 3 people well. If he is not allowed to contact any of them, then he can only find the only one who can contact. Kenichi Shiro. Listening to Carl's words, Kenichi Shiro's eyes, which were originally cold, slowly turned back to calm. Can only contact me? It seems that Carl did his job well after taking the money, and did not harass the lady. In this case, it is not impossible to forgive him for offending me for such a small matter. Treating me as an ordinary trader is better than him hooking up with Miss Haruko. Kenichi Shiro seemed to think about it for a while, then took out a piece of paper from his pocket and slid it in front of Carl on the dining table. If it is such a small matter in the future, you can contact my subordinates. This is a business card. You can communicate according to the contact number on it. Business card? This thing is rarely used in this era. And he carries his subordinate's business card with him. It seems that this subordinate is not of low status in the eyes of Mr. Kenichi Shiro. I remember it. Carl nodded, took the business card and put it in his pocket, took another bite of pasta and asked, then I have to talk to your subordinates. Mr. Kenichi Shiro. About the relevant matters this time. Right? Don't come to me for such trivial matters in the future. After Kenichi Shiro said this, he thought of something and took out another thing. Carl looked familiar with that thing. After a closer look, wasn't it the diamond-shaped wooden block he brought back from the private work in the evil land? But immediately, Carl realized that it was only the appearance that was the same. The wooden block he brought back, along with the bird with carving inside, was crushed by him. So how could such a complete wooden block be left? So Kenichi Shiro in front of him. The block of wood that the gentleman took out was. We tracked the trajectory of the strong hurricane, determined the range where it might drop things, and conducted a large-scale search in that area. Kenichi Shiro held the diamond-shaped block of wood and said, this is the 6th block we have found. And then, because other companies noticed it, we had to rush to the area before they arrived to carry out a saturation attack, destroying all the wood blocks that might remain and have not been searched. A big deal. Carl took a sip of the lemonade at his side. So Mr. Kenichi Shiro, what do you want to tell me? It's missing. Kenichi Shiro clenched his hand slightly. And when Carl couldn't understand, he crushed the entire diamond-shaped block of wood. The wood chips fell through the gaps between his fingers that were clenched and then relaxed. And when the chips piled up into a pile of wood chips on the table, Kenichi Shiro opened his hands slightly and spread them in front of Carl. In the palm of his hand, there was nothing except wood chips. Oh! Carl realized something. There seems to be no note inside. To be more precise, among the 6 pieces of wood and the 7 pieces you gave me, only the 6th piece has no paper. Maybe some of the wood blocks don't have notes to confuse people? Maybe there is such a possibility. Kenichi Shiro did not deny Carl's speculation. But this last piece was the last piece that was urgently recovered in the chaos before other companies were aware of the arrival. What does this mean? It means that one of my loyal subordinates died for this piece of wood. Kenichi Shiro's hand tilted, and the last bit of sawdust left on his palm fell on the sawdust pile on the table. My subordinates watched the entire recovery process, and the first 5 pieces were successfully recovered. It was collected and delivered to my desk within half a day. However, when the 6th piece was collected, due to the chaos and the urgent need to destroy it, the subordinate I appointed to be in charge had to take the car and rush back to Night City with the wood block. On the way, his live signal was suddenly interrupted. I don't know what the relationship between that subordinate and Kenichi Shiro is. When Kenichi Shiro said this, There was a trace of regret and anger in his words. That was the subordinate I trained to take over the internal affairs of the company. He died in the car, with the security personnel in front of him. When I received the news and put down the relevant matters and rushed over, the security personnel had disappeared. In the box he carried with him, there was only this useless piece of wood that had been tested and confirmed to have no note inside. Kenichi Shiro's hands were trembling slightly, but he calmed them down immediately. Then, he stared at Carl. I was going to handle this matter myself. But you interrupted me. You asked me out for such a small matter, which delayed the things I should have handled by now. So, I understand. Kenichi Shiro didn't need to say more. Carl nodded in understanding. Since I'm free, you're going to let me do the work, right? I don't mind. As long as I'm paid. I give you a group. Team? Carl was stunned. It's not about salary, but about working as a mercenary team. But there was nothing unacceptable about this, considering how generous Mr. Kenichi Shiro was. Carl, who had just received his hovercraft, nodded. We have just finished the last commission, and the team is also free. The back of the business card says where you are going this time, and the missing security guard is there. Business card? Carl took out the business card and looked at it, and found that the back was full of words. So, is this calculated? Carl looked up at Kenichi Shiro and found that he had stood up, and asked, are there any detailed requirements? The note, or the content? Kenichi Shiro said so and turned around. Outside the door, his personnel and vehicles were already waiting there. The note, or the content, that is, to bring back the information in it. Carl, who understood Kenichi Shiro's commission, looked at Kenichi Shiro, who was about to walk to the door of the store, and suddenly remembered something. He looked down at the plate in front of him, then looked at Kenichi Shiro, who opened the door and walked out. He stood up and wanted to say something, but he sat down silently halfway, watching Kenichi Shiro get in the car and drive away. Carl continued to eat pasta, but in his heart, he was muttering, I still think this pasta tastes good, thinking of buying another portion and asking him to take it back for Haruko to try. However, it seems unnecessary. Let's wait for Chio to send a message and come over to tell her about this. Thinking about it, Carl read the content behind the business card while eating. And then, he saw a word that Oliver often mentioned. That word is hinting. Chapter 276 Cloud Top. Cloud Top. This word means the top of a mountain or the highest point of a building, symbolizing the peak. However, if you ask ordinary citizens of Night City about this word, most of them will show an inexplicable expression of yearning or understanding. Because in Night City, the original meaning of this word has not changed. It is also the top. But the thing it represents has become a club. Cloud Top Club. Or Cloud Top Sex Doll Club. Yes, it is the sex doll club that claims to be the most cutting edge, the most enjoyable, and the most unforgettable. It is said that every sex doll in it is a professional, and can bring guests a heaven-like enjoyment that goes straight into the sky. But for Carl, his impression of this place is not very good. Andy's sister was abducted and taken to this place by the Tiger Claw gang that controlled Cloud Top. Although the Tiger Claw gang members who managed Cloud Top have been replaced due to Andy's killing, according to the Tiger Claw gang nature, Carl is quite suspicious that this place is still not very clean. Of course, the sex doll industry itself is not clean, compared to Carl, who sat in the back seat of the car calmly because he thought of the disgusting things of the Tiger Claw gang. Oliver was very active today. The mission was to investigate in Hinting, which sounded as exciting as going to a brothel to investigate things in some super dream movies. Not to mention that the people who were scheduled to go up today were only him and V. The reason why he, a sniper, and V, who had just joined the team, were asked to be guests and sneak into Hinting to investigate was not because of special reasons such as Oliver interest, but simply because they were the only two suitable people in the team. In the team, when they went to search the Tiger Claw's territory, the first person to be ruled out was Carl. His face was almost like a photo. He was an idol in the Night City gangs. The gang members would look at him every day when they passed by, for fear of mistaking him for someone else and causing trouble. If he went to search, the entire Cloud Top Tiger Claws would start to run away as soon as he entered the door. What was the point of investigating then? The next person to be ruled out was Jack. His muscular body and appearance were too eye-catching. Although Jack's reputation was not as good as Carl, people with a little knowledge would recognize Jack. His appearance basically represented the appearance of Carl team. There was no difference in essence. So he was also ruled out. The next person to be ruled out was T-Bug, the hacker of the team. As a rear-end personnel, she could provide better support by sitting on the hacker chair at home. And naturally, she would not go to the brothel. So after ruling out this and that in the team, there were only Oliver and V left. And they were just right. As a sniper, Oliver rarely appeared in the sight of gang members. Even if some gang members knew that he was a member of Carl team. Except for the 6th Street gang who knew him well. Who would specially remember a guy from Santo Domingo. There are many Western faces in Night City. I am afraid that they will forget them after just one look. Moreover, he has Carusi optical prosthetic eyes that can automatically mosaic and block the camera's prying eyes. So it is not easy to alert the tiger claws when he goes in. And then, there is V. Even the well-informed middleman temporarily regards him as a poor wanderer who joined Carl team by luck. The only time V showed his strength in the city. All the former scavengers he saw were dead. Tiger claws? If the tiger claws knew V ability, they would not be the tiger claws anymore. However, as one of the infiltration duo, V was a little restrained compared to the enthusiastic Oliver. As a wanderer, he had been in love and had sex. But going to the city to visit brothels, and visiting the top ones right away, was too exciting. Is the city so big? Oliver saw the uneasiness of V, who was sitting in the passenger seat today. While waiting for the traffic light, he reached out and patted V on the shoulder. Don't worry, V. I have experience. Just follow me when the time comes. Just do what I do. I will cover today consumption. I promise that your trip will be worthwhile. Is that so? V didn't know what kind of expression he should make when Oliver patted his shoulder. But T-Bug in the communication began to mock Oliver. I have experience. Really? Oliver. But when I checked you, your Mutuo store records were a lot. But the consumption of the sex doll club was only 0. Don't bother, T-Bug. Oliver, who was slapped in the face by T-Bug, didn't even ask T-Bug how you knew it. Instead, he retorted, I have been in Mutuo for countless times. I haven't seen pigs running. Haven't I eaten pork? Mutuo has. Which means I have experienced it. Just tell me whether you understand my process. Come on. Stop bragging. Don't let me become like you. T-Bug said. And through the positioning of the ball, he saw that they were almost at Japan Street, and sent a reminder to the people in the car, according to the plan. V and Oliver, you two take the ball to that floor. And then I will control the ball nearby to find an access point to hack into Hentang's local area network. Control the camera and modify your visitor records. Hentang's registration requires identity access, and I will help you handle it when the time comes. Be quick and don't let others see the ball. Don't worry. I will keep an eye on the ball. Although V didn't know why this black and white bionic dog was called the ball, and had so many functions that it could be a part-time hacking device. He would listen carefully to his companion's words. Then I leave it to you. V. After T-Bug finished his instructions, his tone immediately returned to the original relaxed feeling. Speaking of which, do you want me to take special care of you too? I have photos of sex dolls on the official website of Hentang. Do you need me to pick out a pretty one with big breasts and a nice butt for you too? When we first met, T-Bug, we were not familiar with each other. But you were not like this. Listen, why do you feel that you have more experience than us? Oliver complained speechlessly. Although he was very tempted, he did not forget the real mission this time. Just find someone who is easy to knock out. When the time comes, help us shield the things related to the room. And we will secretly investigate. Then we will have time when the time is up. Right? I will. After the team went through the plan, Tianqiong Hera had already arrived downstairs of the super skyscraper H8. The super skyscraper H8 located on Japan Street is mostly inhabited by people from the Tiger Claw Gang or people related to the Tiger Claw Gang. And Hentang is on the 12th floor of this building. Chapter 277 Reception at Hentang. Welcome to Hentang, a place that understands your inner desires. V followed Oliver and listened to the welcome words from the front desk of Hentang, and his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. According to the plan, the two of them went up to the 12th floor of Hentang, and just the colorful lights inside hit his face, and the voice of the receptionist at the front desk made V a little nervous. Should it be said that it was the inevitable nature at work? Or the influence of the atmosphere? Anyway, V felt that he had never been so nervous when he first faced the Randau Society. Compared to V, who looked calm but had a beating heart, Oliver, who took the initiative to speak, acted quite naturally. Perhaps, as he said, he had been in Mutuo countless times, and he seemed to be quite familiar with it when he said, "Do you need me to connect to the terminal now for personal matching?" Listening to Oliver's words, the blue-haired receptionist with two buns smiled knowingly. "So you are a guest who has known about it in advance? Welcome. If you don't mind, please connect to the terminal here. The blue-haired receptionist has a special information processor installed. She will never forget any of the guests she has served." Oliver and V look unfamiliar, but their accents are so familiar. They can only be guests who have known about it in advance. For such guests who do not need her to explain everything one by one, the blue-haired receptionist is happy to entertain them. At least, she doesn't have to face the outsiders who pretend to know everything and pester her. Under the gaze of Oliver and V, the blue-haired receptionist who asked them to access the terminal pointed to an access device placed on the front desk. That thing connected the local area network of Hintang and the database pulled from the NCPD. It only needed to access to confirm the identity of the guest. V, who was standing at the back, saw a black and white ball flashing by. His eyes intentionally or unintentionally glanced at the camera facing them at the front desk of Hintang. His face was normal, but he patted his sleeves lightly, as if he was a little nervous and was adjusting his clothes. Oliver, who heard the sound of clothes moving behind him, smiled brightly at the blue-haired receptionist and said in a very friendly manner, Of course. We all know the rules of Hintang. Can we just connect here?" "Yes, sir. If there is any problem, you can interrupt at any time, and all our services can be adjusted for your experience." Listening to the words of the blue-haired receptionist, Oliver smiled and nodded to show his understanding, and then used the access line to connect to the access device, and said to the blue-haired receptionist as if he was chatting up, "I don't know if I can get your contact number. Beautiful lady, I feel that compared to pursuing the beauty and enjoyment of Hintang, perhaps the beauty of you is what I should pursue more. You are too kind, sir." Obviously, the receptionist who was used to chatting like this did not think there was anything wrong with Oliver's words and behavior. She moved to the computer screen connected to the device and began to verify the operation. At this time, T sounded in the ears of Oliver and V. Bug's voice, "Takeover. Identity disguised." At this time, the computer at the blue-haired receptionist refreshed. But the blue-haired receptionist, who regarded this as a data loading process, did not feel anything wrong, but continued to operate the computer and check the information about Oliver and V. The hospitality of Hintang is to analyze personal files and match the most suitable sex doll for customers. Although old customers have various choices, they obviously do not know the designated sex dolls of new customers. At this time, Hintang will match and choose him. The blue-haired receptionist was more and more shocked when flipping through the personal files. The blonde young man was called Quinn. According to the files, he was actually a rich young man, and his family was also quite famous in a city in the western part of the new United States. Such a young man actually came to their night city Hintang to enjoy some kind of leisurely pastime of the rich? Thinking about the young man Quinn's words to her just now, when the blue-haired receptionist looked at Quinn again, she found that the face was completely different from before. Take a closer look. He is handsome. Pursuing my beauty? If I can get close to this young master, then even if I am just a mistress, I don't need to work hard as a receptionist in Yunding under the control of the Tiger Claw gang. At that time, maybe I can live on the top floor and ride in a Gudla sports car. It is not impossible. When the blue-haired receptionist couldn't help but look up at Oliver, she didn't notice that the data in the place she didn't read was changing rapidly. And when she suppressed the excitement in her heart and looked at the file again, all the editing had been completed. Compared to the files edited by Oliver, the files displayed after V-Access were mediocre, with few changes, and not much difference from the original ones, except that he changed from a wanderer to a small-town resident, and gave him the identity of a bodyguard hired by Oliver. Even the bodyguard was willing to bring Hintang to entertain him. This Mr. Quinn seemed to be a sentimental person. While some thoughts arose in his mind, the blue-haired receptionist did not forget his duties. "Please confirm your safe words." Safe words? What are they? Now standing beside Oliver, V listened to the words of the blue-haired receptionist and felt confused. But at this time, as if anticipating his confusion, Oliver explained to him in the communication the so-called safe words. In general, are words that you can use to terminate the entire communication when you can't accept it in certain exchanges. Words used to terminate the entire communication when you can't accept it? Because Bug has taken over the relationship of the LAN. Not afraid that the communication might be discovered. V, who didn't understand, asked Oliver in the communication, "Can you explain it in more detail?" In more detail. When you and the sex doll play a first-line restricted game, you are one of the parties. When you can't stand it, you can say this word to terminate the game proposed by you. Oliver's explanation gave V a considerable shock. And when he was a little dazed, Oliver said his own safe word, "Sniper." Sniper? I understand. I don't quite understand why this young master would use this safe word. But the blue-haired receptionist still recorded this word in the data, ready to set it in the room program later. After entering Oliver, the blue-haired receptionist looked at V. "What about this gentleman?" V recovered and thought about it, and also said a word. His word is much more ordinary. Son. Chapter 278. Evelyn. The safe word has been confirmed. Please wait for the match. The front desk of Yunding said, and operated the computer. Then, in the connected display, the faces of figures began to flash in front of Oliver and V. They were all sex dolls that were available now. The program was selecting the most suitable personnel for them. The selection has been confirmed for you. Listening to the voice of the front desk, Oliver saw the last bust left in front of him. It was a graceful woman with purple hair, beautiful face, dark black lipstick on her lips, and a cigarette between her fingers. In the name set by Yunding, she was called Tionlon, according to the matching of Oliver's disguised identity and hormonal indications. This is the most suitable sex doll for Oliver. It seems that it should be easy to solve. After scanning her neck and making sure he could easily strangle her, Oliver asked T-Bug in the communication, "Is this the match you chose for me? It looks really good." "No. This is matched according to your personal hormone indicators. I wanted to change this, but I found it unnecessary. This is the one chosen by the matching system that best matches your current sexual preferences. It feels okay." Oliver was quite satisfied with this object, while V, who was also matched next to him, looked a little weird, because his program matched him with two people. The blue-haired receptionist also saw such matching results on the computer. 2 matching results? Interesting. 2 matching results? When the blue-haired receptionist was talking to himself in surprise, Oliver had already looked at the picture shared by V in the communication, and his face changed slightly. 2 sex dolls were matched. There is no record in Mutuo. Is there any error in the program? Will it be exposed? Not only Oliver thought so. V also asked T-Bug this question in the communication. Is there an error in the program? No. How can I say this? T-Bug seemed to have studied the matching program thoroughly, and said in a complicated way, "This may mean that your personal taste, V, is somewhat unique." What does somewhat unique mean? That is, according to the test results, it was found that both of you are acceptable. So you are matched in this way. No. 2 of me are also fine. What does this mean? Maybe it's because of your special physical condition? T-Bug is still being studied. But Oliver, after being surprised, didn't think it was a big deal. It's just 2 people coming together. It's okay. It's normal. I've seen 3 or 4 people in many Super Dream movies. In theory, it's like this. But it also shows here that we almost matched with another sex doll called Angel, which would have made 3 people. And that Angel is a man. So, I have to be thankful that the 2 people I match with now are at least female. V complained in the communication, feeling that after joining this team, he was really motivated to be more active in some things. But he didn't forget the serious things. So he asked the blue-haired receptionist, 2 candidates. Does it mean I have to choose both? Of course you can. But this also means that both of them are suitable for you. You can freely choose 1 or 2 to be the object of your first reception. I'm still alone. It would be bad if the 2 people fell down and made some noise. V scanned the last 2 sex dolls left on the screen. After scanning the short reddish-brown-haired sex doll on the left, named Lon Tion, his eyes were on the sex doll on the right, named Evelyn. Why is she different and doesn't use a code name? V's eyes scanned the bust of Evelyn, who was considered a beauty in terms of appearance, and asked the receptionist, "Is she special? Evelyn?" Reading this name, the blue-haired receptionist gave V a look that you understand. If our hinting is a top place, then she is the top of the top places. Top people naturally don't need to use ordinary names. Usually only those who are qualified enough can get her match. But this time, The blue-haired receptionist glanced at Oliver. And the meaning was very clear. This time, with the young master you are protecting, the status is enough. So you can enjoy it too. Top-notch. Is there any difference between her and others? Hearing the word top-notch, V's heart silently rose with vigilance. If she was really the so-called top-notch, did it mean that she had installed some special and powerful chip? In this case, would it alarm something if he subdued her? If so, he would choose blue sky to be safer. Of course, it is very different. Looking at V's puzzled expression, the blue-haired receptionist blinked and smiled at V. Our people in Hintang are different from those who are controlled by the chip and can only be manipulated like puppets. Our people are the best in the industry. You don't need to give any instructions through the sex doll chip. Our people can understand your meaning and bring you the most comfortable and intimate enjoyment. Is the service top-notch in that aspect? The sex dolls in Hintang are top-notch personnel. So a service is quite expensive. 500 euros. Which is 5 times more expensive than the 100 euros on the street. Compared with those personnel, Evelyn is even more expensive. Almost 10 times more expensive. When V was looking at the money in his account and was about to choose blue sky, T-Bug's voice sounded in the communication. V, you choose Evelyn. Why? V was quite puzzled. Almost 5,000 euros. Is it that important? Evelyn is in the VIP area. Her consumption automatically includes temporary VIP membership. Not far from the VIP area is the office of the person in charge. He has another LAN. I don't have an interface, so it's difficult to connect to it without touching it. But you can do it as an intermediary. VIP area. Hintang's consumption is divided into zones. V understood, and paid 5,000 euros under the reception of the blue hair front desk. After that, he left behind the weapons that he couldn't bring in, said goodbye to Oliver, and walked inside, ready to go directly through the ordinary reception area to the VIP area on the second floor. Oliver was not in a hurry to go to the room to see his matching sex doll. He put his hands on the bar and chatted with the receptionist. It seemed that while he was flirting with girls, he was asking how much the membership of the VIP area cost. He really acted like a young man who came to stroll around casually and didn't care. However, the two said goodbye in the conversation, but the communication was not disconnected for a moment. Not only that, when he passed the stairs guarded by 2 bodyguards and came to the VIP area on the second floor, Jack and Carl connection was also successfully connected to the communication. Carl and I have come up the stairs in the corridor and are ready at any time. Chapter 279 Pity. Be careful, V. There is a hidden surveillance camera in the room. I need some time to create a false picture. You need to talk to the sex doll in front of you. Don't rush to do it first. As soon as V entered the VIP room, he heard the voice of T-Bug from the communication. She reminded V not to rush to knock out the sex doll, but to chat with the other party. V, who kept this in mind, looked at the sex doll sitting on the bed in the room. And Oliver's voice was also heard in the communication. There is a hidden camera in the room. I knew that Hintang's propaganda that you can vent your desires in a private space is just a lie. Now it turns out to be true. There is no real private space in Night City. While Carl was responding to Oliver's calm words, V had already looked at the sex doll on the bed. Without waiting for V to make any move, the woman named Evelyn had stood up from the bed and walked a few steps to V's side. She had short blue hair and a pair of finely drawn eyebrows. She looked V up and down. She held a glass of wine from the table in the private room between her fingers. She shook her wrist gently, and the wine swayed in the glass. When V responded to her gaze, her beautiful face raised a curve at the corner of her mouth. Before V spoke, Evelyn had already drunk half a glass of wine in her hand, and then slightly pulled away from V, who seemed to be too close to her, and smiled at him. On her snow-white neck against her collarbone, her lips, which were as smooth as jade under the dim light in the room because of the wine, were so clear, as the lips inhaled and exhaled because of breathing. A delicate floral fragrance, accompanied by fruit fragrance, was received by V olfactory system. It seems that there is a new guest. Hearing the soft words slowly spoken by the breathing lips, V heart sank. He almost immediately roared in the communication, T-Bug, how long will it take? What's wrong? I find that I can't stand it. You have to stand it even if you can't stand it. T-Bug felt that the boys in the team were really embarrassing. They just met, and they couldn't stand it. If you were a man, hold it back. I still need some time to talk to her, and then find a chance to knock her down. Believe in yourself, brother. It's up to you. V. Facing the expectations of Jack and Carl in the communication, V forced himself to keep his expression calm and took a step. It can be said that he ignored Evelyn and sat on a fabric sofa chair in front of the bed. She was unmoved. This is a rare case of men not being affected. Faced with V disregard, or even indifference, a flash of surprise flashed across Evelyn's eyes. And then the surprise soon disappeared, turning into a soft look like water, as if she could tell of her attachment. When she looked back, she looked at V again. Her steps were light and silent, and she had already leaned on V's side inadvertently. Her figure was like a blue flower slowly blooming in the dim light, where the petals were scattered. A pair of white arms stretched out and rested on the armrests of the sofa chair from below, like a gaze telling of love. From the bottom up, from Evelyn, who was kneeling beside the sofa chair, she greeted V, who had not lowered his head, but was already looking down. Her face was full of incomprehension and pity enough to make people regret. As a professional who does not even need a sex doll chip to control her, Evelyn obviously did not deserve her title of top. In a short contact, she had already made an analysis of V, being completely unmoved by her initial performance. This customer may not like women with a sense of strength. So why not change her feelings and become a woman with a sense of attachment? Some customers in the past liked this. The customers Evelyn greeted were often employees of large companies, and they were all perverts. They either longed to be conquered by her and kneeled at her feet, or hoped that she could insult him at will. And then, he would get up and abuse her loudly while indulging her in some kind of lust. Therefore, she was used to always showing her strength to people first. This kind of pity-making method she used when she first debuted was rarely used. But Evelyn still performed well when she picked it up again. This is a delicate feeling that few places in the entire night city can experience. It is like a newly born flower bud, waiting for the wind and rain to blow. So, what will you do next? Will you be unable to bear to hold my face, touch my chin with your fingers, and look at me carefully with a sense of conquest? Or will you pick me up with your pair of strong hands and hold me in your arms with pity? While Evelyn was thinking, V's hands were a little stiff. To be honest, he didn't know what to do now. To continue to delay time, Evelyn performed very well. From the beginning of the strong woman to the weak little woman, her transformation was just a glance back. Such a short switch. Even V's feeling was still lingering on the last moment. And the impact of the next moment came again. V had never experienced this kind of continuous stimulation. He had a lot of love affairs in the Wanderer tribe. But most of the girls in the Wanderer tribe were shaped into a hot and generous personality by the wind and sand and the scorching sun. He had never come into contact with such women who were charming when they were strong and loving when they were attached. Damn. Is this the experience of 5,000 euros? Why didn't Oliver match it? The women in the city are too powerful. I can't handle it. V's body, almost guided by Evelyn's gaze, stretched out his hands. When he was about to touch Evelyn's cheek and neck, the sound of T-Bug rang. It's done. You can start now. V, listening to his companion's words on the radio. It was like an electric current running through his spine. V's eyes were instantly clear, and his eyes, which were full of tension, immediately calmed down. He looked at Evelyn, who closed her eyes and waited for caress like a Persian cat. His hands, which had already been stretched out, continued to stretch out according to his consciousness. In the darkness, Evelyn, who was waiting for a gentle caress, did not wait for the caress she expected. When she realized that something was wrong and wanted to open her eyes, both sides of her neck were already wrapped by palms. The carotid artery was compressed, and Evelyn felt her consciousness fading away and her body falling while she was almost resisting. And in the last sound that could be received into her brain, she heard a voice that was like a relief. Knocked out. Chapter 280 Mobile. I won't come to Hintang as a guest next time. You won't have a chance next time. Listening to the helpless words in the communication, Carl, who was on the 14th floor, clapped his hands, looked at the Tiger Claw gang members, who were all knocked down in front of him, and continued, the upstairs has been cleared. This floor is really full of Tiger Claw gang members. The downstairs has also been cleared. Jack's voice followed Carl's voice. Now unless the group of former Arasaka security personnel hiding in Hintang jumped directly from Hintang, they can't escape. Have you found any trace of the people? Oliver sat on the bed calmly, looking at the sex doll Tianon, who had fainted in front of him, and asked T-Bug in the communication, we are going to find what they took away. Right? Have we found the whereabouts of those people? In the LAN camera that I can control. I didn't see the missing security personnel. T. Bud said. The client only gave us text information this time. I just checked the NCPD database for the facial information. I compared them. At least among the customers. Bodyguards and sex dolls in the ordinary and VIP areas. There is no trace of those people. Of course, it is not ruled out that they may have changed their appearance. It is unlikely that they changed their appearance. It happened not long ago. They quickly escaped into Hintang under pursuit. Unless they used the prosthesis of military technology. It is impossible to change their appearance so quickly. And I think that spies of military technology should not run to Hintang. Listening to Carl's words, Jack had another guess. Maybe the Tiger Claw gang that controls Hintang now is also a spy of military technology. What about the spy? Although there is such a possibility, the probability is not high. Carl said, Japan Street is to the Tiger Claws. Just like Santo Domingo is to the Sixth Street's gang. It is their inherent territory. To put it bluntly, Hintang is just a place for indulgence and consumption. The spy of military technology was exposed and ran to Arasaka territory. A consumption place controlled by a spy and with little defense. It is too stupid to look at it. If the Tiger Claws in this place are really military technology spies, then other military technology spies running over will actually harm them. Because if a fight breaks out in this place, Arasaka's support will definitely be faster than that of military technology. At that time, it is likely that Arasaka personnel will just wipe out the two gangs of traitors together. The spy of military technology did not run directly back to the nearby Santo Domingo from the bad land, but ran back to Japan Street in Westbrook. Right? This is not right to think about it. And Carl recalled his meeting with Kenichi Shiro. If it was really someone from military technology, then this matter would not have to be handled by Mr. Kenichi Shiro. Attacking military technology is the absolute political correctness in Arasaka Company. If you make a contribution, you can be promoted on the spot. If it were that simple, Kenichi Shiro would not come to entrust Carl team. He still has subordinates in Arasaka. So, is this another internal fight in Arasaka? Oliver dragged his match-sex doll Tianlon to the bed and walked to the ventilation duct in the room. There are constant internal fights every day. Military technology. Arasaka. How many internal fights have we received in the company? Who knows? I can't remember it clearly, T-Bug said. And her eyes flashed with blue light of data flow in the room on the top floor of the apartment building. And then, the ventilation duct in front of Oliver opened by itself. I have disabled the air supply to the ventilation duct in your room. Oliver. I have calculated the size of the duct. And it is more than enough to accommodate you. Get in. And I will show you the way. Where are you going? Where is the Cloud Top Administrator's place? As I said before, there is another land there. I suspect our target is there. And you will have to climb a long way. Looking at the open ventilation duct in front of him, which was covered with dust and all kinds of messy oil. Oliver's face twisted, and he was a little resistant. How far do I have to climb? It's just from the ordinary suite to the VIP area on the second floor. It won't be far. Isn't that far? Sighing, Oliver still bent down. After all, he was a mercenary. So he still had some professional ethics. It was just a dirty ventilation duct. So he climbed it. I saw in Mutuo that the ventilation ducts were very clean. I took the photos for you. They were big and clean. And there were no fans to deliver air. You may have to go to the studio to find them. My clothes are ruined. Oliver was complaining as he crawled forward and was forcing himself to accept the oil stains and dust stuck on his hair. The heartbreaking voice of T-Bug sounded again in the communication. V. I also opened the window of your room for you. See if you can go around from the outside and enter the area where the administrator is. Be careful not to fall from the 12th floor. Although you should be able to hold on to the building in an emergency with Sion Weston. The sound will alert others. No. Why can we climb out of the window without going through the ventilation duct like a rat? I can also climb out of the window. Didn't you notice that your ordinary box has no windows at all? It's just a closed inner room. After T-Bug finished speaking, he ignored Oliver wailing about his bad luck and continued to say to V. Are you ready? I'm already outside. Accompanying V's somewhat nervous voice was a very clear whistling sound of the wind, which made T-Bug raise her eyebrows. She ordered V. Turn off your external speaker and just talk silently in the channel. The wind on your side is too loud and a bit noisy. I know. But I'm really nervous. So I want to talk. Even though he only put his hand on the window. He was moving slowly along the smooth stone wall outside the building. And he hadn't even moved half a meter. But V's body muscles were shaking uncontrollably now. God knows how different this is from the feeling on the hovercraft. From the hovercraft, you could only feel the grandeur of looking down at the earth. From the 13th floor, leaning against the window and moving in the whistling cold wind, you can be dazzled by the lights and nightlife below. So V, are you afraid of heights? Carl's voice sounded a little surprised in the communication. If I had known, I would have let you walk through the ventilation duct. No, I'm not afraid. V stuck to the outside of the building. One foot stepped on the window. The other foot and right hand stretched out, touching the window next door. His palms were sweating. It's my palms that are sweating. I can't control it. I know it's okay even if I miss. But deep down, my body instinctively can't control sweating. So I want to distract myself a little and let my body not care about the cold wind and height. Click. When V's hand reached another window, his left hand, which was originally clinging to the wall and moving slowly, suddenly slipped. Because of the sweat in his palm, he could not cling to the smooth outer side of the building. Just when his left hand suddenly lost weight and caused his body to tilt, V's eyes flashed with a sense of determination. Then, Sion Weston started. The sudden burst of speed and muscle strength made V simply let go of his hand after he lost his hand. His left foot stepped sideways on the window he had come out of, driving his body to deviate to the right. His whole body was close to the stone wall, almost sliding to the right. And then he stretched out his hands and pressed on the other window on the right. The window of the room on the right was opened by T-Bug early. After losing weight, his fingers rested on the windowsill, and he exerted force with his 10 fingers. With a pull-up forward, V's body was lifted up by the power of his palms. And then in the air outside the tall building, he turned into the room and rolled into the next room. Feeling the heartbeat of his body, V suddenly felt much more comfortable, and an indescribable sense of conquest and pleasure surged into his heart. I'm next door. Panting, V looked at the empty room and said, delighted with his feat. But the voice of T-Bug in response was still very flat. Congratulations. And then, you turned over the first one. The first one? V asked subconsciously, and then suddenly realized that he only moved about 2 meters from the outside to the next room. That is, there is still some distance to the real target. Go out of the window and continue. I have opened the next window for you. Keep working hard. V. I know. As V sighed, he looked at the window with a complicated expression, although his body was no longer shaking uncontrollably. Would it take more times? V became the next person to sigh after Oliver. Chapter 281 Room. I have entered the area you mentioned. T-Bug. In front of me is a monitoring room, and behind me seems to be the private dressing room for sex dolls. Which part should I start from? V bent over and half-crouched in the shadows, trying to get some instructions from his companions. Is there anyone in the dressing room? Carl first asked about the storage room, and V looked inside and answered, no. It looks busy. Our goal is to find those former Arasaka security personnel and get the notes from them. The notes with code words are valuables, and they should carry them with them at all times. They shouldn't store them secretly in places like sex doll dressing rooms. Carl thought for a while and arranged the next course of action for V. Enter the monitoring room. Kill the people in the monitoring room, and then connect to the local area network in this area and give the authority to T-Bug. Understood. V slowly pushed open the door of the monitoring room in front of him. Before the person in charge of monitoring heard the noise and turned around, he suddenly rushed into the monitoring room and put his hands on the neck of the Tiger Claw member in charge of monitoring and twisted it hard. Although V's palm strength is not as good as Carl prosthetics, nor as good as Jack, his physique forged in the Badland is still not much inferior. He just twisted his palms on his head and heard a crisp sound from the cervical vertebrae. The Tiger Claw member didn't even come to his senses and died of spinal cord injury caused by upper cervical vertebrae dislocation. Facing the sex doll, V would spare her life. After all, the other party was just a person who sold her body and dignity here. But for the Tiger Claw gang, which is now an enemy, V will not hold back at all. After easily knocking down the Tiger Claw gang member in the monitoring room, V, who was sure that he did not alarm anyone, connected to the monitoring equipment. T-Bug, is it okay now? It is already connected directly through you. T-Bug said, Give me half a minute. I can complete the control and cracking of the relevant access. I will let Chiyo follow your route from the outside and enter this room to control the monitoring room. Okay. While V was waiting quietly, Chiyo came faster than T-Bug said. After more than 10 seconds, the black and white spherical figure rolled in from the door, rolled all the way to V's side, and stretched out his body. Okay, V. Let Chiyo take over. Watching the access line extending from the gap of Chiyo's shoulder complete the access in its claws, V unplugged his own access line, then stepped back and watched the constantly changing and flashing images on the monitoring screen. Let me see. This protection is. It's an old thing from many years ago, and they are still using this. Okay. The crack is complete. In just 10 seconds after the ball was connected, T-Bug completely cracked and took over all the surveillance. And as she controlled it, the light in front of V kept flashing. And finally all the screens were fixed in a rather luxurious suite. It was a luxurious room with exquisite decoration. Even paintings hanging on the walls. The overall layout seemed a bit dim. There were 4 people in the room. 3 of them were sitting on a fake leather sofa in the room. Their postures were quite casual. And opposite the 3 of them, the last person in the room was sitting in front of a desk with his hands propped up, frowning and staring at the 3 people. His mouth kept opening and closing, as if he was discussing something with the 3 people. Is this the office camera in the manager's room? V stared at the screen curiously, and then focused his attention on the 3 people sitting on the leather sofa. He was very familiar with the faces of the 3 people. T-Bug showed them not long ago. It seems that the target is indeed in this area with a local area network. Comparing appearances confirmed. They are all real people. After the comparison, T-Bug's voice was a little relaxed. And at the same time, he gave Oliver a new route plan in the communication. Oliver, the room has been confirmed. I have seen the relevant ventilation duct routes. And I have given you new instructions. You move quietly and crawl along the new route. No, I haven't climbed up yet. How far am I now? Almost 3/4. Almost there. After Biyuchi replied to Oliver, who was almost suffocating in the corridor, she controlled the ball to switch out the scanning program and scan several people in the room. Among the strings of flowing numbers, she saw what she wanted. The person sitting behind the desk should be the new manager of Hintang. He doesn't have any special prosthetics that need attention. But there is a pistol on his waist that looks like Kenshin's. Those 3 people need to be paid attention to. I have already scanned their prosthetics. You know, the standard configuration of Arasaka ninjas. Standard configuration of Arasaka ninja? Jack said. Is it the Sion Weston with a mantis blade? How smart, Jack. By the way, I have an extra message for you all. In the personnel files I saw, they are all veterans who used to belong to the South American Arasaka Special Operations Zone. Each of them has rich combat experience. And the number of casualties under their command is close to 3 digits. You can find this. Awesome, T-Bug. No, I didn't find it, Jack. But military technology just dug out the list of expulsions drawn up by Arasaka. And these 3 are all on the list. By the way, there are a total of 134 people scheduled to be expelled this time. Most of whom are Arasaka personnel, who have just been transferred from other places to Ninth City. Military technology. Why are they joining in the fun? What does Arasaka expulsion have to do with them? Oliver, who was crawling on the pipe, didn't quite understand. Guess what other companies will do if they get this list of expelled personnel with internal information about Arasaka? It's probably that military technology deliberately threw it out to disgust Arasaka. The meaning is quite clear. Anyone who wants to know the internal information of Arasaka should protect those who are scheduled to be optimized, but have not yet been announced to be expelled before they are dealt with by the agents sent by Arasaka. Carl saw clearly that it was to disgust Arasaka. It was not surprising that military technology did such a thing. However, it is foreseeable that those Arasaka personnel, who know the list, but have not been officially expelled will probably be involved with other companies because of thinking about survival, and cause a lot of trouble in Ninth City. But military technology is so disgusting to Arasaka. It's a good thing for us. Now the situation of the personnel's prosthesis is clear. Carl came to the top of the manager's room, according to the location set by T-Bug, and squatted slowly. Action in 10 seconds. The downstairs is already in place. Jack raised his head and looked at the ceiling. I'd be there soon. Oliver has seen the light of the end of the pipe crawl. I'm at the door. V leaned against the wall of the corridor. staring at the door not far away. With slow breathing, Carl's words rang out for the last time before the action. One for each person. Chapter 282 Merit and Competition. You are completely stupid this time. Watanabe looked at the three insects in front of him and wanted to reach out and open their heads to see if there was a mass of paste inside. After getting the information, you didn't seek support immediately, but hid here, exposing me directly. Do you know how much effort I spent to become a sharp knife in the center of that adult? I haven't even made any contribution to that adult. But you have been implicated. Stupid. You are all so stupid. Watanabe angrily accused his classmates, who came out of the same training camp as him, but later took different paths. With a trembling voice, Kenichi Shiro, that ignorant old guy, will be here soon. With the power and status he has in this filthy city now. Even if we are killed by him, that adult can't make any accusations. You are derelict in your duty. A complete derelict in your duty. Don't be so panic. Watanabe. Compared to Watanabe, who was implicated but had to accept them, and was trembling with anger, the three behaved quite calmly. They looked at Watanabe, and one of them said, "You don't know what this means, Watanabe. You don't understand how important we got this time. As long as we have this decisive thing in my hand, if we can find the evidence, then that sir will completely understand the true face of that greedy and shameful person. At that time, all the compassion out of emotion will end. All the disloyalty will be punished. And that sir will take action again and start to lead the way back to the right track." As he said this, the former Arasaka security guard who had undergone ninja training had a fanatical look in his eyes. As long as that sir no longer cares about family affection and understands the truth that betrayers will not change, then the right path for us will be opened. And there will be no more arrogant shouting from those disloyal people. And no more those cunning dogs. The greedy peeping of the cowardly people. That adult will take charge of everything again. And the true heirs, who belong to us, will also respect the will of that adult and truly step forward. That adult will come out again and take charge of everything. Listening to the enthusiastic words of the classmates in front of him and the respect revealed in their tone, Watanabe, who was originally angry that they had implicated him, was stunned. And then a flicker appeared in his eyes. "Did you really get such an important thing? It's more important than you think, Watanabe-kun. It's more important than I thought. What exactly could this be?" Watanabe was a little unbelievable. In their opinion, the reason why the disloyal people in the group still exist is because the elder is concerned about family affection and cannot bear to take action against the disloyal people. How important is it that the elder decides to take action, and the evidence is enough to bring down the disloyal people and his faction? If so, then perhaps the anger on Watanabe's face subsided. When he looked at his three former classmates again, there was a thought in his eyes. How long will it take for our people to arrive? Can we transport the evidence before the old guy arrives? This time, all our personnel have left their hidden positions and come here. This time what was obtained was the most core information, different from all the other insignificant leaks. The former Arasaka security guard sitting in the center touched the note hidden in his bulletproof vest in front of his chest, and stared at Watanabe closely. Now is the most important time to be loyal to that adult, Watanabe. If it is evidence that can really defeat that disloyal person and his followers, I will naturally die for that adult. Watanabe stared at the chest of his former classmate. His eyes flickered again. "But how can I trust you? Really have such important information?" His words were already very obvious, and his posture was even more explicit. The eyes were fixed on the chest where things were hidden. Watanabe wanted to take a look at the so-called most core information that was enough to make that adult make up his mind to abandon family affection, give up fantasy, and deal with the disloyal person. "Watanabe, are you doubting us?" Facing Watanabe's obvious gaze, the man who hid the core note frowned and leaned back slightly, while the two people next to him stood up directly, staring at Watanabe with unfriendly eyes. "This is not something you are qualified to understand." Facing the unkindness shown by his former classmates, Watanabe, who had realized the importance of intelligence from their reactions, stood up slowly. He moved his eyes away from his chest and swept across his three former classmates, saying coldly, "I think it's not that I am unqualified, but that you three want to take all the credit." "What did you say, asshole? How dare you say that? Idiot. You actually doubt our loyalty to that master." Now it was the three security guards' turn to be angry, while Watanabe, on the other hand, seemed quite calm. Even his eyes slowly narrowed. revealing a cold light. I have never doubted your loyalty to that master. But, Watanabe's hand gently rested on the desk. I have been lurking for so long. But I was exposed because of the merits you have made that the master appreciates. Although if it is about the master. As for the matter of people, I don't care that all my efforts have been in vain. But no matter what, I have also been credited with protecting you and maintaining intelligence this time. But you didn't even give me the qualification to share important evidence. Which makes it hard for me not to doubt you. Watanabe's hand grabbed a pistol from under the desk. And his voice became louder. I suspect that you have ignored me from the beginning and just wanted to use me as a stepping stone. And the three of you took all the credit. Facing Watanabe's accusation, the office suddenly became tense. Several people looked at each other, as if they were thinking about something. And their faces kept changing. This silent atmosphere that seemed to be about to explode lasted for a while. And finally, between the exchanges of eyes, the three people compromised. Although it would be best if the three of them took the credit and used others as stepping stones. Now it seems that one more person has to be added. Don't be so nervous, Watanabe-kun. We are all classmates after all. The person in the middle of the three took the initiative to let down his guard, smiled kindly at Watanabe and said, "If you want, we are of course willing to share this honor," and, before he finished speaking, the door in the office was suddenly kicked open. And at the same time, there was a sound from the ventilation duct. The four people who were originally confronting each other in the room and had just let down their guard before they could look at the door and the ventilation duct. The sound of stones breaking came from their feet and heads at the same time. In the sudden noise, Carl landed and greeted the four people with a smile. "Good afternoon, everyone. What is the important thing? Let me see it too." Chapter 283 Whereabouts. It's KK. Compared to his classmates, who were a little slower in reaction because they were not familiar with Carl, Watanabe, who had been in Night City for many years, reacted the fastest. Although he didn't know why KK suddenly appeared here, he knew very well what he should do most now. Kenshin's technical pistol was pulled out. But just as he aimed at Carl, Watanabe suddenly found that his palm was out of control. The entire palm with a smart connection was out of control at this moment. In a burst of electric sparks, Watanabe twitched and couldn't control the gun from falling from his hand. Looking at the falling Kenshin, Watanabe's eyes were full of despair. In front of KK, his only weapon to resist was about to fall to the ground. And his fate was already doomed. Damn it. How did he get in? What happened? Why did KK suddenly appear here? Could it be that Kenichi Shiro commission? Despicable villain. He was in Arasaka Tower and relaxed our vigilance. But let KK come to face us. Watanabe's eyes were full of determination. A senior spy like him had the means to die together after exposing his identity in order to avoid information leakage. Now it seems that it is time to activate this method. Don't think about self-destruction. When Watanabe wanted to control the bomb hidden in his body to detonate, Carl had come to his side before he noticed it. Carl didn't look at him, but stretched out his right hand and gently patted Watanabe's shoulder. Watanabe's body trembled all over, and he lost consciousness and fell to the ground. You hacked very quickly, T-Bug. Rather than saying I hacked quickly, it's better to say you hacked quickly. You cracked the system that controls the prosthetic hand the moment we met, and tore open the system. I just took over your processing path and entered from the torn part. T-Bug didn't think it was something to be proud of, and acted quite calmly, while she was talking to Carl. V and the others had already fought with the remaining three people in the room. Jack broke through the ground and jumped directly to the second floor in the violent mode. V kicked the door open and rushed over. And Oliver, who was covered in dirt and had turned black hair from blonde hair, faced the former security guards of Arasaka and suppressed them almost the moment they fought. I've suffered so much today, and I take it back from you. It's true that Oliver's role in the team is a sniper, but that doesn't mean he's weak in close combat. With Carl, who is proficient in close combat, he's learned it by accompanying him. It's hard to say if he can deal with some awesome fighting masters, but it's still easy to deal with a few former security guards who have received ninja training in the past. Compared to you, the guys in the training chip are more of a headache for me. The Arasaka security guards and ninjas in the difficulty of the training chip that Oliver has faced are incredibly agile and skilled, compared with those simulated personnel who won't make any mistakes. The guys in front of him, who are slow and even a beat slower, are simply too weak. Drop it. The front desk of Hintang needs to hand in weapons. But after the scanning was controlled by T-Bug, Oliver still managed to hide a pistol that looked inconspicuous from the outside. After a second of fighting, he waved his hand and smashed the grip of the pistol heavily on the back of the head of the person in front of him. A heavy blow to the back of the head will cause breathing difficulties, and blurred will due to damage to the brain stem. Although it is not as good as hitting the jaw directly from bottom to top in terms of dizziness. There are few more convenient ways to make a person lose resistance in the shortest time by hitting him. Oliver. Save your life. Keep it. I understand this aspect. The part you hit is not strong enough. At most the brain tissue is damaged. And it will be fine after treatment. Looking at the opponent who fell to the ground, Oliver answered Carl's words while looking to the side. And then he saw V and Jack looking at him. You all solved it. So quickly. Looking at the people who fainted at the feet of V and Jack, Oliver scratched his head subconsciously. And then felt his hand was sticky. Then he took his hand down and saw that his entire left hand was covered with oil stains and dust. Oh my God. Did he get this when he crawled over those stopped ventilators? What does he look like now? Go back and take a shower. Oliver. Jack looked at Oliver. He had only heard Oliver complain in the voice chat and had no idea what he was doing. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, Jack could only say that if it weren't for that black thing making Oliver voice, he wouldn't have dared to confirm that this chicken-headed guy was Oliver. Compared to this, it is indeed easier and cleaner to climb out of the window. Rubbing his hands, V recalled that there seemed to be a little touch of the outer wall. Looking at Oliver, he could only say that compared to his miserable appearance, climbing a high building was nothing. Let's talk about the idle chat and complaints later. Everyone. T-Bug's voice interrupted several people's evaluation of Oliver's current appearance. She said, I heard their conversation just now. The item is hidden in the chest of the person V solved. Take the item out and carry it with you. Prepare to evacuate. Their personnel are rushing to this place quickly. If we delay any longer, we will be blocked. At that time, the item may be damaged during the battle. Then how do we evacuate? Jack pointed to the hole he came up. Jump down directly from here? My gun is still in. At the door. V thought about the copperhead assault rifle that he had left at the weapon handing counter at the door, because it was too big. And shook his head, but forget it. It's just a copperhead. Let's go early. The actions here should be quickly reacted to by other tiger claws. Then I lead the way. Get ready. Everyone. We're going to fall. Carl shook his right arm. And then started jumping down directly from this floor. When he jumped to the floor where Jack was before, his fist hit the ground heavily from top to bottom, accompanied by a loud noise that could be heard throughout the building. In the trembling of the structure and the panic of the tiger claws in the building, Carl smashed the floor with one fist. And then the next floor. And the next floor. It seems that this is the fastest way. Jack looked at Carl, who was rumbling down like a demolition, picked up the people next to him and the people that Carl had solved, and jumped down to the place where there was a foothold on the lower floor. Don't tear it down too fast. Leave us some space to jump. Carl. Oliver grabbed a person and jumped down. And finally V. Before jumping down, V listened to T-Bug's advice. Took out the thing stored in the small box from the chest of the person he grabbed. Stuffed it into his inner pocket. And then followed his companions to jump down. In the eyes of the Tiger Claw gang members, who were stunned to see the building being broken into layers by brute force. It only took them 15 seconds to quickly descend from the 20th floor to the bottom floor. Chapter 284 Interception. Boom! Accompanied by the crackling sound of stone fragments and the sound of floor destruction, Carl's feet landed heavily on the ground. Okay. Now we are all Oliver. Feeling the cement powder falling sparsely on his body and head, Carl patted his hair, raising a cloud of dust, which made him laugh. We have to rush to the bathroom to take a shower later. Fortunately, the bathroom in the newly rented floor is big enough, like a Roman bath, to accommodate all of us. Hearing what you said, have you seen the Roman bath? Carl? V patted the dust, and was almost choked by the dust that entered his respiratory tract. He exhaled and said, have you been to Italy? The Rome I'm talking about is not the Rome that is the capital of Italy, but the ancient Roman Empire in history. Do you know this, V? I know a little bit. I read books that describe history. It seems that we have one more cultural person who understands history in our team. Jack patted his precious coat, but I feel like I'm listening to a book from heaven. I can't understand it at all. It seems that I'm the big fool in the team. listening to Jack saying the word book from heaven in not very standard Chinese. Carl felt that Jack was talking nonsense. He learned Chinese from him out of curiosity. Now even the meaning of the heavenly book is clear, and it can be used to describe it. He still calls himself a big fool. Then what are 90% of the residents of Night City? Paramecium? Prepare to evacuate. T-Bug outlined the next route for Carl and the others in the communication. I have planned the location of your car and the shortest route to Arasaka Tower, and sent it to the vehicle's navigation. It is estimated that they will have 3 minutes to react to what happened. And you will be on the road by then. And there should not be many people who can be intercepted in time. So it means, just drive? Oliver sat in Hera with a gloomy face, while feeling a little annoyed that he had made the car dirty. He called Carl and the others to get in the car. Hurry up. I will try to drive faster. And send you earlier, and go back to take a shower earlier. What did the client say? Jack sat in the co-pilot seat, and turned to ask Carl. It has been sent. He said he is waiting for us at the entrance of Arasaka Tower. He is assigning his subordinates to clean up the people who have been found out, and those exposed in this operation. He is alone there now. Carl sat in the car, and looked at V, who was sitting next to him, and the ball on his legs. After confirming that everyone was there, he said, start your driving performance. The crazy driver from Santo Domingo. Everyone sit tight. Needless to say, the reaction force of stepping on the accelerator was enough for the people in the car to feel its speed. The speed of the modified Hera, under the transformation led by V, even has a speed comparable to that of ordinary sports cars in a short period of time, even if it cannot be maintained for too long. As a well-maintained and sturdy vehicle, it can't be asked for too much. The modified Hera shuttled through the traffic at lightning speed, and its roaring roar resounded throughout the streets of Japan Street, amid the voices of fear or scolding from the vehicles being overtaken around. It took less than 5 minutes for Hera to drive on the bridge from Japan Street to Little Tank Street. At this speed, maybe in another 10 minutes, Hera can drive from the edge of Little Chinatown to the city center. And when it reaches the city center, the company square where the Arasaka Tower is located will be in front of you. Of course, this is just something that exists in imagination, and things will never go so smoothly. Carl and the others understand this. Sure enough, when driving in Little Chinatown in Watson District, Jack noticed the motorcycles approaching rapidly on both sides. 2 Kusanagi CT3X motorcycles. Jack, who loves cars, quickly identified the 2 motorcycles approaching rapidly. This is a good girl jointly manufactured by the motorcycle manufacturer and Arasaka Corporation. It is now the top and fastest motorcycle on the market. Damn, this thing is amazing. The streamlined shape and the extreme smoothness that must be installed with enhanced reflectors to be freely controlled. I love it to death. You missed a word. Jack, glancing at the rapidly approaching people in the rearview mirror. Oliver laughed, and the self-important kittens in the Tiger Claw gang liked to use this thing the most. As Oliver laughed, the 2 motorcycle riders had approached very close. They kept lowering their bodies to control the motorcycles, controlling the handlebars with one hand and holding the Arasaka Shiger submachine gun with the other hand, firing at the modified Hera. Bang, 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 amid the sound of bullets hitting the protective armor. Oliver stepped on the accelerator and looked ahead. These kittens are in your hands. I keep speeding up. That's how it should be. Jack suddenly leaned out of the window, and the loaded Saratoga submachine gun in his hand shot at the 2 motorcyclists behind him. However, facing the high-speed moving target on the fast-moving vehicle, the bullets fired by the Saratoga could only be easily avoided by the 2 behind him, even if a few bullets hit them occasionally. Those sporadic bullets could not cause any obstacles to the motorcyclists equipped with subcutaneous armor. Good guy. It seems that you are well prepared. V. Give them something fun. Jack looked around and confirmed that there were no other extra vehicles. He retracted his body and called V in the back seat. V immediately pulled out the storage box modified under the back seat and took out a dozen fragmentation grenades from it. Without even looking at it, V threw all the grenades out of the windows on both sides. All these grenades are automatic induction mines, which will self-detonate the moment they detect the enemy. Try this next. Jack also took out a flash bomb from his front and threw it to the back. Try to dodge this. Accompanied by a dazzling flash, a rumble sounded behind Hera. In the smoke, the 2 motorcyclists had disappeared. But this did not interrupt the interception. The next moment after Jack and V threw the grenade, A truck suddenly crossed the lane in front of Oliver. In the face of its huge body, Oliver had to turn the steering wheel to avoid it. When he narrowly avoided the truck, some mechanical gadgets flew out of the open cargo box of the truck and quickly chased them. The drone is the Octant drone of Zeta technology. V can recognize the drone. The Octant drone is equivalent to an armored reconnaissance vehicle. There have always been rumors about it in the Badlands. I heard that a company bought 2 drones of this type and raised a homeless camp in 8 minutes. After 8 minutes, the camp, which originally had hundreds of people, was reduced to corpses. Now, in the streets of the city, V and his companions are facing these famous drones. And the total number is 6. 6 Octant drones are flying towards us. Be careful to avoid them. Chapter 285 Close Shooting. What do you mean by evading? In this situation, you can't dodge even if you want to. Oliver controlled the steering wheel and stared at the road in front of him. Everything depends on you. I just drive forward. It's troublesome. This kind of drone is not easy to deal with. Jack flipped through the grenade box in the front seat, and then took out a special grenade from it. Electromagnetic pulse grenade. Can this thing get rid of the thing behind? Don't worry about it, Jack. Just throw it. While V was shouting, the Octant drone flying behind him had already started to fire. The bullets of the 6 drones equipped with machine guns hit Hera's vehicle armor like raindrops. This time the firepower was much stronger than the previous 2 motorcycle pursuers. Listening to the metal clanging sound, V looked back through the bulletproof glass. In his sight, the bulletproof glass was already covered with spider web-like bullet impact lines. At the rear cover, the armor modification used for protection had become bumpy and was about to be lifted up, revealing the weak body underneath. It's bad. The armor can't hold up. As a person who modified the vehicle, V knew Hera's protection best. In his judgment, Hera could only hold on for less than 20 seconds at most. Should we get off the car and get rid of these drones first? We are driving so fast, and there are drones catching up. If we get off the car, we will be surrounded. As Jack said, he had already thrown out the electromagnetic pulse grenade, which was not much in the grenade box, out of the window. After leaving the vehicle, it floated backwards in the air because of the wind, and then vibrated in the air. The electromagnetic pulse enveloped the 3.5 meter air around the grenade. Was it effective? V. No use. Looking through the gaps in the glass spider web that could still be seen clearly, V shouted. Those drones made evasive moves in advance. Of the 6 drones, only 1 was disturbed and fell to the ground. It looked like it was not damaged at all, and should be able to restart and fly over soon. Can we only use guns to solve it? Jack gritted his teeth. Carl. What's going on? Just in time. Carl, who had closed his eyes after seeing the drones, opened his eyes. The invasion was successful. As Carl said this, one of the 5 Octant drones that were still flying suddenly shook. And then the muzzle of the machine gun that was originally aimed at Hera instantly turned around and faced the companions flying around. The machine gun roared, and the flames spread from the side of Hera's body all the way to the air. Compared with Hera, which was protected by armor, the Octant drone was obviously a little insufficient in armor when facing the firepower from another drone. Not long after the bullet hit the gap in the mechanical structure, tore the fuselage apart, and hit the core inside, a ball of fire from the inside out emerged from the drone that was targeted. 2 seconds after being targeted by the flames, the drone that was targeted exploded, and the wreckage fell on the road with flames, completely scrapped. Destroy 1. Just as Carl wanted to control the drone, he was controlling to aim at the next drone. The remaining 4 drones had already discovered the traitor whose program was wrong, and quickly completed the turn during calibration. In the coverage of the firepower network, the drone controlled by Carl did not survive for a second. Okay, now we have 2. It was a bit regretful that the drone that he had hacked into for almost 5 seconds was destroyed in the blink of an eye. Carl held his EMP knife and thought for a moment, but he still couldn't bear to throw it out and stab a drone. Throwing out the knife here is like carving a boat to find a sword. It's almost a dream to want to retrieve the knife. It seems unnecessary to waste it to deal with several drones. After retrieving the knife, Carl saw something through the front window of the car, and he instantly thought of how to get rid of the tracking drone behind him. Oliver. Brake. Brake? Okay. Without any hesitation. After accepting the words and understanding their meaning, Oliver executed it without hesitation, regardless of whether he could brake the car at this time. and whether braking at full speed would cause the people in the car to lean forward and cause an accident. Oliver instantly released the accelerator and stepped on the brake. Zzz. Amid the strange and harsh friction sound of the tires under protection, the 4 people in Hera's car fell forward with the rear end of the car lifted up due to the sudden brake. Jack was quick-witted and pressed the center console in front of him with one hand, and the other hand across Oliver's chest to prevent him from hitting the steering wheel directly. V in the back seat also held the seat in front of him and stabilized Carl with one hand. Although Jack and V didn't know what Carl was going to do, they both knew how to protect their friends in an emergency. Carl, who let V steady himself with his hands and trusted his companions, didn't worry about crashing into the car seat at all. Even when he was shaking, his eyes were fixed on the front. When he saw 3 drones that failed to slow down in time and continued to fly over Hera, which were now in front of the car, a smile appeared on his lips. It's time to explode. Under Carl control, the traffic lights that flew over and had just turned around behind the drones suddenly caught fire and exploded due to the internal circuit breakage. After the explosion engulfed the 3 drones and covered their automatic scanning and recognition programs with high temperature, Carl picked up the SAD-era technology shotgun in the car. Speed up, Oliver. Hera will be destroyed by us sooner or later, Oliver complained. But he understood what Carl was going to do. After emergency braking, he started again. V and Jack, who had also understood Carl's actions, also picked up a SAD-era placed in the car. The vehicle engine roared again, and when the automatic identification program of the 3 drones was no longer disturbed, Hera rushed towards the 3 drones. The explosion of the traffic light obviously could not harm the Octan drone at all. But the SAD-era in the hands of the 3 people leaning out of the car window was another story. The SAD-era, which had been fully charged, fired dense and unavoidable sharp steel nails as the 3 people pulled the trigger. Compared with the ordinary shotgun, the range was shorter. But because of the use of steel nails, the powerful SAD-era poured the full amount of bullets into the fuselage of the drone the next moment after firing close. Boom, boom, boom. Hera continued to move forward in the wind, leaving the 3 explosions behind. Chapter 286 Kanzuya. I swear, for Hera, I have never been so happy to see a company building in my life. Oliver looked at the approaching Arasaka building, listened to the creaking sound of Hera due to the falling armor plate, and sighed. This time back, Hera needs to be overhauled. Fortunately, there are not many people after those 2 groups. At most, there are some small scums on the roadside who want to stop us, and they were easily solved. This doesn't need to torture Hera anymore. Jack looked at the almost empty grenade box, shook the Saratoga in his hand, and asked about the T-bug in the communication after completing the reloading. Are there still hackers tracking us now? Almost all solved. Not long after the escort mission began, T-bug finally had time to say something. Those hackers were also being cleared out by people who might be in Arasaka Tower. It was a bit troublesome at the beginning. I was a little careless and let them locate you. After you dealt with those 2 attacks, I regained control of the situation and blocked the location. Now I am just finishing it up. It sounds like you are as busy as us. T-bug? Not as dangerous as you. T-bug answered Jack's words. They are not here to invade me. Nor do they intend to burn my brain. Or rather, they have such an intention. But the number and quality of personnel are not enough. So they have been attacking the location, and I only need to block this aspect. T-bug, who was sweating on the hacker chair, looked at the location of the team that was about to arrive at the company square in the location, and got up from the hacker chair. It seems that we are almost here, and we have reached the location that Arasaka Hacker Land can control. There is nothing for me to do. Can I take a shower first and leave the finishing work to you? Have a good rest. T-bug. It is not difficult to fight against a bunch of hackers. As the captain, Carl agreed to her request as easily as Bug said, because there was really no T-bug in the matter. If the Arasaka Tower was invaded by a group of Arasaka traitors, then Carl and his team should not be responsible for this matter, but should ask Kenichi Shiro, the employer, what he is doing and whether he can control his subordinates. It can't be that all Arasaka hackers are useless. If that's the case, Carl has to think about it. Military technology is not interested in this kind of intelligence. Just after entering the company's square area, Carl Communication received a link request. Although the recognition was a little unfamiliar, it carried a word called weapon template in the request. Weapon template, thinking of the subordinates Kenichi Shiro mentioned in the business card that he had not contacted yet. Carl allowed the communication access. "Excuse me, Mr. Carl." A male voice came from the other end of the communication, and his words were humble and polite. "I am very sorry that I have not met you before, but I have connected without your permission. I am Kenichi Kanzuya, and I will assist you and your team members to enter the Arasaka Tower." Kenichi? Listening to this very familiar form, Carl looked at the Arasaka Tower getting closer and closer, and asked, "What is your relationship with Mr. Kenichi Shiro?" "Mr. Kenichi Shiro, in terms of blood relationship, is my uncle." Uncle means that Kenichi Kanzuya's father is Mr. Kenichi Shiro brother. And he is Kenichi Shiro nephew? The business card that Kenichi Shiro gave to Carl was full of information, with a communication code on the front, and not even a name. Carl did not know Kenichi Kanzuya's name before he connected to the communication. But now that he heard the name and understood his identity, Carl understood why Kenichi Shiro said that if there were any small matters in the future, he could connect with his subordinate, his own nephew. No wonder. So Arasaka is a traditional family business. Not only are the top people a family, but even the people below are all related. After understanding the identity, Carl put his phone on the phone. "So how should we enter?" "Just drive through. In order to prevent interference from military technology and other companies, please speed up your vehicle and move forward. I have guided the security personnel and combat personnel to mark the range. Mr. Kenichi Shiro is waiting for you and your team at the door. Please get off the car with the necessary items. Your vehicle will be guarded by our people." Speaking in a very literary and polite way. Speeding up and getting off the car at the door. Someone is waiting for such a simple sentence, and he can use various words to talk for a long time. I don't know what kind of education environment this guy has. Carl looked at Oliver without looking back. Oliver, who heard the voice through the speaker, did not speak, but continued to control Hera forward. And just as Kenichi and Kanzuya said, when they approached Arasaka Tower, a group of combat and security personnel wearing Arasaka uniforms had surrounded the entrance of Arasaka Tower. When they saw the severely damaged Hera coming, they made way for Carl and the others without even checking. There was no inspection. Did Kenichi Kanzuya confirm the location and identity of his vehicle through the connection? Or did he think that even if he let the possible personnel go, they would not threaten Mr. Kenichi Shiro? Carl, who felt that it was more likely the former, looked back and found that there were already a bunch of people in various clothes standing outside and watching. Carl could also see several military technology personnel among them. Looking at their appearance, they looked like they didn't know what happened to Arasaka, but they just wanted to come and see. Judging from their clothes, these people should be low-level military technology employees. But when they saw Arasaka wrong actions, they immediately came to mix in the crowd to inquire. How should I put it? There is a sense of commendable spirit. It would be better if they could remember to take off their military technology uniforms before coming. There was no security personnel or combat soldiers at the door of Arasaka Tower. Kenichi Shiro, who was unprotected, stood there alone with his hands behind his back. After approaching the same position, Oliver stopped the car and turned to look at V in the voice of Kenichi Kanzuya on the mobile phone communication. V, who was carrying something, nodded and got out of the car with Carl, while Jack and Oliver stayed in the car without moving. Kenichi and he also said that someone would take care of it. But if the Arasaka personnel took care of it, they might put something in it. Oliver and Jack were worried. For things like handing in tasks, it was enough to have V carrying the items and Carl communicating. Carl and V got out of the car and looked at Kenichi Shiro, who was walking quickly after seeing them get out of the car. Before Carl could speak, Kenichi Shiro stretched out his hand to Carl. "This is the reward this time." He handed over a storage chip. And after Carl took it, he immediately asked, "Where is the thing?" "It's with V." "V? Isn't it you who holds it? Why did you give it to someone else?" "It's not safe." After looking at Carl, who was swinging the chip and didn't seem to care about his words, Kenichi Shiro said something and frowned at the ordinary mercenary, who walked over with Carl and was not taken seriously by him just now. When he really looked at that V, Kenichi Shiro's brows relaxed somewhat unexpectedly. This new mercenary in Carl team, if you look closely, seems to be quite capable. Chapter 287 Knife. Exposed. I've got the stuff. After taking the small box from V, Kenichi Shiro used some tricks to open the box and checked it. After confirming that it was correct, he nodded to V. Then is this job done? Carl came over and looked at the small box in Kenichi Shiro's hand. He didn't have any extra curiosity to see what was inside. He raised his hand and pointed at Hera behind him with his thumb. I also brought you some gifts in the trunk. I can't guarantee that you will still be alive after tossing on the road. Do you mind accepting the gifts? Mr. Kenichi Shiro? Gift? After closing the small box again and putting it away close to his body, Kenichi Shiro looked at the tattered Hera. What did you bring me? Kill 3 security personnel under your command. Oh! Now they should be called former security personnel. Not one less. We stuffed them into the trunk. And also gave a Tiger Claw gang manager from Yunding. This gift is okay. Although it is not as good as the floating car you gave me. Just the car. Not one less. Kenichi Shiro's eyes flashed with surprise. This surprise was not because Carl could bring back those people. Nor was it because Carl gave him this gift. But, you actually held back and didn't kill them all. But brought them back to me. What you said? I am now the most popular mercenary in Night City among middlemen. In terms of service. As long as the employer does not specify that they must be killed. I will basically keep a live person and bring him back according to the situation. Carl still remembered that when Kenichi Shiro talked to him about his subordinates in the restaurant before, he unconsciously revealed a trace of regret for his deceased subordinates. Although Mr. Kenichi Shiro said that only the items would be fine, Carl thought that bringing people back as gifts might be better. And looking at his current appearance, Carl was right. I am very satisfied with this gift, Kenichi Shiro said, and his reaction seemed very calm. He said no more and just turned around. The personnel transfer issue will be handled by his subordinates. What he needs to do now is to carry his personal belongings back to the research floor of Arasaka Tower. However, he showed no concern. After taking a few steps, Kenichi Shiro stopped and looked at Carl. Contact Kanzuya about the weapons we talked about this morning. I will ask him to make them for you with the best materials. If the weapons are damaged, you can come back and ask for a new one. Well, I remember. Carl nodded to show that he understood. It was just a weapon warranty. After nodding, Carl looked at Kenichi Shiro, who was about to turn around and continue walking, and suddenly remembered something. He touched the knife on his body, pulled out the knife, and shouted to Kenichi Shiro, by the way, Mr. Kenichi Shiro, can I also take the other weapons I got from here for maintenance? Other things? Kenichi Shiro didn't remember that Carl had taken any melee weapons at the beginning. With this doubt, he stopped his steps and turned around again. After he turned around, he saw something very familiar in Carl's hand. Knife? Can't a knife be maintained anywhere? Just get something to sharpen it yourself. Why must Kenichi Shiro, who felt that the knife in Carl's hand looked more and more familiar, feel something is wrong? Wait a minute. That kind of look. That kind of shape. Kenichi Shiro's mouth opened wide in disbelief. Even he didn't realize it. This knife is? No way. This knife is? Kenichi Shiro, who had walked out a few steps, turned around and quickly returned, staring at the knife in Carl's hand, his face full of disbelief. At this moment, even the note close to his chest is not important. Anyway, 6 notes have been obtained, and the other contents written in a special way have been almost deciphered. This new note can only fill in the already incomplete information, compared with this kind of information involving the Japanese area, which is difficult to intervene in. It is obvious that the knife in front of him is more important now. Where did you get this knife? Kenichi Shiro said this in a tone that can almost be said to be questioning. This shape is absolutely correct, and Kenichi Shiro will never admit it. This is definitely a special EMP knife developed by the Arasaka Tower Laboratory in Night City for the safety of important personnel. Why is Kenichi Shiro so familiar with it? It's because compared to the EMP grenade, this knife has no other advantages except concealment, and it consumes a lot of resources to manufacture, so it has not been popularized. The entire research department has only manufactured 2, and those 2 are all in the hands of one person. Where did you get this knife? Kenichi Shiro was originally quite calm, but turned around with a fierce look. Carl didn't quite understand. This is Haruko's apology to me. When? Carl, who took Kenichi Shiro's shock as a question, answered naturally, during the Arasaka Tower meeting. When you, Mr. Kenichi Shiro, were waiting for me on the 44th floor. Didn't I report to Haruko because I was finishing something? I complained that it was really troublesome to go up and down the elevator just to report. And she gave me this thing as an apology. Give this thing as an apology. Kenichi Shiro felt his teeth clenched unconsciously. Miss Haruko's knife is very precious. Because it was a gift from her mother. She has always kept it carefully. As a result, just because Carl complained that it was troublesome to go up and down the stairs, she gave it to Carl? No. Why? Is there a problem? Mr. Kenichi Shiro? Looking at Kenichi Shiro's expression, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't say it in his throat. And his face turned red. Carl didn't quite understand. No problem. Kenichi Shiro is Kenichi Shiro. He is very good at cultivating his chi. After shouting in his heart without making a sound, he regained his composure, and then turned around and left. Looking at his back, Carl was stunned by the action. And 2 seconds later, he remembered why he called him. Wait, Mr. Kenichi Shiro. Is it okay? No. Turning back, Kenichi Shiro suppressed the word get out in his throat and glared at Carl. Carl next shrank subconsciously after being glared at by Kenichi Shiro. He didn't know why he did that, but he just felt that the look in Kenichi Shiro's eyes when he turned back was quite intimidating, which made him do it unconsciously. If it's not okay, then it's not okay. Why are you so fierce? Carl complained in his heart. But a new file from Kenichi Shiro was sent to him in the communication. Opening it, Carl found that it was a maintenance and repair manual. And from a cursory glance, it was for the knife in his hand. Oh, I see. Carl understood immediately. The reason why it is not possible is because this weapon is very precious. And the manufacturing department has no information. So I have to do the maintenance myself. Right? What? You can just say no directly. But you have to act serious on the surface. But you give it to me straightforwardly in the communication. To some extent, Mr. Kenichi Shiro is not honest. Chapter 288, Man Teams Matter. The weapons have arrived. On the 7th day after the resumption of missions, the weapons that V and his team needed were manufactured and delivered to the super skyscraper. A total of 6 weapons were delivered. 5 neurotoxin knives and 1 thermal katana that glows after charging. The knives are easy to carry, and the ones with neurotoxins are quite suitable for anesthesia and dealing with enemies. So everyone in the team took one to carry at any time. And the thermal katana was what V wanted. The 2 people in the team who were most interested in melee weapons were Oliver and V. And Oliver wanted the neurotoxin knives, which he had already got. And he was not interested in the katana. So V was the only one who had the katana. After all, you can't let Jack, who activates the violent mode and swings his fists to hit people, and the hacker T-Bug, Carl who uses single molecular lines, learn how to swing the katana to chop people. This thing is not only inconvenient to carry, but it is also easy to hurt yourself if you don't learn it well. Instead of learning it, you might as well learn how to hide a portable revolver. After entering the security code, V took out the samurai sword from the second storage layer of the transport box. Looking at the samurai sword in his hand, with an independent blade and an extended blade, V tried to press a hidden part on the handle. With his action, there was a buzzing sound, and the extended blade lit up with an orange-yellow light. Just holding it in his hand, V felt the scorching heat from the blade. Thermal samurai sword, listening to the sound, is like a lightsaber. Sitting on the sofa, Carl looked at the thermal samurai sword in V's hand, and felt a sense of deja vu of the Night City Samurai showing a light blade. Would you like to try it? Although the top floor we rented doesn't have a shooting range, there is a gym. I remember there is an iron stake over there. Do you want to try to chop it? Carl suggested that the iron stake that the gang owner used to practice punches and kicks was standing over there. Usually, no one touched it except Jack, so it was quite suitable as a target for chopping. It's okay, but don't damage your own stuff. V shook his head and turned off the thermal charge. Take a mission and find a job. I see if I can cut the whole car apart with one sword. I've seen the promotion before. In the video, a samurai faced the oncoming vehicle with a thermal samurai sword. He dodged the collision with the vehicle sideways and cut the car in half from the beginning to the end with a horizontal slash. In theory, with enough grip strength, a good enough sword material, and a sharp enough blade, plus a series of conditions, it is possible to do such a thing. But I feel that kind of promotional video is more of an advertisement. Oliver walked over with a piece of bread in his mouth. Chewing and talking, nowadays. Which company doesn't brag about its own products in the promotion? As if it has surpassed its peers by decades or even hundreds of years. But in the end, it's just SOSO. Like you bought a Zeiss scope before? Jack also came over with his breakfast bread. I remember you complained at that time that there was no improvement at all compared to the original one. It's definitely a lie to say there is no improvement at all. But it's definitely not worth the price. Do you know how much I spent on the new scope? Almost 5,000 euros. 5,000 euros. 5,000 euros for a scope. In the end, it just makes the environmental readings connected to the visual nervous system clearer. This broken upgrade, when it was promoted everywhere, it was also boasted that it effectively improved the accuracy of shooting by 30% and prevented accidental interference, etc. I can't help it. Speaking of this, Oliver was full of complaints. Buying company products and being cheated has become a common situation in today's era. But when it's your turn to be cheated, you are always unhappy. Look at it from a positive perspective. At least it didn't upgrade backwards, give you some messy unknown plugins, or ask you to sign some agreements that allow connection. Jack's words of comfort only brought Oliver continued complaints. If a scope can have so many functions, I think the technical content of the 5,000 is worth it. Okay. If you feel that you have lost a lot, then look more carefully next time. Such as looking at the reviews? You mean that all the bad reviews are blocked, and only the good reviews controlled by the same company are displayed on the market? Looking at Jack, who was choked by Oliver's complaints and didn't know what to say, Carl said from the side, "Don't worry. There won't be absolutely good reviews. The rival company is much more anxious than us. They are busy digging up the black material. For things like shopping, you have to look at the publicity and black materials of both the manufacturing company and the rival company together. That way, you can see things thoroughly. We don't understand. So how can the rival company not understand? I do it this way next time." Oliver finished his bread and sighed. "So, Carl, do you have any work today? Have we finished all the work we've taken recently?" "No. Didn't you see that T-Bug is still asleep now? She in a good mood. But I saw some information about Man and his team," Carl said, looking at the information revealed by the old captain when chatting with him. Man and his team seem to be helping Faraday with military technology recently. According to the old captain intelligence network, it's targeting Arasaka. Helping Faraday. Doing military technology work. Targeting Arasaka? Oliver frowned when he heard the name Faraday. And after the subsequent words came out of Carl's mouth, Oliver and Jack frowned. Which made V, who was playing with the knife and looking over, very puzzled. V looked at Oliver and Jack, then looked at Carl. "I know about Man and the others. But is there any problem with this? How should I put it?" Carl thought about it, told V about Faraday, and then mentioned the related tasks and speculations that the team had done. "I suspect that it is the follow-up of the Cybertron mission. It may be that military technology is not satisfied after getting the relevant information about Cybertron, and plans to rob Arasaka-related laboratories or products. After all, it involves Arasaka and military technology, and it is also related to the work of Man's team. That is, the Cybertron mission. I remember that job. Carl, you shared it with Man and the others. And the person who took the job was still Blanca?" Jack said. And Carl nodded. "Faraday is a dog who helps military technology. And he was also the middleman who introduced Blanca to us at first. So according to this idea, once you think about it, it's easy to guess. And speaking of the last job, the exposed personnel were our team. If we are responsible for the robbery, the powerful Man team is a good choice." Oliver stroked the mustache on his chin and thought. "So, Carl, what are you going to do about this matter? Are Man and his team in danger?" "Not really. Although this kind of job was assigned by Faraday, it is still no problem to rely on Man and his team to do it. I just thought of this information from the old captain and told you about it. What's more, these are just speculations. A mercenary team did not accept the task, but just because of a guess, they got involved in the task of another mercenary team. Even if the relationship between the two teams is good, it is not such a thing. They are all friends in this business. They understand each other that Night City does not care about peace and stability." Drinking milk, Carl, who just regarded this as a topic of conversation with friends in the morning, still thought about it a little bit in his heart. It can't be that there is really a crisis. Chapter 289, Dano's Bar. "Are you interested in a job, KK?" After breakfast, Carl, who was planning to go out to see Mutuo, received a call from the middleman Dano Tinovich. Dino. Listening to the familiar voice, Carl recognized his identity, and his information flashed through his mind. "Dino Tinovich, the most famous middleman in the city center, and also the bassist of the Glory Hole Bandits. There is no one in Night City who doesn't know him. If you need something, he will be your best and intimate friend. Of course, as long as you can afford the necessary friend fee. As for Dano, the middleman, Carl has received tasks from him in the past 2 months because of his reputation. Generally speaking, the cooperation between the two sides is good. Carl's team has enough capabilities and Dano has enough money. After a few tasks, they have established a long-term cooperation foundation. Now Dano sent a message to Carl early in the morning to tell him that there is a task, which is not special. You asked me to come over to discuss a job so early in the morning. Where are we going? Can't we talk over the phone? I can send you an attachment. But how can I say this job? It's not good if I leave a trace. You'd better come over. I tell you in person. The client is very generous, and the content of the job is very exciting. Only your team can do it. It's best to come quickly. It doesn't matter if you come alone or with the whole team. Just talk about something. I wait for you in my bar. Don't make me beg you. After saying this, Dino hung up the phone, leaving Carl holding the phone and not knowing what was going on. Mysterious, this group of middlemen. Shaking his head, Carl was attracted by the words generous and exciting mentioned by Dino. Other things aside, in terms of the middleman style, Dino is different from the old captain, who is a boastful buddy, and a middleman who is not respectful to his elders. He said that he was generous and exciting, but in reality, it was more exciting than he described. In other words, the money and the content of the matter would be beyond expectations, and Carl would never refuse a challenging task that could earn him a lot of money. If we want to talk about things, I can go alone, but who of you doesn't mind giving me a ride? Carl put away his phone. He put it on after Dino talked about the business, so the companions who were lying next to him after breakfast could hear it. Carl wanted a driver to accompany him. I have to go to my mother's place later. Jack was the first to refuse. He said to Carl apologetically, Carl, if you decide to take this kind of job, just tell me. I have to go back today to help my mother deal with the bar. What happened? Do you need help? If it's something particularly important, then the job is not urgent. It's not a big deal. The wine has arrived. I'm going to help move it into the warehouse and take care of the store. Peppy happened to be on leave today, so there's not much people watching the bar. Peppy is the bartender of the Wild Wolf Bar, and Carl is familiar with him. If he's not there, there's indeed one less person. Carl nodded in understanding and looked at Oliver. Oliver, who had just taken off the headset and was sweating, shook his head and refused. No matter what I say today, you have to master the difficulty of the training chip. Accept the task. You decide on this matter. Difficulty of training chip. After seeing Oliver put on the headset again after he finished speaking, Carl was a little speechless. The difficulty of the training chip. When Oliver first cleared the level, he had to beat it 24 times. After V joined the team, Oliver wanted to join in the fun and asked V to try this difficulty. As a result, V passed it in one go. Just like Jack. Even compared to Jack, who had a thrilling clearance, it was considered easy. This shocked Oliver, who had originally prepared to watch the show with popcorn. As a result, he began to worry about this. He had to train himself to pass the level easily like V. Now he starts to toss whenever he has free time. Then you practice. T-Bug and the team was still resting. Jack and Oliver were busy, so the only one left was V. Are you interested in being a driver? V nodded indifferently at Carl's invitation. And then he thought of something and asked, which car should we drive over? Harold is still in the repair shop for repairs. Do you want to drive my car? Your car? Carl remembered the extremely valuable Thunder Viper parked in the underground garage, which was originally disassembled into parts. Later, V had money and bought new parts and reassembled it. It felt okay. Then let's go. Anyway, you haven't driven around the city since you assembled it, so today is a good time to go for a stroll. I thought you would refuse because of the two-seater car. Carl, your car is fine. At least I've ridden on the roof before. Recalling his experience of eating sand and dirt, Carl and V took the now well-maintained exclusive rooftop elevator and went all the way down to the second floor of the underground garage. After getting in the car, V started the Viper in the driver's seat. With the engine sound that was much better than before, V turned his head and asked Carl, where is that Dino's bar? Oh, I almost forgot. This is your first time to accept Dino's mission. But it's actually my first time to go there. I just know the address. Carl pulled out the single molecule line and connected it to the vehicle. Then he set a location on the Night City map of the vehicle navigation. A small bar at the entrance of a small alley in the city center. The location is quite tricky. Okay. It's settled. Let's go directly there. V. A wealthy middleman in the city center works in a small bar? V thought that those middlemen who were so arrogant every day would work in a North Oak District villa or a penthouse suite. Sometimes, it's more reassuring to own your own territory. Carl and V chatted along the way, because they lived in Watson District's little down street, which was not far from the city center. They arrived at Dinua's small bar soon. They stopped the car and walked into the alley, the entrance to the bar where Dinua, the most famous middleman in the city center, worked was just a 70-centimeter wide, crowded iron door. This is the smallest bar I've ever been to. Carl turned his head and said to V behind him, and moved the iron door sideways. Then, as the iron door opened, a black man with a big waist and a white t-shirt, sunglasses and a baseball cap, who looked like a bar security guard, stood at the door and looked over. Chapter 290 Commission. What a strong security guard. Facing this security guard, Carl had to admit that among security personnel, except for the members of the animal gang, he had never seen anyone stronger than this black man. Could it be that this was also from the animal gang? However, there seemed to be no obvious traces of hormones on his body. It looked like he had trained. It was really strange that a security guard in a small bar could have such a physique. Carl could feel that this black man was staring at him from under his sunglasses. He responded to his gaze, but this black man turned his head away. He stepped back and made a lot of room. It seemed that he recognized Carl and let him go. He didn't pay much attention to this black security guard, although Carl always had a strange feeling about this strange security guard, as if this black man was very similar to someone he knew. He couldn't remember what it was for a while, so he put it aside for the time being and prepared to go in and talk to Dino about the mission. Following V into the bar that was somewhat dim even during the day, Carl saw Dino sitting on the sofa in the corner. He was about to say hello to him, but a sudden flash of inspiration in his head made him pause. He recalled what this strange similarity was. The behavior and movements of this black man always felt like a model. If he had to say what a model was, Carl really couldn't say it, but he could say that the other person's standing posture was very standard. It was so standard that in Mutuo, people who had such a standing posture had to adjust step by step to achieve it. This posture, just standing, did not seem to be relaxed at all, and could attack or escape at any time, without a trace of flaws. With the computing power of the Access Warehouse, Carl can now easily judge the opponent's weaknesses or blind spots at a glance. Carl is used to the feeling of summarizing information and integrating it into himself, so he doesn't pay special attention when looking at people. Now he thinks about it carefully, and he can't see any flaws that he can judge at a glance in an ordinary security guard. Carl has only felt this kind of exemplary standard from Mr. Kenichi Shiro. Even Adam Heavy Hammer, the killer, didn't give Carl such a feeling. Just like the difference between textbooks and wild roads, his curiosity was aroused. But everyone in Night City has secrets, and Carl will not rashly explore other people's secrets that may be hidden very deeply. So after he paused, he resisted the idea of turning his head to take another look, and continued to walk towards Dino. It can't be like the Super Dream movie, where an ace agent is hiding his identity. Then being a security guard is too much of a waste of talent. Carl sat next to Dino, and Dino, who saw Carl approaching from a distance, did not speak, but nodded at Carl and handed him a chip. Carl did not have the habit of inserting chips in front of others, so his current mobile phone had this function. Carl took the chip and inserted it into a groove on the top of the phone. As the chip, which was only 5 centimeters long, entered Carl's phone, various messages began to flash on the phone screen. Where did you get this phone? It actually has this function. It looks quite trendy. Dino looked at Carl's actions, and his face under the sunglasses raised slightly. A little curious. It's specially modified. Actually, the principle is not complicated. Just convert the access port, except that it will heat up when reading and may explode. There are no disadvantages. Hearing Carl's calm response, Dano's expression froze slightly. He asked tentatively, is the explosion power of this thing strong enough? General. Carl looked at the content on the phone and said, It's equivalent to a modified and weakened fragmentation grenade. It's not a big deal to kill a person. What about the range? Less than 2 meters. Dano looked at the distance between himself and Carl, moved his position from the heart, and opened a little distance. He is an old middleman, and he is not afraid of anything. Death is commonplace for him. However, there is still some difference between being beaten to death and being killed by a hot mobile phone. At least the former death is not humiliating. I had heard that Carl had a wild personality and a tendency towards cyberpsychosis. But Dino had never believed it because Carl was polite in his communications and was efficient in taking on tasks. But seeing is believing. And when we actually met, we found that he did have a little bit of that tendency, carrying a modified cell phone at all times, knowing that it might explode if a chip was inserted into it, but still using it as a matter of course, made Dino feel like carrying a bomb spark with him because it was suitable for lighting a cigarette and letting it burn from time to time to light a cigarette. Carl, who was being watched by Dino, didn't care about Dino's performance. His hands easily blocked the heat of the phone and read the messages quickly. After reading the content that could be displayed, Carl took out the chip, looked at Dino, and asked him a questioning word. Sparkling? Haven't you heard of it? Watching Carl take out the chip and move it back, Dino said, a highly addictive hallucinogenic drug, the latest product, secretly made by the Tiger Claw gang. Taking too much at one time can burn a person's neurons and make them glow. Addictive drug. In Carl's mind, there is another word to describe this thing, which makes him frown. So what do you want me to do in this job? Your chip only contains some flashing transaction records and situations. This is not a job. Right? If you want me to help you trade this, forget it. Don't worry. I'm not asking you to do this for me. Dino waved his hand. Although a jar of this thing can be worth tens or even millions of euros, I still won't touch this kind of thing. Rather, I plan to hire your team to destroy this thing that was recently sent from Kabuki. I found that the people of the Tiger Claw gang secretly built a manufacturing plant in the city center, and I want you to find it and destroy it. How can I know that you don't want to destroy it and do it yourself? As far as I know, you seem to be involved in some aspects. Please, KK. Facing Carl, who was particularly sensitive when talking about this drug, Dino seemed very frank. I won't do much about this matter, which will cause trouble. I occasionally help people with sports competitions. It's pure stimulants, adding some sports skills, and playing with the perfect combination of flesh and prosthesis. Even this is just an optional industry. I am not interested in selling addictive drugs to the lower class. It's better to say that I don't like those bad things. Carl stared at Dino. Heartbeat detection, breathing judgment, pulse beating. Not lying. The body does not have prosthesis related to hormone regulation, and the possibility of covering up is not high. After making a basic judgment, Carl said, I agree to this job. Now, tell me about this job in detail. Chapter 291 Winky and Invitation. James Reddington. Facing Dino. After searching for information in his mind, Carl said, I haven't heard of this name. He was just an inconspicuous drug addict who accidentally mixed Winky and had some knowledge of that aspect. Dino said, if you had the honor to know his name before, he wouldn't be so unknown. If I had known what he was doing now, I might have shot him in the head when I passed by on the street. It would be really hard to be unknown. Carl didn't like this kind of person, so he is the inventor of Winky. In this mission, I need to find him and the Tiger Claw gang manufacturing factory that expanded to the city center and destroy it? Yes, that's right. My people recently discovered that he always goes to the city center in pairs with a member of the Tiger Claw gang who may be a bodyguard, wandering around. When I wanted my people to look for him in detail, he disappeared again. And then a few days later, a large number of flashes began to circulate in the city center. Don't you think this is a coincidence and accidental? The city center is not far from the Japanese street where the Tiger Claw gang is located. Could it be that they are circulated from there? This is the city center. Dino stared at Carl, his words full of confidence. As long as I want to check. Unless it is the company's goods. Any foreign things that want to enter must be checked by me first. Then you can't find him in the city center? Flash is a highly addictive hallucinogenic drug, and the raw materials should not be easy to prepare. Isn't it enough to trace the possible sources of the raw materials? If other mercenaries asked so many questions, then even if Dino was not impatient to tell him not to worry about it, he should have warned him not to pry. But the person asking was Carl after all, so he could still get some special treatment. It's okay for me to find him, but I don't want to openly clash with the Tiger Claws. And it's not my turn to handle this job. You should have remembered, Carl, that this is a commission from another wealthy client. I understand. Carl glanced at V, who was standing next to him like a bodyguard, and then looked at Dano and said, they just think we are young and ignorant, and want us to destroy the Tiger Claws plan in the form of commission. The Tiger Claws know that we are just a knife, and if they want to investigate, they will have to spend a lot of time to investigate the unknown mysterious person behind us. The client, right? Then, after a while, the matter will be over. Dano smiled. This city only pays attention to new things. After a while, who will care about the so-called big things a few months ago? It seems that you are very confident that we will not reveal any information about this. Team Carl has to pay a deposit to work, and will never reveal the requirements of the employer. Things are always done beautifully. Everyone knows your name. Dano's hands adjusted his clothes, and I also believe that even if the people of the Tiger Claw gang want to force the information from you, you can deal with them beautifully. I am waiting for your good news. After speaking, he stood up. If you don't mind the wine in my bar, drink as much as you want. I'm treating you today. The commission is not urgent, but, if possible, I still hope you can solve this little thing within 2 weeks. Watching Dano walk out of the bar, Carl stood up and looked at V. You are also listening to the matter. V, how do you feel? We have to find it, and we have to deal with it. It is indeed a troublesome job. After doing a few jobs with Carl and his team, he can distinguish between good and bad jobs. As for this kind of troublesome job, his final thought is very simple, but considering the reward, it can be done. The reward is indeed not small. The total amount is 400,000 euros. Just looking at this number is quite amazing, because the jobs that Carl team usually takes are only around 80,000 or 90,000 euros. This task is almost 4 times the usual task, which can buy 2 Centaur exoskeleton armors produced by military technology. But considering the interests related to the pharmaceutical industry chain of Shanshan, this is not a lot. In the intelligence handed over by Dino after the formal cooperation, Carl saw the introduction of Shining. A half-height can be used by the entire Night City for a month, and the value is 2 million euros. This is really exaggerated in comparison. You know, this is just a new industry for the Tiger Claw gang. It is so profitable that selling one can afford an ACPA. The pharmaceutical industry used to be a very profitable industry, and now it is almost the same. Think about what Oliver said. The 6th Street gang has 3 riot-type light ACPAs in the bottom of the box. Even if each is worth 2 million euros, it is only 6 million euros. The Tiger Claw gang has 3 cans of this kind of flash, which is comparable in value. Sure enough, compared with the 6th Street gang that eats sand near the edge of the bad land, the Tiger Claw gang in the prosperous area of Japan Street is obviously richer. The newly created industry can make so much money. No wonder they can support twice the number of gang members of the 6th Street gang. And basically everyone can afford a mess of awesome prosthesis, and buy all kinds of luxury motorcycles. However, this kind of medicine, no matter how profitable it is better not to exist. This kind of medicine is like the scavenger's offal. It is for the sake of the eyes to see less. Carl and V did not stay in the tavern for long, although considering that Dino said he would treat them. The two of them still took a box of beer each and left with a complicated expression on the bartender's face. But the total time they stayed was no more than 10 minutes. While waiting for V, who was holding a beer box in one hand, to free his hand to move the iron door of the bar, Carl thought about the feeling when he entered the door, and looked at the security guard who had his hands crossed in front of him. The security guard seemed to be deliberately avoiding Carl's gaze, although Carl was looking at him, and his sunglasses seemed to be facing Carl. Carl could feel that the eyes under the sunglasses were not looking at him. I always feel that this guy is very worrying. From the corner of his eye, he noticed that V had opened the iron door and walked out. Carl hurried to follow him, but when he was halfway out, he turned his head again. This time, Carl could feel that he and the black security guard were looking at each other. This momentary feeling, inexplicably, made Carl's body tense unconsciously. Did he feel dangerous? This made Carl move. He tore open the beer box with his left hand, took a bottle of beer from it, and then threw it in the air in front of him. In the slow time, Carl's single molecular line popped out, and his fingertips were like pens. and numbers were finally engraved on the glass of the beer bottle. Time continued to walk in the normal perception. Carl could feel that even in that slow perception time, the black man could see his every move. So he held the falling beer bottle and threw it to the black man. "This is my contact number. If you don't want to be a security guard one day and want to be a mercenary, I welcome you to join my team." After speaking, Carl left the bar. Why did he send an invitation? Probably just because this person gave him a strong feeling. And, strangely, like Mr. Kenichi Shiro and Mr. Johnson, he was not very annoying. The black man caught the beer bottle at a speed that could be called swift. He looked at the number on the beer bottle, and then looked at the closed iron door, and seemed to have no expression. The beer was temporarily put aside. You can't drink at work. But he looked at the bottle, and his tense body slowly relaxed. After get off work, maybe you can have something to drink. Chapter 292 Chemistry and Acquaintances. It's not difficult to find traces for this commission. T-Bug, who woke up at noon and heard from Carl, and V, who had returned home, that he had taken on a new job, did not feel any difficulty in collecting information from scratch. The city center is not the territory of the Tiger Claw gang. In other words, in such a place, if the raw materials are not transported in through the company's channels, then there is absolutely no way to hide them from the middleman. But the company's transportation can also find relevant traces. T-Bug said so and searched, and as far as I know, Arasaka, which has a close relationship with the Tiger Claw gang recently, has temporarily stopped the transportation-related matters in the city center because of our previous job. They are conducting internal investigations and cleaning. If the Tiger Claw gang is not afraid of cooperating with other companies and being skinned by Arasaka personnel and cut off from help, then they can only choose to find a way to get the raw materials themselves. Get raw materials. Sweating all over after training. Just came out of the shower and leaned on the sofa to listen to T. What did Oliver think of as Bug described it? He had obviously been influenced by the family atmosphere for many years, and instantly thought of a way to get things without external transportation. Rob the chemical warehouse in the city center? The fastest and cheapest way to get things is indeed to rob. V, a former senior wanderer, also agreed with Oliver's guess. He said based on his own experience, although the company's goods are difficult to get, if you find an opportunity to get them, the rewards you can get are beyond imagination. Even one trip can feed the entire tribe for several years. And there is another benefit. Carl also agreed with his companion's guess and said, zero cost means that they don't need to spend money to purchase related things. Everyone in this series of industries can get more money, whether it is the manufacturer or the Tiger Claw gang members who are responsible for fighting. They can get money that is equal to the adventure. In this regard, I think it is difficult for them to refuse. It fits my understanding of gang members, Oliver said, looking at T-Bug and asked, T-Bug, can you find out which chemical warehouses of companies in the city have been robbed recently? This is easy. The city center is where the company dogs gather. There are not many storage points for dangerous things like chemical warehouses. I just need to collect detailed information about that area. T-Bug has not finished speaking when she found the information she wanted. Found it. The warehouse of biotechnology in the dock area on the west side of the city center was robbed by mysterious people 2 days ago. And there are a lot of laughing gas cans stored in that warehouse. Laughing gas? What is that? He has never heard of this name. But he could understand the other name Oliver said next. Nitrous oxide is a colorless, sweet gas that can be used as a medical anesthetic, food additive, etc. Long-term and large-scale inhalation can cause brain hypoxia and damage to the nervous system. It makes people laugh when inhaled, so it is called laughing gas. Is nitrous oxide the same as laughing gas? I can still understand it. I remember that it is a propellant for space rockets and a combustion aid for racing engines. I have read many related books about this thing. Can it be used to make that kind of thing? No matter how useful something is, if it is involved in that aspect, it will always turn its original function into something harmful. Carl did not talk too much about this topic with his companions. He asked T-Bug, can you track the cameras along the way? Which vehicles passed by that place during that period? What is the reaction of biotechnology? The cameras may take some time. As for biotechnology, it seems that an announcement was issued to fire some low-level employees who managed the docks. After that, nothing was done. Have you gotten used to it? T-Bug didn't think the reaction of biotechnology was so strange. A company in Night City that was attacked by gangs, mercenaries, and wanderers in the bad land couldn't survive under the pressure of other companies. This was just a daily occurrence. Searching for relevant cameras, T-Bug stood up. I go back to the room. It's convenient to use the equipment in the room. I send you the relevant information when I finish it. It will probably take a while. You can take a rest during this time. T-Bug, don't you want to eat lunch? Just leave dinner for me. I'm not very hungry. Watching T-Bug come out and move around for a while, he retreated back to the house. The three people present looked at each other. After a few seconds, V said, are all hackers like this who do what they say and retreat to the room? Or is it just T-Bug? It should be a little different. After all, I can be considered half a hacker. Carl said, I'm just too lazy to work. Is it so fair to say that you're lazy? Carl? Oliver was a little speechless. So, what are we going to do next? T-Bug said it will take a while. And I guess today is not a big deal. I've practiced enough. So let's go find Jack to see him as a bartender? You're going out again soon after you come back? Carl thought about it. He had asked V to buy the Mutuo he wanted on the way back. It would be nice to talk to Jack about the mission and see him busy. After a brief discussion, the three of them left Chiochio as a security guard, because Harrow was under repair and it was not urgent. They walked from the little Chinatown in Watson District, past the city center, and headed towards the Valley area in Haywood District. The three of them walked and talked. The whole road out of Watson District was safe. There were only 2 shooting incidents on the road. 1 gang shooting, and 1 NCPD arrest. Of course, there were 4 armed robberies witnessed by passers-by. Overall, no one died. It was very safe. I think the number of deaths should be less than 10. Oliver said this, and was about to say something more, but he saw an acquaintance. On the bridge connecting Watson District in the city center, a group of mercenaries had just intercepted and dealt with the target of the mission, and were finishing up. The leader was slowly closing the projectile launch system with his left hand. Who else could it be but Man? Man! Oliver waved his hand and greeted Man. When Man turned around and found that it was Oliver and his friends, he was stunned for a moment, and then walked over quickly. Why are you here? It's rare. Are you working? Man? Carl looked at the broken vehicle in the distance and asked. It's still in the process. But this stage is over now. Man said this. But before he finished his next sentence, the broken vehicle in the distance suddenly exploded. In the flickering firelight, a young man flashed and ran over. The prisoner blew himself up. Man! What? Self-explosion? Man turned to the young man anxiously and asked, Are the others okay? No. I was the one who caught him just now. Everyone was still in the car. I threw him out the moment I felt something was wrong, and then started to see on Weston. Nothing happened. The young man said this, approached a few people, and then greeted Carl and Oliver. Long time no see. Carl. Brother Oliver. Who are you? Oliver was stunned when he looked at the young man's face, and then quickly reacted and showed a surprised expression. David. I didn't expect it to be you. How come you also use Sion Weston? The familiar smiling face is David, who changed his appearance after using the feature synchronization face version. Chapter 293 Ambition. Isn't it just a dream? After encountering Man and his team on the street, Carl and his team, who were supposed to walk to the Wild Wolf Bar, were invited by Man and his team to get in the car. The area where Man and his team were active and stationed were in the River Valley area of Santo Domingo, which was next to the Haywood Valley area where the Wild Wolf Bar was located. They had just finished their work and were ready to go back, so they could just take Carl and his team with them. Carl sat in the passenger seat next to Man, looked back at V, Oliver and David sitting in the back seat, and talked about Man's carjacking on the street today. It seems that your progress is not smooth. I didn't expect that company dog to be so brave. Man, who was controlling the start of the vehicle, said, I thought I had finally found an opportunity today to catch someone and interrogate him. But he blew himself up, looking at the road in front of him. Man said, this job is really not easy. Although I had expected it when I took it. Who would have expected that it would take several days, and it is still at the stage of collecting information. If it were you, you might have already completed it. Listening to Man's somewhat emotional words, Carl felt that Man was exaggerating. Not really. We have also encountered this. Although we were just bystanders. But when that person blew himself up, we didn't react in time, and the explosion almost affected our car. In this case, there was no other good way except to use electromagnetic pulse to interfere with the detonation program that might exist in his body. I learned a lesson today. Next time, I have to throw an electromagnetic pulse grenade at him to wake him up. Man stepped on the accelerator and drove the vehicle that accommodated 5 people onto the road, but it's difficult. After this job is done, I should be considered a big shot. Big shot. This word sounds good, Carl said, but suddenly said, but if it was said by Faraday, I feel that it is more of a boast. Carl's words made Man's hand pause slightly. He looked ahead. You know? I guess so. But we are all mercenaries. I understand the details. I won't ask. Nor will I ask you for confirmation. But, man, be careful. Faraday is very greedy. If things go wrong, he may sell you out at any time. If something goes wrong, run first. You can lose your reputation as a mercenary. But if you lose your life, you will lose everything. It's strange to hear this from you, who has a 100% completion rate for missions. But, Man sighed, I know. Carl, you may think I was deceived by Faraday. I was deceived and bewitched by a guy. But I know exactly what he is thinking. This job is the only one I can take now that can make me famous in the city. Not everyone can be like you. Carl, my team has been doing this for a long time. And most of the jobs we take are just trivial jobs. I have been a mercenary for more than 7 years. If I continue like this, I don't know when I can reach the top in this industry. Some things have to be fought for. Even if I know it is dangerous and may cost me my life. I want to be famous even if I risk my life. There are some pursuits in the mercenary industry. Everyone wants to be Morgan Blackhand or Adam Heavy Hammer. But who can become the second Morgan Blackhand and Adam Heavy Hammer? No one knows this. So we can only hold on to hope and risk our lives to pursue it. Faced with Man's sincere words, Carl fell silent. 7 years have passed. Man used to be a soldier of New America. During the Unification War, 2069 to 2070, he left New America and chose to pursue his ideal in Night City. He wanted to become a legend. He has been pursuing this for 7 years and risking his life for 7 years. Now that things have finally started to get better and he sees hope, can he give up risking his life and pursue this hope just because he has experienced countless dangers in the past? Impossible. It's like someone told Carl that he is now living a comfortable life and he can live a stable life with his current wealth until he dies without having to move forward. Carl would not listen to such words. If he had such a pursuit from the beginning. When Carl came to this world and got his first gun and encountered the first gunfight, he should not have raised it, but should have held his head with both hands and hid under the cover. It is easy to be an ordinary person. Run when you hear gunshots. And raise your hands and hand over your property when you encounter robbery. But that is not what mercenaries pursue. People living in this world always have some dreams. Some people live in peace and safety, while others are destined to never give up the pursuit of their ambitions. Ambition? Isn't it just a dream? Carl couldn't say or do such a thing as asking Man, his friend, to give up his dream. Then you have to put my communication first in the program and lock it. Carl said, you risking your life or something. It has nothing to do with me. You gamble your life. It has nothing to do with me. But I still want to know about my friend's situation. Situation? I have to collect your body. Otherwise you will die and there will be no grave. Wouldn't it be a pity for your body, which is heavier than others even if burned? Hearing Carl's words, Man laughed unconsciously. My body has been transformed into this way now. I'm afraid it will burn out when the time comes. It's all iron lumps mixed with ashes. But what you said is right. If I want a friend to hold a funeral for me, I have to ask you. Carl, you promised to do it beautifully for me. Maybe my ashes can be launched into the sun by you to see the world. Man was thinking about the mission he and Carl did when they first met. He thought about the Brown team's proposal that if everyone died together, and there was no money to bury them in a cemetery, then they would pick up the bones and bury them together at random. He didn't care at the beginning. But now, he doesn't want to become like that. Death should also be grand and glorious. The vehicle arrived at the destination. Seeing Man smile, Carl got out of the car, and then stopped at the door. He looked at David sitting in the back seat of the vehicle, thought about it, leaned against the window, and asked David a random question. David, you run fast, right? Carl was thinking about the speed he saw before, when David started the Swan Weston. I can catch up with the sports car in a short time. David, who had been chatting with Oliver and the new acquaintance V, did not listen to the conversation between Carl and Man in the front seat. He answered confidently, And his words made Carl smile. Then, when it's time to run, run, David, leaving behind a sentence that David could not understand. Carl got up and walked towards the Wild Wolf bar. What does Carl mean by this? David looked at Man in the front seat in confusion. But Man did not speak, but started the car in silence. Man could understand Carl's words. Man was the captain of the team, and also the person who rushed to the front of the team. If David needed to run, then at that time, he would have done it. When it's time to run, run, David. After a silence, Man just repeated the words that David still could not understand. Notify the person who collects the body. And run fast. Chapter 294 Wandering AI. It's really busy tonight. I didn't expect that we wanted to watch Jack work leisurely and drink slowly. But we were caught to help. Oliver, who felt exhausted, collapsed on the sofa as soon as he returned home from the Wild Wolf bar. I didn't expect it to be so busy today. You came just in time. Jack smiled. We moved the wine from 2 warehouses. Thank you for your hard work. I was too busy in front and couldn't get away. Moving wine is a piece of cake. With the help of his arms, Carl didn't feel that he had spent much effort. After working all afternoon, he could still drink sweet tea leisurely when he returned home. He glanced at Oliver, who was exhausted from chip training and almost collapsed from moving goods all afternoon, and said to Jack, "But there are more Valentino gang members in the bar this afternoon. Did something happen? Carl, did you see it? Although I was moving wine and ingredients to the warehouse with Oliver and V, I saw many people with the Valentino gang logo tattooed on their names walked into the bar when I was busy in the back alley." Carl words. After that, the paralyzed Oliver also spoke up. I saw it too. Which gang are they going to fight? Are they going to discuss the battle in advance? Not that kind of thing, Jack said, but paused for a moment before saying, this matter is actually strange. Recently, when the Valentino gang robbed the company dog when they were robbing the company's goods, they were about to control him and ask him about the location of the goods. The next moment, the company dog suddenly exploded, as if there was a bomb in his body, killing many people in the gang. Gustavo, who was in charge of that operation, suspected that there was something fishy, so he called people to investigate. Gustavo is a senior member of the Valentino gang. He has a good relationship with Jack and often patronizes the Wild Wolf bar with his Valentino gang members. Although Carl and others don't have a deep impression of him and haven't greeted him, they still know him. Gustavo's men hijacked the company dog, and the company dog blew himself up. Why does this sound so familiar? V, who was standing next to him, almost immediately thought of something similar when we were on the road before, and when we went to the Wild Wolf bar today, plus what Jack said about the Valentino gang hijacking the company dog. And then the company dog blew himself up. This is the 3rd time. 3 times? While Jack was confused, Carl told Jack what happened when they came here. Man and his company dog who hijacked Arasaka also encountered this incident. Jack felt that there seemed to be some connection, but it was not quite right. The company dog that Gustavo and his company hijacked was from Kondo, and Man and his company were from Arasaka. The one we met before should be from Kendachi. These should be 3 companies. Are all the employees of those big companies so loyal that they will self-destruct when encountering problems? If they are not all loyal, then there can only be another reason. Carl thought of one thing, that is, they were all controlled to self-destruct. Remember the first time we got the military technology exoskeleton? Then we put. The exoskeleton was sold to Roger on the trip to the Big Bird bar. The military technology driver I faced was controlled by military technology and had his head blown up. Isn't this a bit similar? There is still a difference between blowing up the head and exploding the whole body and affecting the surrounding area. Jack said, the power of the thing we have seen is equivalent to the explosion range of RPG. If this thing is put into a normal person, even if it is a company employee, he must have some reaction and attention. This is not a small number of head explosions that are not easy to detect. Maybe the program is similar, but the control method is different, Carl said. But he was thinking carefully. Although it is not a particularly outrageous thing for the company to put this kind of control program into the employees and detonate the employees to prevent the company's secrets from being leaked. After all, once they enter the company, the lives of employees are basically bound to the terms and conditions. The legal operation in this regard is simple and easy, and it will not be an obstacle at all. Moreover, every company may be happy to see this kind of thing. But it is not in the interests of the other party. It is not so simple to set up a self-destruct device and procedure that employees cannot detect or are unable to remove even if they detect it. And that does not interfere with 007's work. The connection between the relevant nerves and organs involved requires a professional prosthetics doctor to operate and spend a lot of effort to barely prevent him from suddenly collapsing while working overtime, causing a chain explosion among his colleagues in the office and destroying the entire company. To be honest, the energy and resources spent on this, plus the risks that need to be taken, are secrets that low-level employees can know. And the value of his life may not be comparable, which is not very cost-effective for the company. Is there any factor behind this? I feel that this is a bit like the work of AI, controlling the disappearance of personnel value and actively destroying them. While several people were discussing, a door on the second floor opened, and T-Bug walked out. As soon as he walked out, he said something that surprised several people on the first floor. AI? You mean AI? Oliver looked up at T-Bug, who was standing on the edge of the second floor guardrail and looking down at them. Can AI control this kind of thing? Not only can it control this kind of thing, maybe some AIs also control humans in some way and act in a human manner. T-Bug's words made Carl learn some new knowledge. According to what Carl had learned from T-Bug, there was a global data crash in the past. The world's networks were paralyzed during that storm, and a bunch of self-aware network AIs were born. They wandered around the network, constantly attacking people who tried to enter the network after the crash, making the network extremely unsafe. In this case, in order to protect the existing network, some companies united and built a firewall called Black Wall on the network to block those AIs from invading the current network. However, the Black Wall cannot always block AIs. There are often some AIs that accidentally pass through the Black Wall, or are born in the current network, and the uncontrolled AIs roam the network, causing a series of extremely serious damages in the company's reports. Carl used to think that this kind of AI only destroyed the network, but now T-Bug said that it can also control people, which is really an eye-opener. AI controls people? Isn't this a hypothesis? Where did you get the basis for this? T-Bug? Oliver still found it a little unbelievable. But T-Bug didn't explain it. She just said, having been a hacker for a long time, you have seen a lot of ghosts on the road. After that, she dropped a chip, which was caught by Carl. Don't think too much. It's better not to care about it if it doesn't involve us. Whether it's the internet monitoring or they come to our door, it won't be a good thing. This is the intelligence I sorted out about the possible locations of our mission targets. You can take a look now, and go to check the location early tomorrow. After saying this, T-Bug yawned and returned to the room. It seemed that she was ready to rest, holding the chip. Carl looked at the closed door of T-Bug's room, thought for a while, and shook his head. T-Bug is right about this. Insert the chip. Compared to things that have not been encountered, it is better to consider completing the current things first. Chapter 295 Trembling. At night, riding in the hovercraft, Carl overlooks Night City through the transparency created by the crystal ball system. This is the first time I've tried to drive a hovercraft on a mission. Oliver looked at the scenery of Night City at night. His eyes flickered, and a bright smile appeared on his face unconsciously. It's so beautiful from the sky. It feels like you are looking down at the whole city. Right? This is indeed something you can't have when you look down in the wilderness. Jack stood by the car door, staring at the two tallest and second tallest buildings in Night City in the distance, standing here and looking at the Arasaka Tower and the Military Technology Company building. I feel that they are just like this. In the past half of my life, I have only looked up at them, high above. That's it. Oliver looked at the scenery and faced Carl, who was sitting. This is different from the experience on the ground. I feel free in the wilderness. But I really found that the hovercraft that can ignore all obstacles and traffic lights is so convenient when I really get to the city. It's really convenient. But it's too conspicuous. Carl said, this is the only place in the city center. If we go to a neighborhood with fewer hovercrafts, we might be spotted by a group of people, and their identities would be discovered as soon as we show up. If the target runs away, it will be difficult to catch him. I think we can just chase him in a hovercraft if he runs away. Not everyone can go into the sewer. Jack folded his hands and looked at the height difference of nearly 300 meters from the ground and said, what I care more about is that if we are shot down from this height, it will be difficult to run away. Why are you all considering what will happen after being shot down? Connected to the hovercraft, V, who was lucky enough to get the driving license today, smiled and said, The defensibility of this hovercraft is that it will not be shot down even if it is hit by a single soldier rocket launcher head-on. And the time it is locked is enough for it to descend rapidly. It is not so easy to be shot down and unable to run away. I still feel more stable on the ground. Jack shook his head and asked Carl, has the surveillance of the surrounding neighborhoods locked the target? Thanks to T-Bug's help. I guess. Just half an hour ago. Our target, the inventor Shining, James Reddington, just appeared at the entrance of an alley. And then, he didn't come out after entering the alley. I sent the location. Let's go there. We are already moving forward. It's not far. Less than 2 kilometers. I thought I could drive a little longer today. If you want to drive back, you can drive it for a ride. Anyway, you all have the rights to this car. Carl yawned. It's great. T-Bug, you can sleep. But I still have to run out to work. Come on. You just mentioned T-Bug's help. Without T-Bug, we worked hard all afternoon. I don't know how many days we have to look for him. Let's finish it early and go back to sleep. I was really exhausted this afternoon. I didn't recover until after dinner. Oliver's words made V smile. When discussing the mission, V was listening nearby. Actually, the mission was not that urgent. Dino said that it would be best to solve it within 2 weeks. And the mission was only accepted in the morning. According to the expectations of several people in the team, T-Bug might take a few days to find the target's trace. But unexpectedly, T-Bug was solved in one afternoon. With the information, they had to work overtime to finish the work. It was hard for Oliver, who trained all morning, moved things all afternoon, and had to work at night. It's best to deal with this kind of thing as soon as possible. Otherwise it will be disgusting. Carl watched the hovercraft slowly approaching the target point. Opened the door when the hovercraft descended to 5 meters above the ground. And jumped down from it. Landed. Facing the alley. Let's start. The 3 people in the team also jumped down one after another. And the hovercraft handed over to the automatic control system began to rise after all the members landed. This is another advantage of the hovercraft. There is no need to keep an eye on the car. Remembering the car being pried open, Oliver looked up at the hovercraft that was rising higher and higher. Then lowered his head and swept his eyes around the crowd. Glaring at them, "What are you looking at?" The crowd around them had come to watch the excitement because the luxury hovercraft had stopped and a few people were left behind. When Oliver glared at them, some of the muscular and hot-tempered guys couldn't stand it. They just saw the luxury car coming over and looked at who jumped off. How could they stand being glared at for watching the excitement? The guns in their hands are not vegetarian. The people who got off this luxury hovercraft are probably rich corporate dogs. Let's see if you can still be arrogant after I kill you. Let's see if you can. A guy standing at the front of the crowd was ready to draw his gun. When he was about to walk up to have a good chat with Oliver, Carl turned his head and said, "Don't make trouble. Let's go. Oliver. The mission is important." Oliver? Hearing this very familiar name, which is already quite famous in Night City, the man who was about to step forward was stunned. Before he could find the memory of this name in his mind, he had seen the face clearly from Carl look back. Black hair, sharp eyes, and a young man with extraordinary appearance and demeanor. The expression on this face changed drastically. Unbelievable. This gangster who didn't even join a gang and usually liked to watch pirated mutuos stood there in a daze. And the people around him, who had recognized Carl's identity, had lost their voices after a slight whisper. Okay. I'm coming." Glancing at the thug who was halfway through drawing his gun, Oliver looked at Carl, Jack, and V, who had already walked into the alley, and hurriedly quickened his pace to catch up. "Wait for me. I also plan to get familiar with the results of the training today." The thug, who froze in place when Oliver looked at him, did not regain his expression until Oliver and the others walked into the alley, and their backs disappeared into the darkness. His legs seemed to realize something at this time, and the strength that supported him relaxed, and the thug collapsed to the ground. "Oliver. KKKK. Oliver." The thug, who realized that his hand was still on the handle of the gun at his waist, found that his hand was shaking unconsciously. That look just now was saying that the thug only understood the meaning of Oliver's last look after he was frightened. Pull out the gun and die. In the past, he had suffered many losses because he was slow to draw his gun. But today he survived because he wanted to kill someone and was a little slow to draw his gun. Chapter 296 Sewer. After walking more than 10 meters in the alley, Carl stopped. What appeared in front of him was the street view at the other end of the alley. Not here. Carl turned his head and said to his companion, who was walking behind him. The camera on the opposite side did not capture the figure of James Reddington. So, it is in this alley? V looked at the 3-story buildings on both sides of the alley, walked back and forth a few steps, and shook his head after scanning the wall in the dark with Oliver artificial eyes. There is no convenient point to climb over. And there is no damage to the wall. And there are no traces on it. The last place where the footprint stopped was here. After checking the surroundings, Oliver stopped in front of a manhole cover in the alley. It really went to the sewer. Jack squatted in front of the manhole cover, looked at it, stretched out his hand, and used a little force, using the concrete ground around the manhole cover that was already a little damaged, and lifted the manhole cover a little. What's going on down there? Oliver curiously poked his head over, and then saw a flash of red light in the darkness. Trigger mine. Jack's tone was calm. The induction wire is in the middle of the manhole cover. I didn't lift it up completely, so it hasn't been triggered yet. Do you want me to fix it? Carl pulled out the single molecule wire, and he could insert the single molecule wire through the gap to fix the trigger mine. No. This trigger mine has no access port. It's old-fashioned and not connected to the user. Even if it's triggered, the user won't notice it. Jack said this, took a breath, stretched out his hand, and then the hormones controlled by the synaptic accelerator changed. It was just a blink of an eye. And when Oliver saw Jack's hand stretched out again, he only had a pile of parts in his hand. This old-fashioned landmine has a sensor connected to a hydrant. When it senses something, it will trigger the fuse to cause the explosive to burn and explode. Just remove the things in this regard. Remove the detonator and block the chain reaction to defuse the bomb? V, who knows more about technology, stared at the detonator in Jack's hand and nodded. It looks like only newer electronic leads are used on the induction line. The whole thing is indeed old-fashioned. It's been removed. I go down and help you explore first. After Jack said this, he lifted the manhole cover and took a look below to confirm that the black. After finding no more inductive mines in secret, they slowly went down the ladder under the manhole cover. A few seconds later, while Oliver, who was very observant, heard the sound of footsteps on the ground, Jack's voice came from below, "Come down. This place has been renovated. The liquid falling from the manhole cover above will pass through the drainage pipe halfway to the underground sewer. The road beside the sewer is still passable. It seems that the cautious Tiger Claw gang has already renovated this place." After hearing the confirmation of their companions, the remaining few people above also went down one after another. When it was Carl's turn to go down, he took the manhole cover with him to prevent passers-by from falling down in the dark when they could not see the road clearly through the alley. From the ladder down, there was indeed a rough drainage pipe made of iron sheet blocking the ladder at the last part. Carl had to jump to the side in the last 2 meters and landed on the cement walkway beside the underground sewer that could pass people. When we were up there, we could smell the smell of chemicals mixed with filth from the sewer, but it was still bearable. When we got down there and faced the impact of the smell head-on, Carl felt very sour and had an indescribable nausea. I should have brought a chip that can control my sense of smell. You were used to the smell when we were dealing with the scavenger base. You can get used to this smell if you breathe more. Oliver didn't think it was a big deal, compared to the stench of corpses mixed with blood, urine and organ fluids in the scavenger base. The smell of the sewer was just a little choking. Not enough to make people feel sick. I'd rather not adapt, Carl complained in a low voice, watching Jack, who had already started to move forward in the corridor that could only accommodate one person, and began to keep quiet, only asking in the communication, "Did you find any trace, Jack?" Jack turned around, and in the darkness of the waterway, his face was reflected by the fluorescent chemical liquid in the waterway next to him, which was creepy. But he could see the face moving slowly with his neck. Someone in this corridor must have accidentally touched the stuff flowing in the waterway next to him. There are dots of fluorescence every few meters along the way, and it's quite clear. Is there fluorescence in the corridor for one person? Carl couldn't see the scenery on Jack's side very clearly because of Jack's body blocking the view. After Jack turned around and walked a few steps, his eyes gradually adapted to the darkness, and found that in this sewer corridor, there were indeed dots of chemical fluorescence flashing in the corridor, which were not very noticeable under the chemical fluorescence of the waterway next to him. But they were still very clear. Walking behind Jack, looking at the fluorescent light every few steps, Carl felt that it was more likely that it was not an accidental touch, I feel that this is more like some kind of deliberate guide mark. I visually estimated that the distance of each chemical fluorescent light is between 2.8 and 3 meters, which is the normal walking distance that a normal adult can have after taking 4 steps. The difference of 20 centimeters is also within the error range of dropping chemical fluorescent liquid, judging from the shoe prints printed by the light next to the liquid. The person who dropped the liquid should be about 1.8 meters tall. I can understand the first part. But how did you figure out the latter part? Carl? V was very surprised by Carl's judgment. And Carl honestly stated the reason for his inference. In fact, it is mostly speculation. This is the knowledge I learned from the Detective Chow Ming downloaded from the relevant website as the dangerous girl's bodyguard. It is said that night, the height of an ordinary person in the city is generally about 6.75 times the length of the foot. I saw that the shoe print of this person is about 270 millimeters, which is 27 centimeters, and 27 times 6.75 is 182.25 centimeter. There may be some data deviation, so it is about 1.8 meters. It's really awesome. V sighed. Your work at the detective agency is not in vain. Lend me the mutuo later. I am also interested. I am really curious about what kind of person can shoot such detailed mutuo films. I remember one is called John Doyle, and the other is called Arthur Baker. I don't know why. I always feel that the names are familiar. If you come to me later, I will put it on the mutuo shelf in the room and give it to you when the time comes. Chatting in the communication. Several people walked in the sewer with green fluorescents, slowly approaching the hidden pharmaceutical factory built by the Tiger Claw gang in the sewer. Chapter 297 Pharmaceutical Point. This is not the amount I need. In the underground sewer. In the drug manufacturing room opened up by the old sewer before the nuclear bomb explosion in Night City in 2023. The inventor, James Reddington, stared at the tiger claws in front of him, and said in a very dissatisfied tone, "This amount of laughing gas can't even reach the number of products you want me to produce. If you don't want those idiots to stretch out their hands and chase for Winky, you should bring me more." The tiger claws in front of James, facing James seemingly powerful, but actually not deterrent dissatisfaction, just smiled, and then said slowly, "Calm down. Calm down, James. There will be. Everything will be there. Laughing gas is something that can be found in any company's chemical storage warehouse. Why are you angry with me for something that is sure to be achieved?" This Tiger Claws member named Huang Chungren, who is responsible for cooperating with James, knows James' past temperament very well. Before accidentally inventing Winky, he was a cowardly drug addict who dared not look people in the eye. The reason why he can talk to him so loudly now is just because of his current Winky. He is just the inventor, but as long as he shows a fierce attitude, he will obediently turn back into the original James, who dares not say a word after a slap. Huang Chungren narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at James, and continued, "Or are you looking for trouble?" Being stared at by Huang Chungren's snake-like cold eyes, James, who was originally full of momentum, froze like a locked rabbit. After a few seconds, he relaxed his body as if he had recovered. When he spoke again, although the momentum was still there, his words were no longer so dangerous. "I am also for our common reward. Shanshan sells too well. Now it is completely in short supply. If you don't send the missing raw materials quickly, you won't be able to seize the opportunity for this popular deal." Listening to James' tone that seemed to be really considering both sides, Huang Chungren could see clearly that according to the surveillance of his subordinates, this guy bought a luxury car in installments after receiving the payment from Shanshan. Recently, he often went to Hintang and other places to spend money and have fun. He was always spending a lot of money. Now he owed a lot of debts, and was about to be unable to pay them back. Then he remembered the profit of Shanshan and thought about making a quick profit to pay it back, and then go to spend wantonly. He sneered in his heart. But Huang Chungren did not think of exposing James' words. He just gave James an idea. "The current quantity is enough to make some. You can make it according to the formula first. My people will soon deliver the missing nitrous oxide." "That's fine." After thinking about it, James nodded, and then looked at Huang Chungren, and walked into the pharmaceutical room further inside. It seemed that he was indeed planning to make a batch first. Watching James walk into the pharmacy, a fierce-looking man with scars all over his face walked out from the Tiger Claws, who were standing next to them and guarding the pharmacy in the sewer. He walked to Huang Chungren and said in a low voice, "Master Huang Chungren, James' temper has been getting worse and worse recently. He looks like we can't make shining without him. We have already obtained the raw material formula through the reading records of his consumption of sex dolls and the monitoring of the pharmacy. Do we still have to put up with him now? It's still useful to keep it. Huang Chunren waved his hand indifferently. This lucky guy can accidentally invent a good thing like shining. Who can say that he can't make better things? Luck favors a person, and often gets it one after another. The money he gets is just a reward for his future, Huang Chunren said, with a very ironic smile on his face. The money he gets. Buy a 170,000 euro Chevrolet Thrace 388 Jefferson. All the money has to be paid in installments. When he goes to Hintang to spend, he only dares to order sex dolls in the ordinary area. He doesn't have many coins on his body. What's the use of giving him the money that he thinks is enough to spend freely? Compared with the glittering profits, that amount can only be said to be a drop in the bucket. If he can be satisfied with something slipping through his fingers, then it doesn't matter if he slips a little, even if it is a company. It is also about the possibility of investment. When Huang Chunren was still planning to say something to his subordinates, he heard the sound of swords scraping across stones. The somewhat harsh and sharp sound of metal scraping across gravel made him frown. What are those guys at the door doing? The burly subordinates beside Huang Chunren also heard the voice. He instructed his subordinates to open the door and go to the door to warn the group of interns. Tell the new guys to be quiet. They just passed the identity test and are qualified to join the Tiger Claw gang. It doesn't mean that they are formal members of the Tiger Claw gang. If they make too much noise, get out of here. This is a comfortable job guarding the sewers and taking money for free. Others want it but can't get it. Yes. The Tiger Claws followed the rules of their sponsor, Arasaka Corporation. The superiors and subordinates were always superiors. After hearing the words of the strong man, a member of the Tiger Claws, who was closer to the closed gate, started to move. He casually put the genuine rifle in his hand on his back with a gun belt, intending to open the door and scold the interns, who were making trouble outside, with the majesty of his predecessor and big brother. It's okay to brag and chat when you are bored on guard duty, but don't go too far. Newcomer. As soon as the door was opened, before the Tiger Claws member could speak, a stream of blood splashed on his face. Blood? After blinking, the Tiger Claw's vision gradually became clear, and then he saw clearly that there was a person standing at the door. Looking at the back, isn't this one of the interns? What's going on? Before the Tiger Claw member could speak, he found that the man's upper body began to tilt under his horrified gaze, with his pupils shrinking. The intern's upper body was actually separated from the lower body. As the blood gushed out, the intersection of the two halves revealed a fairly flat cross-section with a burning and pale feeling on the surface. Then, the intern's upper body slid down from the cross-section. Plop! Accompanied by the sound of the upper body falling to the ground. The heart of the Tiger Claw member trembled violently. And then he saw a figure. The owner of the figure was a young man with a short haircut, a pair of blue pupils, a resolute face, and holding a samurai sword with an orange-yellow glow. Who is this person? As soon as this thought emerged in his mind, the Tiger Claw member saw the young man swinging the sword. The blade could no longer be seen, and the last thing left in his eyes was an orange-yellow light. In the pain that was finally transmitted to his consciousness, the Tiger Claw gang member lost consciousness. Chapter 298 Bedbugs. Fuck. Someone is here to cause trouble. Seeing the half-body of the person who went to open the door fly into the air, the remaining Tiger Claw gang members in the modified pharmacy reacted quickly. They pointed the genuine kinetic rifles in their hands at the door and pulled the trigger. Amid the bullet holes and the fire of the gun, the figure of the short-haired young man holding the thermal samurai sword outside the door disappeared instantly. In less than a blink of an eye, he had flashed past the Tiger Claw gang members in front of him like a ghost. And every Tiger Claw gang member who passed by him was frozen in place. Huh? When the short-haired young man slowly exhaled and stood in front of Huang Chunren. Time had passed exactly 1 second. There was not a drop of blood on the thermal samurai's sword in his hand. Puff! Puff! In the gushing of blood, all the Tiger Claw members in the room, except Huang Chunren, had a slightly burnt black fine mark on their waists. And as time went by, the fine mark continued to expand until it was completely turned bright red by the blood gushing out of it. Huang Chunren was already numb in the blood that was scattered all over the sky and fell like raindrops. Who could tell him why all the people on his side died in just a blink of an eye? And the guy who was shot at the door just a moment ago was already standing in front of him with a knife. Huang Chunren looked at the young man with a short haircut and his eyes were facing him as he slowly raised the knife. He raised his hand with a sincere heart. Well, I think we can wait a moment. As the saying goes, surrender means losing half. Is it too late for me to surrender now? I will leave you half. The young man with a short haircut said so. And then Huang Chengren, who realized that something was wrong, was about to draw his gun for a desperate fight. But the heat flow flashed with the knife light. Plop. Arashiro Rin fell to the ground with his eyes open. In the last remnant of his vision, he could see half of his body standing there. Really? Leave half? Why did he say that? With some regret, Arashiro Rin closed his eyes. V is so murderous. After Arashiro Rin closed his eyes, a voice came from the door. And then Carl walked into the room and looked at the situation inside. Did they kill them all? How dare you say that to him? Oliver followed Carl into the room. You and V are not much different. These guys, let's get rid of them all if we can. Jack walked into the room last and looked at the bodies on the ground. One less trouble. Buzz. With the sound of the samurai sword, V turned off the heat and put the samurai sword into a scabbard at his waist. However, because he was not very skilled, he put it away twice before calibrating the position and putting it back into the scabbard. I told you to use the scabbard with a side opening for easy storage. Watching the V movement, Carl said. But he looked him up and down for a while. But you look like a samurai. When you walk on the street with a knife on your side, others will subconsciously think you are a member of the Tiger Claw Gang. Except for the members of the Tiger Claw Gang, few people use samurai swords. Although this thing is not convenient to carry, it goes well with Sion Weston when slashing. I think I need to learn more about related skills when I go back. I think it's not very convenient to use a knife. It's better to use a mantis knife or a gorilla arm. The single molecule line is easy and simple. You can take it out whenever you encounter something, Carl said. Walk towards the inner room. And then kick the door. Coincidentally, when Carl kicked the door, James inside happened to hear the movement outside and wanted to open the door to see what was going on. After he opened the door, he happened to stand in front of Carl's feet. Under Carl's slightly powerful kick, James hadn't reacted yet, and his whole body flew into the air backwards. When the intense pain from the damaged organs in his abdomen reached his brain, he fell heavily to the ground. In the pain from his organs, James' body twitched, and he arched his body like a shrimp. He tried to breathe hard to breathe, but he couldn't breathe when his brain was a little clearer in the pain. Carl was already standing in front of him, looking down at him. Compared to the other James I've seen, you are just like a stink bug in the gutter. I'm so disgusted that I'm afraid of dirtying my shoes even if I step on you to death. Carl recalled the former lieutenant of the New America, and then looked at the drug addict squirming on the ground in front of him, showing a rare look of disgust towards a person. Woo. James wanted to say something. In fact, because of the pain, James didn't see who attacked him clearly. But when he felt the threat to his life, his adrenaline supported him, making him anxious to prove his value at this moment. The possible outline was quickly constructed in his mind. There are attackers. They killed all the tiger claws including Huang Chengren. Now I am the only one left. What is the most valuable thing in this place? The answer is sparkling. I can help you make sparkling. Please spare my life. I know how to make the highest purity sparkling. Let me help you make money. The sparkling I make will make people addicted to it. I have experimented with people around my former home. Only 2 milligrams are needed. From a 60-year-old man to a 12-year-old child. It can be used. Bang. With the sound of the gun, James' head exploded. His body twitched. And then he fell limply to the side. Still disgusting me. Carl took back the knife. I was just thinking about how to kill a guy like you. Now think about it. For a scum like you who uses it, and spreads it on a large scale, and drags others in, it is indeed the easiest to use a bullet. Stepping on a stink bug, stepping on it more, is an insult to oneself. Carl exhaled, as if he had temporarily spit out all the filth. He took out his cell phone, and after sending a message to Dano to say that the work had been completed, he noticed that he had received a new message. This message, which can be seen in the communication and on the phone, was actually sent by Chio. The content was very simple. A commission. 1 day later, at the Arasaka Tower banquet, in order to ensure the safety of Miss Haruko, guards are needed. The more the better. And the reward for each person is 150,000 euros. she actually sent a commission. Was it Mr. Kenichi Shiro intention behind it? Or was it Haruko? Carl thought of the 10 days that Kenichi Shiro had said when he asked him to borrow a car. Come back in 10 days. Is it about this matter? Chapter 299 Trauma Team. You handled it so quickly? After dealing with the scum, Carl, who had just walked out of the pharmacy, received a reply from Dainua. Obviously, he did not expect that the task that was just set in the morning and was expected to be completed in 2 weeks was completed by Carl and his team in the evening. It has been solved. I sent you the address. Remember to finish it. I will let the hackers in our team follow up. Don't let me catch you receiving these things. Don't worry. I don't have to destroy our relationship for these things. Especially after seeing that you acted so decisively and quickly. Dainua said so. And he really thought so. He received the job in the morning and killed a person in the evening. Who dares to make such a ruthless character unhappy? Then I have transferred the money. Remember to receive it. No verification required. I was thinking of asking you to take some photos and show them to me. But now it is not necessary. My people have seen the trauma team arrive at the location you sent. And now it is above you. Trauma team? Carl looked at the corpses all over the ground. It was probably a member of the Tiger Claw gang who bought the funeral service attached to the trauma team. In the past, when facing JK, the Black Super Dream director, Carl wondered why the trauma team still came even though JK was dead. Later, he went to check the services on the official website and found that in addition to the basic services, members of the trauma team can also purchase funeral services. That is, even if someone dies, the trauma team will come and take the body away to burn it in the cemetery at a predetermined location. The trauma team originally withdrew when the employer died. But with this service, they can leave a body to burn. Shoo shoo. Hearing some movement above his head, Carl moved a few steps to the side. And then an explosion sounded where he was standing. Boom! The ceiling of the sewer room was broken by the falling rocks. And then 2 trauma team members in white and green clothes jumped down in the smoke. The ceiling of this modified room was not far from the road surface above. And it was very thin. The trauma team must have used some blasting method to directly complete the breakthrough. The trauma team should pay the city hall for the damage to the road surface later. Thinking so, Carl found that after the 2 trauma team members fell, they immediately pointed their smart weapons at him. The weapons used by the trauma team are basically the products of Kanao Company. With few exceptions, the weapons in the hands of the 2 trauma team members are also the same. At a glance, Carl can tell what the weapon is. Kanao G58 Classic. Carl himself has one. Pointed it by the intelligent weapon. Carl did not make any move, but calmly looked at the trauma team members under the protective helmet. 7 minutes to save lives. Otherwise refund. Carl said the slogan of the trauma team. 5 minutes have passed now. Your speed is indeed not slow. I didn't expect that in addition to saving lives, you can also maintain such quality in funeral services. Now I have to consider whether to apply for a relevant membership for myself. Faced with Carl praise, the 2 trauma team members did not speak, but silently put down their guns. The 2 have already judged that Carl should be the one who killed their user. If the user is still alive, then according to the regulations, in order to protect the user's safety, they should attack Carl to eliminate the threat. But now that the user is dead, it is just to collect the body, so there is no need to cause more conflicts. What's more, they all know that face. Night City's now famous Mercenary KK. If there is no need to provoke, they really don't want to provoke. A standard trauma team consists of 6 people. The driver of the hovercraft, the co-pilot, 2 safety experts, an emergency worker, and an assistant emergency worker. In front of Carl. Let alone the 6 people in this car. Even if several hovercrafts in the surrounding blocks, and the teams on them were pulled here, it would not be enough. In silence, Carl watched 4 members of the trauma team jump down from the top one after another. The 2 people who should be safety experts jumped down first and guarded themselves with guns, while the other 2 people who should be emergency and assistant emergency personnel held instruments in their hands and began to identify and compare the bodies on the ground. It seemed that they were going to assemble the customers from the pile of bodies that were cut in half on the ground and take them away. What's the noise? Carl, aren't you leaving yet? At the door leading to the waterway in this room, the voices of Oliver and others came. The 3 of them walked halfway and found that Carl did not follow them to go back through the stinky sewer and walked back again. When they came, They saw the trauma team and the big hole above their heads. Trauma team? Oliver looked at the white and green personnel who were checking the bodies on the ground, and felt a little emotional. When I was young, my sister and I watched the cases of saving lives and healing the wounded in their company's advertisements, just like the angels in white, and we wanted to become a part of it. I didn't expect that what we see now are either collecting bodies or on the way to collecting bodies. Moreover, the so-called saving lives and healing the wounded actually only saves people who have purchased memberships. It's really ironic when you think about it. It's a job after all. More or less. Better than being in a gang. Right? Jack leaned against the door and looked at the hole made by the trauma team. We can leave this place with their help. It's good that we don't have to go back to the smelly sewer. Carl asked his teammates, speaking of which, we could afford the trauma team now. Right? Do you want to buy a membership? Silver, gold, platinum. There are 3 levels. Platinum may be a bit expensive, but compared with silver and gold, platinum is only slightly inferior in terms of 3-minute response speed and some details. The price is fair and affordable, and it is not a loss to buy one. And then, they connected to biological monitoring and location positioning? Oliver said, but thought about it again, but it seems to be okay. I remember that it has a short-term package, and you can order at least 24 hours of service. We can just follow this more affordable plan without affecting the usual plan. I'd better wait until I have more money. V, who has the most limited funds in the team, is still concerned about the price. But his words made Carl wave his hand. If you care about the money, how about waiting until you finish the next task? The next task? V. Oliver and Jack didn't quite understand. At this time, Carl sent the commission of Chio to the team. 150,000 euros per person. And the more people the better. The location is Arasaka Tower. Jack's eyes widened. A few days ago, he and the other members of the team were still worried about whether Carl would be in trouble when he went to Arasaka Tower. Now, this mission is their turn. Arasaka Tower? Oliver watched the trauma team carry a fragmented body up. He had a lot to say about this commission from Carl, but he didn't know which one to say first. He looked at the 150,000 euros and felt that he was indeed tempted. But after all, the whole team had to talk about this matter. Finally, after being tempted, he looked at Carl and said, let's go back and talk about the details of this. I think so too. Carl nodded. Going to Arasaka Tower is such a big thing, and the whole team still needs to discuss it carefully. One day after the commission of Dino ended, a floating car with Kenichi Shiro identification code appeared in the air next to Arasaka Tower. Chapter 300 Arasaka Party. The weather is great. I want to say that. But this gray, rainy weather is not great no matter how you think about it. Carl stood at the open door of the airborne car, looking at the drone that was approaching with a sound in the distance, and turned back to complain to the other companions in the car. Fortunately, we came here in the airborne car. Look at the congestion of luxury cars below. If we drove here, I'm afraid it would rain, and we wouldn't be able to get in. Who said it wasn't? Oliver, who was connected to the control of the airborne car, and could clearly see the vehicles around Arasaka Tower, said, Renfield Sword in the Stone, Herrera Outlaw GTS, Chevrolet Thrace 388 Jefferson. Wait a minute. How come Jefferson can appear in the car group? I just took a quick look and thought they were all luxury cars. But there are also such things. Chevrolet Thrace. The 388 Jefferson is considered a top luxury car on the street, and it is only used by people who may not be top level in the company, Jack said, looking at the drones approaching and making beeping sounds, and asked Carl, hey, Carl, will there be any problem with the drone scanning? No. I have accepted the commission and given the authority. Now I guess it is confirming it. After all, it is really difficult to know who is sitting in the hovering car without scanning and confirming it. Carl opened the car door and let the drones hovering around the hovering car scan it. The drones that were scanning up and down the hovering car scanned for about 20 seconds. After confirming the identities of several people, the red light of the scanning turned green, and then scattered like a group of bees, heading towards a new hovering car behind. So this is the end? V looked at the hovering car that was targeted at the back, and just when he was about to say that this was also very ordinary, he saw the red light of the drone scanning the back flashing. Ah! In the astonishment, the remaining 3 people in the hovercraft looked at the hovercraft behind them, and found that the hovercraft had actually started to flee. What type of hovercraft is that? Finding that something really happened, Carl turned around and asked Jack and Oliver, who knew more about vehicles. It's hard to tell. The car seems to have been modified. As soon as Oliver finished speaking, the group of drones that had already targeted the hovercraft had launched an attack. As they strafed with machine guns from both sides, the hit hovercraft was like wearing a new coat of bullets and fire in the sky. And soon the surface began to fall off. It's camouflaged, and the real hovercraft seems to be underneath. Oliver watched, and after the outer shell peeled off, he instantly recognized what the hovercraft was: military technology. He shouted, "It's the military technology Manticore armored floating vehicle." Armored floating vehicle? Jack was stunned for a moment. Why? The people from military technology came to Arasaka to make trouble openly today. Isn't this a provocation? It may not be the people from military technology. If it was really the military technology who was openly provoking, then the Hawks in Arasaka would be very happy. Carl saw it very clearly. When he knew it was the Manticore, he had relevant information in his mind. The Manticore hovercraft was ordered by NCPD from Militech. It is usually used by the terrorist squad. Militech doesn't use it. At least not on the surface. So I suspect that even if the attack was really led by Militech, they can push the relevant things to other people. For example, the ignorant gang members of the 6th Street Gang. Carl answered Jack's words. And the word 6th Street Gang made Oliver, who was controlling the hovercraft, narrow his eyes slightly. My dad didn't tell me about this. Will Cannon people? Carl is not completely ignorant of the current situation of the 6th Street Gang because of Oliver's relationship. It may be that military technology has promised Will Cannon some conditions. After all, the assistance they have received is almost beyond the current 6th Street Gang leader, with the great support of military technology behind him. His status in the 6th Street Gang is getting higher and higher. But does he have to pay a price for this? This is a reasonable guess. But it is just a guess. After all, maybe military technology is crazy, seeing that some drones joined in later, and some of them even fired micro-missiles. Carl knew the ending of the military technology Manticore, with the Manticore falling in the fire reflected in his eyes. He muttered to himself, now it seems that things like hovercraft are really not safe. Prepare to land? Don't think too much. Carl looked back. He didn't know what kind of uproar would be set off below after the Manticore fell, but he knew that he should prepare to carry out the mission. This mission, which has already set off a bad feeling before it even started, may not be so easy to do. Although those people with bad intentions cannot rush into the Arasaka Tower in a tight security environment, it may be possible to deploy some people in advance. The constant struggle within Arasaka in the past few days has destroyed too many internal positions and forces. At this time, if some people are not lurking in and doing something, then other companies can be closed. Arasaka is like a territory, with 3 lions connected by blood but fighting each other. When the lions fight, there are tigers watching next to them, and hyenas are ready to stretch out their claws and fangs at any time to grab their own share of the meal on this territory. The hovercraft approached the Arasaka Tower and landed near the middle along the guidance. Which floor is this? The 40th or the 30th? Jack, who was visiting Arasaka Tower for the first time, was a little excited when he saw the tower approaching. Carl, who had been here once, was calm and experienced. He said, well, I don't know. You pretend to know. And you look great, Oliver complained while disconnecting the connection and handing it over to the smart control. I just came here once. Not to visit my own backyard. Do you think I'm introducing my home? Carl said, but pointed to the distance. But there is indeed a person who is the head of this place waiting to receive us over there. The 3 looked in the direction of Carl's finger and found that the person standing over there looked particularly familiar. As the hovercraft approached, they saw that it was Mr. Kenichi Shiro with a gloomy face. Chapter 301 Mercenary Job Change. Why do I feel like you seem to be unhappy every day? Mr. Kenichi Shiro? After getting off the car, Carl smiled at Kenichi Shiro. Isn't it a banquet today? Wouldn't it be better to be happy? This is not what you, a security guard, should say. Kenichi Shiro said coldly. Losing vigilance because of the atmosphere of the banquet is the first step to the collapse of the ant nest. That's true. But the nerves that are always tense will eventually break. While Carl was chatting with the cold-faced Kenichi Shiro, he carefully asked Jack and Oliver about Kenichi Shiro's identity. Who is this company dog who looks like he can fight? Last time, the person who met us was also him. Right? Could it be that what we discussed while drinking before was true? Is Carl, who is like a young master, really the illegitimate son of a company executive? Don't think too much. He is just Carl Boss in another part-time job as a dangerous girl. The mission we discussed when Carl went to Arasaka Tower last time was assigned to Carl. His name is Kenichi Shiro. His other identity is indeed an executive of Arasaka Company. Oliver actually didn't know Kenichi Shiro very well. It's better to say that except for Carl, the rest of the team only knew Kenichi Shiro's face and identity. They were also very curious why Carl could get along so well with Kenichi Shiro. Don't look at Kenichi Shiro's cold face. According to the perception of the other 4 people in the team, those high-minded company dogs did not look down at people with squinting eyes and treat others as dogs. Instead, they just spoke with a cold face, which was considered to be an excellent attitude, and even a little too intimate. You guys come with me first. After chatting with Carl for a few words, Kenichi Shiro looked at the hovercraft that drove into the parking lot, turned around and walked in front. Kenichi Shiro was quite dissatisfied with the arrival of Carl's team. He had not planned to call Carl and his team over for this matter, because he trusted his subordinate's current protection ability, but because of the previous experience, Shio, who was not confident in his so-called protection ability, issued a commission to Carl and his team in private. After Kenichi Shiro realized that his disciple had called Carl and his team, the matter had been settled, and Miss Haruko also agreed. Kenichi Shiro had to arrange Carl and his team into the security personnel. Today's banquet was specially held to appease those employees who were affected by the recent internal review. In the arrangement of this banquet, participants were allowed to bring a small number of family members and bodyguards for protection. For those special personnel, Kenichi Shiro was confident that he could control the situation well. In this case, the arrival of Carl and his team was a variable in Kenichi Shiro's eyes. Carl came and cooperated with Adam to clean up the rebels in Arasaka Tower. Today, Carl also came to this banquet that was supposed to comfort people and make empty promises. What does this mean? Is he going to clean them up again? Then weren't we cleaned up in vain? Considering that the remaining middle and high-level executives of Arasaka, who were already like frightened birds, might think about this, Kenichi Shiro chose to personally welcome Carl and his team and took them to a place inside to prepare for advanced sorting. This banquet is divided into 4 floors. In the specially decorated room, Kenichi Shiro began to explain to the 4 members of Carl's team, ordinary employees are naturally not qualified to participate in the banquet. But in order to stabilize people's hearts, they will get a day of annual leave in the next year. And except for the personnel of the security-related departments, the rest of the employees above the department head will be allowed to attend this banquet. There are 4 banquet floors, and each floor will entertain people of different positions. You are responsible for the highest level, Kenichi Shiro said, pressing a few times on the wall of the storage room next to the parking floor. Stand firm. As noises were heard from all over the narrow room, Kenichi Shiro reminded the 4 people in the room except him. Then Carl saw that the door they entered began to slowly close. They began to rise with a movement they could feel at their feet. It was actually an elevator disguised as a storage room. This was probably used by senior people who needed to quickly reach the parking floor in some emergency. Arasaka Tower was really like the Magic Tower in the tower climbing game, with traps and messy movement methods everywhere. While Carl was complaining in his heart, the rising storage room quickly stopped at 1 floor, and the door reopened. At Kenichi Shiro's signal, several people stepped out. After everyone left the room, Carl looked back at the storage room they came out of, and found that the door of the storage room closed automatically after the people walked out, and it was tightly connected to the surrounding walls. It didn't look like there was an elevator room in this place at all. Follow me, in Kenichi Shiro's voice. Carl and his companions followed and looked at the corridor they came to. They found that the layout of this corridor was quite interesting. There was no trace of any door in the whole corridor, and there was no corner. It looked like an unmanned corridor that appeared out of thin air in the Arasaka Tower. Could it be a transfer station? With such doubts, Carl asked Kenichi Shiro, could this place be a hidden transfer station on some floor? Mr. Kenichi Shiro, is it okay for us to know? Do you think there are such places in the buildings of military technology and other companies? Let me tell you directly. The design drawings of military technology are copied from us. Faced with Carl's doubts, Kenichi Shiro just replied with this sentence indifferently. And just this sentence made Carl understand. So, every company has a little secret that other companies know. Although he understood, Carl didn't quite believe the second half of Kenichi Shiro's words. Compared to the possibility that the military technology was copied from you, Carl felt that it was more reasonable that the two spies jointly developed and created it. Moving forward in the corridor, it didn't take long for the few people to reach another wall. Kenichi Shiro pressed something on the smooth wall, and a door opened. A room with a row of wardrobes placed next to the wall appeared, like a dressing room. But the size was almost the size of a standard basketball court. What is this place? Dressing room. Kenichi Shiro responded to Carl's question, and calmly instructed the 4 security personnel, go change clothes. You can't show up openly. At least not with Carl's face. You all wear Arasaka personnel uniforms. Arasaka personnel uniforms. This thing. Carl gave his companion a look, and after checking the basics, he obediently changed his outer clothes according to Kenichi Shiro's request. His quick movements in changing clothes, which could be done in detail, made Kenichi Shiro frown. Is it my illusion? Kenichi Shiro stared at Carl and thought to himself, why does it feel like this bastard is so skilled in wearing Arasaka combat uniforms before? Chapter 302. A friend I haven't seen for a long time. Wearing an Arasaka soldier's combat uniform. Standing at the edge of the hall, Carl felt that life was really amazing. When I worked for military technology, I had to wear the Arasaka soldier's combat uniform. Now I work for Arasaka. I still have to wear the Arasaka soldier's combat uniform. Is this uniform bound? No matter which company likes to use it. Right? Although he complained in his heart, Carl still had to admit that this uniform was indeed a rare and excellent one. It won't restrict people too much. Weapons can be hung everywhere on the body. The protection is good. Just selling this set of clothes on Carl may sell for thousands of euros. It's just that wearing an Arasaka helmet, it's quite aggrieved that you can't show your face. Ahem. When Carl thought that since no one had come, it should be okay for him to lean against the wall, he saw V, who was wearing a combat uniform like him without a helmet, and walked over with his hands behind his back. When he came in front of him, he deliberately coughed twice. What are you doing? Number 4. Are you monitoring carefully? V, who was wearing a badge on his chest with the words Captain of the 2nd Combat Team written on it, looked like a decent person. He looked at Carl, pretending to be serious, and said, you have to watch carefully and pay attention to the situation. Fuck you. Carl raised his middle finger under his glove and gave it to V. You are a hanger-on. You are a captain who is famous because your face is not famous. Right? Uh-huh. I feel weird too. V smiled, pulled the clothes on his body that made him a little uncomfortable, and said, I haven't tried this kind of clothes. When I put it on, it does feel like I am wearing a layer of dog skin. How about it? Is the tone I just imitated similar to it? Like a hare. The superior in Arasaka. You are arrogant and commanding to your subordinates. Your tone is too fake. I feel something is wrong. Carl complained, looked away, looked at the large empty banquet hall, and asked V, how are Oliver and Jack? Are the other people coming in soon? No. The person in charge of rechecking at the intersection is Arasaka's own combat team. And the Kenichi Shiro you mentioned is watching. I don't need to appear in that place at all. So I ran over to take a look at you. V glanced at the wall next to where Carl was standing. There seemed to be nothing there. But V knew that there was a hidden emergency elevator there. They came up through this elevator, and Carl's task today was to guard this elevator. Speaking of which, Carl, have you seen Adam Hammer? Isn't he the current security chief of Arasaka Tower? How come I haven't seen him from beginning to end? When thinking of the guards, V thought of the famous legend, Adam Hammer, who even a former wanderer like him knew. He was curious why the security chief didn't show up today when it should be a security matter. Maybe they are guarding there, but we just can't see them. Carl's eyes swept across the cameras placed around the banquet hall between the chandeliers. After all, through monitoring, the people in the monitoring room can see the situation in this banquet hall more clearly than we can. That may be the case. It's a pity that T-Bug can't come for this job. Otherwise, I would like her to help us connect to the camera to see what the situation is like in Arasaka Tower. Come on, V. No matter how awesome T-Bug is, she may not be a match for the hackers of the entire Arasaka Tower. We are just here to be security guards for money. So let's not do so many unnecessary things. Carl always feels that V seems to be particularly capable of making trouble. Hacking into Arasaka Tower. Is this something that ordinary mercenaries dare to think about? So we are just going to be security guards today. Otherwise, that's 150,000 euros per person. And it's not too much to just watch over a place. We are mercenaries. And we will do whatever we are paid. Besides, this is a good job. Will nothing really happen? Don't always think about doing more work for others. Carl was a little speechless about V's temper. Just like when he first met. He took 30,000 euros and insisted on helping his team fight night ghosts with 2 companions. V's work spirit is too reliable. He always thinks that he has to do a job worthy of the money. And he does things beautifully for the employer. There is nothing wrong with this. But the problem is that the money work matching in his concept is based on his standards. In the mercenary industry, his money work matching spirit can be regarded as disrupting the market. Thinking about the work that V discussed in the team, Carl felt it was outrageous. For a few thousand euros, he was willing to clear out an entire gang site without leaving any survivors. This was Carl's first job, and he didn't feel so wronged. People are coming. Just when Carl was about to discuss the market situation of middlemen and mercenaries with V, he noticed a person walking in at the entrance of the hall. And after that person, people kept coming in, which made him interrupt the conversation. Has it started? Looking back at the well-dressed people in various formal wear, V nodded to Carl and walked towards the area he was responsible for. It was 6:20 in the evening, which was a normal time for the start of the banquet. The banquet hall where Carl was located was the highest of the 4-story banquet halls. The people who were qualified to enter this banquet hall were at least the section chief level of Arasaka Company. According to the comparison of the people Carl had seen, the most basic people were all at the level of Tanaka. That was Tanaka, who was unfortunately expelled from the follow-up of the cybernetic mission and fell into the hands of man and others. For these people who were chatting and walking in the banquet hall, Carl's eyes under the helmet were calm. And he did not feel that they were so great or had such a high status. After all, I have killed the vice president. Although I haven't killed the directors of the board of directors and ministers at the next level. I can try if I have the chance. I hope I don't have to kill someone today. Watching the crowd, Carl's peripheral vision suddenly noticed a touch of azure. Azure? This hair color is not uncommon in Night City. But Carl inexplicably felt that the azure was quite familiar, and even had a sense of nostalgia for a long time. He moved his eyes and followed the azure. And then, he saw a pair of purple pupils. The girl with a single ponytail of azure hair was a girl with purple pupils. The girl had a decent appearance, with patch-like prostheses on both sides of her cheeks. Seeing her, Carl couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He didn't expect to meet her friend who he hadn't seen for a long time today. Chapter 303 Haruko Arrival. The girl with azure hair is a friend that Carl met during his time at the academy. The two of them have never exchanged their real names. When Carl met her, he always faced her with the face of Gaius. Today, I attended the Arasaka banquet as a security guard and saw her by chance. It must be said that it was a coincidence. But this seems to be taken for granted. After all, the girl is a student of Arasaka Academy. She carries the keys of the top Spanish sports car, the Herrera Gangster GTS. It is too outrageous to say that her family is not a powerful person in Arasaka. Now, because of family relationships, it is not particularly unexpected to come to this banquet with her family. It's just that the two were classmates before. Now one is a big lady who comes to the banquet to eat and drink, and the other is a humble security guard who can't show his face in clothes at the banquet. The difference is still quite big. For some reason, I feel like I applied for a villa security guard, but found out that my friend is the owner of the villa. Thinking in my heart, Carl stood up straight. It is a very happy thing to meet a friend who has not seen for a long time. But Carl is here for a mission today, so it is not convenient to meet his friends. His face appearing at the banquet will only cause panic, so he should not cause more trouble. After the meeting, we can go over and chat. Thinking of this, Carl noticed that the blue-haired girl's eyes swept over him, and then turned back and stared at him again. For some reason, Carl felt something was wrong. It can't be that she was recognized. In Carl's slightly nervous thoughts, one thing interrupted the blue-haired girl's increasingly suspicious gaze. The dishes for Arasaka banquet were placed after the participants arrived, and now it was time to provide food for the participants. Teams of attendants came out of the staff passage of the banquet hall one after another, holding a variety of delicacies in their hands, shuttling through the hall, and placing plates of exquisite dishes on various tables in the banquet hall. As long as the guests are interested, they can take those luxurious foods by themselves. Buffet. as a banquet, is the best and most convenient form of reception. Feeling the blue-haired girl's eyes shifted away from him because of the arrival of the attendant, Carl breathed a sigh of relief. And then he began to pay attention to the dishes. He really wanted to know what the high-level banquets of Arasaka in this era were eating. Of course, it goes without saying that they would eat something special. Something that was cultivated by genetic modification. For example, things like cherry melons that look like watermelons, but taste like cherry pulp when you bite them. If there are those things, Carl would also like to eat some. After Carl carefully looked at the plates in the hands of the attendants who passed by him, he was disappointed. There was nothing fancy, and it looked quite ordinary. Carl stood there doing nothing, and looked at the menu that was projected on the wall near him as the banquet staff entered. There are about 15 types of dishes of each type. First, there are salads, including roast beef salad, Caesar salad, potato salad, Italian sausage salad, etc. Then, there are cold cuts, roast salmon platter, asparagus and tomato assortment, roast soy sauce chicken, Iberian ham slices, cheese platter, etc. The main dishes include French seafood stew, Spanish paella, Provence grilled pork chop, Danish Arctic sweet shrimp, fried lamb chop with rosemary sauce, etc. Desserts include Napoleon cake, egg pudding, Black Forest cake, macaron, Japanese cheesecake, dorayaki, daifuku, red bean water yokon, gurgle. Carl obviously didn't swallow his saliva, but he felt as if he heard the sound of swallowing his saliva. There are even Japanese Kobe steaks grilled on the spot. Well, Carl still has to admit that these dishes are not ordinary. At least Carl is moved. And he even has the illusion of hearing himself swallowing his saliva. You know, these things are made of real meat and vegetables. And even the top-grade ones, with real meat and real vegetable particles. How can Carl, who has been in this era for almost half a year, but still eats dead pork that has not been pickled or bled, not be tempted? He felt that some of his desires were aroused. Damn, I want to eat. When this kind of dishes are provided to people, there will be extra left, and the loss amount is expected. This group of people should not be able to eat that much. This trip is a slipknot. Ask Mr. Kenichi Shiro if I can take some extra food away. Carl's eyes moved among the food, and suddenly found that this guy, took a cup of something from a waiter's plate when he passed by him in the crowd. It looked like apple juice, and he started eating it in the corner he was responsible for, accompanied by a plate of fried shrimp and fried pork chops that he didn't know when he got. How come you've already started eating and are using juice to get rid of the greasiness? Watching V happily eating, and no one cared about him because of the badge on his chest. Carl admitted that he was jealous now. And he was jealous to the point of madness. Don't eat it anywhere else. Give your brother a bite too. As if he noticed Carl's gaze, V, who was biting the tail of the fried shrimp in his mouth, turned his head and looked at Carl. After swallowing the whole fried shrimp in one gulp, he nodded to Carl and then gave a thumbs up. Why are you giving a thumbs up here? I'm not asking if you have anything wrong or if you are safe. I'm asking if you can give me a bite too. What do you understand? Damn it. V is just eating and drinking. The only thing that can make Carl feel a little comforted is that Oliver and Jack are guarding outside the hall. They can't even see it, let alone eat it. Although Carl can't show off the food like V. At least, he can still enjoy the food. No wonder he's more greedy. Carl didn't eat dinner when he came. He had breakfast and lunch together. He had a very ordinary sandwich, a few slices of bread, spread with synthetic butter, and sandwiched with his own smoked bacon. That little bit of food had been consumed long ago. He could have endured it at first. But now seeing V eating so deliciously, he could no longer endure it. Just as Carl was seriously thinking about whether he could get some food in the slow time, and then take the time to remove the helmet and stuff the food in from the bottom. The appearance of Kenichi Shiro interrupted Carl's thoughts. Because Kenichi Shiro appeared with a girl followed by Chiyo, who was wearing a kimono that seemed to never change as always. Arasaka Haruko, the only member of the Arasaka family in the Arasaka Tower, and the highest-ranking Arasaka company staff in the entire Night City, has arrived at the scene. Chapter 304 My Name Is. The arrival of Haruko Arasaka was naturally the most eye-catching point in the whole banquet. Many people who were halfway through eating stopped what they were doing, put their plates aside, wiped their hands on the towel handed over by the waiter, and put them on their sides. and bent their waists and heads to express deep respect to the visitor. In Arasaka, there is an implicit rule that the lower must obey the higher unconditionally and show due respect to him. Now in the entire American continent, there is only one person in Arasaka Company whose status is higher than Haruko Arasaka. Now that he is gone, naturally all Arasaka employees have to express due respect and obedience for Haruko arrival. When everyone was bending down one after another, and seeing that everyone was about to bow, Haruko stopped their unnecessary actions. She raised her right hand slightly, and after a false raise, she said to the people in the banquet hall, "We won't talk about this today. Please enjoy this rare relaxing time." "Yes." Amid the unanimous responses, Carl noticed V again from the corner of his eye. This guy, while others were bowing, actually took another piece of steak and chewed it happily. "So you really came to eat, right? I want to eat too. As the saying goes, it's easier to work when you are full and satisfied. You are working and eating enough." While Carl was watching V, many Arasaka executives, who were familiar or unfamiliar to him, approached Haruko. They stood outside the cordon drawn by Chiyome's vigilant eyes and humbly talked to Haruko. Haruko, who faced them with a smile, answered their requests one by one in an orderly manner, either expressing loyalty or seeking support. This banquet really started after Haruko showed up, and as the top executives gathered around Haruko, their family members also started chatting with each other. Banquets are the best place to build relationships with each other. Family business, internal company factional struggles, and children's marriages are all negotiated during this period. Today is a banquet for rest. But who says that a banquet for rest can't be a step forward for the future? Those who don't even take advantage of this good opportunity of gathering big shots and only focus on eating and drinking are no different from idiots. Such guys are destined to be eliminated. The trend of involution is from top to bottom. Compared with the involution within Arasaka Academy, it is nothing worth mentioning. Many people look down on V when they pass by him. In their opinion, the captain of the second team of the action team was just a brainless guy. At this time, he didn't serve them humbly, but ate and drank over there. This guy was not worth their attention at all. Anyway, the next time he saw him, he would definitely be a different person. In the conversation of the banquetiers, Carl, who was standing, had made up his mind. He didn't need to eat during the slow time. He only needed to untie the lower part of the helmet, and then get some food from the servants who passed by, and stuff it in from the bottom to eat. It didn't take time and effort. "You eat? I eat too." With this idea in mind, Carl stared at a servant who had passed by him according to the path and was holding Italian sausage slices. He was going to start with a small slice and taste it first. Just as his eyes were slowly shifting along the servant, his sight was blocked by a person who was walking in front of him. And the servant also chose to take a detour because there was one more person in front of Carl. Sausage slices. While Carl was wailing in his heart, he noticed the person walking towards him. And when he saw this person, he felt his mouth twitch. No. Why did she come over? The person who blocked the servants and walked towards Carl was a good friend Carl met in the academy. The blue-haired girl walked in front of Carl. Because of her height, she needed to raise her head slightly to see Carl's helmet. While watching, her brows slowly frowned. Not good. When Carl felt that it was not good, the blue-haired girl spoke. And the name she called out was, Gaius? No. After saying this, her frown loosened. She showed an understanding expression, and smiled at Carl very happily. It should be Carl. Keep your voice down. Although Carl didn't know how his friend recognized him, he didn't want to lie to his friend. He just lowered his voice in a panic to remind the blue-haired girl, indicating that she should not let others hear it. Listening to Carl's voice, which was no longer changed by the behavioral characteristic synchronization template, and was somewhat strange and familiar, the blue-haired girl smiled even brighter. I didn't expect it was really you. What a coincidence. It's a coincidence. I'd rather say that your sensitivity is as good as ever. Back in the academy, you knew I was leaving before I told you. Now you can recognize me even when I'm wearing a helmet and combat uniform. Carl complained, tapped his helmet with his hand, and then gestured to the side. Stand aside. Take a cup of something. Pretend to be drinking in the corner and don't want to talk to others. Your conversation with me in this state will more or less attract people's attention. Okay. I'll be back soon. The blue-haired girl nodded, turned around and looked for the attendant holding the drink, and soon came back with a cup of fresh watermelon juice. Leaning against the wall next to Carl, the azure-haired girl stared at the front, holding up a goblet, looking like she was drinking juice. But her lips moved slightly, asking Carl, "We haven't seen each other for 3 months since you left school. How have you been recently? Are you here to do a mission today?" "I'm just SOSO. I can't say it's particularly good. After all, it's not as good as you eating and drinking at the banquet. But it's okay. I haven't wasted these days. As for the mission, I am indeed doing it. But you know, I can't say it openly. At least I have some credibility." "Is that so?" The azure-haired girl put down the cup and tilted her head. "I have heard your name now." "Oh, you finally know it. So I am really famous. You were just ignorant at the time." "Don't talk nonsense. You were just a little mercenary at that time. You are already very famous. But you are just ignorant." "Then let me be ignorant." The azure-haired girl didn't care. She drank a sip of watermelon juice and turned to Carl. "So, now, can we officially meet? Yes?" Carl naturally understood the meaning of this sentence. He turned his head and nodded, "Of course. Let me introduce myself. My name is Carl. Carl with the last name of Carr and the first name of Air. Nice to meet you." The azure-haired girl smiled and gave her name. "My name is Maki. Takemura Maki." Chapter 305 Stare. Takemura Maki. Carl read this name, but it felt particularly strange. He seemed to have never seen a person with this surname among the participants of the Arasaka Tower meeting in Night City. "I haven't heard of this surname. It's just a small family." Maki chuckled and said, "This is just a small family that was able to enter Arasaka in the previous generation because of its relatives being appreciated. Compared with the old families in Arasaka, it is really nothing. If your relatives are appreciated and enter the small family in Arasaka, then your family should be quite respected. Ordinary small families that are appreciated will not allow even the younger generations in the family to drive the Herrera Outlaw GTS at will. Not to mention that Maki's appearance in this 4th floor banquet hall represents a kind of identity. The level of the participants in this banquet hall is not low." The two chatted for a few words, and Maki took a small plate with 4 sweet shrimps from the hand of a passing attendant. "Boiled sweet shrimp. Would you like some?" Maki held the plate in one hand and gestured to Carl. "I thought people prefer to eat sweet shrimp raw at banquets like this. Sashimi? That kind of thing might be more common at banquets held in Kyoto. But this is still North America after all. Even at the banquet in Arasaka Tower. Is it like this?" "The host has a different style," Maki said, moving the plate closer to Carl. "Do you want me to peel it and feed it to you?" "No. That's really eye-catching." Carl didn't mind his friends peeling shrimp for him. But the slow action of peeling shrimp and handing it over would probably attract the attention of people around him. A party participant handing shrimp to a security guard in charge of guarding was suspicious no matter how you thought about it. "Really? How about you give me something that doesn't need to be shelled, so I can eat it secretly when I have time?" Carl glanced at Maki's hands and complained, "At the Arasaka banquet, participants actually need to peel the shrimp shells themselves. I thought it was some basic etiquette to have an elegant banquet and not let participants get their hands dirty. This is his habit." Seeing that Carl didn't eat, Maki didn't want to eat it either. She put the small plate on a table next to her and said, "I heard that when he ate shrimp in the army, he ate it with the shells. It seems that this can supplement the calcium lacking in the human body. Therefore, according to his preference, the whole shrimp dishes will not be shelled. That person's habit." "The army. Saburo Arasaka?" Saburo Arasaka, the helmsman of the Arasaka group, is an old man who has lived for 157 years. If it is his preference, then the Arasaka group must indeed follow it from top to bottom. But an old man who has lived for such an old age eats shrimps with the shells. He is not afraid of stomach bleeding caused by shrimp shells. He has a special portable medical team around him. Not to mention stomach bleeding. Even if the entire stomach is damaged, it can be immediately replaced with a biological stomach developed by the biological department. He can eat whatever he wants. But I heard that he often just eats an energy bar to solve a meal. Is the energy bar also a kind of memory of the past? I roughly understand it. The emperor has preferences, and the people below have to cooperate." When Carl was about to say something, he saw a figure approaching. The eyes moved. The cherry blossom-colored kimono. "It's been a long time since we last met." When Maki saw the approaching figure, she lowered her head slightly, put her hands on her waist and abdomen, and saluted the girl in front of her with a bend of her spine. Ms. Haruko. Maki. Calling by name directly without any extra names is a rather intimate name. Just like the gentle expression Haruko showed to Maki now. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Are the two people acquaintances? Carl, who was standing aside, looked at the two people, and then looked at the place where Haruko was in the distance, and found that those people had dispersed and were chatting in the banquet hall. It seemed that the relevant courtesy and oath of allegiance were over, and it was time for free activities. These people are quite knowledgeable. When necessary, they need to show up in front of the leader, and then leave before the leader gets impatient and leave a good impression. No wonder they can take such a position in Arasaka. Each of them is very smart. Of course, Carl also noticed that those who seemed to be scattered and moving freely were glancing over here intentionally or unintentionally. They seemed to have left to do their own things. But in fact, their hearts had never left where Haruko was from beginning to end. Who Haruko talked to, what she did, and what she said to whom. These were all very important to them. Often, a look or a word could interpret a lot of things. Taking his eyes away from the Arasaka high-level officials, who were particularly active, Carl returned his attention to the conversation between Maki and Haruko. The conversation between the two was ordinary. Nothing special was said. Just a few words. From what they said, the two seemed to be quite familiar with each other in the past. But they didn't meet again after Maki came to study at Arasaka Academy in Night City. This was also the first time Haruko met Maki after coming to Night City. Is it considered a long-awaited meeting of friends? That's about the same as for me. When Carl thought so, he found that Haruko's eyes turned to him. Maki noticed that Haruko was staring at Carl beside her, and thought that Haruko was concerned about the security personnel. Although she didn't know the purpose of Carl's visit today, Maki, who was willing to cover for him, looked at Haruko, who had stopped talking with a puzzled look. Ms. Haruko? Haruko was attracted by Maki's puzzled words, and retracted her gaze on Carl. Facing Maki, she smiled slightly, and then said, "Let's go to the side to eat something." Maki, "I'm a little hungry." This sentence was exactly what Maki wanted to do, not wanting Carl to be exposed. So she gave Carl a look, nodded and followed, and then walked towards Haruko, who was on the side. Maki's eyes and nods seemed to silently tell Carl that she would not let his identity be exposed. But this was exposed from the beginning. It is better to say that the client this time is Haruko. And the real reason why Carl hid his identity is to avoid causing panic among others at the banquet. But it's not easy to say this now. It's impossible for a security guard wearing a helmet to join the conversation between Miss Haruko and her friends. I have to find a chance to explain it clearly later. Watching Haruko, Maki and Chiyoko following Haruko walked to another corner. Carl retracted his gaze and scanned the banquet floor, but found something strange. Where is Mr. Kenichi Shiro? Where is Mr. Kenichi Shiro, who was chatting with people just now? Chapter 306 Another Explosion? It is not surprising that Mr. Kenichi Shiro disappeared. He is proficient in ninjutsu, and can easily appear and disappear. Carl is not surprised. But it is very strange that Mr. Kenichi Shiro, as a senior staff and the person in charge of the banquet security, disappeared. Now Mr. Kenichi Shiro has become the vice president of Night City Arasaka Tower. A vice president who does not participate in the whole process in such a banquet hall and leaves halfway will more or less make some people with ulterior motives have unnecessary thoughts. For example, thinking whether this vice president does not support Miss Haruko, the current interim executive director of Night City. In the eyes of most Arasaka personnel, Mr. Kenichi Shiro is, after all, the person said by Mrs. Michiko to Miss Haruko. The object of his loyalty is naturally Mrs. Michiko. Miss Haruko only gets the help of Mr. Kenichi Shiro because of that blood relationship. But this is different from Kenichi Shiro's plan. His plan is to let people recognize Haruko's existence. Slowly let Haruko stand out from Michiko. Develop her own personnel and faction. And then find an opportunity to absorb Michiko's faction as an independent person. After all, in this era where lifespan can be extended continuously, even if there is a long-sitting emperor, the prince must have some power of his own. Just like Saburo and his eldest son Jing in the past. If Mr. Kenichi Shiro did not do this intentionally, then something happened, and he had to leave the banquet floor temporarily to deal with it personally. Carl waited for information about Kenichi Shiro in the communication. He had to work hard after receiving the money. As a mercenary, he was quite particular about this. 150,000 euros had been received, and there was no deposit. The full amount was paid. Carl had to respond to this reward more or less. But he waited and waited, but did not receive any communication information from Kenichi Shiro. Instead, he saw V take action. V informed Carl of his movements in the team. The man named Kenichi Shiro asked me to go downstairs to the banquet hall to handle things. I'm going there as the captain. After V sent this sentence in the communication, Oliver's message also popped up in the channel. He also asked me to go downstairs. I have to go there too. Oh. And Jack? It seems that only the two of us at the door have been asked to go downstairs. No. Are you all going? Carl looked at V, who had already finished his dinner and supper, took the hot towel held by the attendant next to him, wiped his mouth, and walked out of the banquet hall. He was a little confused. Mr. Kenichi Shiro asked you all to go downstairs to handle things, and left me alone upstairs. Didn't you all get paid and work to do? Although I am also happy to be lazy. But maybe something will happen downstairs. It's safer to go with more people. Right? While he was stunned, Kenichi Shiro finally remembered Carl at the end and sent him a message to dispel his doubts. You are upstairs. Please pay attention to Miss Haruko's safety. There was an explosion downstairs, among the middle-level employees at the banquet on the first floor. A section chief of the counterintelligence department was chatting with the people next to him. Suddenly, he exploded and took several colleagues around him downstairs. I have to deal with this urgent matter and see who dared to make trouble today and block the inspection of the banquet on the first floor and sent such a dangerous person in. Mr. Kenichi Shiro's anger can also be felt from the information room. It seems that he is really annoyed by this sudden incident. It is understandable to think about it. Although the inspection procedures on the first floor are ordinary compared to the other 3 floors, they are also rigorous compared to the inspections at ordinary times. In this way, a person with dangerous factors can be allowed in. This not only shows that there must be loopholes in the inspection below, but also shows that the inspection in this regard is no longer trustworthy. When a cockroach is found, the cockroaches in the house are often almost out of hiding. If a bomber can be sent into the banquet hall on the first floor, does that mean that the banquet hall on the 4th floor can also send people in? Carl understood Kenichi Shiro's idea. Safety is not absolute, but it is absolutely unsafe. Now every banquet hall is not trustworthy. Now Kenichi Shiro sees everyone inside as a traitor. He must immediately start from the floor where the explosion occurred to investigate the explosion and find the mastermind behind it as soon as possible to solve the problem. When dealing with the matter, he handed Haruko's safety to Carl. The reason why Jack, Oliver and V were asked to go down was because they were outsiders. The entire activity in Arasaka Tower was under the surveillance of Mr. Kenichi Shiro. Is it more trustworthy now? Carl, who understood this, leaned slightly towards Haruko and Maki. Although Haruko is protected by Chiom, who can take Haruko away immediately even if an explosion really happens, Maki may not get help. In other words, Chiom, who puts Haruko first, will not be able to evacuate with Maki in a dangerous moment unless Haruko orders her to. If an explosion really happens, Haruko obviously won't be able to issue an emergency order quickly. And if that happens, Carl's friends will be in danger. I'm watching. I can't let my friend get involved in something inexplicable and die. After moving a little distance to ensure that he could get close at the first time, Carl stopped. Then, he thought about the bombing. The first time Carl saw a person explode was when he broke into the Big Bird bar and faced the former ACPA trainee. But that explosion was at most a backup left by military technology. And in the end it only blew off his head. According to Mr. Kenichi Shiro information, the counterintelligence officer should have exploded all over his body. And this kind of bomb placed in the body in advance will affect the surroundings when it explodes. Carl thought of what T-Bug said at the time. Wandering AI? At that time, I said don't think too much. Don't worry about it if it's not involved. But now it seems that it is involved. If it is really a roving AI, what is its purpose? It seems that all the targets are company employees. But basically they explode when the company employee is captured and is about to reveal some information. But now they are attending the banquet. Why does this happen again? Is there something inside? Or is it just something done by both parties? What made the chief of the counterintelligence department explode today was not the roving AI as speculated, but simply the means of military technology and other companies. But this doesn't make sense. It took a lot of effort to kill the chief of the counterintelligence department. Which chief has such a big face? If it is not involved, Carl can ignore it, but if it is involved and aroused his interest, Carl will care to the end. While thinking, he fell into deep thought. Chapter 307 Biotechnology Technology? This looks really miserable. Oliver squatted on the ground, staring at the bloody meat on the ground through his helmet, and asked Jack beside him, "Does this look like what we encountered before? The explosion I saw was burned by fire. I didn't see it clearly. You have to ask V about this. He should have seen some debris when he rushed in to grab weapons." Jack looked at the Arasaka employees, who were managed and separated and controlled in various places in the banquet hall on this floor. His eyes swept over the various bloody and flesh-stained foods on the table next to him, and he clicked his tongue twice. It looked so wasteful. I saw a lot of delicious food. It's not as good as the ones upstairs. They are all synthetic foods. At most, the ingredients are better. Compared with the restaurants in the city center, they are not much different. When Oliver stood at the door, he more or less looked into the banquet hall. Compared with the food in the banquet hall on the 4th floor, the food eaten by the employees in this banquet hall on the bottom floor can only be said to be SOSO. It's really different. V, who seemed to be chewing something, walked towards the two of them. I took some grilled chicken skewers that were not stained by the door and ate them. I didn't feel anything before, but today after eating the food in the banquet hall on the 4th floor, I found that the difference between the two sides is quite obvious. The grilled chicken skewers downstairs are not only not fragrant at all, but also have a smell of plastic box sawdust. You really ate secretly when you were upstairs. I said why you were hiding in the corner with your head down when I saw you from the door. Oliver shook his head, not caring too much. He stood up and pointed to the marks on the ground and asked, "Are you familiar with the appearance here? When you encountered an explosion on the road before, were the marks left similar to this? The explosion should not be any different. It spreads from the inside to the outside." As he said this, V squatted down and began to check carefully. But before he started, he still put on the gloves attached to the combat uniform to prevent his fingers from being stained with blood and affecting his eating later. "Did you see anything?" Jack stood by with his hands folded. V had recently installed Carusi prosthetic eye. Among the 3 people present, he was the only one who had not undergone much modification on the prosthetic eye. In this job, he was just a thug. It spread from the inside out. Judging from the traces left by the explosion, the blood on the lower limbs was very even, and it was hit later. In other words, the center of the explosion should be around the chest and abdomen, V judged, and his words were responded by Kenichi Shiro, who walked slowly. "It is indeed so." Kenichi Shiro said so with a calm face, according to the slow-motion picture shown on the monitoring screen. The location of the bomb is between his stomach and small intestine. Between the stomach and small intestine? Oliver frowned slightly. His voice was a little worried. That place was scanned almost immediately, but he was able to hide from the detection system at the door. It's incredible. It's not easy to place a bomb of that magnitude between the stomach and the small intestine and block all detection at the same time. You mean? One layer of scanning is useless. That's what I mean. Oliver was completely outspoken. He and Kenichi Shiro knew each other, but they were just an employer and mercenary relationship. There was no need to worry about the conversation, to put it bluntly. "You Arasaka. The scan of the banquet hall on the 1st floor is garbage." Kenichi Shiro's face did not change at all after being told this. He just asked a simple question. "Have you seen the detection procedure at the door just now? It uses biological monitoring and identification connection, plus thermal scanning and other steps. Not every detail is clear, but I have seen the general procedure when it came. Then do you have a way to put this equivalent bomb in the same position and shield the scan?" "It's no problem to put it in the same position. This operation is not difficult. I might not have been able to do it a few months ago, but now I can complete the relevant operation in half an hour. However, the discomfort caused by the compression of the stomach will be very obvious. If it is a place to store bombs, it is not safe if it is noticed by personnel. If it were me, I would choose to remove part of the stomach and use the bomb as a filler to replace that part of the stomach. Then, if it is shielded, special personnel must be asked to coordinate the transformation of the bomb shell in advance. At least the surface should be covered with a biological layer, which behaves like the stomach wall." Speaking, Oliver suddenly stopped talking. He looked at Kenichi Shiro, who had understood something, and said the name of a company, Biotechnology. V also understood what Oliver meant. As a member of the team, who was quite accomplished in the field of technology, Although he was not proficient in biotechnology's bioengineering technology, he still had a certain basic understanding. So he said, if it involves bioengineering technology, it is indeed possible to make the bomb wrapped in flesh and blood perfectly integrated with the human body, as if it is a part of the body itself, even without the need for stomach or small intestine resection surgery. The bomb can coexist harmoniously with human tissues, and will not cause any discomfort to the carrier. That is to say, regardless of whether biotechnology is involved in this matter, at least in use. Did the personnel who installed bombs in the employees' bodies use biotechnology technology? Kenichi Shiro stared at the meat paste on the ground, his expression still unchanged. Biotechnology is a top company in the study of the human body. If it is the technology of this company, it is easy to understand why the first floor scan of the Arasaka Banquet Hall is useless. Because the technology and protection levels of the two sides are completely unequal. In this way, it is not an exaggeration to say that the detection of the first floor of the Arasaka Banquet Hall is garbage. But why is it biotechnology? Arasaka mortal enemy in the company is actually just a military technology. Although there are often conflicts with other companies, they can generally maintain mutual communication and harmonious sales of products. What Kenichi Shiro is thinking about is the possible situation contained in the appearance of biotechnology technology in this incident. Did the spy lurking inside Arasaka from biotech get exposed? Or did the personnel who use biotech secretly want to stir up discord and struggle between the two companies? Or was this some kind of provocation from biotech against Arasaka? When Kenichi Shiro was about to investigate, the lights in the banquet hall on his floor suddenly went out. Power outage? How is that possible? This is the center of Arasaka in the entire Americas. Among the Arasaka towers around the world, the importance is second only to the Night City Arasaka Tower on the main island. Not to mention the backup power supply. Even the power supply for the tower floors is usually in several places, ensuring that a single disconnection will not affect the entire floor. Now there is a power outage? It is absolutely impossible to be a normal power outage such as circuit overload. There is only one possibility for such a consistent power outage on the entire floor. The center that controls the power supply has been invaded. Chapter 308 Blue Light. The power is out. In the darkness, the artificial eye automatically turned on the night vision function for him. Facing the sudden emergency, he did not show any expression fluctuation or nervousness. He just silently pulled out the thermal samurai sword at his waist and stood quietly in the darkness. He was waiting for the enemy that might come, with great tacit understanding. No need to say more. Jack had already approached V, and they kept a vigilant posture to help each other be alert to blind spots. In Jack's hand, he was holding the Arasaka TKI-20 Shingen smart submachine gun that matched the identity of this mission. His mouth under the helmet was panting slightly, and his body was tense, ready to fight at any time. On the other side, Oliver, who also turned on the night vision function of this model of Karusu, stood in front of Kenichi Shiro with the Arasaka HJSH-18 authentic kinetic rifle, guarding Kenichi Shiro. Oliver knew that Kenichi Shiro was very strong and capable, but he had never seen Kenichi Shiro take action, and had no idea of Kenichi Shiro's own strength. So when the darkness came, Oliver subconsciously stood in front of Kenichi Shiro. This was the rich man who gave their team a hovercraft. Of course, he had to protect him well. Anyway, even if the battle really started, Oliver would only be responsible for assistance and remote support. And he was not as good as V and Jack, who needed to charge. It would be okay to protect the subordinates. In the darkness, Kenichi Shiro looked at Oliver, who was blocking him, and he was obviously stunned for a moment. He had never thought that one day he would be able to enjoy the treatment of being protected. You know, even if Kenichi Shiro came out as a company, he was often alone, and the people following him were basically just some necessary guards. For example, the last time, it seemed that it was only Carl who protected him. And even that time, Carl did not protect him. Your team members are more sensible than you. Inexplicably, this thought popped up in his mind. But Kenichi Shiro still reacted quickly. After accepting that he was protected, he quickly contacted his subordinates in the communication, and he was able to confirm the scope of the power outage as quickly as possible. He had to ensure the safety of Miss Haruko, and immediately set about ensuring her safety. In the dark, listening to the surprised voices of the quarantined employees around him because of the power outage, Kenichi Shiro soon received a reply that made him feel extremely relieved. The power outage was only on the floor where he was. No matter who or which facility the enemy's target was, he was only aiming at this floor. And there was no problem with Miss Haruko's safety. In this case, in just a moment, Kenichi Shiro's eyes became indifferent. No matter who he was targeting, the result of the enemy who dared to attack where he was already doomed. Go to the power management room. Block it. Identify the attackers. And the team that successfully subdues the potential enemy will be rewarded. After giving such an order, Kenichi Shiro heard the reminder from the man named V. Be careful. I feel something wrong with my body. As if something bad is going to happen. Amidst V's voice. Whether it was the artificial eye with, or without night vision function. They saw several blue lights in the darkness of the banquet hall at this moment. The blue lights distributed throughout the banquet hall were flickering like fireflies. And they were so conspicuous in the dark banquet hall. Within the range of vision, the locations emitting blue lights were quickly locked one by one. Those locations were exactly where the Arasaka employees, who were separated and placed around, were located. The employees who had been following the order and staying quietly at the edges looked down at the chests and abdomens that began to flash and emit bright lights in the darkness. And everyone's face showed incredible horror. They didn't understand what was happening. Nor did they know why their chests were glowing in the dark. But their bodies were desperately warning them of danger. As if they were already on the edge of a cliff. What is this? I don't remember replacing my stomach. What's going on with this blue light? What happened? In the inexplicable fear, an Arasaka employee wanted to ask for help from his colleagues around him in the dark. He pressed his chest, which was flashing with blue light. In fear, he forgot the ban and leaned towards the colleague, who was closer, and whose chest was not glowing. Hey, you, help me take a look. You are from the second department, right? I am from the first department. In terms of rank, I am above you. Come over and help me check it out. Why is it me and not you? Why are you okay? What happened to me? Did you do something secretly? This is open in the company. You are violating the rules. Before the employee of Section 1 finished speaking, he saw the blue light on his chest flashing faster and faster. Faster and faster. The frequency of this flashing made his eyes a little dazzled. In the dazzling colors, his eyes gradually lost their spirit. At this moment, he thought a lot in his brain. He thought of his origin, the wealthy family, the parents who forced him to work hard, the atmosphere of desperate internal competition in Arasaka Academy, the honor of graduating from the top 10 before, and the people who were stepped on by him in the office struggle. In his artificial eyes, there was a stream of data, and the data stream was like helping him to flip through his memories, constantly recalling, and recalling, until finally, he recalled a figure. That was a figure seen in the half-true and half-false. Illusory and escapable beauty. Beyond the dream of the dream. Real liberation and beauty. When the blue light ended, the staff of Section 2 who had listened to the scolding and wanted to approach felt something was wrong. He was originally panicking and half-heartedly obeyed the orders of the Section 1 personnel and wanted to approach. But halfway through, his hair stood up, his pores contracted, and goosebumps appeared. At this moment, he felt that the Section 1 personnel in front of him was very scary. It was as scary as the atom-heavy hammer that he had encountered by chance. The feeling that his life was tied to a thread and could be broken at any time made him want to retreat and run away. So, he followed his body instinct to do so. But just as he turned around, the Section 1 personnel he was facing had the most dazzling blue light from his chest. Then, boom! The explosion sounded familiar to V, and the other sounded again. And the fire illuminated the darkness. Chapter 309 Blue Eyes. Explode. Explode. Seeing the staff with blue light suddenly explode. And the staff close to him were also affected by the explosion. The remaining Arasaka staff saw their colleagues with blue light flashing around them. And their eyes had changed. Those who can enter Arasaka and are qualified to attend the banquet on the first floor, even if their positions are not as high as those of the staff in the banquet halls on the upper floors, are already considered dragons and phoenixes among ordinary people. They are not stupid, and they can understand this kind of thing with a little connection. People with blue light are the source of bombs. They will explode and will affect themselves. Don't come over. The Arasaka staff who did not have blue light flashing on their bodies looked at their colleagues, who had begun to flash blue light not far away with horror, fearing that they would walk towards them and affect themselves. But their shouts did not seem to reach the ears of those Arasaka staff with blue light flashing on their bodies. compared with those colleagues who were just terrified. The Arasaka staff with blue light flashing on their bodies were on the verge of collapse. They looked down at their flashing chests. Under great pressure, they were afraid and helpless and approached others, trying to seek help. Help! Help me! Stand still! Under Kenichi Shiro instructions, the Arasaka Special Operations Team, which was originally responsible for handling the situation and isolating the employees, started to move. They were originally near these Arasaka employees, and they immediately pointed the Masamune in their hands at the employees with blue light on their bodies. Stay over there and wait for the personnel to deal with it. The remaining personnel are not allowed to move. Everyone on this floor is suspected. Anyone who moves will be killed without mercy. The cold order was conveyed to every Arasaka employee with the rebuke of the captain of the first special team. Compared with the captain of the second team, V, who was actually more symbolic and concealed, was the captain of the first special team. He was the person who was truly responsible for handling the security of the banquet hall. This time, he had led dangerous people into the banquet hall, in order to avoid being fired and killed by the cleaning staff tomorrow. He was desperately trying to make up for his mistake. It would be fine even if all these colleagues from different departments were killed, as long as he could make up for his mistake. The Arasaka staff who were not glowing and were panicking, and were about to run around were barely calmed down when the gun was pointed at them. But those staff who were glowing with blue light looked at the flashing light on their bodies, which was visible to the naked eye, and acted crazy. If it weren't for the remaining trace of reason reminding them of Arasaka code of conduct, and realizing that even if they lost control, they would only be ruthlessly killed and would not get any help, then everyone would have lost their minds by now. And even though they still had a little reason, the amplitude of their body's involuntary movements was getting bigger and faster. The more panicked a person is, the more they can't control their body trembling and the unconscious movements of their hands and feet. And this is the case with these Arasaka staff. After seeing that the situation was basically under control, the captain of the first special operations team also comforted them a little. You all stay calm. The medical rescue personnel are on the way. The hacker has taken over the control of this floor, and the power supply room has sent people to deal with it. As long as you all stay calm and wait, this matter will be dealt with soon. When there is no need to kill people, the captain still doesn't want to kill people. Although in an emergency, he can clear all these people in the name of emergency in order to keep his position. But that is only a stopgap measure. This group of Arasaka middle-level managers have some family connections behind them. Even if they don't, they should have them after getting married. If he kills them all in one go, even if it is in accordance with the regulations, he can't bear the revenge of those family members in the future. Just when he wanted to breathe a sigh of relief, he noticed that the blue light on the body of a person in front of him, who had been temporarily stable, suddenly stopped. With his pupils shrinking slightly, the captain of the first team recalled the person who exploded before, and instantly began to plan the distance between that person and the people around him. And then his heart settled down a little. It doesn't matter if it explodes. There is no one in the explosion range. Just as he was thinking this, he noticed that the person whose blue light was no longer flashing did not explode in the horrified eyes of the people around him, but just lowered his head. Lowering his head. Could it be that the hackers on this floor have already invaded, completed the control, and released the explosion program in the body? When the team leader thought this, he found that the person who lowered his head suddenly raised his head, and there was a blue light flowing in his blank artificial eyes. What is this? Being watched. The team leader felt a chill in his spine, and felt an unprecedented pressure. He subconsciously raised his gun, but the man had already started running. It only took a moment from the first step to the full sprint. Sion Weston started. Sensing the danger, the team leader started Sion Weston, and with the help of Krenchikov in his spine, he raised his reaction to the limit. In the time when his senses slowed down, he saw that the man wanted to approach him. So he stepped back and pulled the trigger without hesitation. In the yellow flames, the blue-eyed person who showed great explosive power and rushed out a few steps was easily torn into pieces by the authentic kinetic rifle in the team leader's hand. But at the moment of falling, the flesh and blood tissue exposed to the air glowed blue. Explosion followed. Boom, boom, boom. The attack suffered by the captain of the first team was not an exception, but just a prelude. Almost at the moment when the first blue-eyed employee fell, the other employees who flashed blue light stopped flashing at the first time, and rushed towards the other Arasaka combatants in the darkness. Compared with the captain who had reacted with Sion Weston and Krenchikov, this group of combat team members were not so lucky. in the blue flames blooming in the darkness. The floors that had just been controlled fell into chaos again. Those who should not be held back, and those who were suspected should be cleared directly. As Kenichi Shiro was muttering in his heart with some regret, the blue-eyed employees around him seemed to have recognized him. And they didn't care about others at all, and rushed straight towards him. But Kenichi Shiro was not the only one. Jack, V, and Oliver, who had relaxed a little because the situation was under control, regripped their weapons and aimed at the Arasaka employees who rushed over. I've experienced the super dream of playing the hero and fighting zombies, Oliver complained after smashing the head of an employee in the distance with a gun. Those zombies are controlled by the virus and want to pounce on people. Now I feel that it's almost the same. This is too bad. If it's just these employees, it's okay, Jack said while firing a gun. At least they don't have any particularly awesome combat prosthesis, I'm afraid. Before Jack finished the sentence, V's face was bitter. Jack, do you have some talent for jinxes? As V looked on with some disbelief. The captain of the first team who had escaped the attack and was cleaning up the employees also had a flash of blue light of data flow in his eyes. And then he turned his head to look at them in confusion. Be careful. It's a data intrusion. Someone or something is using the invaded person as a medium to infect the people around them at close range. Kenichi Shiro's face has become extremely serious. With such intrusion control capabilities, he can easily infect other people around him by relying on the intruder. Ordinary hackers can't do this. If it's not a hacker, then could it be AI? Chapter 310 Suit Staff. It's so chaotic downstairs. Carl looked at the Arasaka executives in the banquet hall, who seemed to be completely oblivious to what was happening downstairs, and were still chatting there with a hypocritical smile on their faces, and stuffed the grapes he had just picked up from under his helmet into his mouth. Carl chewed the thumb-sized purple grapes with the skin without any care, and swallowed the sweet and sour grape juice along with the flesh while chewing. After tasting this taste, Carl felt a lot more energetic. Sourness is still refreshing. Carl's peripheral vision paid attention to Haruko and Maki next to him, and sent a message to V and the others in the communication. Carl, do you need help? V, very busy, but I can still hold on. V responded in the communication while waving the thermal samurai sword that emitted orange-yellow light in the dark, and cut off the head of the person wearing the captain badge in front of him. Fortunately, this captain was only controlled by the infection invasion, and there was no bomb in his body, which saved V from turning on the Sion Weston to accelerate the evacuation. After taking a breath, V sent another communication to Carl. V, how is the situation upstairs? Is it safe? Carl, very stable. With peace and prosperity. V, huh? What does this word mean? Carl, singing and dancing to celebrate peace is usually used to whitewash peace. While explaining the meaning of the idiom, he said in the communication to V. Carl looked at the Arasaka executives and found that although many people concealed it well, they still inevitably showed slight tension and uneasiness when they heard the explosions coming from downstairs. The sound insulation effect of the banquet hall is not bad. I can only hear it clearly because I am connected to the team communication. How did these people feel it? Is it because their personnel are reporting? Or is it because they can feel the vibration of the explosion more or less? According to the latter idea, the Arasaka employees, who suffered a nuclear bomb explosion more than 50 years ago, are particularly sensitive to explosions and can detect any vibration. If you think about it carefully, it is really a joke. Carl stuffed another green grape into his mouth. Carl, what about Mr. Kenichi Shiro? Do you need help? Kenichi Shiro, pay attention to your duties. Okay. It seems that it is indeed stable. The music and dancing can continue upstairs. When Carl thought so, he found that a staff member in a suit approached him. Or rather, approached the fruit table next to him, and pinched a grape from the bunch of grapes with water droplets on it, and put it into his mouth. While chewing, Carl seemed to see a trace of blue light flashing in his eyes, as if someone was transmitting data and communicating with this suit staff member with artificial eyes. Carl's eyes slightly retracted from Haruko and paid attention to the suit staff member. And as if noticing Carl's gaze, the staff member turned back and glanced at Carl. The face was quite unfamiliar. Carl was sure that he had never seen this person before, but this person gave him a special sense of familiarity. Carl had seen people like this before. Carl has an employer who often gives his team strange tasks. He never reveals his real name, but Carl and Oliver always call him Mr. Blue Eyes. The strange suit clerk in front of Carl feels very similar to Mr. Blue Eyes. The similarity between the two is not only the pair of eyes that are constantly flowing with data and glowing blue, but also the indescribable sense of specialness. If you want to use a word to describe that sense of specialness, it is inhuman. An inexplicable feeling that does not seem to be human. Carl and the suit clerk looked at each other. From the appearance, the clerk was a male, about 40 or 50 years old, a middle-aged man with neatly groomed brown hair. From the appearance alone, he completely conforms to the public's impression of the company elite. But the inhuman feeling in Carl's eyes just destroys that sense of elite. It looks like the appearance of the perfect company elite is just a layer of skin covering the real core. Carl opened his mouth slightly and was about to say something. But the suit clerk spoke in a fairly calm voice without much emotion. Carl, you are very special. His real name was exposed right at the beginning. But Carl did not show any surprise. He just looked at the man calmly through the helmet and asked politely, "Why do you say that? Sir? You are so special. As if all the loads can be integrated into it and become one. Are you talking about the compatibility between my body and the prosthesis? Sir? Not just the prosthesis." The suit man moved closer to Carl, and his blue eyes seemed to be looking straight into his heart through the helmet and Carl's eyes. "You can accommodate everything." "Everything." Carl smiled. "You are exaggerating. Sir. At least I don't think I can swallow a whole watermelon in one bite. Strange language that I don't understand. But this is a special kind of beauty." The man in the suit looked at Carl and shook his head slightly. "You are not my kind. But you are not just a flesh and blood body living in the world. You are unique." "Really? Unique? It sounds really amazing to me." Carl chuckled. But he pulled out a knife from his waist and pointed it at the man in the suit. "Okay. I have talked to you for a few words. So now it's my turn to speak properly. Sir, although I don't know who you really are, I suspect you are suspicious. And I happen to have the right to kill first and report later. The Imperial power has granted today. Now, you raise your hands, turn your back obediently, and face the wall." Carl knew that these threatening words might not work on the man in the suit. But he still did it. The reason is very simple. He didn't want to listen to riddles. Although he didn't know whether the man in the suit was controlled by AI or something. He kept telling riddles, as if he was Sherlock Holmes. Listening to Carl's words, the man in the suit glanced at the knife in his hand. Neurotoxin knife. Very good manufacturing process. According to the database data, this type of product, even if it is just a slight scratch, a blood circulation is enough to kill a person. About 20 to 30 seconds. He praised, and then raised his hands and faced the wall under Carl's gaze. "I surrender. Please don't do anything to destroy this body." Faced with the threat, the man in the suit chose to surrender cleanly. The comparison of strength data is the most priority and simplest step in the calculation. Chapter 311 is favored. Behave yourself. The controlled blue-eyed man in a suit was escorted to a special isolation detention room by two Arasaka operators equipped with military ICE protective equipment. Carl watched the blue-eyed man in a suit and the Arasaka operators, who escorted him away, and asked Kenichi Shiro, who was walking over, "Have you dealt with the matter downstairs, Mr. Kenichi Shiro?" Kenichi Shiro, who was wearing a red and black suit without any wrinkles or bloodstains, just nodded calmly in the face of Carl's inquiry without saying a word. Seeing his appearance, Carl understood something. It seems that the cleanup downstairs was very tragic. To say tragic may not be enough to describe it. Jack and Oliver came over. The combat uniform was stained with bloodstains. It seemed that he had directly killed many people in the previous operation. When he approached Carl, he continued what he had said halfway before. Almost all the people in the first team were killed. But more than half of the staff survived. Even if more than half of the dead were a group of middle-level people who could be quickly replaced by their subordinates, it would still be a big loss for Arasaka. Had the people who interfered with and destroyed the power supply been identified? Carl looked at Mr. Kenichi Shiro again. And Mr. Kenichi Shiro answered, "The distribution room belongs to Arasaka staff." "Is it their own people?" Come to think of it, if it wasn't the staff in the distribution room who cut off the power supply of the floor themselves, how could ordinary people cut off the power supply of the entire floor of Arasaka Tower when the action team didn't respond? The identity of the attacker this time. This should not be within the scope of my mission. I'd better not ask. Carl looked at the banquet hall that was gradually declared over and led people out as Kenichi Shiro and V arrived. and folded his hands. Anyway, this matter is also your internal matter, Mr. Kenichi Shiro. Right? Kenichi Shiro neither admitted nor denied it. His eyes swept over the blue-eyed man in a suit who was escorted out of the banquet hall slowly. In the communication device, he briefly instructed other personnel to watch along the way, and then turned to Carl and changed the subject calmly. This time your team performed the mission quite well, which can be said to be beyond my expectations. I thought it was my mistake to make the decision that you were not needed before, although it was a bit abrupt to change the subject. What Kenichi Shiro said still made Carl open his eyes in surprise. He heard something. Mr. Kenichi Shiro admitted his mistake? My goodness. Since Carl met Kenichi Shiro, his impression of Kenichi Shiro was that he was a stinky stone with a stiff face every day, and he never said anything nice. Carl never thought that Kenichi Shiro would say to him such words, that he would take the initiative to admit his mistakes and recognize his mistakes. According to the inherent impression, Kenichi Shiro shouldn't say coldly that you did a good job this time. Give you more money, and then you can leave? What did V and the others do to make Kenichi Shiro say this? When Carl was surprised, Kenichi Shiro turned to V and others, or to V, and his eyes looked at V, revealing a bit of appreciation in his eyes. You have good potential. If you are interested and don't want to be a mercenary, you can try to find me. You are a person worth cultivating. I am in need of talents like you. I can teach you personally. Seeing Kenichi Shiro say such words to V in a very pleasant manner, Carl subconsciously wiped his eyes. Carl had not forgotten that when he borrowed a car from Kenichi Shiro, he said he was going to pick up a friend. After investigating his social circle, Kenichi Shiro gave a rather contemptuous evaluation. He remembered what Kenichi Shiro said at the time. You are an ordinary wanderer. You really make friends with everyone. However, since then, including the note for handing in the task, V and Kenichi Shiro have only met twice. How come Kenichi Shiro's attitude has changed so much after the second meeting? Now, instead of looking down on V, he is very appreciative and intends to train V? Something is wrong. Is Kenichi Shiro still himself? Suspicion arose in his heart. But in the face of Kenichi Shiro's behavior of recruiting members of his team, Carl immediately responded, Hey, Kenichi Shiro. What do you mean? You don't need people to find my friends. There was a hint of dissatisfaction and vigilance in Carl's words. He was obviously puzzled by Kenichi Shiro's intentions. His eyes were fixed on Kenichi Shiro, as if he wanted to find answers and flaws from his expression. But no matter how Carl looked at it, Kenichi Shiro was still Kenichi Shiro. And what he said was completely sincere. People with potential should not be buried on the streets. Kenichi Shiro glanced at Carl. Compared to your personality, he is obviously more worthy of training, and has room for further improvement in protecting and assassinating people. Listening to the argument between Carl and Kenichi Shiro, Oliver and Jack looked at V. They didn't quite understand why Kenichi Shiro suddenly saw V potential and planned to train V. However, compared to Carl, who didn't see the scene below, Oliver and Jack understood it after recalling the battle at that time. In the battle downstairs, Kenichi Shiro didn't take action throughout the whole process, just standing there. And the person who played the main role was undoubtedly V, who opened the Sion Weston and held a thermal samurai sword to clean up the personnel. In the dark battle, Oliver and Jack noticed the similarities between the appearance of V. V's fighting style is very similar to that of the Arasaka ninja. That is, using artificial bodies such as Sion Weston that can give people high mobility and reaction speed to approach others, and then use the sword in his hand to kill people. Especially when V was still wearing an Arasaka combat uniform at the time. It really looked like an Arasaka ninja carrying out highly efficient killing in the crowd. So, Kenichi Shiro was attracted by V's fighting style, and thought that V was worth cultivating? But in the impression of Oliver and Jack, Kenichi Shiro had a direct disciple. That is, Shio, who is now protecting the Arasaka lady. But now, he has taken a fancy to V. Is it because V potential is good enough that Kenichi Shiro is excited to see the prey? Or is it because the big trumpet is useless, and he is preparing to practice the small trumpet? Oliver and Jack don't understand. But they know that Carl and Kenichi Shiro words cannot decide things. The person who can really decide on Kenichi Shiro recruitment is almost at the same time. The four of them looked at V, who was listening a little dazed and didn't quite understand. V himself is the one who can decide his own way. Chapter 3:1274 I don't want the bonus. Ah. Me? After being stunned for a few seconds, V finally figured out the whole thing, and realized that Kenichi Shiro was trying to recruit him. However, he only thought for 2 seconds and decisively rejected Kenichi Shiro's invitation. "Thank you very much for your appreciation." V racked his brains to say polite words that were not swear words in his memory. He didn't expect that he would be valued by the senior people of Arasaka. But he still spoke the truth. "But I feel free and relaxed now. I can do missions with friends. And live like a family. Which makes me feel more comfortable." "Is that so?" Kenichi Shiro didn't feel regretful after being rejected. He didn't intend to let V join today with this invitation. He just left a way for V to come to his side, when V didn't plan to be a mercenary. He mainly saw a good seedling. And he really looked down on the streets. So he made such an invitation. In Kenichi Shiro's opinion, street hustlers will never make a name for themselves. Even Adam Heavy Hammer, who was famous in the mercenary industry in the past, is now working as a security supervisor in Arasaka Tower. You can't hang around on the streets forever. If you get old and can't work anymore, you might be knocked down by a few thugs. Although Arasaka doesn't treat retired employees well, according to V Potential. Even if he can't get to his level, he can get to the level of Chio, the traitor, and be a bodyguard for a board member. At that time, he can get married and have a child under the arrangement of the company. And then, he will be a new family in Arasaka. His descendants will be powerful and wealthy. And they don't have to pick up synthetic food from sewage. What's wrong with that? Are all the descendants going to have to roll in the mud and gamble their lives for wealth from a young age? In Kenichi Shiro data, there are so many famous street characters who were glorious when they were alive. But when they died, they were just like stray dogs on the roadside, with no one to take care of their children. If the street mercenaries were to choose, 99% of them would be willing to join the company. Not to mention 99.9%. Don't look at the mercenaries and street thugs who talk about company dogs all day long. When they are dogs, they are afraid that they will step on the corpses of others to climb up. Kenichi Shiro is not anxious about V's current rejection. Things will always change. Maybe when, among the options in his mind, V will be willing to come to him and let him train him personally. At that time, he will definitely be able to teach a new disciple who is at least not inferior to Chio's traitor in strength. Kenichi Shiro glanced at Carl. This is different from Carl, who is difficult to teach. He has real potential, and can become the next Kenichi Shiro. My invitation is always valid. Kenichi Shiro said so, and nodded to Jack and Oliver. Similarly, if you become my subordinates, you will be the top candidates. I also invite you. If your team doesn't want to be mercenaries one day, Arasaka, I will always open the door to you. Kenichi Shiro is the vice president in charge of Arasaka Tower affairs, who is only below the Arasaka family. He seems very confident when he says such words. But his performance makes Carl strange again. If Kenichi Shiro's initial invitation seems to Carl like he doesn't feel like him, then the group invitation issued by Kenichi Shiro now fits Kenichi Shiro's feeling of lack of people. The only thing that was wrong was that Carl looked at Kenichi Shiro, and he added the word Mr., which he had removed because he was dissatisfied with Kenichi Shiro's invitation to V. Back to his words, Mr. Kenichi Shiro, why don't you try to invite me? I can't train you. Kenichi Shiro's attitude towards Carl immediately changed 360 degrees. He was not as friendly and talented as he was with V, Jack, and Oliver. Facing Carl, who was close to him, Kenichi Shiro said coldly, you have your own responsibilities to take. Although Kenichi Shiro's words were cold and not obvious, Carl reacted. Yes. On the surface, he was a mercenary who accepted the mission. But in fact, he had negotiated the matter secretly and received funding. It turned out that he was the first person to receive the bribe. So it was okay. Well, is this job done? It's done. We did a good job. Didn't we? They did a good job. The money was paid. Bonus or something. They all got an extra 50,000 euros. Huh? Carl looked at Oliver and the others suddenly, and found that their artificial eyes were flashing. Obviously they had just received the money. By this calculation, this job directly cost 200,000 euros per person. Although the person who issued the commission was Chio, the person who paid the money in the end was Kenichi Shiro, who was responsible for the security of the banquet. I have to say, it's pretty good. Carl looked at his account and didn't receive any money. Well, it doesn't matter. Carl didn't care. After all, this thing is a bonus. The commission agreed at the beginning of the task was 150,000. The 150,000 has been paid. So Carl just works honestly. The extra money given by the employer based on performance is not considered by Carl. It's best to have it with friends. But it doesn't matter if there is no money. Anyway, it's just a bonus. And I didn't do any hard work. As the captain, I asked the employer, and the employer actually gave it. It couldn't be better. When Carl was happy that he made Kenichi Shiro pay 150,000 euros with just one sentence. As other people in the hall gradually left, Chio walked over slowly. Miss wants you to go over. Chiom said so. Her eyes swept over V and the others, and finally stared at Kenichi Shiro, unrelated personnel. You must leave now. Her words obviously pointed out a special person. This time, it was Kenichi Shiro's turn to be stunned. And he looked at Chiom. Unrelated personnel? While he was muttering this word, Carl looked in the direction of Haruko. Over there, Maki, who did not leave with the other people, was with Haruko, smiling and waving at him, obviously asking him to go over. I see. After Carl nodded to Chiom to show that he understood, he glanced at Kenichi Shiro, then said hello to his companions and took a step. As he passed by Kenichi Shiro, Carl reached out and straightened Kenichi Shiro's collar, which was a little messy because he turned his head suddenly. Pay attention to your image, Mr. Kenichi Shiro. You are a big shot in the company. I did this out of respect. I don't want the bonus. No need to thank me. Speaking in this way, Carl continued to walk forward. Chapter 313, Filling the Identity Void. Your true appearance should be better. This is the first sentence Carl heard after taking off the helmet that came with the Arasaka combat uniform. The person who said this was naturally Maki. As friends, it was indeed the first time for the two to meet with their true faces. I would be even happier if you compliment me and say I'm handsome at this time. After taking off the somewhat stuffy helmet, Carl took a breath. It's really uncomfortable to wear this thing. I really don't like to cover myself with things. Will you feel uncomfortable? Just like when you were in the academy? About the same. Facing Maki's eyes that were carefully examining his appearance, Carl turned his gaze to Haruko, who was sitting next to him and smiling. Did you tell Maki about my work this time? I just can't stand Maki's rough cover-up. As expected. Maki's. Did you make up for that sensitivity with another part? Mahi didn't quite understand what Carl said. What do you mean by making up for your sensitivity with another part? Don't worry. I was praising you. But I can hear that Carl's words just now are mocking me. You can't tell the meaning of the words, but you can make a keen judgment of good and bad. Right? Carl sat down at the small round table where Mahi and Haruko were sitting without caring. There were many such places for guests to sit in the banquet hall, and this place happened to have 4 seats. Enough for people. After Carl sat down, he took a bite of the small bread that Chio brought to Haruko and Mahi on the table, and felt the sweetness and softness left on the tip of his tongue. Carl said, So, what did you call me here for? I've been standing guard for a long time. After the banquet, I have a meal with friends? If you want to do this? Carl. Of course. But, Haruko gestured to Chio, who was coming over, and Chio handed something to Carl at the right time. What is this? Looking at what Chio handed over, which looked like a data tablet, Carl looked at Haruko in confusion. And Haruko just pointed at Carl's right hand. Verify with your hand. She was indicating this. Carl had his own special verification, which was a bionic arm called KK. Seeing Haruko indication, Carl did it even though he didn't quite understand what was in the data tablet. He placed the 5 fingers of his right hand flat on the data tablet, watching the data flowing from the verification flashing on it. Could it be a personal reward? When Carl thought about this, he noticed the expression of Maki beside him, and found that there was also a sense of expectation in her expression, as if she knew what was in the data tablet. Ding. When the sound of verification pass sounded, Carl found a photo on the data tablet. The face in the photo was quite familiar, and Carl could say that he saw it every day, because it was his own face, as it appeared and disappeared like an ID photo. The data appeared below. This is... Carl looked at the information. My personal information? Blood type? Height? Weight? Experience? Etc. All recorded, Chio said. And Carl didn't feel much surprise about this. After all, he had received treatment in Arasaka Hospital, and it was not surprising that the hospital recorded these information. As for the relevant personal experience, this information can be easily found by almost any middleman. not to mention Arasaka. But as the records emerged one by one, Carl found that there were several blanks at the end. Before he could wonder, Haruko's word sounded first. Open it and take a look. Carl. Open it and take a look. What's so good about opening a blank? Carl tried to touch the blank with his fingertips and found that a blank disappeared. And then a bunch of options that could be pulled down popped up on the data tablet. A migrant from the Pacific state of Night City in America. A graduate of the Asian Turkey Branch Academy. Allentown, Pennsylvania. New America. Manic. Tribal member. Resident of Peachtree Street. Atlanta, Georgia. Is this an identity? Carl looked at the rows of data. Somewhat confused. Do I have to choose an identity in my own file? I don't care what you did in the past. Carl. Haruko said, because even Arasaka cannot completely control the abandoned children in the Wanderer tribe. The orphans born in the streets and alleys. And the illegitimate children of some wealthy families. But now, I want you to choose a formal identity yourself. Carl. To fill the gaps in the file. Cannot be completely controlled. What Haruko said is true. Although Arasaka has a strong ability in intelligence gathering and can obtain the required information through many spy networks. Even Arasaka cannot be omniscient and know everything. For example, the birth of Haruko mother Arasaka Michiko is a secret deliberately concealed by Arasaka Saburo, who controls the entire Arasaka group, by his eldest son. Haruko does not know her past life experience. But she does not care about it, which is indeed in line with her character. It's just, Carl didn't quite understand one thing. Why do you suddenly ask me to choose a formal identity at this time? If I choose these identities, can you easily help me get relevant certificates? Haruko? Of course. Mashi said beside him. These are much more formal than your disguise in school. Carl. Even if someone wants to check, they can only find the information you chose after layers of files. All of them are okay. Listening to Mashi's words, Carl couldn't help but look at the option of the orphan of the new American lieutenant colonel. Isn't it possible for Arasaka to get this thing? All of them are okay. Hearing Haruko's affirmative words, Carl found that his vision was still low. For the eldest lady of Arasaka, it is really not a big deal to get an identity that others can check no matter how they check. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but glance at the orphan of the new American lieutenant colonel, and asked Haruko tentatively, is it really okay for me to choose this? You can try to click it. I remember there are 4 different options below. Are there 4? In other words, Haruko can insert 4 of her own people into the army of the new United States at will. Considering the orphan of the lieutenant colonel, the inserted nail should have been a lieutenant colonel in the past spy identity. This level is not small. Carl was dazzled by the pile of identity choices, and couldn't think of which one he should choose for a while. While thinking, he suddenly came to his senses and remembered the question he asked before and didn't get an answer. So, why do you suddenly ask me to choose an official identity now? Because after a while, Carl, you need to go with me as a friend to meet someone. And Maki will go with you at that time. Because I need a formal identity, because I need to meet someone. Carl was confused. Who are you going to meet? Why can't I have even a blank past experience? I need to have the most basic formal identity? Faced with Carl's confusion, Haruko slowly said, to meet my mother. Ah? Carl remembered that Haruko's mother was Arasaka Michiko? Chapter 314. What a coincidence. Isn't it? 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Great. I have saved almost 1 million euros. After coming out of Arasaka Tower, Oliver kept counting the numbers in his account. And he looked very excited. I can think about getting myself a motorcycle and buying some new surgical instruments for my sister's clinic. That's great. I only have about 800,000 euros. So I can go to Old Way to change the subcutaneous armor. Jack counted his account and then looked at V. V, do you want to buy anything? I still have plenty of money. I think this money is enough. I don't need your help. Jack. V looked at the 270,000 euros in his account. And he was actually still in incredible excitement. He has only officially joined the team for less than a week. And he has earned a number that he never thought of in his life. As a mercenary, he really made the right choice. With this money, he can buy parts for the entire tribe's vehicles and related mechanical equipment. Tribe thinking of the tribe. V Heart, which was just excited by the huge account numbers, suddenly calmed down. No matter what, being kicked out of the tribe will always be a pain for him. I don't know what the people in the tribe are like, After joining the snake state, can they really get the life they want? Thinking about the family in the past and the family in the present, V looked at Carl standing at the door of the floating car, opening the hatch and overlooking Night City. Although he was looking at the night view, he looked thoughtful. He couldn't help but say, "Are you still thinking about identity, Carl?" "Well, I have to think about it for a while." Carl had to choose an identity. He told the others in the team when he left Arasaka Tower, because Haruka was not in a hurry. He wanted to think about it before making a reply. After telling his companions about this, he had been thinking all the way. Looking at his thoughtful look, V, as a friend, really wanted to know what identity Carl was struggling with. Hearing V words, Jack and Oliver, who were originally looking at the numbers on the account, also turned their heads to look over. The ball that had been placed in the hovercraft also lit up its eyes. T-Bug was online. The other people in the team actually made many guesses about Carl's identity, such as the son of an executive who failed in the company's power struggle, a rich orphan, etc. But they were just guesses. No one had ever asked him what he did in the past because Carl did not take the initiative to say it. However, even if they didn't ask, Carl was going to choose an identity now. V and the others were still very curious, because Carl's choice might give them a glimpse into the past experiences of their fellow young master. Does anyone want to play? There are two choices: the young master of a rich family, and the son of an executive who failed in the struggle. Whoever loses will treat the guests, and the other people who choose to participate will be together. I guess it's the young master of a rich family. T-Bug sent a message to his companions in the channel. Anyone want to come? No limit on the number of people. I think these two options can be combined into one, where the children of a certain executive who failed in the struggle are not killed and grow up as rich young masters. Oliver and the others didn't know what the specific options on the data tablet that Carl was holding were, but that didn't stop him from guessing. I choose the third option, which is both. Then you will definitely lose today. Prepare to treat us. Jack analyzed Carl's behavior of disliking this, and that when eating at the beginning is obviously because of his superior family background. And he knows so much. And his education is not what you can get on the streets. But when he was loading the gun, very fast, I feel that the family environment has been exposed to firearms. So I guess the fourth possibility is that the son of a senior military officer, because of the superior family life, inevitably came into contact with firearms-related knowledge. But this is not to let us guess what Carl's past life was like, but to let us guess the identity Carl would choose. Oliver disagreed. I think Carl's identity is more suitable for both. No one chose the children of senior executives. Then I choose one. V looked at the money in the account and didn't mind treating him if he lost. He was not good at keeping money. He spent money whenever he had it. The money spent on modifying firearms and vehicles, and the money spent on treating friends to drinks were the same to him. T-Bug, it's a pity that you two options can come up with four. Maybe we all have to treat. Oliver, it's impossible. I was the first person to know Carl. I know him. And my guess can't be wrong. Jack, are you referring to the time when I met the Vortex gang on the street and was almost scared to pee my pants? And it was all saved by Carl? Oliver, I shot and killed a few people. But I don't believe that you, Jack, could fight 10 people alone in your first street gunfight. The chats of the few people were all in the channel. And they didn't hide it from Carl at all. Carl also saw their bet. Come on. Carl said, he is a rich young master and the son of a senior military officer. Why do you all think so? Don't you look like him? V looked at Carl. When I first saw you, I thought you were too young and unreliable. And you looked like a young master. Do you look like him? Very much. A young master. The voices of his companions in unison helped Carl confirm his identity. They all said he looked like him. So he looked like him. It's not wrong to listen to them. Then look at this. What about the family identity of the administrative specialist of the American branch of Kong Tao? I went to school at Arasaka Academy. Lived in Night City as a Night City person. And now with the identity of Kong Tao. I feel that the identity blessing in some places has been maxed out. What identity blessing? Can we take a look? V didn't understand. But he found that he seemed to have won the bet. Carl really chose the identity of the children of executives. In order to confirm the victory, he wanted to see a specific one. Okay. You guys come and take a look. Carl showed the data tablet to his companions without hesitation. An administrative specialist who died with his wife 7 years ago at the beginning of the new American Unification War. Arasaka agents accidentally obtained his relevant identity information. He has been fired by Kong Tao Company because of his poor work. His children disappeared in the conflict that killed him. It's quite fitting. And the age is also right. Then the specialist's last name is? V looked at the information of Carl identity selection on the data panel, stared at the last name for a few seconds, and was a little surprised. Even without the translation program, he would recognize the last name, because it was Carl's last name. This commissioner's last name is also Ka. What a coincidence. Isn't it? Carl said indifferently. Chapter 315 Membership Subscription. Isn't this our eldest son, Carl? What are you doing? Don't be funny. Oliver. I'm reading something. It was already the second day since Carl chose his blank identity. Carl had just taken out his computer and connected to Night City's LAN to read something in the morning. Oliver, who rarely got up early, came out of the kitchen and came to his side. What are you looking at? V, who had gotten up early, also walked out of the kitchen, holding a plate in his hand. The plate contained sausages packed from Arasaka Tower yesterday and homemade bread and eggs. After walking a few steps, he placed the breakfast next to Carl. Is it about yesterday? No. I agreed on that matter at midnight yesterday. Carl stared at the flashing pages on the computer screen, and finally let it stop at an interface. I'm looking at what we talked about before. Let me see. Oliver lay on the sofa where Carl was sitting, and leaned over to look at the computer that Carl placed on the glass table in front of the sofa. Is this the interface of the trauma team? Yes. The trauma team. Carl's eyes moved, and the details of the member registration of the trauma team appeared on the screen, along with the excellent cases of the trauma team's successful rescue and relief. Looking at that, Carl continued, can't the trauma team order a short-term package of at least 24 hours? Haven't we considered trying it before? Although the trauma team service will be installed with positioning and biological monitoring when performing dangerous tasks, we can temporarily buy a package to protect lives, and then cancel and remove the positioning and biological monitoring after completing the task. Take the trauma team as medical insurance for the mission? This suggestion was made by Oliver at the beginning. Hearing Carl say this, he agreed. Anyway, the cost of short-term services is not very high. At that time, we can also order a higher-end short-term package. Apart from other things, the level is improved. When the trauma team comes, they really dare to snatch people from the hands of the god of death. Moreover, such a package will not cost too much because of the time issue. When doing dangerous tasks, the reward is completely can afford such insurance. Being alive is definitely better than anything else. V went to bring Oliver and himself another breakfast. I remember that the trauma team even dared to confront the company face to face. I read a book that recorded that the employees of Militech and Arasaka were rescued by the trauma team. As a result, in order to protect the safety of their employers, the two trauma teams shot at each other, with the help of agents from both sides. It's a story about the corporate war period. As someone who had admired and hoped to join the trauma team in the past, Oliver had naturally heard of this story. But he also knew about the subsequent developments after that case. I remember that some employees of Arasaka and Militech learned to deliberately injure themselves to attract the trauma team as reinforcements. This incident almost made the trauma team at the time unable to operate, and later had to announce the temporary suspension of rescue of Arasaka and Militech employees. Speaking of this, Oliver shook his head. Their terms are too rigid. To put it nicely, they say they are loyal to their duties and can make people feel at ease. To put it worse, they are using people as robots. Anyway, after I learned the truth later, I directly gave up the expectations and admiration I had when I was young. That was a long time ago. Carl looked at the packages on the interface and said, now it has been relaxed. The trauma team still signs the employee packages of Arasaka and military technology. But it is not like before, where a large number of formal employees sign them. Now every employee will assess the danger in advance. And I saw the mutuo of the trauma team performing tasks. In their mutuo, when they perform tasks against Arasaka and military technology, there is a danger and conflict assessment value. If it exceeds that value, they will not engage in fire, but rob people and run away while ensuring the lives of their employers. There are countermeasures below, and there are policies above. Right? Oliver complained, and saw Carl controlling the process. Jumping to the payment interface. Let me see. As long as the payment is made, a drone will deliver a special monitoring and positioning chip. And then you only need to insert it to use it. Carl muttered the relevant terms and conditions. And looked at Oliver. Do you want to try it? Using me as a guinea pig? Not really. But in terms of medical level and rescue testing, you have to be professional. Oliver is the only doctor the team can provide. Okay. Oliver didn't mind it too much. But he habitually complained. He pressed one hand on the sofa. And didn't even go around from the side. But turned over directly. And then squeezed Carl. Move over. I do it. Please. Honorable doctor. In order to avenge Oliver's sarcastic remarks to his young master, Carl moved to the side and flattered Oliver politely to disgust him. You know I'm noble. Why don't you move faster? Oliver didn't want to be disgusted by Carl's flattery. He raised his chin and pretended to be great now. The doctor has to evaluate the medical insurance. Just be happy. Watching Carl and Oliver disgusting each other. V, who was watching from the side, was speechless. But he was also very interested in the services of the trauma team. So he sat on the sofa, eating breakfast with a plate, and watching Oliver choose related services and pay. Oliver flipped through the pages quickly, and when Jack yawned and walked out of the room, he just caught up with his complaint. No. Carl didn't log in before. And I think the price is not like this. Why is it that after I logged in with my identity, the price has become more expensive? Why is it that the price is specially customized for individuals? Long-term packages are not like this. V, who was watching next to him, pointed to the long-term packages on the screen. I see that the price of long-term packages has not changed at all. But the short-term packages suddenly changed after you, Oliver, logged in with your identity. What are you looking at? The trauma team? Jack, who had been with Carl for a long time, and was influenced to not like to walk the normal way, stood behind Oliver's original sofa and looked at the content on the screen. After listening to his friend's discussion, Jack, he showed an understanding expression and explained to them, this is indeed different. My acquaintance in the Valentino gang has ordered this. It seems that gangs and high-threat elements will have special assessments from the trauma team, in order to prevent them from causing too much damage when ordering short-term services. People with special backgrounds will be more expensive in short-term prices. In short, they are afraid that we will play a 24-hour crazy adventure. So they want us to order a long-term package membership that is monitored around the clock. Oliver sighed. Sure enough, it must be a company. They have already thought of what we can think of. And the profits are clearly calculated. Who said it wasn't? Carl looked at it. But the price is not bad. But you have to choose the mission. I was thinking that I could also hang up the insurance during the normal mission. Now look. It's only an emergency mission. He was halfway through his words when his phone rang. Carl usually uses his mobile phone to receive text messages. And he has set it so that the phone will only ring when there is a message from an important person. The other people in the team also knew about this. And they all looked at Carl's mobile phone together. The name that popped up was Man. Chapter 316 Man and David. Man. In the wilderness of the Badlands, David stood on the trunk of a Thunderbolt Mackinac warhorse, holding an Ajax kinetic rifle and firing backwards, while shouting to Man in the driver's seat, the Arasaka people are catching up. I know. Man, wearing sunglasses in the driver's seat, had a grim expression. He drove the Thunderbolt Mackinac and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Abdolio and the others successfully evacuated. What did Lucy say? The signal in the Badlands is too bad. I'm about to disconnect from you. In the team communication, Lucy's anxious voice sounded. Falco has taken Rebecca and the others to get rid of the Arasaka pursuers from the other side. Now only you are left. Hurry up. Hurry up. We are already on the way. But it's not that easy. Lucy. Man grinned and was about to say a few more words in the communication. He found that Lucy's communication was disconnected. And at the same time, the positioning in the car also heard a sizzling sound of electricity, which made him curse. Shield interference. Are these Arasaka company dogs crazy? Why are they chasing and biting? After cursing, knowing that the communication was disconnected and there was no support, Man was about to say something to David. He saw the flames flying from the back in the rearview mirror, and his heart tightened. He immediately turned the steering wheel sharply, and as the vehicle swung violently, the Thunder Mackinac tilted at an abnormally strange angle. The tires were almost suspended in the air, and then hit the ground heavily. And then the vehicle turned sharply and drove to the other side. Boom! The flames of the explosion bloomed on the path where the Thunder Mackinac was supposed to drive. Man! Rockets! David, who was thrown around by the shaking car and barely managed to stabilize himself by holding onto the car body, shouted out the words that were interrupted by the swing of the car. "I saw it," man replied, with an inexplicable sense of pleasure in his heart, being chased and bombarded in the bad land. This feeling is really like a dream. Can we count this as a big life? Man? David, who held onto the car and took the initiative to attract attention with man during the division, shouted in the dust, being chased by the Arasaka convoy. Even Brother Oliver and the others must have never experienced it. You can't say for sure. Man glanced at the fuel displayed on the dashboard of the Thunderway Mackinac and found that the ethanol 2 fuel was almost used up. If the two of us can return alive this time, I will definitely blow flowers for us in the next life. And Carl and the others will have to stand and toast us by then. And before that, we have to kill that bastard Faraday first. David laughed loudly. But he did not forget the culprit who put them in such a predicament. The information provided by that bastard is not accurate at all. This group of Arasaka convoys did not carry the cyborgs at all. They are setting a trap and deliberately relaxing their guard to lure us into the trap. You are worthy of being an academy student. Listen to your description. David, you are too polite. If I were to say, he is a bastard who should be buried in the sewer and drowned in sewage. Man's eyes under the sunglasses flashed coldly. I used to think the guy was just a little greedy. But now I find that he can't even do the most basic intelligence work as a middleman. This kind of person has a pit ahead. I don't even know the guy who pushed the people down. When I return to the city, I will definitely settle accounts with him. The relationship between mercenaries and middlemen is two-way. The middleman can ask the mercenaries to keep their word and can also ask the mercenaries to follow the mission requirements. But there is a prerequisite. That prerequisite is that after officially taking over, it must be clear, transparent and accurate. If the intelligence is wrong, it is the responsibility of the middleman. If the mercenaries die in the mission, they naturally have nothing to say. But if there is a chance, let them come back alive. Then don't blame the mercenaries for killing the middleman because of the wrong intelligence. Boom! The fire exploded around Thunder Mackinac again. Feeling the vehicle shaking due to the shock wave, man's anger temporarily shifted from Faraday to Arasaka Company. Dog, we are almost close to Taiping's. And these Arasakas are not going to stop. Are they going to use rockets to bombard the city directly? It's really strange. We didn't even see the goods today. We have nothing in our hands. But they are chasing us. Could it be that they are interested in the tens of thousands of euros we have on hand? It's really strange. David, who has been a mercenary for some time, also felt that Arasaka was unusual today. As soon as they met, they shouted military technology. And then a whole armed convoy chased us directly. Although we are hired by military technology, we are just a group of mercenaries. We take money to do things. And we don't know how much intelligence we have. What's wrong with them that they have to chase us all the way? Who knows? It feels like we have copied his goods so many times. Just as man was about to say something, a warning sounded from the dashboard. How is it possible? Just now, the dashboard showed that the ethanol 2 fuel was running low. But it shouldn't be so fast. Man, the fuel tank is broken. And the leaked ethanol 2 is on fire. On fire? It's bad. Although ethanol 2 fuel has been widely used in various energy fields, it still has a well-known fatal flaw. That is, it will spread quickly after being ignited. In other words, since doing that job with Carl and others, the car door that has never been closed tightly was kicked open. Man's figure jumped out while shouting to David, "Jump! Jump out of the car quickly! David, this car is going to explode." Without any hesitation, even throwing Ajax aside, David immediately followed man and jumped to the side of the speeding vehicle. In the raging sandstorm, the two figures rolled several times, each using their own skills to skillfully stabilize their bodies while rolling. The Thunder Mackinac, after losing the weight of 2 passengers, continued to rush forward along the original trajectory due to inertia. The leaked methanol fuel in the car was ignited, and the fire spread rapidly. The entire car body was engulfed by the raging fire only 2 seconds after David and man left. Then, the fierce flames spread everywhere with the explosion. This is bad. Looking at the twisted frame burning in the flames, standing in the wilderness, man looked at the Arasaka team approaching rapidly in the distance. And the sunglasses damaged by the rolling fell off his face, revealing a pair of piercing eyes. If I can really go back alive this time, I will have to let Carl and the others toast me no matter what I say. Chapter 317 Run. Run. Finally stopped this group of military technology bastards. The Arasaka team chasing Man and David. Watching Man and David jump out of the car. And the vehicle they relied on to escape was also destroyed by the explosion. Many people were happy. The Arasaka team has been attacked in the Badlands for some time. Because of the internal cleansing. It was not until recently that the Arasaka personnel were convinced that it was the military technology people who were secretly doing things. After the people in the counterintelligence department realized that it was the military technology people, they almost immediately passed the relevant processing execution procedures. They have been fishing in the wilderness for 2 days. And finally let the military technology people take the bait. According to the intelligence, the military technology people especially like to disguise themselves as other companies, mercenaries and wanderers, and often approach in the form of a team. Now it seems to be true. Recalling the scene where the bait convoy was attacked by the group of military technology employees disguised as mercenaries, the head of the Arasaka counterintelligence department, who was in charge of the operation to capture the military technology employees, had a hideous and malicious smile on his face. Damn military technology. They still play this old trick. And I caught them. I just use you as a stepping stone for my promotion. In Arasaka, the actions to defeat military technology will be judged based on merit. According to the resume of this head of the Arasaka counterintelligence department, after capturing the military technology personnel this time, he will have the hope of being promoted. At that time, even if he cannot become the head of the Arasaka Night City counterintelligence department, he can at least serve as a deputy head if he transfers to another department. In that case, he will be a big shot in Arasaka Tower. There are only 2 people. Try to capture them alive. I will torture them to get military technology intelligence. They can capture our movement trajectory and accurately step on the traps we set for them. Their level in military technology may not be low. By then, not only me, but also you can add a wonderful chapter to your resume. There is also a large countermeasure bonus waiting for you. The section chief of the counterintelligence department delivered a half-encouraging and half-inducing speech to the more than 40 people in the convoy through the wireless receiver in the car. This section chief is not stupid. As a smart man who graduated from Arasaka Academy, he knows very well that if he wants his subordinates to work hard, he has to put something in front of these people. A sufficiently brilliant resume and bonus are obviously enough for his subordinates to risk their lives and choose to capture instead of killing. Yes, the huge credit that can be obtained by capturing is obviously worth the risk. Not to mention that there are more than 40 people on our side, while there are only 2 military technology personnel on the opposite side. With such a huge gap in strength, it seems unreasonable not to take the credit. In order to prevent the 2 military technology personnel from trying to escape, Arasaka convoy began to disperse and surrounded them from 3 sides. Obviously, they did not think that the 2 could escape with their legs alone after losing the vehicle. It looks like they are going to capture us alive. As a veteran who served in the new American Army in the past, Man saw the intentions of the guys from Arasaka actions at a glance. He took the military technology 31 Malawang Quach's heavy machine gun he brought when escaping from the car, and slowly clenched his modified palm. The 31 Malawang Quach's heavy machine gun is Man's favorite weapon. The original design of this heavy machine gun is fixed heavy firepower. Only lone wolves like Man who have undergone relevant prosthetic transformation and professional bodyguards can use it with just their hands. However, even if they can move it, it is quite difficult to reload the 31 Malawang Quach's heavy machine gun in a single state. Basically, there is only one wave of explosive shooting, facing the scattered convoy. This wave of bursts of this heavy machine gun is obviously not enough to help Man solve the enemy. Originally, I wanted to rely on the things in my hands as much as possible to see if I could try to take away a few more people. Now that they are scattered, it seems that I have to change my plan. Man glanced at David, who stood up beside him, holding Kenshin in his hand and looking a little nervous. He picked up the 31 Malawang Quach's heavy machine gun with both hands and started to walk. Follow David. Man? I drove before. Not without any route preparation. There is a cave under the cliff 50 meters in front of this place. It used to be the residence of a group of night-wandering ghosts. Let's run there. This group of Arasaka wants to capture us alive. We can just use the cave entrance as a natural barrier to block them. Quick! Run! Run! David! There is a cave ahead? David turned around and looked at the Arasaka convoy that was getting closer and closer behind him. and gritted his teeth. 50 meters? In that case. He took a deep breath, and his nerves and muscles relaxed for a moment. C.N. Weston. Start. The Denara C.N. Weston 3 that David was wearing was purchased after several missions with the money he received and the money he earned from the Academy Mutual business. Compared with other C.N. Westons, this type of C.N. Weston is much easier to control during combat due to its patented synaptic firing technology. Feeling the time slowing down in his senses, David took a step. Run, David. Run faster. During his steps, David thought a lot. He recalled his mother's unbelievable but surprised and proud smile when he lied to her and told her that he didn't need to pay tuition because he received a special scholarship. He recalled the scene when he first followed Carl and his friends to train, and he personally took a knife to kill a scavenger. He recalled that in the slow world, David's mind was active to the limit, and at the end of that recollection, a figure of a woman with short white hair flashed in his mind. David took a step. He approached Man. He caught up with Man. How could he die here like this? Man. Run. David passed Man. Because of his size and weight, David couldn't run with Man when C.N. Weston started. But when he rushed to the cliff, he turned back to look at Man. And what he saw was a rocket flying towards Man. No. How could it be possible? David opened his eyes wide. Are these Arasaka people planning to capture us alive? David looked towards the trajectory of the rocket in disbelief. And then he saw another convoy on the road beside them. There was a camouflage cloth scattered on the ground next to the convoy, as if it had been waiting there in disguise until Man, David, and the Arasaka convoy approached. And then, the camouflage was torn off. Looking at the mark on the vehicle that was no longer concealed, David recognized the identity of the group of people. Military technology. Chapter 318 Dawn. The moment he saw the military technology, David immediately understood everything in his mind. And then he shouted out a person's name in anger. Faraday. Even at the last moment before seeing the military technology convoy, David simply thought that this job was just a leak in Faraday intelligence. And all the reasons and dangers were just because of Faraday incompetence. This was just a failed cooperation. He originally thought so. Until now, when he saw that the disguise did not intend to disguise, as if they had already eaten their and Arasaka military technology, David realized that the job their team took on, as well as everything about the intelligence, was a trap from the beginning. Faraday was not without intelligence. Nor was he unaware that Arasaka actually did not have a Cybertron in this mission. Faraday knew everything. He knew that Arasaka had set up an ambush, and that there was no Cybertron in this mission. The purpose of his intelligence to David and Man this time was to use the mercenaries as bait and let the mercenaries die, knowing that Arasaka had an ambush. In order to eat up Arasaka ambush force, he let the mercenaries, who did not know the truth, step into the trap and die, and then let the military technology personnel, who really relied on behind him, finish the job and take the credit. This was Faraday's purpose. Not only Arasaka actions to destroy military technology were counted as great credits, but also the actions to destroy Arasaka on the military technology side were also counted as great credits. Not to mention that it involved an entire Arasaka fleet. No middle-level military technology personnel could refuse this credit. David knew very well that Faraday was a rare middleman on the street who followed the company's lead. He might have already discussed with the military technology personnel behind him the reward for this job, whether it was a big position for him to enter the company or a large amount of euros. It was obviously enough for him to sell out these worthless mercenaries. For a person like Faraday, mercenaries, even long-term mercenaries, were just pawns that could be used to exchange for benefits at any time. At the beginning, he dared to use the team like Carl team, which had obvious potential, at will, not to mention that he was just a man. To him, we are just fools who were blinded by the word legend. David clenched his teeth. But even he, even Man, even these stupid people who can't see the form, like the phantom of bubbles in a dream chasing the sun, they all have real dreams. Faraday, with his indifference, the deepest indifference that penetrates into the dark bones of Night City, insulted David and Man, the two people who are now on the road to pursuing their dreams. Feeling the passage of time getting faster, when C.N. Weston was about to reach his limit, David raised his hand. In David's hand, there was a gun. A gun that Carl handed to him personally when he first set foot in the darkness. David remembered the name of the gun Carl was using now. That gun was called End of Night. The end of the night. Now, if you can hit it, then I will call you Dawn in the future. For me. Hit it. As the speed gradually recovered and the time passed quickly, Man saw David pointing the gun at himself. He understood something almost instantly, tightened his legs without hesitation, and quickened his pace to rush towards David. Man believed that his trusted companions and team members could help him solve the danger. Depending on you, David. Gunshots rang out. Boom! In the flames and shock waves from the explosion behind him. Man, who was rushing forward, tilted his body, staggered, and fell forward, about to hit his face on the ground. However, at this last moment, when the eyes with bright eyes were buried in the soil and stepped into the dust, Man's foot was half squatted and stepped on the ground. Man did not fall down. The rocket that was detonated in advance only made his body tilt, but could not shake the big man. The strong man was still standing in the sun. I'm here, David. After escaping from the life and death crisis, there was no panic on Man's face, nor was there any fear of hindsight. All he had on his face was a smile. A brilliant smile. You saved my life. You did a great job. Man's feet were still strong, and he was still moving forward on the path he was on. Military technology did not stop firing rockets at Man. The military technology personnel were not going to let anyone go except them. All the Arasaka people must die. And Man and David, the two Bates, must also be treated as Arasaka personnel and dealt with together. This is not just a matter of the credit of two more Arasaka personnel, but also Faraday reputation, which cannot be destroyed for the time being. A middleman like Faraday is still useful to the people of military technology. Faraday can assist the internal personnel of military technology to deal with some things that they are not convenient to deal with in person, and can provide them with a large number of street scapegoats and baits at any time. Obviously, he is a very convenient tool. Now, although the reputation of this tool in terms of remuneration has been slightly damaged, it still has value to continue to use. It has not yet reached the point of being abandoned. In this case, it is natural to wipe it and continue to use it. There is still a difference between a middleman who is just greedy for the remuneration and a middleman who openly uses mercenaries as bait and scapegoats. Most of the mercenaries may be from the streets, so there are not many smart ones. But no matter how stupid they are, it is still clear that they are blatantly sending themselves to death. When the rocket came again, David and Man had already reached the edge of the cliff. The cliff below the cave was not high. David and Man just looked down and jumped down, amid the roar of explosions and falling rocks on the cliff. David looked at Man. What should we do now? Man? At this time, we have to think of other ways. When jumping down, Man turned around and saw the launcher of the rocket. As an experienced veteran mercenary, he immediately understood the whole story. Facing Faraday betrayal, Man did not show any special surprise or anger. He just shook off the stones on his clothes and calmly took out something from his arms. I wanted to save some face. What is this? Man? David looked at the communicator-like thing in Man's hand and asked curiously, there should be no signal here. Right. No signal tower is needed. This is a specially modified satellite information transmitter. It secretly finds loopholes to connect to the satellites of large companies. I specially asked someone to modify it for me. It costs 5,000 euros and can only be used once. After a successful transmission, it will be immediately discovered and cut off. Man muttered, this is a big loss of face. But it seems that there is no need to collect the body. Sending a message. Who is this for? David asked. But an answer suddenly popped up in his heart. And Man's answer verified his guess. Besides them, who else can we cry for help? Chapter 319 Strange Cave. We were ambushed by the military technology team. The Arasaka team that was chasing Man and David was stunned by the rocket bombardment of the military technology team that suddenly appeared. They thought that the military technology was still playing the small-scale carjacking. And they thought that the Man and others they saw were all the personnel of the military technology this time. They didn't expect that this was just a bait. The real ambush was preparing to eat them, who thought they had ambushed people. Looking at the military technology rushing towards them, with more than twice the number of personnel and vehicles than their own side. The section chief of Arasaka, who was originally full of confidence and encouraged his subordinates to capture hostile personnel, is now numb. The cunning military technology actually played a trap. In this almost endless bad land, there is no way to escape. and all he can do is to fight with his personnel. This group of military technology people didn't even try to hide their intentions. It was obvious that they were going to do the last thing to eat them up. At this time, they could only hope that the support would arrive quickly, and that their own personnel could hold on until then. The only thing that made this Arasaka section chief feel fortunate was that he had previously ordered his men to surround and capture the 2 military technology personnel in order to prevent them from escaping. Their convoy was divided into 3 teams. Even if they were suddenly attacked by the military technology convoy, they did not suffer much damage. There was no incident similar to the Tora in the historical allusions he knew. Counterattack. Counterattack. In terms of combat, this section chief of the counterintelligence department was not good at it, and he had no intention of intervening. He just ordered the captains of his teams to counterattack, and then began to call his superiors. As a leader, he did not need to do specific things, but he still had to know how to shake people, especially when facing the mortal enemy military technology. This Arasaka section chief was confident that the people he shook would be beyond imagination, because of the distance and the fact that the ambushed military technology today was originally thinking of doing it for the last time. The communication was not disturbed at all. At the moment when the armored vehicle was shaking violently with the explosion, the Arasaka section chief successfully dialed the emergency communication of his superior, without waiting for his superior to ask him patiently. The Arasaka section chief reported the improved information the moment he got through. Military technology. A large force of military technology has appeared. We fought bravely and defeated the same number of military technology troops. But the reinforcements of military technology have arrived, and the number is 4 times ours. Under the pressure of numbers, although we are not afraid and have the confidence to solve them, in order to completely defeat military technology, we need tactical guidance from the headquarters. This Arasaka section chief once graduated from the academy, and had experience serving in the Arasaka Navy Combat Force before entering the company. As a traditional skill, this was not at all inconsistent with the past war reports, and it came out of his mouth in a consistent way. The boss had not been baptized by the Navy, but as an Arasaka member, he still managed to hear the key subtext of his subordinates. Support is needed. There are many people in the military technology, and they have made great contributions. He was just about to let go of the dissatisfaction that arose in his heart because his subordinates were incompetent and dared to ask for help. It is not too late to deal with incompetent subordinates later. Now it is obviously more important to make contributions. If there is really a large military technology force, then he must tear off this piece of meat before more military technology personnel arrive. Location. The boss only asked this indifferently, and the frightened section chief immediately reported their current location. Wait. The boss, who rarely spoke, hung up the communication. But the section chief seemed relieved. His boss was still tempted. As long as he could come to support, no matter what the result was, as long as there were certain casualties of military technology personnel, he would dare to report the living as dead. Of course, the section chief did not forget the culprit who caused them to fall into this situation. Don't let go of those 2 bastards who were used as bait by military technology. Send people to them. I just saw them jumping off a cliff. No wonder they dared to be bait, and let their people bombard them indiscriminately. There must be a place that can be used as a temporary shelter for resistance or hiding. Go and get rid of those 2 people. We will occupy that place and hold on until the support arrives. Yes, sir. When Arasaka sent people over, military technology did not forget Man and David. Send people to clean up the 2 mercenaries who are no longer valuable. These Arasaka people can't escape. Yes, sir. The troops who came this time were the elites of Arasaka and the military technology combat force. The total number of personnel sent by both sides to deal with Man and David was only 15. But in their opinion, they were already firmly in control. At this time, David and Man had just entered the cave under the cliff. Why are there traces of fire and machine gun fire everywhere on the cliff? And there are also collapsed rocks. Did a battle happen here before? David looked at this dilapidated cave and doubted whether this place could really be defended. Go inside. Even though this place has collapsed, there is still room inside. I only found out about this when I accidentally took on the job of Dakota Smith, the middleman of the Badlands, and came here to recover information. At that time, there was a military technology engineer who was locked up in a room in this cave by the Night Wanderer to make weapons. Move some rubble away, and the place where he was imprisoned is inside. Man looked at the structure of the cave and soon found the way to the inside. He started working in front of the collapsed pile of stones. David, who heard him, had some impression of this. Could it be that I missed the job because I needed to take an exam that time? That time. Didn't I say it at that time? It's just a small job of recovering information. So I brought Pyrrha here to handle it. I see. David understood. Pyrrha is a technical expert in man's team. This kind of recovery of information does not require fighting. Or the target of the battle may be the Night Wanderer. It is indeed enough for two people. After the two work together, or mainly man moves some stones, a path leading deeper into the interior was opened. At this moment, David and man heard footsteps coming from outside at the same time. It was the sound of boots stepping on gravel. Here they come. David and man looked at each other and fell silent. Chapter 320 Nanocoding. Kid. Man and David both lowered their breath. This group of people who came to find them really came at the wrong time. If it was a little later, man and David could crawl into the deeper place through the gap they moved out. At that time, even if this group of people were so crazy that they directly caused a collapse in the cave, man and David could rely on their own strength and speed to create a triangular space to wait for rescue in the deeper cave. But at this time, next to this pile of rubble, there was no shelter at all. Man picked up the heavy machine gun that was put aside because of moving stones. And then he gave David a look and pointed the muzzle at a corner in the cave. Man and David were about 14 meters away from the corner. And the corner was less than 20 meters away from the cave entrance. With such a short distance, it would not take long for the group of people to arrive. At that time, all man and David could do was to seize the opportunity to fire, and force them to retreat the moment they walked out of the corner, and then try to rush to the corner in one breath, at least using the corner of the cave as a half cover for fighting. They couldn't run now. If they heard the footsteps now, the group of people would react instantly, and attack them by listening to the footsteps and occupying the corner. In a place without cover, this was the only way of fighting that man and David understood. With man's heavy machine gun fire suppression and David's Sion Weston, they had a chance. The footsteps were getting closer. As they got closer, man and David breathing had slowed down to almost stagnation. They were ready and waited for the opponent's figure to appear at the corner, and then launched an attack immediately. Click. But at the last moment, the footsteps of the person coming stopped. He stopped at the last moment when he passed the corner. Has he been noticed? Man's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, the professionals were not ordinary. How could they not be prepared for a place like a corner that is extremely easy to be attacked? There is no other way. At this time, we could only fight. When man was about to rush to the corner, gunshots were heard from the corner, followed by several angry curses. There are people from military technology outside. Go and meet them. These bastards from military technology are here at the right time. Be careful inside. The two baits of military technology may be hiding inside. We may be attacked from both sides. Listening to the angry curses in panic, David heard something. This is the people from Arasaka who came to kill them and happened to run into the people sent by military technology. This is really a coincidence. David's idea had just come up not long ago, and a figure suddenly turned out from the corner and rushed towards them at lightning speed. The man moved swiftly, wielding a thermal mantis knife that flashed with light, and with a terrifying killing intent. He rushed straight to David. David's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. His pupils shrank sharply, and in the face of this sudden attack, his mind was a little blank. In the fear of life and death crisis, he was stunned. What are you daydreaming about? David, man, who was beside David, was not frightened by the sudden attack like David. He reacted very quickly and raised the heavy machine gun in his hand. Before the Arasaka attacker swung the mantis knife and chopped David, he used the heavy machine gun body to block the mantis knife's chopping path. When the blade of the thermal mantis knife cut the machine gun structure, the sparks burst out like fireworks in front of David's eyes. When he felt the sparks jumping on his cheeks and stinging, David reacted as if waking up from a dream. The Arasaka personnel who had just warned their companions to be careful of being attacked from both sides, actually attacked them the next moment as if they had expected them to be in such a place. This warning sound was so loud that anyone could hear it clearly. It was too obvious. Man raised the heavy machine gun that was about to be cut in half with his right hand, raised his left hand, and aimed at the Arasaka personnel who was rushing over with the thermal mantis knife. When I served in the new American Army, I got used to the style of you Arasaka dogs saying one thing and doing another. He's an old employee with new American service experience. It looks like I've caught a big fish. This Arasaka employee didn't wear a helmet. From his face, it can be seen that he was in his early 30s, in the best physical condition, with clear and well-proportioned muscle lines. Compared with man, he was no less powerful. He only relied on one hand's mantis blade to firmly maintain the chopping posture to suppress man. At this time, facing man's left hand that was aimed at him and began to change. He did not hesitate to keep his right hand pressing down, swung his left hand, and went straight for man's head. He originally planned to deal with the target that looked weaker at first glance after rushing out of the corner. However, even if the surprise attack failed, he was not worried. He had absolute confidence in his strength and believed that with his own ability, he could easily deal with the two people in front of him. Man, seeing that the projectile launch system on man's left hand was not as fast as the Arasaka personnel's sword swinging, David, who had come to his senses, immediately activated the Sion Weston. During the slow time, David took a step, centered on his elbow, and slammed into the body of the Arasaka personnel from the side. David did not choose to shoot. The Sion Weston technology does not bring the user time to stand still, but creates an illusion of slowing time by enhancing sensory reactions, accelerating the conduction of synapses, and enhancing muscle tension. In this illusion, people can perform actions at an astonishing speed. But this does not mean that they can speed up the flight speed of gun bullets. In other words, in the state of Sion Weston, close combat is better than long-range combat. Long-range flight takes time, while close combat can directly hit the enemy with the user's actions. Now that the sword has fallen, David can't expect the slow speed of the pistol to save man. But there is no weapon at hand, so he can only rely on human innate martial arts. Elbow strikes. The power of elbow strikes is above all boxing techniques. When using the triangular structure formed by the forearm and the upper arm to strike, humans can mobilize almost the whole body strength. The bones of the elbow are extremely hard, almost as hard as the skull. At the same time, in this structure, the distribution of soft tissues and muscles is relatively small. When swinging the elbow to attack, it is almost like using a heavy stick with a sharp end to swing and hit others. In addition, the hardness and extra weight of David's subcutaneous armor increase his instinctive attack in an emergency. The explosive power is not exaggerated even if it can directly break a half-height rock. However, such an attack on the Arasaka personnel only made the strong Arasaka personnel shake slightly in a slow time, and then stabilized his body like a coast hit by waves. In a slow time, David watched the man's head slowly turn. Nanoplating. Kid. This Arasaka man didn't have a Sion Weston, but he had installed a reaction tuner, a coprocessor that would enhance nerve reflexes in critical moments. And then he moved. As the thermal mantis blade was swung, a thick arm with a mechanical mechanism flew high.